Section I. Napoleon and the Spanish Bourbons. Chapter 1. The Treaty of Fontainebleau. I am not the heir of Louis XIV, I am the heir of Charlemagne, wrote Napoleon, in one of those moments of epigrammatic self-revelation which are so precious to the students of the most interesting epoch and the most interesting personality of modern history. There are historians who have sought for the origins of the Peninsular War far back in the eternal and inevitable conflict between democracy and privilege. There are others who, accepting the emperor's own version of the facts, have represented it as a fortuitous development arising from his plan of forcing the continental system upon every state in Europe. To us it seems that the moment beyond which we need not search backward was that in which Bonaparte formulated to himself the idea that he was not the successor of the greatest of the Bourbons, but of the founder of the Holy Roman Empire. It is a different thing to claim to be the first of European monarchs and to claim to be the king of kings. Louis XIV had wide-reaching ambitions for himself and for his family, but it was from his not very deep or accurate knowledge of Charlemagne that Napoleon had derived his idea of a single imperial power bestriding Europe, of a monarch whose writ ran alike at Paris and at Mainz, at Milan and at Hamburg, at Rome and at Barcelona, and whose vassal princes brought him the tribute of all the lands of the Oder, the Elbe, and the Middle Danube. There is no need for us to trace back the growth of Napoleon's conception of himself as the successor of Charlemagne beyond the winter of 1805-6, the moment when, victorious at Austerlitz and master for the first time of Central Europe, he began to put into execution his grandiose scheme for enfeoffing all the realms of the continent as vassal states of the French Empire. He had extorted from Francis of Austria the renunciation of his meager and time-worn rights as head of the Holy Roman Empire, because he intended to replace the ancient shadow by a new reality. The idea that he might be Emperor of Europe, and not merely Emperor of the French, was already developed, though Prussia still needed to be chastised, and Russia to be checked and turned back on to the ways of the East. It was after Austerlitz, but before Jena, that the foundations of the Confederation of the Rhine were laid, and that the emperor took in hand the erection of that series of subject realms under princes of his own house, which was to culminate in the new kingdom of Spain, ruled by Joseph Napoleon I. By the summer of 1806, the system was already well developed. The first modest experiment, the planting out of his sister Eliza and her insignificant husband in the Duchy of Lucca and Piombino, was now 12 months old. There had followed the gift of the old Bourbon kingdom of Naples to Joseph Bonaparte in February 1806, and the transformation of the Batavian Republic into Louis Bonaparte's Kingdom of Holland in June. The emperor's brother-in-law, Joachim Murat, had been made Grand Duke of Berg in March, his sister, Pauline, Duchess of Guastalla, in the same month. It cannot be doubted that his eye was already roving all round Europe, marking out every region in which the system of feudatory states could be further extended. At the ill-governed realms of Spain and Portugal, it is certain that he must have taken a specially long glance. He had against the House of the Bourbons the grudge that men always feel against those whom they have injured. He knew that they could never forgive the disappointed hopes of 1799, nor the murder of the Duc d'Enghien, however much they might disguise their sentiments by base servility. What their real feelings were might be guessed from the treacherous conduct of their kinsmen of Naples, whom he had just expelled from the continent. The Bourbons of Spain were at this moment the most subservient and the most ill-used of his allies. Under the imbecile guidance of his favorite Gaudy, Charles IV had consistently held to the league with France since 1795, and had thereby brought down untold calamities upon his realm. Nevertheless, Napoleon was profoundly dissatisfied with him as an ally. The 72 million francs of subsidies which he was annually wringing from his impoverished neighbor seemed to him a trifle. The chief gain that he had hoped to secure, when he goaded Spain into war with England in 1804, had been the assistance of her fleet, by whose aid he had intended to gain the control of the narrow seas, and to dominate the Channel long enough to enable him to launch his projected invasion against the shores of Kent and Sussex. But the Spanish navy, always more formidable on paper than in battle, had proved a broken reed. The flower of its vessels had been destroyed at Trafalgar. There only remained in 1806 a few ships rotting in harbor at Cadiz, Cartagena, and Ferrol, unable even to concentrate on account of the strictness of Collingwood's blockade. Napoleon was angry at his allies' impotence, and was already reflecting that in hands more able and energetic than those of Charles IV, Spain might give aid of a very different kind. In after years, men remembered that as early as 1805, he had muttered to his confidants that a Bourbon on the Spanish throne was a tiresome neighbor, too weak as an ally, yet dangerous as a possible enemy. For in spite of all the subservience of Charles IV, the emperor believed, and believed quite rightly, that a Bourbon prince must in his heart loathe the unnatural alliance with the child of the Revolution. But in 1806, Bonaparte had an impending war with Prussia on his hands, and there was no leisure for interfering in the affairs of the Peninsula. Spain, he thought, could wait, and it is improbable that he had formulated in his brain any definite plan for dealing with her. The determining factor in his subsequent action was undoubtedly supplied in the autumn of 1806 by the conduct of the Spanish government during the campaign of Jena. There was a moment, just before that decisive battle had been fought, during which European public opinion was expecting a check to the French arms. The military prestige of Prussia was still very great, and it was well known that Russia had not been able to put forth her full strength at Austerlitz. Combined, it was believed that they would be too much for Napoleon. While this idea was still current, the Spanish king, or rather his favorite Gaudy, put forth a strange proclamation which showed how slight was the bond of allegiance that united them to France, and how hollow their much-vaunted loyalty to the emperor. It was an impassioned appeal to the people of Spain to take arms en masse, and to help the government with liberal gifts of men, horses, and money. "Come," it said, "dear fellow countrymen, come and swear loyalty beneath the banners of the most benevolent of sovereigns." The God of victories was to smile on a people which helped itself, and a happy and enduring peace was to be the result of a vigorous effort. It might have been pleaded, in defense of Charles IV, that all this was very vague, and that the anonymous enemy who was to be crushed might be England. But unfortunately for this interpretation, 3 whole sentences of the document are filled with demands for horses and an instant increase in the cavalry arm of the Spanish military establishment. It could hardly be urged with seriousness that horsemen were intended to be employed against the English fleet, and of naval armaments there was not one word in the proclamation. This document was issued on Oct. 5, 1806, not long after there arrived in Madrid the news of the Battle of Jena and the capture of Berlin. The Prince of the Peace was thunderstruck at the non-fulfillment of his expectations and the complete triumph of Napoleon. He hastened to countermand his armaments and to shower letters of explanation and apology on the emperor, pointing out that his respected ally could not possibly have been the enemy referred to in the proclamation. That document had reached Napoleon on the very battlefield of Jena and had caused a violent paroxysm of rage in the august reader. But having Russia still to fight, he repressed his wrath for a moment, affecting to regard as satisfactory Godey's servile letters of explanation. Yet we can hardly doubt that this was the moment at which he made up his mind that the House of Bourbon must cease to reign in Spain. He must have reflected on the danger that southern France had escaped. 100,000 Spaniards might have marched on Bordeaux or Toulouse at the moment of Jena, and there would have been no army whatever on the unguarded frontier of the Pyrenees to hold them in check. Supposing that Jena had been deferred a month, or that no decisive battle at all had been fought in the first stage of the struggle with Prussia, it was clear that Godey would have committed himself to open war. A stab in the back, even if dealt with no better weapon than the disorganized Spanish army, must have deranged all Napoleon's plans and forced him to turn southward the reserves destined to feed the Grand Army. It was clear that such a condition of affairs must never be allowed to recur, and we should naturally expect to find that, the moment the War of 1806-7 was ended, Napoleon would turn against Spain, either to dethrone Charles IV, or at least to demand the dismissal from office of Godey. He acknowledged this himself at St. Helena. The right thing to have done, as he then conceded, would have been to declare open war on Spain immediately after Tilsit. After 8 years of experience of Bonaparte as an ally, the rulers of Spain ought to have known that his silence during the campaigns of Eylau and Friedland boded them no good. But his present intentions escaped them, and they hastened to atone for the proclamation of Act 5 by a servile obedience to all the orders which he sent them. The most important of these was the command to mobilize and send to the Balt 0 of their best troops. This was promptly done, the depleted battalions and squadrons being raised to war strength by drafts of men and horses which disorganized dozens of the corps that remained at home. The reason alleged, the fear of Swedish and English descents on the rear of the Grand Army, was plausible, but there can be no doubt that the real purpose was to deprive Spain of a considerable part, and that the most efficient of her disposable forces. If God could have listened to the interviews of Napoleon and Alexander of Russia at Tilsit, he would have been terrified at the offhand way in which the Emperor suggested to the Tsar that the Balearic Isles should be taken from Spain and given to Ferdinand of Naples, if the latter would consent to cede Sicily to Joseph Napoleon. To despoil his allies was quite in the usual style of Bonaparte. God cannot have forgotten the lot of Trinidad and Ceylon, but he had not before proposed to tear from Spain, not a distant colony, but an ancient province of the Aragonese crown. The project was enshrined in the secret and supplementary clauses of the Treaty of Tilsit, which Napoleon wished to conceal till the times were ripe. It was only when Bonaparte had returned to France from his long campaign in Poland that the affairs of the Iberian Peninsula began to come seriously to the front. The Emperor arrived in Paris at the end of July 1807, and this was the moment at which he might have been expected to produce the rod for the chastisement which the rulers of Spain had merited by their foolish proclamation of the preceding year. But no sign of any such intention was displayed. It is true that early in August French troops in considerable numbers began to muster at Bayonne, but Bonaparte openly declared that they were destined to be used, not against Spain, but against Portugal. One of the articles of the Peace of Tilsit had been to the effect that Sweden and Portugal, the last powers in Europe which had not submitted to the continental system, should be compelled, if necessary by force, to adhere to it and to exclude the commerce of England from their ports. It was natural that now, as in 1801, a French contingent should be sent to aid Spain in bringing pressure to bear on her smaller neighbor. With this idea, God and his master persisted in the voluntary blindness to the signs of the times which they had so long been cultivating. They gave their ambassador in Lisbon orders to act in all things in strict conjunction with his French colleague. On August 12, therefore, the representatives of Spain and France delivered to John, the Prince Regent of Portugal, his mother, Queen Maria, was insane, almost identical notes, in which they declared that they should ask for their passports and leave Lisbon, unless by the 1st of September the regent had declared war on England, joined his fleet to that of the Allied powers, confiscated all British goods in his harbors, and arrested all British subjects within the bounds of his kingdom. The prince, a timid and incapable person, whose only wish was to preserve his neutrality, answered that he was ready to break off diplomatic relations with England and to close his ports against British ships, but that the seizure of the persons and property of the British merchants, without any previous declaration of war, would be contrary to the rules of international law and morality. For a moment he hoped that this half-measure would satisfy Napoleon, that he might submit to the continental system without actually being compelled to declare war on Great Britain. But when dispatches had been interchanged between the French minister Rayneville and his master at Paris, the answer came that the regent's offer was insufficient and that the representatives of France and Spain were ordered to quit Lisbon at once. This they did on September 30, but without issuing any formal declaration of war. On October 18, the French army, which had been concentrating at Bayonne since the beginning of August, under the harmless name of the Corps of Observation of the Gironde, crossed the Bidasoa at Oran and entered Spain. It had been placed under the orders of Junot, one of Napoleon's most active and vigorous officers, but not a great strategist after the style of Massena, Soult, or Davoust. He was a good fighting man, but a mediocre general. The reason that he received the appointment was that he had already some knowledge of Portugal, from having held the post of ambassador at Lisbon in 1805. He had been promised a duchy and a marshal's baton if his mission was carried out to his master's complete satisfaction. It is clear that from the first Napoleon had intended that Portugal should refuse the ignominious orders which he had given to the Prince Regent. If he had only been wishing to complete the extension of the continental system over all southern Europe, the form of obedience which had been offered him by the Portuguese government would have been amply sufficient. But he was aiming at annexation and not at the mere assertion of his suzerainty over Portugal. The fact that he began to mass troops at Bayonne before he commenced to threaten the regent is sufficient proof of his intentions. An army was not needed to coerce the Portuguese, for it was incredible that in the then condition of European affairs they would dare to risk war with France and Spain by adhering too stiffly to the cause of England. The regent was timid, and his submission was certain, but Napoleon took care to dictate the terms that he offered in such an offensive form that the Portuguese government would be tempted to beg for changes of detail, though it sorrowfully accepted the necessity of conceding the main point, war with England, and the acceptance of the continental system. The Prince Regent, as might have been expected, made a feeble attempt to haggle over the more ignominious details, and then Napoleon withdrew his ambassador and let loose his armies. Shortly after Junot had crossed the Bidassoa, there was signed at Fontainebleau the celebrated secret treaty which marks the second stage of the emperor's designs against the Peninsula. It was drawn up by Duroc, Napoleon's Marshal of the Palace, and Eugenio Izquierdo, the agent of God. For the official ambassador of Spain in Paris, the Prince of Macerano, was not taken into the confidence of his master. All delicate matters were conducted by the favorite's private representative, an obscure but astute personage, the director of the Botanical Gardens at Madrid, whose position was legitimized by a royal sign manual giving him powers to treat as a plenipotentiary with France. "Manuel is your protector, do what he tells you, and by serving him you serve me," the old king had said when giving him his commission. The Treaty of Fontainebleau is a strange document, whose main purpose, at a first glance, seems to be the glorification of God. It is composed of 14 articles, the most important of which contain the details of a projected dismemberment of Portugal. The country was to be cut up into 3 parts. Oporto and the northern province of Entredauro y Minho were to become the Kingdom of Northern Lusitania, and to be ceded to a Bourbon, the young king of Etruria, whom Napoleon was just evicting from his pleasant abode at Florence. All southern Portugal, the large province of Alemtejo and the coast region of Algarve, was to be given as an independent principality to Gade, under the title of Prince of the Algarves. The rest of Portugal, Lisbon and the provinces of Beira, Estremadura and Trás-os-Montes were to be sequestrated till the conclusion of a general peace, and meanwhile were to be governed and administered by the French. Ultimately, they were to be restored, or not restored, to the House of Braganza, according as the high contracting parties might determine. Instead, therefore, of receiving punishment for his escapade in the autumn of 1806, God was to be made by Napoleon a sovereign prince. But Spain, as apart from the favorite, got small profit from this extraordinary treaty. Charles Roman IV might take, within the next 3 years, the pompous title of Emperor of the 2 Americas, and was to be given some share of the transmarine possessions of Portugal, which meanwhile, treaties or no, would inevitably fall into the hands of Great Britain, who held the command of the seas, while Napoleon did not. It is incredible that Bonaparte ever seriously intended to carry out the terms of the Treaty of Fontainebleau. They were not even to be divulged, as Article Roman 14 stipulated, till it was his pleasure. God had deserved badly of him, and the emperor was never forgiving. The favorite's whole position and character, as we shall presently show, were so odious and disgraceful that it would have required an even greater cynicism than Napoleon possessed to overthrow an ancient and respectable kingdom in order to make him a sovereign prince. To pose perpetually as the regenerator of Europe and her guardian against the sordid schemes of Britain, and then to employ as one's agent for regeneration the corrupt and venal favorite of the wicked old Queen of Spain, would have been too absurd. Napoleon's keen intelligence would have repudiated the idea, even in the state of growing autolatry into which he was already lapsing in the year 1807. What profit could there be in giving a kingdom to a false friend, already convicted of secret disloyalty, incapable, disreputable, and universally detested? But if we apply another meaning to the Treaty of Fontainebleau, we get a very different light upon it. If we adopt the hypothesis that Bonaparte's real aim was to obtain an excuse for marching French armies into Spain without exciting suspicion, all its provisions become intelligible. "This Prince of the Peace," he said in one of his confidential moments, "this mayor of the palace, is loathed by the nation. He is the rascal who will himself open for me the gates of Spain." The phantom principality that was dangled before God's eyes was only designed to attract his attention while the armies of France were being poured across the Pyrenees. It is doubtful whether the emperor intended the project of the Principality of the Algarves to become generally known. If he did, it must have been with the intention of making the favorite more odious than he already was to patriotic Spaniards, at the moment when he and his master were about to be brushed away by a sweep of the imperial arm. That Napoleon was already in October preparing other armies beside that of Junot, and that he purposed to overrun Spain when the time was ripe, is shown in the treaty itself. Annexed to it is a convention regulating the details of the invasion of Portugal. The 6th clause of this paper mentions that it was the emperor's intention to concentrate 40,000 more troops at Bayonne, in case Great Britain should threaten an armed descent on Portugal, and that this force would be ready to cross the Pyrenees by November 20. Napoleon sent not 40,000 but 100,000 men and pushed them into Spain, though no English invasion of Portugal had taken place or even been projected. After this, is it possible to believe for a moment in his good faith, or to think that the Treaty of Fontainebleau was anything more than a snare? Those who could best judge what was at the back of the emperor's mind, such as Talleyrand and Fouché, penetrated his designs long before the Treaty of Fontainebleau had been signed. Talleyrand declares in his memoirs that the reason for which he was deprived of the portfolio of foreign affairs in August 1807 was that he had disliked the scheme of invading Spain in a treacherous fashion and warned his master against it. No improbability is added to this allegation by the fact that Napoleon at St. Helena repeatedly stated that Talleyrand had first thought of the idea and had recommended it to him, while at the same time contriving to set an opinion abroad that he was opposed to the design. On the other hand, we are not convinced of the Prince of Benevento's innocence merely by the fact that he wrote in his autobiography that he was a strenuous opponent of the plan. He says that the emperor broached the whole scheme to him the moment that he returned from Tilsit, asseverating that he would never again expose himself to the danger of a stab in the back at some moment when he might be busy in Central Europe. He himself, he adds, combated the project by every possible argument, but could not move his master an inch from his purpose. This is probably true, but we believe it not because Talleyrand wrote it down. His bills require the endorsement of some backer of a less tarnished reputation, but because the whole of the Spanish episode is executed in the true Napoleonesque manner. Its scientific mixture of force and fraud is clearly the work of the same hand that managed the details of the fall of the Venetian Republic and of the dethroning of Pope Pius VII. It is impossible to ascribe the plot to any other author. Section I, Chapter 2. The Court of Spain. Junot's army was nearing the Portuguese frontier, and the reserve at Bayonne was already beginning to assemble. It was now styled the Second Corps of Observation of the Gironde, when a series of startling events took place at the Spanish court. On October 27, the very day that the Treaty of Fontainebleau was signed, Ferdinand, Prince of the Asturias, was seized by his father and thrown into confinement, on a charge of high treason, of having plotted to dethrone or even to murder his aged parent. This astonishing development in the situation need not be laid to Napoleon's charge. There have been historians who think that he deliberately stirred up the whole series of family quarrels at Madrid, but all the materials for trouble were there already, and the shape which they took was not particularly favorable to the emperor's present designs. They sprang from the inevitable revolt against the predominance of God, which had long been due. The mere fact that an incapable upstart like Gade had been able to control the foreign and internal policy of Spain ever since 1792 is a sufficient evidence of the miserable state of the country. He was a mere court favorite of the worst class. To compare him to Buckingham would be far too flattering, and even Piers Gaveston had a pretty wit and no mean skill as a man-at-arms, though he was also a vain, ostentatious fool. After a few years, we may remember, the one met the dagger and the other the axe, with the full approval of English public opinion. But Gade went on flourishing like the green bay tree for 16 years, decked with titles and offices and laden with plunder, with no other support than the Queen's unconcealed partiality for him and the idiotic old king's desire to have trouble taken off his hands. Every thinking man in Spain hated the favorite as the outward and visible sign of corruption in high places. Every patriot saw that the would-be statesman who made himself the adulator first of Barras and then of Bonaparte, and played catspaw to each of them, to the ultimate ruin and bankruptcy of the realm, ought to be removed. Yet there was no sign of any movement against him, save obscure plots in the household of the Prince Royal. But for the interference of Napoleon in the affairs of Spain, it is possible that the Prince of the Peace might have enjoyed many years more of power. Such is the price which nations pay for handing over their bodies to autocratic monarchy and their souls to 3 centuries of training under the Inquisition. It is perhaps necessary to gain some detailed idea of the unpleasant family party at Madrid. King Charles Roman IV was now a man of 60 years of age. He was so entirely simple and helpless that it is hardly an exaggeration to say that his weakness bordered on imbecility. His elder brother, Don Philip, was so clearly wanting in intellect that he had to be placed in confinement and excluded from the throne. It might occur to us that it would have been well for Spain if Charles had followed him to the asylum, if we had not to remember that the crown would then have fallen to Ferdinand of Naples, who, if more intelligent, was also more morally worthless than his brother. Till the age of 40, Charles had been entirely suppressed and kept in tutelage by an autocratic father. When he came to the throne, he never developed any will or mind of his own, and remained the tool and servant of those about him. He may be described as a good-natured and benevolent imbecile. He was not cruel or malicious or licentious or given to extravagant fancies. His one pronounced taste was hunting. If he could get away from his ministers to some country palace and go out all day with his dogs, his gun, and his gamekeepers, he was perfectly happy. His brother of Naples, it will be remembered, had precisely the same hobby. Of any other tastes, save a slight interest in some of the minor handicrafts, which he shared with his cousin Louis Roman XVI, we find no trace in the old king. He was very ugly, not with the fierce, clever ugliness of his father Charles Roman III, but in an imbecile fashion, with a frightfully receding forehead, a big nose, and a retreating jaw generally set in a harmless grin. He did not understand business or politics, but was quite capable of getting through speeches and ceremonies when properly primed and prompted beforehand. Even his private letters were managed for him by his wife and his favorite. He had just enough brains to be proud of his position as king, and to resent anything that he regarded as an attack on his dignity, such as the mention of old constitutional rights and privileges or any allusion to a Cortes. He liked, in fact, to feel himself and to be called an absolute king, though he wished to hand over all the duties and worries of kingship to his wife and his chosen servants. Quite contrary to Spanish usage, he often associated Maria Luisa's name with his own in state documents, and in popular diction they were often called Los Reyes, the kings, as Ferdinand and Isabella had been 300 years before. The Queen was about the most unfit person in Europe to be placed on the throne at the side of such an imbecile husband. She was his first cousin, the daughter of his uncle Don Philip, Duke of Parma, Bourbon on the mother's side also, for she was the child of the daughter of Louis XV of France. Maria Luisa was self-confident, flighty, reckless, and utterly destitute of conscience of any sort. Her celebrated portrait by Goya gives us at once an idea of the woman, bold, shameless, pleasure-loving, and as corrupt as Southern court morality allows, which is saying a good deal. She had from the first taken the measure of her imbecile husband. She dominated him by her superior force of will, made him her mere mouthpiece, and practically ruled the realm turning him out to hunt while she managed ministers and ambassadors. For the last 20 years, her scandalous partiality for Don Manuel God had been public property. When Charles IV came to the throne, God was a mere private in the bodyguard, a sort of ornamental corps of gentlemen-at-arms. He was son of a decayed noble family, a big, handsome, showy young man of 21, barely able to read and write, say his detractors, but a good singer and musician. Within 4 years after he caught the Queen's eye, he was a grandee of Spain, a duke and prime minister. He was married to a royal princess, the Infanta Teresa, a cousin of the king, a mésalliance unparalleled in the whole history of the House of Bourbon. 3 years later, to commemorate his part in concluding the disgraceful Peace of Bâle, he was given the odd title of Prince of the Peace, Príncipe de la Paz. No Spanish subject had ever before been decorated with any title higher than that of Duke. In 1808, he was a man of 40, beginning to get a little plump and bald after so many years of good or evil living, but still a fine, personable figure. He had stowed away enormous riches, not only from the gifts of the king and queen, but by the sale of offices and commissions, the taking of all sorts of illicit percentages, and perhaps the worst symptom of all, by colossal speculations on the stock exchange. A French ambassador recorded the fact that he had to keep the Treaty of Peace of 1802 quiet for 3 days after it was signed, in order that God might complete his purchases for a rise before the news got about. God was corrupt and licentious, but not cruel or even tyrannical. Though profoundly ignorant, he had the vanity to pose as a patron of art and science. His foible was to be hailed as a universal benefactor, and as the introducer of modern civilization into Spain. He endeavored to popularize the practice of vaccination, waged a mild and intermittent war with the Inquisition, and a most astonishing piece of courage, tried to suppress the custom of bullfighting. The last 2 acts were by far the most creditable items that can be put down to his account. Unfortunately, they were also precisely those which appealed least to the populace of Spain. God was a notable collector of pictures and antiquities, and had a certain liking for and skill in music. When this has been said, there is nothing more to put down in his favor. 15 years of power had so turned his head that for a long time he had been taking himself quite seriously, and his ambition had grown so monstrous that, not contented with his alliance by marriage with the royal house, he was dreaming of becoming a sovereign prince. The bait by which Napoleon finally drew him into the trap, the promise that he should be given the Algarves and Alemtejo, was not the Corsican's own invention. It had been an old idea of Godot's, which he broached to his ally early in 1806, only to receive a severe rebuff. Hence came the joy with which he finally saw it take shape in the Treaty of Fontainebleau. When such schemes were running in his head, we can perfectly well credit the accusation which Prince Ferdinand brought against him, of having intended to change the succession to the crown of Spain by a coup d'état on the death of Charles IV. The man had grown capable of any outburst of pride and ambition. Meanwhile, he continued to govern Spain by his hold over the imbecile and gouty old king and his worthless wife, who was now far over 50, but as besotted on her favorite as ever. It was his weary lot to be always in attendance on them. They could hardly let him out of their sight. Tornio relates a ridiculous story that, when Napoleon invited them to dinner on the first night of their unhappy visit to Bayonne, he did not ask the Prince of the Peace to the royal table. Charles was so unhappy and uncomfortable that he could not settle down to his meal till the Emperor had sent for Godoy, and found a place for him near his master and mistress. The fourth individual with whose personality it is necessary to be acquainted when studying the court of Spain in 1808 is the heir to the throne, Ferdinand, Prince of the Asturias. Little was known of him, for his parents and Godoy had carefully excluded him from political life. But when a prince is getting on for 30 and his father has begun to show signs of failing health, it is impossible that eyes should not be turned on him from all quarters. Ferdinand was not an imbecile like his father, nor a scandalous person like his mother, but though Spain knew it not, he was coward and a cur. With such parents, he had naturally been brought up very badly. He was ignominiously excluded from all public business, and kept in absolute ignorance of all subjects on which a prince should have some knowledge. History, military science, modern politics, foreign languages were all sealed books to him. He had been educated, so far as he was trained at all, by a clever and ambitious priest, Juan Esquequiz, a canon of Toledo. An obscure churchman was not the best tutor for a future sovereign. He could not instruct the prince in the more necessary arts of governance, but he seems to have taught him dissimulation and superstition. For Ferdinand was pious with a groveling sort of piety, which made him carry about strings of relics, spend much of his time in church ceremonies, and, as rumor said, take to embroidering petticoats for his favorite image of the Virgin in his old age. Portrait illustration. Maria Luisa. Ariana de España. The prince had one healthy sentiment, a deep hatred for God, who had from his earliest youth excluded him from his proper place in the court and the state. But he was too timid to resent the favorite's influence by anything but sulky rudeness. If he had chosen, he could at once have put himself at the head of the powerful body of persons whom the favorite had disobliged or offended. His few intimate friends, and above all his tutor Escaques, were always spurring him on to take some active measures against the Prince of the Peace. But Ferdinand was too indolent and too cautious to move, though he was in his secret heart convinced that his enemy was plotting his destruction, and intended to exclude him from the throne at his father's death. To give a fair idea of the education, character, and brains of this miserable prince, it is only necessary to quote a couple of his letters. The first was written in November 1807, when he had been imprisoned by his father for carrying on the famous secret correspondence with Napoleon. It runs as follows. Dear Papa, I have done wrong. I have sinned against your majesty, both as king and as father, but I have repented, and I now offer your majesty the most humble obedience. I ought to have done nothing without your majesty's knowledge, but I was caught unawares. I have given up the names of the guilty persons, and I beg your majesty to pardon me for having lied to you the other night, and to allow your grateful son to kiss your royal feet. Signed, Fernando. San Lorenzo, the Escurial, No. 1807. It is doubtful whether the childish whining, the base betrayal of his unfortunate accomplices, or the slavish tone of the confession forms the most striking point in this epistle. But the second document that we have to quote gives an even worse idea of Ferdinand. Several years after he had been imprisoned by Napoleon at Valençay, a desperate attempt was made to deliver him. Baron Kali, a daring Austrian officer, entered France amid 1,000 dangers with a scheme for delivering the prince. He hoped to get him to the coast and to an English frigate by means of false passports and relays of swift horses. The unfortunate adventurer was caught and thrown into a dungeon at Vincennes. After the plot had miscarried, Ferdinand wrote as follows to his jailer. An unknown person got in here in disguise and proposed to Señor Amezaga, my master of the horse and steward, to carry me off from Valençay, asking him to pass on some papers, which he had brought, to my hands, and to aid in carrying out this horrible undertaking. My honor, my repose, and the good opinion due to my principles might all have been compromised, if Señor Amezaga had not given proof of his devotion to his imperial majesty and to myself, by revealing everything to me at once. I write immediately to give information of the matter, and take this opportunity of showing anew my inviolable fidelity to the Emperor Napoleon, and the horror that I feel at this infernal project, whose author, I hope, may be chastised according to his deserts. It is not surprising to find that the man who was capable of writing this letter also wrote more than once to congratulate Joseph Bonaparte on his victories over the rebels in Spain. It had been clear for some time that the bitter hatred which the Prince Royal bore to Gaudy, and the fear which the favorite felt at the prospect of his enemy's accession to the throne, would lead to some explosion ere long. If Ferdinand had been a man of ordinary ability and determination, he could probably have organized a coup d'etat to get rid of the favorite, without much trouble. But he was so slow and timid that, in spite of all the exhortations of his partisans, he never did more than copy out 2 letters to his father, which Escaques drafted for him. He never screwed up his courage to the point of sending them, or personally delivering them into his father's hands. They were rhetorical compositions, setting forth the moral and political turpitude of Gaudy, and warning the king that his favorite was guilty of designs on the throne. If Charles Roman IV had been given them, he probably could not have made out half the meaning, and would have handed them over for interpretation to the trustee Manuel himself. The only other move which the prince was induced to make was to draw out a warrant appointing his friend and confidant, the Duke of Infantado, Captain General of New Castile. It was to be used if the old king, who was then laboring under one of his attacks of gout, should chance to be carried off by it. The charge of Madrid and of the troops in its vicinity was to be consigned to one whom Ferdinand could trust, so that Gaudí might be checkmated. But the Prince of the Asturias took one other step in the autumn of 1807, which was destined to bring matters to a head. It occurred to him that instead of incurring the risks of conspiracy at home, he would do better to apply for aid to his father's all-powerful ally. If Napoleon took up his cause and promised him protection, he would be safe against all the machinations of the Prince of the Peace, for a frank and undisguised terror of the emperor was the mainspring of Gaudí's foreign and domestic policy. Ferdinand thought that he had a sure method of enlisting Bonaparte's benevolence. He was at this moment the most eligible party in Europe. He had lost his first wife, a daughter of his uncle of Naples, and being childless was bound to marry again. By offering to accept a spouse of the emperor's choice, he would give such a guarantee of future loyalty and obedience that his patron, who was quite aware of Gaudí's real feelings towards France, would withdraw all his support from the favorite and transfer it to himself. Acting under the advice of Escauquiz, with whom he was always in secret communication, Ferdinand first sounded the French ambassador at Madrid, the Marquis de Beauharnais, a brother-in-law of the Empress Josephine. Escauquiz saw the ambassador, who displayed much pleasure at his proposals, and urged him to encourage the prince to proceed with his plan. The fact was that the diplomatist saw profit to his own family in the scheme, for in default of eligible damsels of the House of Bonaparte, it was probable that the lady whom the emperor might choose as Queen of Spain would be one of his own relatives, some Beauharnais or Tascher, a niece or cousin of the empress. A wife for the hereditary Prince of Baden had been already chosen from among them in the preceding year. When therefore Escauquiz broached the matter to the ambassador in June 1807, the latter only asked that he should be given full assurance that the Prince of the Asturias would carry out his design. No private interview could be managed between them in the existing state of Spanish court etiquette, and with the spies of God lurking in every corner. But by a prearranged code of signals, Ferdinand certified to Beauharnais at one of the royal levées that he had given all his confidence to Escauquiz, and that the latter was really acting in his name. The ambassador therefore undertook to transmit to his master at Paris any document which the prince might entrust to him. Hence there came to be written the celebrated letter of October 11, 1807, in which Ferdinand implored the pity of the hero sent by Providence to save Europe from anarchy, to strengthen tottering thrones, and to give to the nations peace and felicity. His father, he said, was surrounded by malignant and astute intriguers who had estranged him from his son. But one word from Paris would suffice to discomfort such persons and to open the eyes of his loved parents to the just grievances of their child. As a token of amity and protection, he ventured to ask Bonaparte for the hand of some lady of his august house. He does not seem to have had any particular one in his eye, as the demand is made in the most general terms. The choice would really have lain between the eldest daughter of Lucien Bonaparte, who was then, as usual, on strained terms with his brother, and one of the numerous kinswomen of the Empress Josephine. Gaudí was so well served by his numerous spies that the news of the letter addressed to Bonaparte was soon conveyed to him. He resolved to take advantage to the full of the mistake which the prince had made in opening a correspondence with a foreign power behind the back of his father. He contrived an odious scene. He induced the old king to make a sudden descent on his son's apartments on the night of October 27, with an armed guard at his back, to accuse him publicly of aiming at dethroning or even murdering his parents, and to throw him into solitary confinement. Ferdinand's papers were sequestrated, but there was found among them nothing of importance except the 2 documents denouncing Gaudí, which the prince had composed or copied out under the direction of his advisor Escauquiz, and a cipher code which was discovered to have belonged to the prince's late wife, and to have been used by her in her private letters to her mother, the Queen of Naples. There was absolutely nothing that proved any intention on the part of Ferdinand to commit himself to overt treason, though plenty to show his deep discontent and his hatred for the Prince of the Peace. The only act that an honest critic could call disloyal was the attempt to open up a correspondence with Napoleon. But God thought that he had found his opportunity of crushing the heir to the throne and even of removing him from the succession. He caused Charles IV to publish an extraordinary manifesto to his subjects, in which he was made to speak as follows: God, who watches over all creation, does not permit the success of atrocious designs against an innocent victim. His omnipotence has just delivered me from an incredible catastrophe. My people, my faithful subjects, know my Christian life, my regular conduct. They all love me and give me constant proof of their veneration, the reward due to a parent who loves his children. I was living in perfect confidence when an unknown hand delated to me the most enormous and incredible plot, hatched in my own palace against my person. The preservation of my life, which has been already several times in danger, should have been the special charge of the heir to my throne, but blinded and estranged from all those Christian principles in which my paternal care and love have reared him, he has given his consent to a plot to dethrone me. Taking in hand the investigation of the matter, I surprised him in his apartments and found in his hands the cipher which he used to communicate with his evil counselors. I have thrown several of these criminals into prison and have put my son under arrest in his own abode. This necessary punishment adds another sorrow to the many which already afflict me, but as it is the most painful of all, it is also the most necessary of all to carry out. Meanwhile, I publish the facts. I do not hide from my subjects the grief that I feel, which can only be lessened by the proofs of loyalty which I know that they will display. Charles was therefore made to charge his son with a deliberate plot to dethrone him, and even to hint that his life had been in danger. The only possible reason for the formulating of this most unjustifiable accusation must have been that God thought that he might now dare to sweep away the Prince of the Asturias from his path by imprisonment or exile. There can be no other explanation for the washing in public of so much of the dirty linen of the palace. Ferdinand, by his craven conduct, did his best to help his enemies' designs. In abject fear, he delated to the king the names of Escaiquiz and his other confidants, the Dukes of Infantado and San Carlos. He gave full particulars of his attempt to communicate with Napoleon and of all his correspondence with his partisans, even acknowledging that he had given Infantado that undated commission as Captain General of New Castile, to come into effect when he himself should become king, which we have already had occasion to mention. This act, it must be owned, was a little unseemly, but if it had really borne the sinister meaning that God chose to put upon it, we may guess that Ferdinand would never have divulged it. In addition, the prince wrote the disgusting letter of supplication to his father, which has been already quoted, owning that he had lied the other night, and asking leave to kiss his Majesty's royal feet. It is beyond dispute that this epistle, with another similar one to the Queen, was written after a stormy interview with God. The favorite had been allowed by his master and mistress to visit Ferdinand in prison and to bully him into writing these documents, which, as he hoped, would ruin the prince's reputation forever with every man of heart and honor. God was wrong here. What struck the public mind far more than the prince's craven tone was the unseemliness of publishing to the world his miserable letters. That a Prince Royal of Spain should have been terrified by an upstart charlatan like Gade into writing such words maddened all who read them. Napoleon was delighted to see the royal family of Spain putting itself in such an odious light. He only intervened on a side issue by sending peremptory orders that in any proceedings taken against the Prince of the Asturias no mention was to be made of himself or of his ambassador, i.e. the matter of the secret appeal to France. The one thing for which Ferdinand could be justly blamed was not to be allowed to transpire. It was probably this communication from Paris which saved Ferdinand from experiencing the full consequences of Gade's wrath. If any public trial took place, it was certain that either Ferdinand or some of his friends would speak of the French intrigue, and if the story came out, Napoleon would be angry. The mere thought of this possibility so worked upon the favorite that he suddenly resolved to stop the impeachment of the prince. In return for his humiliating prayers for mercy, he was given a sort of ungracious pardon. The voice of nature, so ran the turgid proclamation which God dictated to the old king, disarms the hand of vengeance. I forgive my son, and will restore him to my good graces when his conduct shall have proved him a truly reformed character. Ferdinand was left dishonored and humiliated. He had been accused of intended parricide, made to betray his friends, and to confess plots which he had never formed, and then pardoned. God hoped that he was so ruined in the eyes of the Spanish people, and what was more important, in the eyes of Napoleon, that there would be no more trouble with him, a supposition in which he grievously erred. After a decent interval, the prince's fellow conspirators, Escaquiz and Infantado, were acquitted of high treason by the court before which they had been sent, and allowed to go free. Of the dreadful accusations made in the proclamation of Oct. 30 nothing more was heard. The whole of the affair of the Escurial, as the arrest, imprisonment, and forgiveness of Ferdinand came to be called, took place between the 27th of October and the 5th of November, dates at which it is pretty certain that Napoleon's unscrupulous designs against the royal house of Spain had long been matured. The open quarrel of the imbecile father and the cowardly son only helped him in his plans by making more manifest than ever the deplorable state of the Spanish court. It served as a useful plea to justify acts of aggression which must have been planned many months before. If it had never taken place, it is still certain that Napoleon would have found some other plea for sweeping out the worthless House of Bourbon from the Peninsula. He had begun to collect armies at the roots of the Pyrenees without any obvious military necessity, some weeks before Ferdinand was arrested. When that simple fact is taken into consideration, we see at once the hollowness of his plea, elaborated during his exile at St. Helena, that it was the disgraceful explosion of family hatred in the Spanish royal house that first suggested to him the idea of removing the whole generation of Bourbons and giving Spain a new king and a new dynasty. Note to Chapter 2. It may perhaps be worthwhile to give, for what it is worth, a story which I find in the Vaughan papers concerning the causes of the final quarrel between God and the Prince of the Asturias, ending in the arrest of the latter and the whole affair of the Escurial. Among Vaughan's large collection of miscellaneous papers is a long document addressed to him by one of his Spanish friends, purporting to give the secret history of the rupture. The narrative is said by the author to have been obtained from the mouth of the minister Caballero, who would certainly have had the best means of gaining court intelligence in October 1807. The tale runs as follows. The Queen had for many years been accustomed to make secret visits to Gaudi's palace under cover of the dark, escorted only by a lady-in-waiting and a single body servant. The sentinels round the palace had been designedly so placed that none of them covered the postern door by which Her Majesty was accustomed to pass in and out. One night in the autumn of 1807, the whole system of the palace guards was suddenly changed without the Queen's knowledge, and when she returned from her excursion, she ran into the arms of a corporal's guard placed in front of the privy entrance. The men, fortunately for Maria Luisa, did not recognize the three muffled figures who fell into their clutches, and allowed them to buy their way in for an onza d'oro or gold $20 piece. But when Gaudy and the Queen talked the matter over, and found that King Charles had ordered the inconvenient alterations in the sentinels, they came to the conclusion that Ferdinand had deliberately induced his father to change the posts of the guard, with the object either of stopping his mother's exits or of making a public scandal by causing her to be arrested at this strange place and hour. The prince chanced to have had a private conversation with his father on the previous day, and this might well have been its result. In high wrath, the story proceeds, the Queen and the favorite resolved to crush Ferdinand at once, and to get him excluded from the succession. They chose the very inadequate excuse of the letter of the prince to Napoleon, of which they had perfect cognizance from the very moment of its being written. But we are assured they were quite wrong in their suspicions, the originator of the movement of the sentries which had so disconcerted them, having been Baron Versige, the newly appointed colonel of the Walloon Guards. He had got the king's leave to rearrange the watching of the palace, and going round it had spied the private door, which he had blocked with a new picket, quite unaware of the purpose for which it had been used for so many years. This Versige, it will be remembered, served under Palafox, and was killed in Aragon during the first year of the war. I should imagine the whole tale to be an ingenious fiction, in spite of the name of Caballero cited in its support. Of that personage Napoleon wrote Nap, Corresp, 14,015, il a une très mauvaise réputation, c'est out dire que de dire qu'il était l'homme de confiance de la Réunion. But the story was current in Spain very soon after the alleged adventure took place. Section I, Chapter 3. The Conquest of Portugal. There is certainly no example in history of a kingdom conquered in so few days and with such small trouble as was Portugal in 1807, that a nation of 3 million souls, which in earlier days had repeatedly defended itself with success against numbers far greater than those now employed against it, should yield without firing a single shot was astonishing. It is a testimony not only to the timidity of the Portuguese government, but to the numbing power of Napoleon's name. The force destined by the Treaty of Fontainebleau for the invasion of Portugal consisted of Junot's army of the Gironde, 25,000 strong, and of 3 auxiliary Spanish corps amounting in all to about the same numbers. Of these, one coming from Galicia was to strike at Oporto and the lower Douro. Another from Badajoz was to take the fortress of Elvas, the southern bulwark of Portugal, and then to march on Lisbon by the left bank of the Tagus. These were flanking operations. The main blow at the Portuguese capital was to be dealt by Junot himself, strengthened by a 3rd Spanish force. They were to concentrate at Salamanca and Ciudad Rodrigo and make for Lisbon by the high road that passes by Almeida and Coimbra. The army of the Gironde crossed the Bidasoa on October 18. By the 12th of November, it had arrived at Salamanca, having cover miles in 25 days, very leisurely marching at the rate of 12 miles a day. The Spaniards would not have been pleased to know that, by Napoleon's orders, engineer officers were secretly taking sketches of every fortified place and defile that the army passed, and preparing reports as to the resources of all the towns of Old Castile and Leon. This was one of the many signs of the emperor's ultimate designs. On the 12th of November, in consequence, we cannot doubt of the outbreak of the troubles of October 27 at the Spanish court. Junot suddenly received new orders, telling him to hurry. He was informed that every day which intervened before his arrival at Lisbon was time granted to the Portuguese in which to prepare resistance, possibly also time in which England, who had plenty of troops in the Mediterranean, might make up her mind to send military aid to her old ally. Junot was directed to quicken his pace and to strike before the enemy could mature plans of defense. For this reason, he was told to change his route. The emperor had originally intended to invade the country over the usual line of attack from Spain by Almeida and Coimbra, which Massena was to take 3 years later in 1810. But when the events at the Escurial showed that a crisis was impending in Spain, Napoleon changed his mind. There was the fortress of Almeida in the way, which might offer resistance and cause delay, and beyond were nearly 200 miles of difficult mountain roads. Looking at his maps, Napoleon saw that there was a much shorter way to Lisbon by another route, down the Tagus. From Alcantara, the Spanish frontier town on that river, to Lisbon is only 120 miles, and there is no fortress on the way. The maps could not show the emperor that this road was for half of its length, a series of rocky defiles through an almost unpeopled wilderness. Orders were therefore sent to Junot to transfer his base of operations from Salamanca to Alcantara and to march down the Tagus. The Spaniards, according to their orders, had collected the magazines for feeding Junot's force at Salamanca and Ciudad Rodrigo, but for that Napoleon cared little. He wrote that the army must take the shortest road at all costs, whatever the difficulty of getting supplies. I will not have the march of the army delayed for a single day. He added, 20,000 men can feed themselves anywhere, even in a desert. It was indeed a desert that Junot was ordered to cross. The hill road from Ciudad Rodrigo to Alcantara, which hugs the Portuguese frontier, has hardly a village on it. It crosses ridge after ridge, ravine after ravine. In November, the rains had just set in, and every torrent was full. Over this stony wilderness, by the pass of Perels, the French army rushed in 5 days, but at the cost of dreadful privations. When it reached Alcantara, half the horses had perished of cold. All the guns, but 6 had been left behind, stranded at various points on the road, and of the infantry more than a quarter was missing, the famished men having scattered in all directions to find food. If there had been a Portuguese force watching Alcantara, Junot must have waited for many days to get his army together again, all the more so because every cartridge that his men were carrying had been spoiled by the wet. But there were no enemies near. Junot found at the Great Tagus Bridge only a few Spanish battalions and guns on the way to join his army. Confiscating their munitions to fill his men's pouches and their food to provide them with 2 days' rations, Junot rushed on again upon the 19th of November. He found, to his surprise, that there was no road suitable for wheeled traffic along the Tagus Valley, but only a poor track running along the foot of the mountains to Castelo Branco, the sole Portuguese town in this part of the frontier. The march from Alcantara to Abrantes proved even more trying than that from Ciudad Rodrigo to Alcantara. It was through a treeless wilderness of grey granite, seamed with countless ravines. The rain continued, the torrents were even fuller than before, the country even more desolate than the Spanish side of the border. It was only after terrible sufferings that the head of the column reached Abrantes on November 23. The rear trailed in on the 26th. All the guns, except 4 Spanish pieces of horse artillery, had fallen behind. The cavalry was practically dismounted. Half the infantry was marauding off the road, or resting deadbeat in the few poor villages that it had passed. If there had been even 5,000 Portuguese troops at Abrantes, the French would have been brought to a stop. But instead of hostile battalions, Junot found there only an anxious diplomatist named Barredo, sent by the Prince Regent to stop his advance by offers of servile submission to the emperor and proffers of tribute. Reassured as to the possibility that the Portuguese might have been intending armed resistance, Junot now took a most hazardous step. Choosing the least disorganized companies of every regiment, he made up 4 battalions of picked men and pushed on again for Lisbon, now only 75 miles distant. This time he had neither a gun nor a horseman left, but he struggled forward, and on the 30th of November entered the Portuguese capital at the head of 1,500 weary soldiers, all that had been able to endure to the end. They limped in utterly exhausted, their clothes in rags, and their cartridges so soaked through that they could not have fired a shot had they been attacked. If the mob of Lisbon had fallen on them with sticks and stones, the starving invaders must have been driven out of the city. But nothing of the kind happened, and Junot was able to install himself as governor of Portugal without having to strike a blow. It was 10 days before the last of the stragglers came up from the rear, and even more before the artillery appeared and the cavalry began to remount itself with confiscated horses. Meanwhile, the Portuguese were digesting the fact that they had allowed 500 famished, half-armed men to seize their capital. While Junot had been rushing on from Salamanca to Alcantara, and from Alcantara to Abrantes, Lisbon had been the scene of much pitiful commotion. The Prince Regent had long refused to believe that Napoleon really intended to dethrone him, and had been still occupying himself with futile schemes for propitiating the emperor. Of his courtiers and generals, hardly one counseled resistance. There was no talk of mobilizing the dilapidated army of some 30,000 men which the country was supposed to possess, or of calling out the militia which had done such good service in earlier wars with Spain and France. Prince John contented himself with declaring war on England on the 20th of October, and with garrisoning the coast batteries which protect Lisbon against attacks from the sea. Of these signs of obedience, he sent reports to Napoleon. On the 8th of November, he seized the persons of the few English merchants who still remained in Portugal. The majority had wisely absconded in October. At the same time, he let the British government know that he was at heart their friend and only driven by brute force to his present course. He even permitted their ambassador, Lord Strangford, to linger in Lisbon. In a few days, the regent began to see that Napoleon was inexorable. His ambassador from Paris was sent back to him and reported that he had passed on the way the army of Junot marching by Burgos on Salamanca. Presently an English fleet under Sir Sidney Smith, the hero of Acre, appeared at the mouth of the Tagus and declared Lisbon in a state of blockade. The natural reply to the regent's declaration of war and seizure of English residents. Other reasons existed for the blockade. There had lately arrived in the Tagus a Russian squadron on its homeward way from the Mediterranean. The Tsar Alexander was at this time Napoleon's eager ally and had just declared war on England. It seemed wise to keep an eye on these ships, whose arrival appeared to synchronize in a most suspicious way with the approach of Junot. Moreover, there was the Portuguese fleet to be considered. If the Prince Regent intended to hand it over to the French, it would have to be dealt with in the same way as the Danish fleet had been treated a few months before. Lord Strangford retired on board Sidney Smith's flagship, the Hibernia, and from thence continued to exchange notes with the miserable Portuguese government. The regent was still hesitating between sending still more abject proposals of submission to Bonaparte and the only other alternative, that of getting on board his fleet and crossing the Atlantic to the great Portuguese colony in Brazil. The news that Junot had reached Alcantara only confused him still more. He could not make up his mind to leave his comfortable palace at Mafra, his gardens, and the countless chapels and shrines in which his soul delighted, in order to dare the unaccustomed horrors of the deep. On the other hand, he feared that, if he stayed, he might ere long find himself a prisoner of state in some obscure French castle. At last his mind was made up for him from without. Lord Strangford, on the 25th of November, received a copy of the Paris Moniteur of the 13th of October, in which appeared a proclamation in the true Napoleonesque vein, announcing that the House of Braganza had ceased to reign in Europe. The celerity with which the paper had been passed on from Paris to London and from London to Lisbon was most fortunate, as it was just not too late for the prince to fly, though far too late for him to think of defending himself. Junot was already at Abrantes, but during the 4 days which he spent between that place and Lisbon, the die was cast. Abandoning his wonted indecision, the regent hurried on shipboard his treasure, his state papers, his insane mother, his young family, and all the hangers-on of his court. The whole fleet, 15 men of war, was crowded with official refugees and their belongings. More than 20 merchant vessels were hastily manned and freighted with other inhabitants of Lisbon, who determined to fly with their prince. Merchants and nobles alike preferred the voyage to Rio de Janeiro to facing the dreaded French. On the 29th of November, the whole convoy passed out of the mouth of the Tagus and set sail for the west. When he toiled in on the 30th, Junot found the birds flown and took possession of the dismantled city. Junot's Spanish auxiliaries were, as might have been expected from the national character and the deplorable state of the government, much slower than their French allies. Solano and the Southern Army did not enter Portugal till the 2nd of December, 3 days after Lisbon had fallen. Taranco and the Galician Corps only reached Oporto on the 13th of December. To neither of them was any opposition offered. The sole show of national feeling which they met was that the governor of Valenza closed his gates and would not admit the Spaniards till he heard that Lisbon was in the enemy's hands and that the Prince Regent had abandoned the country. Junot at first made some attempt to render himself popular and to keep his troops in good discipline, but it was impossible to conciliate the Portuguese. When they saw the exhausted condition and comparatively small numbers of the army that had overrun their realm, they were filled with rage to think that no attempt had been made to strike a blow to save its independence. When on the 13th of December, Junot made a great show out of the ceremony of hauling down the Portuguese flag and of hoisting the tricolor on the public buildings of the metropolis, there broke out a fierce riot, which had to be dispersed with a cavalry charge. But this was the work of the mob. Both the civil and the military authorities showed a servile obedience to Junot's orders, and no one of importance stood forward to head the crowd. The first precautionary measure of the French general was to dissolve the Portuguese army. He ordered the discharge of all men with less than 1 and more than 6 years' service, dissolved the old regimental cadres, and reorganized the 6,000 or 7,000 men left into 9 new corps, which were soon ordered out of the realm. Ultimately, they were sent to the Baltic and remained garrisoned in northern Germany for some years. At the time of the Russian War of 1812, there were still enough of these unhappy exiles left to constitute 3 strong regiments. Nearly all of them perished in the snow during the retreat from Moscow. Further endeavor to make French rule popular in Portugal was soon rendered impossible by orders from Paris. The emperor's mandate not only bade Junot confiscate and realize all the property of the 15,000 persons, small and great, who had fled to Brazil with the Prince Regent. It also commanded him to raise a fine of 100 million francs, 4 millions of our money, from the little kingdom. But the emigrants had carried away nearly half the coined money in Portugal, and the rest had been hidden, leaving nothing but coppers and depreciated paper money visible in circulation. With the best will in the world, Junot found it difficult to begin to collect even the nucleus of the required sum. The heavy taxes and imposts which he levied had no small effect in adding to the discontent of the people, but their total did little more than pay for the maintenance of the invaders. Meanwhile, the troops behaved with the usual license of a French army in a conquered country and repeatedly provoked sanguinary brawls with the peasantry. Military executions of persons who had resisted requisitions by force began as early as January 1808. Nothing was wanting to prepare an insurrection but leaders. Of their appearance there was no sign. The most spirited members of the upper classes had gone off with the regent. Those who had remained were the miserable bureaucrats which despotic governments always breed. They were ready to serve the stranger if they could keep their posts and places. A discreditable proportion of the old state servants acquiesced in the new government. The Patriarch of Lisbon issued a fulsome address in praise of Napoleon. The members of the provisional government, which the regent had nominated on his departure, mostly submitted to Junot. There was little difficulty found in collecting a deputation, imposing by its numbers and by the names of some of its personnel, which traveled to Bayonne to compliment Bonaparte and request him to grant some definite form of government to Portugal. The emperor treated them in a very offhand way, asked them if they would like to be annexed to Spain, and on their indignant repudiation of that proposal, sent them off with a few platitudes to the effect that the lot of a nation depends upon itself, and that his eye was upon them. But this interview only took place in April 1808, when events in Spain were assuming a very different aspect from that which they displayed at the moment of Junot's first seizure of Lisbon. Section I, Chapter IV. The French aggression in Spain, abdication of Charles IV. The affair of the Escurial added some complications to the situation of affairs in Spain from Napoleon's point of view, but there was nothing in it to make him alter the plans which he was at this moment carrying out. If the Bourbons were to be evicted from Spain, it made the task somewhat easier to find that the heir to the throne was now in deep disgrace. It would be possible to urge that by his parricidal plots he had forfeited any rights to the kingdom which he had hitherto possessed. In dealing with the politics of Spain, he might for the future be disregarded, and there would be no one to take into consideration save the king and queen and God. All three were, as the emperor knew, profoundly unpopular. If anything had been needed to make the nation more discontented, it was the late scandalous events at the Escurial. Nothing could be more convenient than that the favorite and his sovereigns should sink yet further into the abyss of unpopularity. Napoleon therefore went steadily on with his plans for pushing more and more French troops into Spain, with the object of occupying all the main strategical points in the kingdom. The only doubtful point in his schemes is whether he ultimately proposed to seize on the persons of the royal family, or whether he intended by a series of threatening acts to scare them off to Mexico, as he had already scared the Prince of Portugal off to Rio de Janeiro. It is on the whole probable that he leaned to the latter plan. Every week, the attitude of the French armies became more aggressive, and the language of their master more haughty and sinister. The tone in which he had forbidden the court of Spain to allow any mention of himself or his ambassador to appear during the trial of Prince Ferdinand and his fellow conspirators had been menacing in the highest degree. After the occupation of Portugal, no further allusion had been made to the project for proclaiming Gaudi Prince of the Algarves. His name was never mentioned either to the Portuguese or to the officers of Junot. The favorite soon saw that he had been duped, but was too terrified to complain. Instead of leaving the newly arrived division to guard the passes, Dupont called it down to join him in the valley of the Guadalquivir. With the assistance of Vedel's troops, he considered himself strong enough to make head against the Spanish army under Castaños, which was commencing to draw near to Andujar. Keeping his original force at that town, a great center of roads, but a malarious spot whose hospitals were already crowded with 600 sick, he placed Vettel at Bailen, a place 16 miles further east, but still in the plain, though the foothills of the Sierra Morna begin to rise just behind it. To assert himself and strike terror into the insurgents, Dupont ordered one of Vettel's brigades to make a forced march to Yeen, the capital of a province and a considerable focus of rebellion. This expedition scattered the local levies, took and sacked Yeen, and then returned in safety to Bailen. Meanwhile, Castaños was drawing near. He had now had a month in which to organize his army. Like Blake in Galicia, he had used the recruits of Andalusia to fill up the gaps in the depleted battalions of the regular army. But less fortunate than his colleague in the north, he had not been able to prevent the juntas of Seville and Granada from creating a number of new volunteer corps, and had been obliged to incorporate them in his field army, where they were a source of weakness rather than of strength. His total force was some 33,000 or 34,000 men, of whom 600 were cavalry, for in this arm he was far better provided than was the army of the north. The whole was organized in 4 divisions, under Generals Redaing, Coupigny, Felix Jones, an Irish officer, in spite of his Welsh name, and La Peña. In addition, there was a flying brigade of new levies under Colonel Kreutzmergen, which was pushed forward along the routes of the mountains at a considerable distance in front of the main body. It was ordered to harass Dupont's northern flank and to cut his communications with Bailen and La Carolina. With 16,000 or 17,000 men, including nearly 3,500 cavalry, Dupont ought to have been able to contain Castaños, if not to beat him. The proportion of his forces to those of the enemy was not much less than that which Bessieres had possessed at Medina de Rio Seco. But unfortunately for himself and his master, Dupont was far from possessing the boldness and the skill of the marshal. By assuming not a vigorous offensive, but a timid defensive along a protracted front, he threw away his chances. The line which he had resolved to hold was that of the upper Guadalquivir, from Andujar to the next passage up the river, the ferry of Mengibar, 8 miles from Bailen. This gave a front of some 15 miles to hold. But unfortunately, even when drawn out to this length, the 2 divisions of Barbu and Vettel did not cover all the possible lines of attack which Castaños might adopt. He might still march past them and cut them off from the defiles of the Morna by going a little higher up the river and crossing it near Biza and Ubeda. Dupont was wrong to take this line of defense at all. Unless he was prepared to attack the army of Andalusia in the open, he should have retired to Bailen or to La Carolina, where he would have been able to cover the passes for as long as he might choose, since he could not have had either of his flanks turned. Meanwhile, he was gratified to hear that further reinforcements were being sent to him. Unreasonably disquieted about Andalusia, as Napoleon thought, Savary proceeded to send a 3rd division to aid Dupont. This was Gobert's, the 2nd of Moncey's corps. It started from Madrid not quite complete, and left strong detachments at the more important towns along the road through La Mancha. Though originally 17 battalions strong, it reached the northern slope of the Sierra Morna with only 10. Savary had not intended it to go any further. He had told Dupont that it was to be used to cover his retreat, if a retreat became necessary, but not for active operations in Andalusia. But disregarding these directions, Dupont commanded Gobert to cross the Morna and come down to join Vettel. This he did, bringing with him 9 provisional battalions and the 2nd Provisional Regiment of Cuirassiers, perhaps 5,000 men in all. There were now over 20,000 French on the south side of the mountain, a force amply sufficient to deal with Castaños and his 33,000 Andalusians, but they were still widely scattered. Dupont lay at Andujar with 9,000 or 10,000 sabres and bayonets. Vettel was 16 miles away at Bailen, with 6,000 men, of whom 0 under General Ligerbelair were pushed forward to the ferry of Mengibar. Gobert was at La Carolina, at the foot of the passes, with 5 battalions about him, and a 6th encamped on the summit of the defile. He had sent forward the remainder of his division, the 4 battalions of the 6th Provisional Regiment and half the 2nd Provisional Cuirassiers, to join Dupont at Andujar, so that he had not more than 2,800 bayonets and cavalry with him. Castaños, meanwhile, had brought up his whole army, with the exception of the flying corps of Kriegsmarine, to a line close in front of Andujar. The heads of his columns were at Arjona and Arganilla, only 5 miles from Dupont. On July 11, the Spanish generals held a council of war at Porcunia and drew out their plan of operations. Since the enemy seemed to be still quiescent, they resolved to attack him in his chosen position behind the river. Castaños, in person, with the divisions of Jones and La Peña, 12,000 strong, undertook to keep Dupont employed by delivering an attack on Andujar, which he did not intend to press home unless he got good news from his 2nd and 3rd columns. Meanwhile, 6 miles up the river, Coupigny with the 2nd Division, nearly 8,000 strong, was to attempt to cross the Guadalquivir by the ford of Villanueva. Lastly, Redaing with the 1st Division, the best and most numerous of the whole army, 10,000 strong, was to seize the ferry of Menjabar and march on Bailen. Here he was to be joined by Coupigny, and the 2 corps were then to fall upon the rear of Dupont's position at Andujar, while Castaños was besetting it in front. It was their aim to surround and capture the whole of the French division, if its general did not move away before the encircling movement was complete. Meanwhile, the flying column of Kriegsmarine, about 3,000 strong, was to cross the Guadalquivir below Andujar, throw itself into the mountains in the north, and join hands with Redaing and Coupigny behind the back of Dupont. This plan, though ultimately crowned with success, was perilous in the highest degree. But Castaños had seriously underestimated the total force of Dupont, as well as misconceived his exact position. He was under the impression that the main body of the French, which he did not calculate at more than 12,000 or 14,000 men, was concentrated at Andujar, and that there were nothing more than weak detachments at Menjabar, Bailen, or La Carolina. These, he imagined, could not stand before Redaing, and when the latter had once got to the northern bank of the river, he would easily clear the way for Coupigny to cross. But as a matter of fact, Vedel had 0 men at Menjabar and Bailen, with 3,000 more under Gobert within a short march of him. If the Spanish plan had been punctually carried out, Redaing should have suffered a severe check at the hands of these 2 divisions, while Dupont could easily have dealt with Castaños at Andujar. Coupigny, if he got across at Villanueva, while the divisions on each side of him were beaten off, would have been in a very compromised position and could not have dared to push forward. But in this curious campaign, the probable never happened, and everything went in the most unforeseen fashion. On July 13, the Spanish plan began to be carried out, Redaing marching for Menjabar and Coupigny for Villanueva. Castaños kept quiet at Arganilla till his lieutenants should have reached the points which they were to attack. On the same day, Dupont received the news of Moncey's repulse before Valencia and made up his mind that he must persevere in his defensive attitude without making any attempt to mass his troops and fall upon the enemy in his front. Just at the moment when his enemies were putting the game into his hands, by dividing themselves into 3 columns separated from each other by considerable gaps, he relinquished every intention of taking advantage of their fault. On July 14, Redaing appeared in front of the ferry of Menjabar and pushed back beyond the river the outlying pickets of Ligerbelaire's detachment. He made no further attempt to press the French, but Dupont, disquieted about an attack on this point, ordered Gobert to bring down the remains of his division to Bailen to join Vedel. Next morning, the Spaniards began to develop their whole plan. Castaños appeared on a long front opposite Andujar and made a great demonstration against the position of Dupont, using all his artillery and showing heads of columns at several points. Coupigny came down to the river at Villanueva and got engaged with a detachment which was sent out from Andujar to hold the ford. Redaing, making a serious attempt to push forward, crossed the Guadalquivir at Menjabar and attacked Ligerbelaire. But Vedel came up to the support of his lieutenant, and when the Swiss general found, quite contrary to his expectation, a whole division deployed against him, he ceased to press his advance and retired once more beyond the river. Nothing decisive had yet happened, but the next day was to be far more important. The operations opened with 2 gross faults made by the French. Dupont had been so much impressed with the demonstration made against him by Castaños that he judged himself hopelessly outnumbered at Andujar and sent to Vedel for reinforcements. He bade him send a battalion or 2, or even a whole brigade, if the force that he had fought at Menjabar seemed weak and unenterprising. This was an error, for Castaños only outnumbered the French at Andujar by 2,000 or 3,000 men and was not really to be feared. But Vettel made a worse slip. Despising Redaing overmuch, he marched on Bailen, not with one brigade, but with his whole division, save the original detachment of 2 battalions under Liger-Belair, which remained to watch Menjabar. Starting at midnight, he reached Andujar at 2 on the afternoon of the 16th, to find that Castaños had done no more than repeat his demonstration of the previous day and had been easily held back. Cruzmergen's levies, which the Spanish general had pushed over the river below Andujar, had received a sharp repulse when they tried to molest Dupont's flank. Coupigny had made an even feebler show than his chief at the ford of Villanueva and had not passed the Guadalquivir. But Redaing, on the morning of the 16th, had woken up to unexpected vigor. He had forded the river near Menjabar and fallen on Liger-Belair's detachment for the second time. Hard pressed, the French brigadier had sent for succor to Bailen, whither Gobert had moved down when Vettel marched for Andujar. The newly arrived general came quickly to the aid of the compromised detachment, but he was very weak, for he had left a battalion at La Carolina and sent another with a squadron of cuirassiers to Liniers to guard against a rumored movement of the Spaniards along the upper Guadalquivir. He only brought with him 3 battalions and cavalry, and this was not enough to contain Redaing. The 4,000 men of the 2 French detachments were outnumbered by more than 2 to 1. They suffered a thorough defeat, and Gobert was mortally wounded. His brigadier, Duffer, who took over the command, fell back on Bailen 8 miles to the rear. Next morning, though not pressed by Redaing, he retired towards La Carolina to prevent himself being cut off from the passes, for he credited a false rumor that the Spaniards were detaching troops by way of Liniers to seize the Despeña-Perros. Dupont heard of Gobert's defeat on the evening of the 16th. It deranged all his plans, for it showed him that the enemy were not massed in front of Andujar, as he supposed, but had a large force far up the river. 2 courses were open to him, either to march on Bailen with his whole army in order to attack Redaing, and to reopen the communications with La Carolina and the passes, or to fall upon Castaños and the troops in his immediate front. An enterprising officer would probably have taken the latter alternative, and could not have failed of success, for the whole French army in Andalusia, save the troops of Belair and Duffer, was now concentrated at Andujar, and not less than 15,000 bayonets and 0 sabres were available for an attack on Castaños' 12,000 men. Even if Coupigny joined his chief, the French would have almost an equality in numbers and a great superiority in cavalry and guns. There cannot be the slightest doubt that the Spaniards would have suffered a defeat, and then it would have been possible to expel Redaing from Bailen without any danger of interference from other quarters. But in a moment of evil inspiration, Dupont chose to deprive himself of the advantage of having practically his whole army concentrated on one spot, and determined to copy the error of the Spaniards by splitting his force into 2 equal halves. He resolved to retain his defensive position in front of Andujar and to keep there his original force, Barbou's infantry and Fraser's horse. But Vettel with his own men, the 4 battalions from Gobert's division which were at Andujar, and cavalry, was sent off to Bailen, where he was directed to rally the beaten troops of Duffer and Liger-Belair, and then to fall upon Redaing and chase him back beyond the Guadalquivir. On the morning, therefore, of July 17, Vettel set out with some 6,000 men and marched to Bailen. Arriving there, he found that Duffer had evacuated the place and had hurried on to La Carolina on the false hypothesis that Redaing had pushed past him to seize the passes. As a matter of fact, the Spaniard had done nothing of the kind. After his success at Menjabar, he had simply retired to his camp by the river and given his men 24 hours' rest. It was a strange way to employ the day after a victory, but his quiescence chanced to have the most fortunate effect. Vettel, on hearing that Duffer had hastened away to defend La Carolina and the passes, resolved to follow him. He was so inexcusably negligent that he did not even send a cavalry reconnaissance towards Menjabar to find out whether any Spanish force remained there. Had he done so, he would have found Redaing's whole division enjoying their well-earned siesta. In the direction of La Carolina and the passes there was no enemy save a small flanking column of 1,800 raw levies under the Count of Valdecañas, which lay somewhere near Liniers. Map of the Battle of Bailén. Enlarged Battle of Bailén, July 19, 1808, at the moment of Dupont's third attack. Map of Andalusia. Enlarged part of Andalusia, between Andujar and the passes, July 19, 1808. On the night of the 17th, Wedel and his men, tired out by a long march of over 20 miles, slept at Guaroman, halfway between Bailén and La Carolina. Dufer and Ligerbelair had reached the last-named place in Santa Elena and had found no Spaniards near them. On the morning of the 18th, Wedel followed them and united his troops to theirs. He had then some 10,000 or 11,000 men concentrated in and about La Carolina, with one single battalion left at Guaroman to keep up his touch with Dupont. The latter had been entirely deceived by the false news which Wedel had sent him from Bailén, to the effect that Redaing and his corps had marched for the passes, in order to cut the French communications with Madrid. Believing the story, he forwarded to his subordinate an approval of his disastrous movement, and bade him instantly attack and crush the Spanish force before him, and after disposing of it, return as quickly as possible to Andujar to deal with the troops of the enemy in that direction. Unfortunately, as we have seen, there was no Spanish corps at all in front of Wedel, but by the time that he discovered the fact, it was too late for him to rejoin Dupont without a battle. His troops were tired out with 2 night marches. There were no supplies of food to be got anywhere but at La Carolina, and he decided that he must halt for at least 12 hours before returning to join Dupont. Meanwhile, on the morning of the 18th, Redaing's 9,500 men, of who were cavalry, had been joined by Coupigny and the 2nd Andalusian Division, which amounted to 7,300 foot and horse. Advancing from Menjabar to attack Bailén, they found to their surprise that the place was unoccupied. Wedel's rearguard had left it on the previous afternoon. Redaing intended to march on Andujar from the rear on the next day, being under the full belief that Wedel was still with Dupont, and that the troops which had retired on La Carolina were only the fragments of Gobert's force. For Castaños and his colleagues had drawn up their plan of operations on the hypothesis that the enemy was still concentrated at Andujar. Redaing, therefore, with some 17,000 men, encamped in and about Bailén, intending to start at daybreak on July 19 and to fall on Dupont from behind, while his chief assailed him in front. But already before the sun was up, musket-shots from his pickets to the west announced that the French were approaching from that direction. It was with the head and not with the rear of Dupont's column that Castaños' 1st and 2nd divisions were to be engaged, for the enemy had evacuated Andujar and was in full march for Bailén. On the night of the 17th, Dupont had received the news that Wedel had evacuated Bailén and gone off to the northeast, so that a gap of 30 miles or more now separated him from his lieutenant. He had at first been pleased with the move, as we have seen, but presently he gathered, from the fact that Castaños did not press him, but only assailed him with a distant and ineffective cannonade, that the main stress of the campaign was not at Andujar but elsewhere. The Spanish army was shifting itself eastward, and he therefore resolved that he must do the same, though he would have to abandon his cherished offensive position, his entrenchments, and such part of his supplies as he could not carry with him. Having made up his mind to depart, Dupont would have done wisely to start at once. If he had gone off early on the morning of the 18th, he would have found Redaing and Coupigny not established in position at Bailén, but only just approaching from the south. Probably he might have brushed by their front, or even have given them a serious check, if he had fallen on them without hesitation. But 2 considerations induced the French general to wait for the darkness, and to waste 14 invaluable hours at Andujar. The first was that he hoped by moving at night to escape the notice of Castaños, who might have attacked him if his retreat was open and undisguised. The second was that he wished to carry off his heavy baggage train. Not only had he between 600 and sick to load on his wagons, but there was an enormous mass of other impedimenta, mainly consisting of the plunder of Cordova. French and Spanish witnesses unite in stating that the interminable file of 500 vehicles which clogged Dupont's march was to a very great extent laden with stolen goods, and it was the officers rather than the men who were responsible for this mass of slow-moving transport. It was not, therefore, till 9 in the evening of the 18th that the French general thought fit to move. After barricading and blocking up the bridge of Andujar, he dared not use gunpowder to destroy it for fear of rousing Castaños. He started on his night march. He had with him 13 battalions of infantry and 4.5 regiments of cavalry, with 24 guns, in all about 8,500 foot soldiers and 500 horse, allowing for the losses which he had sustained in sick and wounded during the earlier phases of the campaign. His march was arranged as follows. Chabert's infantry brigade led the van, then came the great convoy. Behind it were the 4 Swiss battalions under Colonel Schramm, which had lately been incorporated with the French army. These again were followed by Panetier's infantry brigade and Dupray's 2 regiments of chasseurs à cheval. The rearguard followed at some distance. It was composed of 2.5 regiments of heavy cavalry, placed under the command of General Prevet, with the 1 veteran infantry battalion which the army possessed, the 500 Marines of the Guard, as also 6 compagnies d'élite picked from the legions of reserve. From the fact that Dupont placed his best troops in this quarter, it is evident that he expected to be fighting a rearguard action, with Castaños in pursuit, rather than to come into contact with Spanish troops drawn up across his line of march. He was ignorant that Redaing and Coupigny had occupied Bailén on the previous day, a fact which speaks badly for his cavalry. With 2,500 horsemen about him, he ought to have known all that was going on in his neighborhood. Probably the provisional regiments, which formed his whole mounted force, were incapable of good work in the way of scouting and reconnaissances. The little town of Bailén is situated in a slight depression of a saddle-backed range of hills, which runs southward out from the Sierra Morna. The road which leads through it passes over the lowest point in the watershed, as is but natural. To the north and south of the town, the heights are better marked. They project somewhat on each flank, so that the place is situated in a sort of amphitheater. The hill to the south of Bailén is called the Serajan, those to the north, the Cerro del Zumacar Chico, and the Cerro del Zumacar Grand. All 3 are bare and bald, without a shrub or tree. None of them are steep. Their lower slopes are quite suitable for cavalry work, and even their rounded summits are not inaccessible to a horseman. The ground to the west of them, over which the French had to advance, is open and level for 1.5 miles. Then it grows more irregular and is thickly covered with olive groves and other vegetation, so that a force advancing over it is hidden from the view of a spectator on the hills above Bailén till it comes out into the open. The wooded ground is about 2.5 miles broad. Its western limit is the ravine of a mountain torrent, the Rumbler or Herrumbler, as the aspirate-loving Andalusians sometimes call it. The road from Andujar to Bailén crosses this stream by a bridge, the only place where artillery can pass the rocky but not very deep depression. It is necessary to say a few words about the ground eastward from Bailén, as this too was not unimportant in the later phases of the battle. Here the road passes through a broad defile rather than a plain. It is entirely commanded by the heights on its northern side, where lies the highest ground of the neighborhood, the Cerro de San Cristobal, crowned by a ruined hermitage. The difference between the approach to Bailén from the west and from the east is that on the former side the traveler reaches the town through a semicircular amphitheater of upland, while by the latter he comes up a 5-shaped valley cut through the hills. Redaing and Coupigny were somewhat surprised by the bicker of musketry, which told them that the French had fallen upon their outposts. But fortunately for them, their troops were already getting under arms, and were bivouacking over the lower slopes of the hills in a position which made it possible to extemporize without much difficulty a line of battle, covering the main road and the approaches to Bailén. They hastily occupied the low amphitheater of hills north and south of the town. Redaing deployed to the right of the road, on the heights of the Cerro del Zumacar Chico, Coupigny to its left on the Serajan. Their force was of a very composite sort, 17 battalions of regulars, 6 of embodied militia, 5 of new Andalusian levies. The units varied hopelessly in size, some having as few as 350 men, others as many as 1,000. They could also dispose of 1,200 cavalry and 16 guns. The greater part of the latter were placed in battery on the central and lowest part of the position, north and south of the high road, and not far in front of Balin. The infantry formed a semicircular double line. In front were deployed battalions near the foot of the amphitheater of hills. In rear, higher up the slope, or concealed behind the crest, was a second line in columns of battalions. The cavalry were drawn up still further to the rear. Finally, as a necessary precaution against the possible arrival of Vettel on the scene from La Carolina, Redaing placed 7 battalions far away to the east, on the other side of Balin, with cavalry pickets out in front to give timely notice of any signs of the enemy in this quarter. These 3,500 men were quite out of the battle as long as Dupont was the only enemy in sight. Before it was fully daylight, General Chabot and his brigade had thrust back the Spanish outposts, but the strength of the insurgent army was quite unknown to him. The morning dusk still lay in the folds of the hills, and he thought that he might possibly have in front of him nothing but some flying column of insignificant strength. Accordingly, after allowing the whole of his brigade to come up, Chabot formed a small line of attack, brought up his battery along the high road to the middle of the amphitheater, between the horns of the Spanish position, and made a vigorous push forward. He operated almost entirely to the south of the road, where, opposite Coupigny's division, the hill was lower and the slope gentler than further north. To dislodge 14,000 men and 20 guns in position with 3,000 men and 6 guns was of course a military impossibility, but Chabot had the excuse that he did not, and could not, know what he was doing. His attempt was of course doomed to failure. His battery was blown to pieces by the Spanish guns, acting from a concentric position the moment that it opened. His 4 battalions, after pushing back Coupigny's skirmishing line for a few hundred yards, were presently checked by the reserves which the Spaniards sent forward. Having come to a stand, they soon had to retire, and with heavy loss. The brigade drew back to the cover of the olive groves behind it, leaving 2 dismounted guns out in the open. Behind Chabot, the enormous convoy was blocking the way as far back as the bridge of the Rumbler. 500 wagons with their 2 or 4 oxen apiece took up, when strung along the road, more than 2.5 miles. Dupont, who rode up at the sound of the cannon, and now clearly saw the Spanish line drawn up on a front of 2 miles north and south of the road, realized that this was no skirmish, but a pitched battle. His action was governed by the fact that he every moment expected to hear the guns of Castaños thundering behind him, and to find that he was attacked in rear as well as in front. He accordingly resolved to deliver a second assault as quickly as possible, before this evil chance might come upon him. With some difficulty, the Swiss battalions, Dupray's brigade of light cavalry, and Prevet's dragoons pushed their way past the convoy and got into the open. They were terribly tired, having marched all night and covered 15 miles of bad road, but their general threw them at once into the fight. Panettia's brigade and the Marines of the Guard were still far to the rear, at or near the bridge of the Rumbler. Dupont's second attack was a fearful mistake. He should at all costs have concentrated his whole army for one desperate stroke, for there was no more chance that 6,000 men could break the Spanish line than there had been that Chabot's 3,000 could do so. But without waiting for Panettia to come up, he delivered his second attack. The 4 Swiss battalions advanced to the north of the road, Chabot's rallied brigade to the south of it. To the right of the latter were Prevet's heavy cavalry, 2.5 regiments strong, with whom Dupont intended to deliver his main blow. They charged with admirable vigor and precision, cut up 2 Spanish battalions which failed to form square in time, and cleared the summit of the Sarajan. But when, disordered with their first success, they rode up against Coupigny's reserves, they failed to break through. Their own infantry was too far to the rear to help them, and after a gallant struggle to hold their ground, the dragoons and cuirassiers fell back to their old position. When they were already checked, Chabot and Schramm pushed forward to try their fortune. Beaten off by the central battery of the Spanish line and its infantry supports, they recoiled to the edge of the olive wood, and there reformed. The French were now growing disheartened, and Dupont saw disaster impending over him so closely that he seems to have lost his head, and to have retained no other idea save that of hurling every man that he could bring up in fruitless attacks on the Spanish center. He hurried up from the rear Panettia's brigade of infantry, leaving at the bridge of the Rumbler only the single battalion of the Marines of the Guard. At 8 o'clock, the reinforcements had come up, and the attack was renewed. This time the main stress was at the northern end of the line, where Panitia was thrown forward, with orders to drive Redang's right wing off the Cerro del Zumacar Grande, while the other battalions renewed their assault against the Spanish center and left. But the exhausted troops on the right of the line, who had been fighting since daybreak, made little impression on Coupigny's front, and Redang's last reserves were brought forward to check and hold off the one fresh brigade of which Dupont could dispose. The fourth attack had failed. The French general had now but one intact battalion, that of the Marines of the Guard, which had been left with the baggage at the bridge over the Rumbler to protect the rear against the possible advent of Castaños. As there were still no signs of an attack from that side, Dupont brought up this corps, ranged it across the road in the center of the line, and drew up behind it all that could be rallied of Chabert's and Panettia's men. The whole formed a sort of wedge, with which he hoped to break through the Spanish center by one last effort. The cavalry advanced on the flanks, Prevet's brigade to the south, Dupray's to the north of the road. Dupont himself, with all his staff around him, placed himself at the head of the Marines and rode in front of the line, waving his sword and calling to the men that this time they must cut their way through. All was in vain. The attack was pressed home. The Marines pushed up to the very muzzles of the Spanish cannon placed across the high road, and Dupray's chasseurs drove in 2 battalions in Redang's right center. But the column could get no further forward. The Marines were almost exterminated. Dupray was shot dead. Dupont received a painful, but not dangerous, wound in the hip and rode to the rear. Then the whole attack collapsed, and the French rolled back in utter disorder to the olive groves which sheltered their rear. The majority of the rank and file of the 2 Swiss regiments in the center threw up the butts of their muskets in the air and surrendered, or rather deserted, to the enemy. At this moment, just as the firing died down at the front, a lively fusillade was heard from another quarter. Kreutzmergen's light column, from the side of the mountains, had come down upon the Rumbler bridge and had begun to attack the small baggage guard which remained with the convoy. All was up. Kreutzmergen was the forerunner of La Peña, and Dupont had not a man left to send to protect his rear. The battalions were all broken up. The wearied infantry had cast themselves down in the shade of the olive groves and could not be induced even to rise to their feet. Most of them were gasping for water, which could not be got, for the stream beds which crossed the field were all dried up, and only at the Rumbler could a drink be obtained. Not 2,000 men out of the Regina, 0 who had started from Andujar, could be got together to oppose a feeble front to Redang and Coupigny. It was only by keeping up a slow artillery fire, from the few pieces that had not been silenced or dismounted, that any show of resistance could be made. When the attack from the rear, which was obviously impending, should be delivered, the whole force must clearly be destroyed. Wishing at least to get some sort of terms for the men whom he had led into such a desperate position, Dupont at 2 o'clock sent his aide-de-camp, Captain Villautres, one of the Emperor's equerries, to ask for a suspension of hostilities from Redang. He offered to evacuate Andalusia, not only with his own troops, but with those of Vedel and Duffer, in return for a free passage to Madrid. This was asking too much, and if the Spanish general had been aware of the desperate state of his adversary, he would not have listened to the proposal for a minute. But he did not know that La Peña was now close in Dupont's rear, while he was fully aware that Vedel, returning too late from the passes, was now drawing near to the field from the north. His men were almost as exhausted as those of Dupont. Many had died from sunstroke in the ranks, and he did not refuse to negotiate. He merely replied that he had no power to treat, and that all communications should be made to his chief, who must be somewhere in the direction of Andujar. He would grant a suspension of arms for a few hours, while a French and a Spanish officer should ride off together to seek for Castaños. Dupont accepted these terms gladly, all the more so because La Peña's division had at last reached the Rumbler bridge, and had announced its approach by 4 cannon shots, fired at regular intervals, as a signal to catch Redang's ear. It was with the greatest difficulty that the commander of the 4th Andalusian Division could be got to recognize the armistice granted by his colleague. He saw the French at his mercy and wanted to fall upon them while they were still in disorder. But after some argument, he consented to halt. Captain Villautres, accompanied by the Spanish Colonel Capons, rode through his lines to look for Castaños. The Spanish commander-in-chief had displayed most blameworthy torpidity on this day. He had let Dupont slip away from Andujar and did not discover that he was gone till dawn had arrived. Then, instead of pursuing at full speed with all his forces, he had sent on La Peña's division, while he lingered behind with that of Felix Jones, surveying the enemy's empty lines. The 4th Division must have marched late and moved slowly, as it only reached the Rumbler Bridge, 12 miles from Andujar. At about 2 p.m., it could easily have been there by 8 or 9 a.m., and might have fallen upon Dupont while he was delivering one of his earlier attacks on the Bailén position. At much the same moment that Villautres and Capons reached Castaños at Andujar, at about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the second half of the French army at last appeared upon the scene. General Vettel had discovered on the 18th that he had nothing to fear from the side of the passes. He therefore called down all Duffer's troops, save 2 battalions left at Santa Elena, united the 2 divisions at La Carolina, and gave orders for their return to Bailén on the following morning. Leaving the bivouac at 5 o'clock, Vettel, with some 9,000 or 9,500 men, marched down the defile for 10 miles as far as the village of Guaraman, which he reached about 9:30 or 10 a.m. The day was hot, the men were tired, and though the noise of a distant cannonade could be distinctly heard in the direction of Bailén, the general told his officers to allow their battalions 2 hours to cook and to rest themselves. By some inexplicable carelessness, the 2 hours swelled to 4, and it was not p.m. that the column started out again to drop down to Bailén. An hour before the French marched, the cannonade, which had been growling in the distance all through the midday rest, suddenly died down. Vettel was in nowise disturbed, and is said to have remarked that his chief had probably made an end of the Spanish corps which had been blocking the road between them. After this astonishing display of sloth and slackness, Vettel proceeded along the road for 10 miles, till he came in sight of the rear of the Spanish position at Bailén. His cavalry soon brought him the news that the troops visible upon the hillsides were enemies. They consisted of the brigade which Redaing had told off at the beginning of the day to hold the height of San Cristobal and the Cerro del Ahorcado against a possible attack from the rear. It was at last clear to Vettel that things had not gone well at Bailén, and that it was his duty to press in upon the Spaniards and endeavor to cut his way through to his chief. He had begun to deploy his troops across the defile, with the object of attacking both the flanking hills, when 2 officers with a white flag rode out towards him. They announced to him that Dupont had been beaten and had asked for a suspension of hostilities, which had been granted. La Peña's troops had stayed their advance, and he was asked to do the same. Either because he doubted the truth of these statements, or because he thought that his appearance would improve Dupont's position, Vettel refused to halt and sent back the Spanish officers to tell Redaing that he should attack him. This he did with small delay, falling on the brigade opposed to him with great fury. Bousard's dragoons charged the troops on the lower slopes of the Cerro del Ahorcado and rode into 2 battalions who were so much relying on the armistice that they were surprised with their arms still piled, cooking their evening meal. 1,000 men were taken prisoners almost without firing a shot. Casagne's infantry attacked the steep height of San Cristobal with less good fortune. His first assault was beaten off, and Vettel was preparing to succor him when a second white flag came out of Bailén. It was carried by a Spanish officer who brought with him de Barberin, one of Dupont's aide-de-camp. The general had sent a written communication ordering Vettel to cease firing and remain quiet, as an armistice had been concluded, and it was hoped that Castaños would consent to a convention. The moment that his answer was received, it should be passed on. Meanwhile, the attack must be stopped and the troops withdrawn. Vettel obeyed. Clearly he could do nothing else, for Dupont was his hierarchical superior, and as far as he could see, was still a free agent. Moreover, de Barberin told him of the very easy terms which the commander-in-chief hoped to get from Castaños. If they could be secured, it would be unnecessary, as well as risky, to continue the attack. For La Peña might very possibly have annihilated the beaten division before Vettel could force his way to its aid, since horse and foot were both fought out, and there was neither strength nor spirit for resistance left among them. Vettel therefore was justified in his obedience to his superior and in his withdrawal to a point 2 miles up the La Carolina road. Meanwhile, Villautres, the emissary of Dupont, had reached the camp of Castaños at Andujar late in the afternoon and laid his chief's proposals before the Spaniard. As might have been expected, they were declined. Dupont was in the trap, and it would have been absurd to let him off so easily. No great objection was made to the retreat of Vettel, but Castaños said that the corps caught between La Peña and Redang must lay down its arms. Early next morning, July 20, Villautres returned with this reply to the French camp. Dupont, meanwhile, had spent a restless night. He had gone round the miserable bivouac of his men to see if they would be in a condition to fight next morning in the event of the negotiations failing. The result was most discouraging. The soldiers were in dire straits for want of water, they had little to eat, and were so worn out that they could not be roused even to gather in the wounded. The brigadiers and colonels reported that they could hold out no prospect of a rally on the morrow. Only Prevet, the commander of the heavy cavalry brigade, spoke in favor of fighting. The others doubted whether even 2,000 men could be got together for a rush at the Spanish lines. When an aide-de-camp, whom Vettel had been allowed to send to his chief, asked whether it would not be possible to make a concerted attack on Redang next morning with the object of disengaging the surrounded division, Dupont told him that it was no use to dream of any such thing. Vettel must prepare for a prompt retreat in order to save himself. No more could be done. At dawn, nothing having been yet settled, La Peña wrote to Dupont threatening that if the 1,000 men who had been captured by Vettel on the previous day were not at once released, he should consider the armistice at an end and order his division to advance. The request was reasonable, as they had been surprised and taken while relying on the suspension of arms. Dupont ordered his subordinate to send them back to Redang's camp. Castaños, meanwhile, was pressing for a reply to his demand for surrender. He had brought up Felix Jones's division to join La Peña's in the early morning, so that he had over 14,000 men massed on the right bank of the Rumbla and ready to attack. Dupont was well aware of this, and had made up his mind to surrender when he realized the hopeless demoralization of his troops. Early in the morning, he called a council of war. The officers present, after a short discussion, drew up and signed a document in which they declared that the honor of the French arms had been sufficiently vindicated by the battle of the previous day, that in accepting the enemy's terms, the commander-in-chief was yielding to evident military necessity, that surrounded by 40,000 enemies, he was justified in averting by an honorable treaty the destruction of his corps. Only the cavalry brigadier Prevet refused to put his name to the paper, on which appear the signatures of 3 generals of division, of the officers commanding the artillery and engineers, of 2 brigadiers, and of 3 commanders of regiments. After this formality was ended, Generals Chabert and Merscott rode out from the French camp and met Castaños. They had orders to make the best terms they could. In a general way, it was recognized that the compromised division could not escape surrender, and that Vettel and Duffer would probably have to evacuate Andalusia and stipulate for a free passage to Madrid. The Spaniards were not, as it seems, intending to ask for much more. But while they were haggling on such petty points as the forms of surrender and the exemption of officers' baggage from search, a new factor was introduced into the discussion. Some irregulars from the Sierra Morena came to Castaños, bringing with them as a prisoner an aide-de-camp of Savary. They had secured his dispatch, which was a peremptory order to Dupont to evacuate Andalusia with all his 3 divisions and fall back towards Madrid. This put a new face on affairs, for Castaños saw that if he conceded a free retreat to Vettel and Duffer, he would be enabling them to carry out exactly the movement which Savary intended. To do so would clearly be undesirable. He therefore interposed in the negotiations and declared that the troops of these 2 generals should not be allowed to quit Andalusia by the road which had been hitherto proposed. They must be sent round by sea to some port of France, not immediately contiguous with the Spanish frontier. Chabert and Merscott, as was natural, declaimed vehemently against this projected change in the capitulation and declared that it was inadmissible. But they were answered in even more violent terms by the turbulent Conde de Tilly, who attended as representative of the junta of Seville. He taunted them with their atrocities at the sack of Cordova and threatened that if the negotiations fell through, no quarter should be given to the French army. At last, Castaños suggested a compromise. He offered to let Dupont's troops, no less than those of Vedel, return to France by sea if the claim that the latter should be allowed to retreat on Madrid were withdrawn. This was conceding much, and the French generals accepted the proposal. Accordingly, Castaños and Tilly, representing the Spaniards, and Chabert and Merscott, on behalf of Dupont, signed preliminaries, by which it was agreed that the surrounded divisions should formally lay down their arms and become prisoners of war, while Vedel's men should not be considered to have capitulated nor make any act of surrender. Both bodies of men should leave Andalusia by sea and be taken to Rochefort on Spanish vessels. The Spanish army, so ran the curiously worded 7th article of the capitulation, guarantees them against all hostile aggression during their passage. The other clauses contain nothing striking, save some rather liberal permissions to the French officers to take away their baggage. Each general was to be allowed 2 wheeled vehicles, each field officer or staff officer 1, without its being examined. This article caught the eye of Napoleon and has been noted by many subsequent critics, who have maintained that Dupont and his colleagues, gorged with the plunder of Cordova, surrendered before they needed, in order to preserve their booty intact. That they yielded before it was inevitable we do not believe, but far more anxiety than was becoming seems to have been shown regarding the baggage. This anxiety finds easy explanation if the Spanish official statement that more than 40,000 pounds in hard cash and a great quantity of jewelry and silver plate was afterwards found in the forgans of the staff and the superior officers be accepted as correct. The 15th clause of the capitulation had contents of still more doubtful propriety. It was to the effect that as many pieces of church plate had been stolen at the sack of Cordova, Dupont undertook to make a search for them and restore them to the sanctuaries to which they belonged, if they could be found in existence. The confession was so scandalous that we share Napoleon's wonder that such a clause could ever have been passed by the 2 French negotiators. If they were aware that the charge of theft was true, as it no doubt was, shame should have prevented them from putting it on paper. If they thought it false, they were permitting a gratuitous insult to the French army to be inserted in the capitulation. While the negotiations were going on, Dupont sent secret orders to Vedel to abscond during the night and to retreat on Madrid as fast as he was able. Chabert and Merscott had of course no knowledge of this, or they would hardly have consented to include that general's troops in the convention. In accordance with his superior's orders and with the obvious necessities of the case, Vedel made off on the night of July 2021, leaving only a screen of pickets in front of his position to conceal his departure from the Spaniards as long as was possible. On the return of his plenipotentiaries to his camp on the morning of the 21st, Dupont learnt, to his surprise and discontent, that they had included Vedel's division in their bargain with Castaños. But as that officer was now far away, he had reached La Carolina at daybreak and Santa Elena by noon. The commander-in-chief hoped that his troops were saved. The anger of the Spaniards at discovering the evasion of the 2nd French division may easily be imagined. Redaing, who was the first to become aware of it, sent down an officer into Dupont's camp, with the message that if Vedel did not instantly return, he should regard the convention as broken and fall upon the surrounded troops. He should give no quarter, as he considered that treachery had been shown and that the armistice had been abused. Dupont could not hope to make a stand and was at the enemy's mercy. He directed his chief of the staff to write an order bidding Vedel to halt and sent it to him by one of his aides-de-camp, accompanied by a Spanish officer. This did not satisfy Redaing, who insisted that Dupont should write an autograph letter of his own in stronger terms. His demand could not be refused, and the 2 dispatches reached Vedel almost at the same hour, as he was resting his troops at Santa Elena before plunging into the passes. Vedel, as all his previous conduct had shown, was weak and wanting in initiative. Some of his officers tried to persuade him to push on and to leave Dupont to make the best terms for himself that he could. Much was to be said in favor of this resolve. He might have argued that since he had never been without the power of retreating, it was wrong of his superior to include him in the capitulation. His duty to the emperor would be to save his men, whatever might be the consequences to Dupont. The latter, surrounded as he was, could hardly be considered a free agent, and his orders might be disregarded. But such views were far from Vettel's mind. He automatically obeyed his chief's dispatch and halted. Next day he marched his troops back to Baylen, in consequence of a third communication from Dupont. On July 23, Dupont's troops laid down their arms with full formalities, defiling to the sound of military music before the divisions of La Peña and Jones, who were drawn up by the Rumbler Bridge. On the 24th, Vettel's and Duffer's troops, without any such humiliating ceremony, stacked their muskets and cannon on the hillsides east of Baylen and marched for the coast. When the two corps were numbered, it was found that 42 unwounded men had surrendered with Dupont. Nearly 2,000 more, dead or wounded, were left on the battlefield. 700 or 800 of the Swiss battalions had deserted and disappeared. With Wied, 393 men laid down their arms. Not only did he deliver up his own column, but he called down the battalion guarding the Despeña-Perros Pass. Even the troops left beyond the defiles in La Mancha were summoned to surrender by the Spaniards, and some of them did so, though they were not really included in the capitulation, which was by its wording confined to French troops in Andalusia. But the commanders of 3 battalions allowed themselves to be intimidated by Colonel Kreuzmergen, who went to seek them at the head of a few cavalry and tamely laid down their arms. The Spaniards had won their success at very small cost. Reding's division returned a casualty list of 117 dead and wounded, in which were included the losses of the skirmish of July 16, as well as those of the Battle of the 19th. Coupigny lost 100 dead and wounded. La Peña's and Kreuzmergen's columns, which had barely got into touch with the French when the armistice was granted, cannot have lost more than a score or two of men. The total is no more than 954. There were in addition 998 prisoners captured by Vettel when he attacked from the rear, but these were, of course, restored on the 20th, in consequence of the orders sent by Dupont, along with 2 guns and 2 regimental standards. Castaños, a man of untarnished honor, had every intention of carrying out the capitulation. The French troops, divided into small columns, were sent down to the coast, or to the small towns of the lower Guadalquivir under Spanish escorts, which had some difficulty in preserving them from the fury of the peasantry. It was necessary to avoid the large towns like Cordova and Seville, where the passage of the unarmed prisoners would certainly have led to riots and massacres. At Écija, the mob actually succeeded in murdering 60 unfortunate Frenchmen, but when the troops had been conducted to their temporary destinations, it was found that difficulties had arisen. The amount of Spanish shipping available would not have carried 0 men. This was a comparatively small hindrance, as the troops could have been sent off in detachments. But it was more serious that Lord Collingwood, the commander of the British squadron off Cadiz, refused his permission for the embarkation of the French. He observed that Castaños had promised to send Dupont's army home by water without considering whether he had the power to do so. The British fleet commanded the sea and was blockading Rochefort, the port which the capitulation assigned for the landing of the captive army. No representative of Great Britain had signed the convention, and she was not bound by it. He must find out, by consulting his government, whether the transference of the troops of Dupont to France was to be allowed. On hearing of the difficulties raised by Collingwood, Castaños got into communication with Dupont and drew up 6 supplementary articles to the convention, in which it was stipulated that if the British government objected to Rochefort as the port at which the French troops were to be landed, some other place should be selected. If all passage by sea was denied, a way by land should be granted by the Spaniards. This agreement was signed at Seville on August 6, but meanwhile the junta was being incited to break the convention. Several of its more reckless and fanatical members openly broached the idea that no faith need be kept with those who had invaded Spain under such treacherous pretenses. The newspapers were full of tales of French outrages and protests against the liberation of the spoilers of Cordova and Jaén. Matters came to a head when Dupont wrote to Morla, the Captain General of Andalusia, to protest against further delays and to require that the 1st Division of his army should be allowed to sail at once. He received in reply a most shameless and cynical letter. The Captain General began by declaring that there were no ships available, but he then went on to state that no more had been promised than that the junta would request the British to allow the French troops to sail. He supposed that it was probable that a blank refusal would be sent to this demand. Why should Britain allow the passage by sea of troops who were destined to be used against her on some other point of the theater of war? Morla next insinuated that Dupont himself must have been well aware that the capitulation could not be carried out. Your Excellency's object in inserting these conditions was merely to obtain terms which, impossible as they were to execute, might yet give a show of honor to the inevitable surrender. What right have you to require the performance of these impossible conditions on behalf of an army which entered Spain under a pretense of alliance, and then imprisoned our king and princes, sacked his palaces, slew and robbed his subjects, wasted his provinces, and tore away his crown? After a delay of some weeks, Lord Collingwood sent in to the junta the reply of his government. It was far from being of the kind that Morla and his friends had hoped. Canning had answered that no stipulations made at Balen could bind Great Britain, but that to oblige her allies, and to avoid compromising their honor, she consented to allow the French army to be sent back to France, and to be landed in successive detachments of 4,000 men at some port between Brest and Rochefort, i.e. at Nantes or 50 Orient. It is painful to have to add that neither the Junta of Seville nor the Supreme Central Junta, which superseded that body, took any steps to carry out this project. Dupont himself, his generals, and his staff were sent home to France, but their unfortunate troops were kept for a time in cantonments in Andalusia, then sent on board pontoons in the Bay of Cadiz, where they were subjected to all manner of ill usage and half-starved, and finally dispatched to the desolate rock of Cabrera in the Balearic Islands, where more than half of them perished of cold, disease, and insufficient nourishment. Vedel's men were imprisoned no less than Dupont's, and the survivors were only released at the conclusion of the General Peace of 1814. So ended the strange and ill-fought campaign of Balen. It is clear that Dupont's misfortunes were of his own creation. He ought never to have lingered at Andujar till July was far spent, but should either have massed his 3 divisions and fallen upon Castaños, or have retired to a safe defensive position at Balen or La Carolina and have waited to be attacked. He might have united something over 20,000 men, and could have defied every effort of the 35,000 Spaniards to drive him back over the Sierra Morena. By dividing his army into fractions and persisting in holding Andujar, he brought ruin upon himself. But the precise form in which the ruin came about was due less to Dupont than to Wedel. That officer's blind and irrational march on La Carolina and abandonment of Balen on July 1718 gave the Spaniards the chance of interposing between the two halves of the French army. If Wedel had made a proper reconnaissance on the 17th, he would have found that Redaing had not marched for the passes, but was still lingering at Menjubar. Instead, however, of sweeping the countryside for traces of the enemy, he credited a wild rumor and hurried off to La Carolina, leaving the fatal gap behind him. All that followed was his fault. Not only did he compromise the campaign by his march back to the passes, but when he had discovered his mistake, he returned with a slowness that was inexcusable. If he had used ordinary diligence, he might yet have saved Dupont on the 19th. It was his halt at Guaroman, while the cannon of Balen were thundering in his ears, that gave the last finishing touch to the disaster. If he had come upon the battlefield at 10 in the morning, instead of at 5 in the afternoon, he could have aided his chief to cut his way through, and even have inflicted a heavy blow on Redaing and Coupigny. A careful study of Wedel's actions, from his first passage of the Sierra Morena to his surrender, shows that on every possible occasion he took the wrong course. But even if we grant that Wedel made every possible mistake, it is nevertheless true that Dupont fought his battle most unskillfully. If he had marched on the morning instead of the night of July 18, he probably might have brushed past the front of Redaing and Coupigny without suffering any greater disaster than the loss of his baggage. Even as things actually fell out, it is not certain that he need have been forced to surrender. He had 0 men, the 2 Spanish generals had 0, but had been forced to detach some 3,500 bayonets to guard against the possible reappearance of Vettel. If Dupont had refused to waste his men in partial and successive attacks, and had massed them for a vigorous assault on the left wing of the Spaniards, where Coupigny's position on the slopes of the Sarajan was neither very strong nor very well defined, he might yet have cut his way through, though probably his immense baggage train would have been lost. It is fair, however, to remember that this chance was only granted him because Castaños, in front of Andujar, was slow to discover his retreat and still slower to pursue him. If that officer had shown real energy, 10,000 men might have been pressing Dupont from the rear before 8 o'clock in the morning. As it was, Dupont mismanaged all the details of his attack. He made 4 assaults with fractions of his army and on a long front. The leading brigades were completely worn out and demoralized before the reserves were sent into action. The 5th assault, in which every man was at last brought forward, failed because the majority of the troops were already convinced that the day was lost and were no longer capable of any great exertions. It is absurd to accuse Dupont of cowardice. He exposed his person freely and was wounded, and still more absurd to charge him, as did the emperor, with treason. He did not surrender till he saw that there was no possible hope of salvation remaining, but there can be no doubt that he showed great incapacity to grasp the situation, lost his head, and threw away all his chances. As to the Spaniards, it can truly be said that they were extremely fortunate, and that even their mistakes helped them. Castaños framed his plan for surrounding Dupont on the hypothesis that the main French army was concentrated at Andujar. If this had indeed been the case, and Dupont had retained at that place some 15,000 or 17,000 men, the turning movement of Redaing and Coupigny would have been hazardous in the extreme. But the French general was obliging enough to divide his force into 2 equal parts, and his subordinate led away one of the halves on a wild march back to the passes. Again, Redaing acted in the most strange and unskillful way on July 17. After defeating Ligerbelair and Duffer, he ought to have seized Baylen. Instead, he remained torpid in his camp for a day and a half. This mistake led to the far more inexcusable error of Vettel, who failed to see his adversary and marched off to La Carolina. But Vettel's blindness does not excuse Redaing's sloth. On the actual day of battle, on the other hand, Redaing behaved very well. He showed considerable tenacity, and his troops deserve great credit. It was no mean achievement for 13,000 or 14,000 Spaniards, their ranks full of raw recruits and interspersed with battalions levied only 5 weeks before, to withstand the attack of 10,000 French, even if the latter were badly handled by their general. The Andalusians had good reason to be proud of their victory, though they might have refrained from calling Dupont's legions of reserve and provisional regiments the invincible troops of Austerlitz and Friedland, as they were too prone to do. They had at least succeeded in beating in the open field and capturing a whole French army, a thing which no continental nation had accomplished since the wars of the Revolution began. Note: Sir Charles Vaughan, always in search of first-hand information, called on Castaños and had a long conversation with him concerning the convention. I find among his papers the following notes. Among other particulars of the surrender, General Castaños stated that the French General Marescot had the greatest influence in bringing it about. The great difficulty was to persuade them Marescot and Chabot to capitulate for Vettel's army as well as Dupont's. A letter had been intercepted ordering Vettel back to Madrid and another ordering Dupont to retire. This letter had considerable effect with the French, but the offer of carrying away their baggage and the plunder of the country was no sooner made than the 2 generals desired to be permitted to retire and deliberate alone. After a few minutes, they accepted the proposal. But General Castaños, to make the article of as little value as possible, got them to insert the clause that the French officers should be allowed to embark all their baggage and see, according to the laws of Spain. He well knew that those laws forbid the exportation of gold and silver. The consequence was that the French lost all their more valuable plunder when embarking at Puerto Santa Maria. Section IV. The English in Portugal. Chapter 1. The outbreak of the Portuguese insurrection. Down to the moment of the general outbreak of the Spanish insurrection, Junot's task in Portugal had not been a difficult one. As long as Spain and France were still ostensibly allies, he had at his disposition a very large army. He had entered Portugal in 1807 with 25,000 French troops, and during the spring of 1808 he had received 0 men in drafts from Bayonne, which more than filled up the gaps made in his battalions by the dreary march from Ciudad Rodrigo to Abrantes. Of the 3 Spanish divisions which had been lent to him, Solano's had gone home to Andalusia, but he had still the 2 others, Carafas, 7,000 strong in the valley of the Tagus, and Taranco at Oporto. The last-named general died during the winter, but his successor, Ballesta, still commanded 0 men cantoned on the banks of the Douro. The discontent of the Portuguese during the early months of 1808 showed itself by nothing save a few isolated deeds of violence, provoked by particular acts of oppression on the part of Junot's subordinates. How promptly and severely they were chastised has been told in an earlier chapter. There were no signs whatever of a general rising. The means, indeed, were almost entirely wanting. The regular army had been disbanded or sent off to France. The organization of the militia had been dissolved. The greater part of the leading men of the country had fled to Brazil with the Prince Regent. The bureaucracy and many of the clergy had shown a discreditable willingness to conciliate Junot by a tame subservience to his orders. The Duke of Abrantes himself thoroughly enjoyed his viceroyalty, and still deluded himself into believing that he might yet prove a popular ruler in Portugal. Perhaps he even dreamed of becoming someday one of Bonaparte's vassal kings. He persisted in the farce of issuing benevolent proclamations and expressing his affection for the noble Portuguese people, till his master at last grew angry. "Why," he wrote by the hand of his minister clerk, "do you go on making promises which you have no authority to carry out? Of course, there is no end more laudable than that of winning the affection and confidence of the inhabitants of Portugal. But do not forget that the safety of the French army is the first thing. Disarm the Portuguese, keep an eye on the disbanded soldiers, lest reckless leaders should get hold of them and make them into the nucleus of rebel bands. Lisbon is an inconveniently large place. It is too populous, and its people cannot help being hostile to you. Keep your troops outside it, in cantonments along the sea front, and so forth." Meanwhile, financial exactions were heaped on the unfortunate kingdom to contribute to the huge fine which the emperor had laid upon it. But there was evidently no chance that such a large sum could be raised, however tightly the screw of taxation might be twisted. Junot accepted, as contributions towards the £2,000,000 that he was told to raise, much confiscated English merchandise, church plate, and private property of the royal house. But his extortions did little more than pay for his army and the expenses of government. Portugal, indeed, was in a dismal state. Her ports were blocked, and her wines could not be sold to her old customers in England, nor her manufactures to her Brazilian colonists. The working classes in Lisbon were thrown out of employment and starved or migrated in bands into the interior. Foy and other good witnesses from the French side speak of the capital as looking like a desert, with no vehicles and hardly a foot passenger in the streets, save 20,000 persons reduced to beggary and trying vainly to live on alms. The only activity visible was in the arsenal and dockyards, where Junot had 0 men at work restoring the neglected material of the artillery and fitting out that portion of the fleet which had been in too bad order to sail for Brazil in the previous November. The sudden outbreak of the Spanish insurrection in the last days of May, 1808, made an enormous change in the situation of the French army in Portugal. Before Junot had well realized what was happening in the neighboring kingdom, his communications with Madrid were suddenly cut, and for the future information only reached him with the greatest difficulty and orders not at all. The last dispatch that came through to him was one from the emperor, which spoke of the beginnings of the rising, and bade him send 0 men to Ciudad Rodrigo to hold out a hand to Bessières, and 0 to the Guadiana to cooperate in Dupont's projected invasion of Andalusia. These orders were dispatched in the last days of May, before they could be carried out, the situation had been profoundly modified. On June 6, there arrived at Oporto the news of the insurrection of Galicia and the establishment of the provincial junta at Corunna. The first thought of the new government in Galicia had been to call home for its own defense the division in northern Portugal. When its summons reached General Ballester, he obeyed without a moment's hesitation. The only French near him were General Quesnel, the governor of Oporto, his staff, and a troop of 30 dragoons which served as his personal escort. Ballester seized and disarmed both the general and his guard, and forthwith marched for Spain by Braga and Valenza with his prisoners. Before leaving, he called together the notables of Oporto, bade them hoist the national flag, and incited them to nominate a junta to organize resistance against Junot. But he left not a man behind to aid them, and took off his whole force to join General Blake. On receiving, on June 9, the news of this untoward event, Junot determined to prevent Carafa's troops on the Tagus from following the example of their countrymen. Before they had fully realized the situation or had time to concert measures for a general evasion, he succeeded in disarming them. Carafa himself was summoned to the quarters of the commander-in-chief and placed under arrest before he knew that he was suspected. Of his regiments, some were ordered to attend a review, others to change garrisons, while unsuspectingly on their way, they found themselves surrounded by French troops and were told to lay down their arms. All were successfully trapped, except the 2nd Cavalry Regiment, the Queen's Own, whose colonel rode off to Oporto with his 2 squadrons instead of obeying the orders sent him, and fractions of the infantry regiments of Murcia and Valencia who escaped to Badajoz after an ineffectual pursuit by the French dragoons. But 6,000 out of Carafa's 7,000 men were caught, disarmed, and placed on pontoons moored under the guns of the Lisbon forts, whose commanders had orders to sink them if they gave any trouble. Here they were destined to remain prisoners for the next 10 weeks, till the English arrived to release them after the Battle of Vimero. The imminent danger that Carafa's force might openly revolt and serve as the nucleus for a general rising of the Portuguese was thus disposed of. But Junot's position was still unpleasant. He had only some 26,500 men with whom to hold down the kingdom. If once the inhabitants took arms, such a force could not supply garrisons for every corner of a country 300 miles long and 100 broad. Moreover, there was considerable probability that the situation might be complicated by the appearance of an English expeditionary army. Napoleon had warned his lieutenant to keep a careful watch on the side of the sea, even before the Spanish insurrection broke out. All through the spring, a British force drawn from Sicily was already hovering about the southern coast of the peninsula, though hitherto it had only been heard of in the direction of Gibraltar and Cadiz. Another cause of disquietude was the presence in the Tagus of the Russian fleet of Admiral Siniavin. The strange attitude adopted by that officer much perplexed Junot. He acknowledged that his master, the Tsar, was at war with Great Britain, and stated that he was prepared to fight if the British fleet tried to force the entrance of the Tagus. But on the other hand, he alleged that Russia had not declared war on Portugal or acknowledged its annexation by the emperor, and he therefore refused to land his marines and seamen to help in the garrisoning of Lisbon or to allow them to be used in any way on shore. Meanwhile, his crews consumed an inordinate amount of the provisions, which were none too plentiful in the Portuguese capital. Junot's main advantage lay in the extreme military impotence of Portugal. That realm found its one sole center in Lisbon, where 1/10 of the population of the whole kingdom and half of its wealth were concentrated. At Lisbon alone was there an arsenal of any size or a considerable store of muskets and powder. Without the resources of the capital, the nation was absolutely unable to equip anything fit to be called an army. Oporto was a small place in comparison, and no other town in the kingdom had over 20,000 souls. Almeida and Elvas, the 2 chief fortresses of the realm, were safe in the hands of French garrisons. The provinces might rise, but without lavish help from Spain or England, they could not put in the field an army of even 10,000 men, for assemblies of peasants armed with pikes and fowling pieces are not armies, and of field artillery there was hardly a peace outside Lisbon, Elvas, and Almeida. Nor was there left any nucleus of trained soldiers around which the nation might rally. The old army was dissolved, and its small remnant was on the way to the Baltic. The case of Spain and of Portugal was entirely different when they rose against Napoleon. The former country was in possession of the greater part of its own fortresses, had not been systematically disarmed, and could dispose, in Galicia and Andalusia, of large bodies of veteran troops. Portugal was without an army, an arsenal, a defensible fortress, or a legal organization, civil or military, of any kind. It is necessary to remember this in order to excuse the utter feebleness of the Portuguese rising in June 1808. Otherwise, it would have seemed strange that a nation of over 2 million souls could not anywhere produce forces sufficient to resist for a single day a column of 3,000 or 4,000 French soldiers. The insurrection, such as it was, started in the north, where the departure of Ballester and his division had left the two provinces of Trás-os-Montes and Entredauro y Minho free from any garrison, French or Spanish. Oporto had been bidden to work out its own salvation by Ballester, and on the day of his departure, June 6, a junta of insurrection had been acclaimed. But there followed a curious interval of apathy, lasting for 10 days. The natural leaders of the people refused to come forward. Here, just as in Spain, the bureaucracy showed itself very timid and unpatriotic. The magistrates sent secret offers of submission to Junot. The military commandant, Oliveira da Costa, hauled down the national flag from the citadel of San João de Faz. The members of the insurrectionary junta absconded from the city or kept quiet. It was only on the news that the neighboring districts and towns had risen that the people of Oporto threw themselves frankly into the rebellion. The rough mountain districts, which lay to the east of them, showed a much more wholehearted patriotism. Between the 9th and the 12th of June, the whole of the Trás-os-Montes took arms. One junta at Braganza nominated as commander the aged General Sepulveda, who had been governor of the district in the days of the Prince Regent. Another, at Villarreal on the Douro, also put in its claim and chose as its leader Colonel Silveira, an officer who was destined to see much service during the War of Independence. Though the French were no further off than Almeida, the rival governors nearly came to blows, but the final insurrection of Oporto created a new power to which both consented to bow. On June 18, the false report that a French column was drawing near Oporto so roused the multitude in that city that they broke loose from the control of the authorities, rehoisted the Portuguese flag, threw into prison da Costa and many other persons suspected, rightly or wrongly, of a wish to submit to the enemy, and called for the establishment of a provisional government. Accordingly, a supreme junta of the kingdom was hastily elected with the Bishop of Oporto at its head. This was a strange choice, for the aged prelate, Dom Antonio de Castro, though popular and patriotic, was neither a statesman nor an administrator, and had no notion whatever as to the military necessities of the situation. However, the other local juntas of northern Portugal united in recognizing his authority. His colleagues started on the organization of an army with more zeal than discretion. They called out the militia, which Junot had disbanded, and tried to reconstruct some of the old regular battalions by getting together the half-pay officers and the men who had been dismissed from the colors in December 1807. But they also encouraged the assembly of thousands of peasants armed with pikes and scythes, who consumed provisions, but were of no military use whatever. In the 7 weeks which elapsed before the coming of the English, the Supreme Junta had only got together 5,000 men properly equipped and told off into regular corps. The fact was that they could provide arms for no more northern Portugal, having always looked to Lisbon for its supplies. Field artillery was almost wholly wanting. Perhaps a dozen guns in all had been found. Of cavalry, 3 skeleton regiments were beginning to be organized. But of half-armed peasantry, disguised under the name of militia, they had 0 to 15,000 in the field. The Supreme Junta also concluded a treaty of offensive and defensive alliance with the Galician Spaniards, from whom they hoped to get arms and perhaps a loan of troops. Moreover, they sent 2 envoys to England to ask for aid, and eagerly welcomed at Oporto Colonel Brown, a British agent with a roving commission, who did his best to assist in organizing the new levies. The command of the whole armed force was given to General Bernardino Frere, a pretentious and incapable person who turned his very moderate resources to no profitable account whatever. A few days later than the outbreak of the insurrection in the regions north of the Douro, there was a corresponding movement, but of a weaker kind, in the extreme south. On June 16, the small fishing town of Alhau in Algarve gave the signal for revolt. On the 18th Faro, the capital of the province, followed the example. General Morin, the governor of Algarve, was lying ill in his bed. He was made prisoner along with 70 other French officers and men, and handed over to the captain of an English ship, which was hovering off the coast. The whole shore between the Sierra de Caldero and the sea took arms, whereupon Colonel Marinsin, Morin's second-in-command, resolved to evacuate the province. He had only 1,200 men, a battalion each of the 26th of the line and the Legion du Midi, and had lost his communications with Lisbon, wherefore he drew together his small force and fell back first on Murtola and then on Beja in the Alemtejo. The insurgents whom he left behind him could do little till they had obtained muskets from Seville and Gibraltar, and made no attempt to follow the retreating column northwards. Meanwhile Junot, even after he had succeeded in disarming Carafa's Spanish division, was passing through a most anxious time. In obedience to the emperor's orders, he had sent a brigade under General Avril towards Andalusia to help Dupont, and another under Loyson to Almeida to open communications with Bessières. But these detachments had been made under two false ideas, the one that the troubles in Spain were purely local, the other that Portugal would keep quiet. Avril marched southward with 3,000 men, but when his vanguard reached Sanlúcar on the Spanish border, he found Andalusian militia provided with artillery watching him across the Guadiana. He also learnt that a large force was assembling at Badajoz, and that Dupont had got no further than Cordova, more than 150 miles away. After some hesitation, he retraced his steps till he halted at Estremas, facing Badajoz. Loyson had much the same experience. Starting from Almeida, he crossed the border and scared away the small Spanish garrison of Fort Conception. But when he drew near Ciudad Rodrigo and learnt that the place was strongly held, that all the kingdom of Leon was in revolt, and that Bessières was still far distant in Old Castile, he drew back to Almeida. Returning thither, he heard of the troubles in northern Portugal and resolved to march on Oporto, which was still holding back from open insurrection when the news reached him. He determined to hasten to that important city and to garrison it. Taking 2 battalions and a few guns, while he left the rest of his brigade at Almeida, he marched on Oporto, crossed the Douro at the ferry of Piso de Regoa, and began to move on Amarant. But the moment that he was over the river, he found himself in the middle of the insurrection. Among the mountains, the peasantry began to fire from above on his long column, to roll rocks down the slopes at him, and to harass his baggage and rearguard. Seeing that he had only 2,000 men in hand, and that the whole countryside was up, Loyson wisely returned to Almeida, which he regained by a circular march through Lamigo and Celorico, dispersing several bands of insurgents on the way, for the rebellion had already begun to spread across the Douro into the hills of northern Beira. Lisbon, in the meanwhile, was on the verge of revolt, but was still contained by the fact that Junot held concentrated in and about it the main body of his army, some 15,000 men. On the feast of Corpus Christi, June 16, the annual religious procession through the streets nearly led to bloodshed. This was the greatest festival of Lisbon and had always led to the assembly of enormous crowds. Junot allowed it to be once more celebrated, but lined the streets with soldiers and placed artillery ready for action in the main squares and avenues. While the function was in progress, a senseless panic broke out among the crowd, some shouting that they felt a shock of earthquake, always a terror in Lisbon since the catastrophe of 1755. Others that the English were landing, others that the soldiers were about to fire on the people. The frantic mob burst through the military cordon, the procession was broken up, the prelate who bore the sacrament took refuge in a church, and the tumult grew so wild that the artillery were about to open with grape, thinking that they had to deal with a carefully prepared insurrection. A great and miscellaneous slaughter was only prevented by the coolness of Junot, who threw himself into the throng, prevented the troops from firing, cleared the street, prevailed on the clergy to finish the procession, and dispersed the multitudes with no loss of life, save that of a few persons crushed or trampled to death in the panic. But though this tumult passed off without a disaster, Junot's position was uncomfortable. He had just begun to realize the real proportions of the insurrection in Spain, which had now completely cut him off from communication with his colleagues. He had only the vaguest knowledge of how Dupont and Bessières were faring, and the fact that large Spanish forces were gathering both at Ciudad Rodrigo and at Badajoz inclined him to think that affairs must be going ill in Castile and Andalusia. The long-feared English invasion seemed at last to be growing imminent. General Spencer's division from Sicily and Gibraltar was at sea, and had showed itself first off Ayamonte and the coast of Algarve, then off the Tagus mouth. Ignorant that Spencer had only 5,000 men, and that he had been brought near Lisbon merely by a false report that the garrison had been cut down to a handful, Junot expected a disembarkation. But Spencer went back to Cadiz when he learnt that there were 15,000 instead of 4,000 men ready to defend the capital. Meanwhile, the populace of Lisbon was stirred up by all manner of wild rumors. It was said that Loison had been surrounded and forced to surrender by the northern insurgents, that the Spanish army of Galicia was marching south, that an English corps had landed at Oporto. All sorts of portents and signs were reported for the benefit of the superstitious. The most preposterous was one which we should refuse to credit if it were not vouched for by Foy and other respectable French authorities. A hen's egg was found on the high altar of the patriarchal church, with the inscription Morin os Francis's, death to the French, indented in its shell. This caused such excitement that Junot thought it worthwhile to show that a similar phenomenon could be produced on any egg by a skillful application of acids, when his chemists exhibited several branded in an equally convincing way with the words, Vive l'Empereur. The enthusiasm of the credulous was somewhat damped. Recognizing that he could expect no further help from the French armies in Spain, and that the insurrection would certainly spread over every parish of Portugal that did not contain a garrison, Junot wisely resolved to concentrate the outlying fractions of his army, which lay exposed and isolated at points from Lisbon. At a council of war held on June 25, he laid before his chief officers the alternatives of evacuating Portugal and retiring on Madrid by the way of Badajoz, or of uniting the army in the neighborhood of Lisbon and making an attempt to hold central Portugal, while abandoning the extreme north and south. The latter plan was unanimously adopted. In the state of ignorance in which the generals lay as to what was going on at Madrid and elsewhere in Spain, the retreat by Badajoz seemed too hazardous. Moreover, it was certain to provoke Napoleon's wrath if it turned out to have been unnecessary. Accordingly, it was resolved to place garrisons in the fortresses of Elvas, Almeida, and Peniche, to fortify Setúbal on the peninsula opposite Lisbon, and to draw in all the rest of the troops to the vicinity of the capital. Dispatches to this effect were sent to Loison at Almeida, to Avril at Estremoz, to Maransin at Murtola, and to Kellerman, who was watching Badajoz from Elvas. Many of the aides-de-camp who bore these orders were cut off by the insurgents, but in the end, copies of each dispatch were transmitted to their destinations. In several instances, the detached corps had begun to fall back on the Tagus, even before they received the command to do so. This was the case with Maransin at Murtola, who, finding himself hopelessly isolated with 1,200 men in the center of the insurrection, had marched on Lisbon via Beja. On June 26, he reached the latter place and found its ancient walls manned by a disorderly mass of citizens, who fired upon him as he drew near. But he stormed the town without much difficulty, cruelly sacked it, and resumed his march on Lisbon unharmed. This was not the first fighting that had occurred in the Alemtejo. 4 days before, Avril had had to march from Estremoz to chastise the inhabitants of Villa Viciosa, who had taken arms and besieged the company of the 86th Regiment, which garrisoned their town. He scattered them with much slaughter, and after the usual French fashion, plundered the little place from cellar to garret. On receiving Junot's orders, General Kellerman, who bore the chief command in the Alemtejo, left a battalion and a half, 1,400 men, in Elvas and its outlying fort of La Lippe. With the rest he retired on Lisbon, picking up first the corps of Avril and then that of Marensin, which met him at Evora. He then entered the capital, leaving only one brigade, that of Graindurge, at Setúbal to the south of the Tagus. Loyson in the north did not receive his orders for a full week after they were sent out, owing to the disorderly state of the intervening country. But on July 4, he left Almeida, after making for it a garrison of 1,200 men, by drafting into a provisional battalion all his soldiers who did not seem fit for forced marching. He then moved for 7 days through the mountains of Beira to Abrantes, skirmishing with small bands of insurgents all the way. At 2 or 3 places, they tried to block his path, and the town of Garda made a serious attempt to defend itself, and was in consequence sacked and partly burnt. Leaving a trail of ruined villages behind him, Loyson at last reached Abrantes and got into communication with his chief. He had lost on the way 200 men, mostly stragglers whom the peasantry murdered, but he had inflicted such a cruel lesson on the countryside that his popular nickname, Maneta, One Hand, was held accursed for many years in Portugal. The withdrawal of the French troops from the outlying provinces gave the insurrection full scope for development. It followed close in the track of the retiring columns, and as each valley was evacuated, its inhabitants hoisted the national flag, sent in their vows of allegiance to the junta at Oporto, and began to organize armed bands. But there was such a dearth of military stores that very few men could be properly equipped with musket and bayonet. Junot had long before called in the arms of the disbanded militia and destroyed them or forwarded them to Lisbon. In the southern provinces, the lack of weapons was even worse than in the valley of the Douro. There was practically no armament except a few hundred muskets hastily borrowed from the Spaniards of Badajoz and Seville, and a small depot of cavalry equipment at Estremas, which Avril had forgotten to carry off. An insurrectionary junta for the Alemtejo was formed at Evora, but its general, Francisco Leite, could only succeed in equipping the mere shadow of an army. In the north things were a little better. The rising spread to Coimbra in the last week of June, and one of its first leaders, the student Bernardo Zagallo, succeeded in capturing the small coast fortress of Figueira by starving out the scanty French garrison, which had been caught wholly destitute of provisions. Bernardino Frere then brought up the 5,000 regular troops, which the junta of Oporto had succeeded in getting together, as far as the line of the Mondego. But the insurrectionary area spread much further southward, even up to Leiria and Tama, which lie no more than 65 miles from the capital. From these 2 places, however, the rebels were easily cleared out by a small expedition of 3,000 men under General Margarin. Junot's army in the second week of July held nothing outside the narrow quadrangle of which Setúbal, Peniche, Abrantes, and Lisbon formed the 4 points. But within that limited space, there were now 24,000 good troops, concentrated and ready to strike a blow at the first insurrectionary force that might press in upon them. But for a fortnight, the Portuguese made no further move, and Junot now resolved to attack the insurgents who lay beyond the Tagus in the plains of the Alemtejo. His chief motive seems to have been the wish to reopen his communications with Elvas and to keep the way clear towards Badajoz, the direction in which he would have to retreat if ever he made up his mind to evacuate Lisbon and retire on Spain. Accordingly, on July 25, he sent out the energetic Loyson at the head of a strong flying column, 7.5 battalions, 2 regiments of dragoons, and 8 guns, over 7,000 men in all. This force was directed to march on Elvas by way of Evora, the capital of the Alemtejo and the seat of its new junta. On July 29, Loyson appeared before the walls of that city. To his surprise, the enemy offered him battle in the open. General Leite had brought up such of his newly organized troops as he could collect. They amounted to no more than 1.5 battalions of infantry and horse. But to help him, there had come up from Badajoz the Spanish Colonel Morty with about the same number of foot, a regiment of regular cavalry, the Hussars of Maria Luisa, and 7 guns. In all, the Allies had under 3,000 men, but they were presumptuous enough to form a line of battle outside Evora and wait for Loyson's attack. A mixed multitude of peasants and citizens, more of them armed with pikes than with fowling pieces, manned the walls of the town behind them. Leite and his colleague should have drawn back their regulars to the same position. They might have been able to do something behind walls, but to expose them in the open to the assault of more than double of their own numbers of French troops was absurd. Loysen's first charge broke the weak line of the Allied army. The Spanish cavalry fled without crossing swords with the French, and General Late left the field with equal precipitation. But the bulk of the infantry fell back on Evora and aided the peasantry to defend its ruined medieval walls. They could not hold out, however, for many minutes. The French forced their way in at 4 or 5 points, made a great slaughter in the streets, and ended the day by sacking the city with every detail of sacrilege and brutality. Foy says that 2,000 Spaniards and Portuguese fell. His colleague Thibault gives the incredible figure of 8,000. Even the smaller number must include a good many unarmed inhabitants of Evora massacred during the sack. The French lost 90 killed and wounded. On the third day after the fight, Loysen marched for Elvas and drove away the hordes which were blockading it. He was then preparing to push a reconnaissance in force against Badajoz when he received from his commander-in-chief orders to return at once to Lisbon. The long-expected English invasion of Portugal had at last begun, for on August 1, Sir Arthur Wellesley was already disembarking his troops in Mondego Bay. Junot was therefore set on concentrating in order to fight, and Loysen's expeditionary force was too important a part of his army to be left out of the battle. Dropping the battalion of the Hanoverian Legion as a garrison at Santerme, Loysen brought the rest of his 7,000 men to his commander's aid. Section IV, Chapter 2. Landing of the British, Combat of Rolliser. From the first moment, when the Asturian deputies arrived in London, with the news of the insurrection in northern Spain, the English government had been eager to intervene in the peninsula. The history of the last 15 years was full of the records of unfortunate expeditions sent out to aid national risings, real or imaginary, against France. They had mostly turned out disastrous failures. It is only necessary to mention the Duke of York's miserable campaign of 1799 in Holland, Stuart's invasion of Calabria in 1806, and Whitelock's disgraceful fiasco at Buenos Aires in 1807. As a rule, the causes of their ill success had been partly incapable leading, partly an exaggerated parsimony in the means employed. Considering the vast power of France, it was futile to throw ashore bodies of 5,000, 10,000, or even 20,000 men on the continent, and to expect them to maintain themselves by the aid of small local insurrections, such as those of the Orange Party in Holland or the Calabrian mountaineers. The invasion of Spanish South America, on the hypothesis that its inhabitants were all prepared to revolt against the mother country, a fiction of General Miranda, had been even more unwise. The policy of filching sugar islands, as Sheridan wittily called it, of sending out expeditions of moderate size, which only inflicted pinpricks on non-vital portions of the enemy's dominions, was still in full favor when the Spanish War began. There was hardly a British statesman who rose above such ideas. Pitt and Addington, Fox and Grenville, and the existing Tory government of the Duke of Portland had all persisted in the same futile plans. At the best, such warfare resulted in the picking up of stray colonies, such as Ceylon and Trinidad, the Cape, St. Thomas or Curaçao. But in 1808, the more important overseas possessions of France and her allies were still unsubdued. At the worst, the policy led to checks and disasters small or great, like Duckworth's failure at Constantinople, the abortive Egyptian expedition of 1807, or the catastrophe of Buenos Aires. Castlereagh seems to have been the only leading man who dared to contemplate an interference on a large scale in continental campaigns. His bold scheme for the landing of 60,000 men in Hanover during the winter of 1805-06 had been foiled partly by the hesitation of his colleagues, partly by the precipitation with which Francis II made peace after Austerlitz. But the policy of sending small auxiliary forces to the Iberian Peninsula was quite a familiar one. We had maintained a few thousand men under Generals Burgoyne and Townshend for the defense of Portugal against Spain in 1762. And again in 1801, there had been a small British division employed in the farcical war which had ended in the Treaty of Badajoz. In the year after Austerlitz, when it seemed likely that Bonaparte might take active measures against Portugal, the Fox-Grenville ministry had offered the regent military aid, but had seen it politely refused, for the timid prince was still set on conciliating the emperor. With so many precedents before them, it was natural that the Portland cabinet should assent to the demands of the Spanish deputies who appeared in London in June 1808. The insurrection in the Iberian Peninsula was so unexpected and so fortunate a chance that it was obviously necessary to turn it to account. Moreover, its attendant circumstances were well calculated to rouse enthusiasm even in the breasts of professional politicians. Here was the first serious sign of that national rising against Bonaparte which had been so often prophesied, but which had been so long in coming. Even the Whigs, who had systematically denounced the sending of aid to the effete despotisms of the continent, and had long maintained that Napoleon was not so black as he was painted, were disarmed in their criticisms by the character of the Spanish rising. What excuse could be made for the treachery at Bayonne? And how could sympathy be refused to a people which, deprived of its sovereign and betrayed by its bureaucracy, had so gallantly taken arms to defend its national existence? The debates in the British Parliament during the middle days of June show clearly that both the government and the opposition had grasped the situation, and that for once they were united as to the policy which should be pursued. It is only needful to quote a few sentences from the speeches of Canning as Foreign Secretary and Sheridan as leader of the opposition. "Whenever any nation in Europe," said Canning, "starts up with a determination to oppose that power which, whether professing insidious peace or declaring open war, is alike the common enemy of all other peoples, that nation, whatever its former relations with us may have been, becomes ipso facto the ally of Great Britain. In furnishing the aid which may be required, the government will be guided by three principles: to direct the united efforts of both countries against the common foe, to direct them in such a way as shall be most beneficial to our common ally, and to direct them to such objects as may be most conducive to British interests. But of these objects the last shall never be allowed to come into competition with the other two. I mention British interests chiefly for the purpose of disclaiming them as any material part of the considerations which influence the British government. No interest can be so purely British as Spanish success, no conquest so advantageous to England as conquering from France the complete integrity of the Spanish dominions in every quarter of the globe." Sheridan repeats the same theme in a slightly different key. "Hitherto Bonaparte has run a victorious race, because he has contended with princes without dignity, ministers without wisdom, and peoples without patriotism. He has yet to learn what it is to combat a nation who are animated with one spirit against him. Now is the time to stand up boldly and fairly for the deliverance of Europe, and if the ministry will cooperate effectually with the Spanish patriots, they shall receive from us cordial support. Never was anything so brave, so noble, so generous as the conduct of the Spaniards. Never was there a more important crisis than that which their patriotism has occasioned to the state of Europe. Instead of striking at the core of the evil, the administrations of this country have hitherto gone on nibbling merely at the rind, filching sugar islands, but neglecting all that was dignified and consonant to the real interests of the country. Now is the moment to let the world know that we are resolved to stand up for the salvation of Europe. Let us then cooperate with the Spaniards, but cooperate in an effectual and energetic way. And if we find that they are really heart and soul in the enterprise, let us advance with them, magnanimous and undaunted, for the liberation of mankind. Above all, let us mix no little interests of our own in this mighty combat. Let us discard or forget British objects and conduct the war on the principle of generous support and active cooperation." It may perhaps be hypocritical to point out the weak spot in each of these stirring harangues, but Canning protested a little too much. Within a few weeks of his speech, the British government was applying to the Junta of Seville to allow them to garrison Cadiz, which was refused, and rightly, for in the proposal British interests peeped out a little too clearly. And Sheridan, speaking from vague and over-colored reports of the state of affairs in the Peninsula, went too far when he extolled the unmixed generosity and nobility of the conduct of the Spaniards. Mingled with their undoubted patriotism, there was enough of bigotry and cruelty, of self-seeking and ignorance, to make his harangue ring somewhat false in the ears of future generations. Yet both Canning and Sheridan spoke from the heart, and their declarations mark a very real turning point in the history of the great struggle with Bonaparte. Fortunately for Great Britain, and for the nations of the Iberian Peninsula, we were far better prepared for striking a heavy blow on the continent in 1808 than we had been at any earlier period of the war. There was no longer any need to keep masses of men ready in the southeastern counties for the defense of England against a French invasion. There were no longer any French forces of appreciable strength garrisoned along the English Channel. Indeed, Castlereagh had just been planning a raid to burn the almost unprotected French flotilla which still mouldered in the harbor of Boulogne. Our standing army had recently been strengthened and reorganized by a not inconsiderable military reform. The system had just been introduced by which Wellington's host was destined to be recruited during the next 6 years. Every year, 2/5 of the 120,000 embodied militia of the United Kingdom were to be allowed to volunteer into the regular army, while the places of the volunteers were filled up by men raised by ballot from the counties. This sort of limited conscription worked well. In the year 1808, it gave 41,786 men to the line, and these not raw recruits, but already more or less trained to arms by their service in the militia. All through the war, this system continued. The Peninsular Army, it must always be remembered, drew more than half its reinforcing drafts from the old constitutional force. Hence came the ease with which it assimilated its recruits. Meanwhile, the embodied militia never fell short in establishment, as it was automatically replenished by the ballot. The result of these changes, for which Castlereagh deserves the chief credit, was a permanent addition of 25,000 men to the regular force available for service at home or in Europe. In June 1808, there chanced to be several considerable bodies of troops which could be promptly utilized for an expedition to Spain. The most important was a corps of some 9,000 men which was being collected in the south of Ireland to renew the attack on South America which had failed so disastrously in 1807. The news of the Spanish insurrection had, of course, led to the abandonment of the design, and General Miranda, its originator, had been informed that he must look for no further support from England. In addition to this force in Ireland, there were a couple of brigades in the southeastern counties of England, which had been intended to form the nucleus of Castlereagh's projected raid on Boulogne. They had been concentrated at Harwich and Ramsgate respectively, and the transports for them were ready. A still more important contingent, but one that lay further off and was not so immediately available, was the corps of 10,000 men which Sir John Moore had taken to the Baltic. In June, it became known that it was impossible to cooperate with the harebrained King of Sweden, who was bent on invading Russian Finland, a scheme to which the British ministry refused its assent. Moore, therefore, after many stormy interviews with Gustavus Roman IV, was preparing to bring his division home. With the aid of Spencer's troops, which had so long been hovering about Cadiz and Gibraltar, and of certain regiments picked out of the English garrisons, it was easily possible to provide 40,000 men for service in Spain and Portugal. But a number of isolated brigades and battalions suddenly thrown together do not form an army, and though Castlereagh had provided a large force for the projected expedition to the peninsula, it was destitute of any proper organization. With the expedition that sailed from Cork, there was only half a regiment of cavalry, and the brigades from Harwich, Ramsgate, and Gibraltar had not a single horseman with them, so that there were actually 18,000 foot to 390 horse among the contingents that first disembarked to contend with Junot's army. Transport was almost equally neglected. Only the troops from Cork had any military train with them, and that they were provided with horses and vehicles was only due to the prescience of their commander, who had at the last moment procured leave from London to enlist for foreign service, and take with him 2 troops of the Royal Irish Corps of Wagoners. "I declare," wrote Wellesley, "that I do not understand the principles on which our military establishments are formed. If, when large corps are sent out to perform important and difficult services, they are not to have with them those means of equipment which they require, such as horses to draw artillery and drivers attached to the commissariat. Without this wise inspiration, he would have found himself unable to move when he arrived in the Peninsula. As it was, he had to leave behind, when he landed, some of his guns and half his small force of cavalry, because the authorities had chosen to believe that both draft and saddle horses could readily be procured in Portugal. Such little contretemps were common in the days when Frederick, Duke of York, with the occasional assistance of Mrs. Mary Ann Clarke, managed the British army. But the arrangements as to the command of the expedition were the most ill-managed part of the business. The force at Cork was, as we have already explained, under the orders of Sir Arthur Wellesley, the younger brother of the great viceroy who had so much extended our Indian Empire between 1799, and he was the junior lieutenant general in the British Army, but had already to his credit a more brilliant series of victories than any other officer then living, including the all-important triumph of Assaye, which had so effectually broken the power of the Marathas. In 1808, he was a member of Parliament and Under-Secretary for Ireland, but Castlereagh, who had the most unbounded belief in his abilities and had long been using his advice on military questions, had picked him out to command the expedition mustering at Cork. When its destination was changed from America to Spain, the Secretary for War still hoped to keep him in command, but the Duke of York and the War Office were against Wellesley. There were many respectable lieutenant generals of enormous seniority and powerful connections who were eager for foreign service. None of them had Wellesley's experience of war on a large scale or had ever moved 0 men on the field, but this counted for little at headquarters. The command in Portugal was made over to 2 of his seniors. The first was Sir Hugh Dalrymple, a man of 58, whose only campaigning had been with the Duke of York in Flanders 13 years back. He had been governor of Gibraltar since 1806, knew something of Spanish politics, and was now in active communication with Castaños. The second in command was to be Sir Harry Burrard. He was an old Guards officer who had served during the American Rebellion and had more recently commanded a division during the Copenhagen expedition without any special distinction. The third was Sir John Moore, and to being superseded by him, Wellesley could not reasonably have objected. He was at this moment perhaps the most distinguished officer in the British service. He had done splendid work in the West Indies, Egypt, and the Netherlands. He had reorganized the light infantry tactics of the British Army and had won the enthusiastic admiration of all who had ever served under him for his zeal and intelligent activity. But Moore, like Wellesley, was to be placed under Dalrymple and Burrard, and not trusted with an independent command. At the present moment, he was still far away in the Baltic, and was not expected to arrive for some time. Meanwhile, Wellesley was allowed to sail in temporary charge of the expeditionary force, and still under the impression that he was to retain its guidance. His transports weighed anchor on July 12, and it was only on July 15 that the dispatch from Downing Street, informing him that he had been superseded by Dalrymple and Burrard, was drafted. It did not reach him till he had already landed in Portugal. His political instructions had been forwarded as early as June 30. They were drawn up mainly on the data that the Asturian and Galician deputations had furnished to the ministry. Both the juntas had been unwise enough to believe that the national rising would suffice to expel the French, whose numbers they much underrated, from Spain. While empowering their envoys to ask for money, arms, and stores, they had ordered them to decline the offer of an auxiliary force. They requested that all available British troops might be directed on Portugal in order to rouse an insurrection in that country, which was still quiet when they arrived in London, and to prevent the troops of Junot from being employed against the rear of the army of General Blake. In deference to their suggestions, the British government had sent enormous stores of muskets, powder, and equipment to Gijón and Ferrol, but directed Wellesley to confine his activity to Portugal. The Spaniards, with their usual inaccuracy, had estimated the total of Junot's army at no more than 15,000 men. Misled by this absurd undervaluation, Castlereagh informed Wellesley that if he found that his own and Spencer's forces sufficed for the reduction of Portugal, he might operate against the Tagus at once. But if more men were required, an additional 0 bayonets would be provided from England, and the expeditionary force might meanwhile ask the leave of the Galician junta to stop at Vigo, a halt which would have cost many weeks of valuable time. Wellesley himself was to choose a fast-sailing vessel and make for Corunna, where he was to confer with the junta and pick up the latest information as to the state of affairs in the peninsula. In accordance with these instructions, Sir Arthur proceeded the bulk of his armament on the Crocodile and reached Corunna in the short space of 8 days. He found the Galicians somewhat depressed by the disaster of Medina de Rio Seco, whose details they misrepresented in the most shameless fashion to their distinguished visitor. Bessieres, they said, had lost 7,000 men and 6 guns, and although he had forced Blake and Cuesta to retreat on Benavent, those generals had sent 0 troops under arms and had no need of any auxiliary force. The arrival of the British money yesterday has entirely renewed their spirits, wrote Wellesley, and neither in them nor in the inhabitants of this town do I see any symptom of alarm or doubt of their final success. This vainglorious confidence was supported by an infinity of false news. Lefebvre de Snoets was said to have been thrice defeated near Saragossa, and Dupont and his whole corps had been taken prisoners on June 22 in an action between Andujar and La Carolina, a curious prophecy, for it foresaw and placed a month too early the catastrophe of Balin, which no reasonable man could have predicted. Almost the only correct information which was supplied to Wellesley was the news of the revolt of Oporto and the rest of northern Portugal. It was clear that there was now an opening for the British army in that country, and as the Galicians continued to display their reluctance to receive any military aid, Sir Arthur went to sea again, joined his fleet of transports off Cape Finisterre, and bade them make for the mouth of the Douro. He himself put into Oporto, where he landed and interviewed the bishop and the supreme junta. He found them in no very happy frame of mind. They had, as they confessed, only been able to R0 infantry and cavalry, who lay under Bernardino Frere at Coimbra, and 500 men more for a garrison at Oporto. The rest of these levies consisted of 12,000 peasants with pikes, and though the people were ready and desirous to take arms, unfortunately there were none in the country, not even enough to equip the disbanded regulars. The bishop expressed himself as much alarmed at the news of the disaster at Medina de Rio Seco, and his military advisers acknowledged that in consequence of that battle they had given up any hope of aid from Spain. They asked eagerly for arms, of which the English fleet carried many thousand stand, and were anxious to see Wellesley's troops landed. The place which they recommended for putting the army ashore was Mondigo Bay, near Coimbra, where the mouth of the Mondigo River furnishes an indifferent harbor, guarded by the fort of Figueira. That stronghold, it will be remembered, had been seized by the bold exploit of the student Zagalo. It was now garrisoned by 300 British Marines, so that the disembarkation would be safe from disturbance by anything save the heavy Atlantic surf, which always beats against the western coast of Portugal. There was no other port available along the shore save Peniche, which was dangerously close to Lisbon and guarded by a castle still in French hands. Nearer still to the capital, landing is just possible at Cascais and a few other places, but there was no regular harbor, and Admiral Cotton agreed with Wellesley in thinking that it would be mad to attempt to throw troops ashore on a dangerous rock-bound coast in the midst of Junot's cantonments. Mondigo Bay was therefore appointed as the general place of rendezvous for the fleet, which had now begun to arrive opposite the mouth of the Douro. As to the Portuguese troops, the Supreme Junta agreed that Bernardino Frere and his 5,000 men should go forward with the British army, while the new levies should blockade Almeida and guard the frontier along the Douro against any possible advance on the part of Marshal Bessieres from Castile. The junta calculated that, if supplied with arms, they could put into the field from the 3 northern provinces of Portugal 0 foot and 0 horse, a liberal estimate, as they had, including their peasant levies, no more than 19,000 collected on July 25. They asked for weapons and clothing for the whole mass, and for a loan of 300,000 cruzado novas, about 35,000, no very large sum considering the grants that were being made to the Spaniards at this time. Wellesley would only promise that he would arm the militia and peasantry who were lying along the Mondigo in company with Frere's regulars, if he found them worth it. The bishop undertook to forward from Oporto all the remounts for cavalry and all the draft mules for commissariat purposes that he could get together. He thought that he could procure 150 of the former and of the latter in 6 days. On August 1, 1808, The disembarkation in Mondigo Bay began in the face of a heavy surf, which rendered landing very dangerous, especially for the horses, guns, and stores. Many boats were upset and a few lives lost, but the troops and their commander were in good spirits, for the news of the surrender of Dupont at Baylen on July 20 had reached them the day before the disembarkation began. Wellesley was convinced that General Spencer would have sailed from Andalusia to join him, the moment that this great victory made the presence of British troops in the south unnecessary. He was right, for Spencer, before receiving any orders to that effect, had embarked his men for Portugal and came into Mondigo Bay on August 5, just as the last of the division from Cork had been placed on shore. It was therefore with some 13,000 men that Wellesley began his march on Lisbon. But to his bitter disappointment, the young lieutenant general had just learnt that 3 commanders had been placed over his head, and that he might soon expect Dalrymple to arrive and assume charge of the army. Castlereagh's dispatch of July 15, containing this unwelcome news, was delivered to Wellesley as he lay in Mondigo Bay on the 30th, and he had to make all his arrangements for disembarkation while suffering under this unexpected slight. Many men would have resigned under such a blow, and Wellesley, with his unbounded ambition, his strong sense of his deserts, and his well-marked tendency to take offense, must have been boiling over with suppressed indignation. But he felt that to ask to be recalled, because he had been degraded from a commander-in-chief to a mere general of division, would be an unsoldierly act. To Castlereagh, he merely wrote that, whether he was to command the army or to quit it, he would do his best to ensure its success, and would not hurry operations one moment in order to acquire credit before the arrival of his superiors. Meanwhile, there were yet a few days during which he would retain the command, and it was in his power to start the campaign on the right lines, even if he was not to reap the reward of its success. His first 8 days on shore, August 29, was spent in the organization of the commissariat of his army, which the home government had disgracefully neglected. Except the 2 troops of the Irish wagon train, which he had insisted on bringing with him, he had no transport at his disposal, and as he wrote to Castlereagh, the existence of the army depends upon the commissariat, and yet the people who manage it are incapable of managing anything out of a counting-house. All that could be got out of the country he utilized. The Bishop of Oporto had sent him a few horses, which enabled him to raise his force of mounted men to 240, and to give some animals to the artillery to add to those that had come from Ireland. But though he succeeded in equipping his own 3 batteries, the 2 which Spencer brought from Andalusia had to be left behind on the Mondigo for want of draft horses. The dismounted men of the 20th Dragoons had also to be dropped. For the commissariat, the Bishop of Oporto had sent some mules, which were raised to a total of 500 by purchases in the countryside, while 300 bullock carts were procured for the heavier stores by requisition from the neighboring villages. It was only on the 9th that things were so far ready that the army could move forward. It was now divided into 6 small brigades under Generals Hill, Ferguson, Nightingale, Bowes, Catlin Crawford, and Fane. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th brigades had only 2 battalions each, the other 4 had 3. Wellesley had resolved to advance by the coast road on Lisbon, via Alcobaça, Abidos, and Torres Vedras, and it was along the desolate shore, up to the knees in sand, and suffering dreadfully from thirst, that his men made their first march of 12 miles to Lugo. The distance was moderate, but the troops had been so long cramped on shipboard that some of the regiments had fallen out of condition and left many stragglers. The reasons which had determined Wellesley to take the coast route, rather than that which leads from the Mondigo to Lisbon via Santarém, were, as he afterwards explained, partly a wish to keep in touch with the fleet for the purpose of obtaining supplies, for he found that the country could support him in wine and beef, but not in flour, and partly the fact that he had learnt that new reinforcements from England were likely to appear within a few days. The brigades from Harwich and Ramsgate, under Generals Acland and Anstruther, had sailed on July 19 and might be looked for at any moment. Sir John Moore, with the division from Sweden, was also reported to be on his way to the south, but could not be expected to arrive for some time. Having ascertained that the French force in Portugal was somewhat larger than he originally supposed, Sir Arthur wished to pick up the troops of Acland and Anstruther before giving battle. In this, he was even wiser than he knew, for he still estimated Junot's total disposable force at 18,000 men, while it was really 26,000. To have attacked Lisbon with no more than the 13,000 troops who had originally disembarked at the mouth of the Mondego would have been most hazardous. Wellesley had at first intended to take on with him the whole of Bernardino Frere's army. He had visited the Portuguese commander at Montemor Velho on the 7th and had issued to his ally a supply of 5,000 muskets. Frere was anxious to persuade him to give up the coast route and to throw himself into the interior on the side of Santarem. But the cogent reasons which compelled him to prefer the road, which allowed him to keep in touch with the fleet, made him refuse to listen to this plan, and he invited the Portuguese general to transfer himself on to the same line. Frere so far submitted as to move to Leiria, where he met the British army on August 10. But here the two commanders came to hard words and parted. Frere, a self-willed and shifty man, was determined not to act in unison with Wellesley. Whether he wished to preserve his independent command, or whether he feared, as Napier hints, to oppose his raw levies to the French, even when supported by 13,000 British bayonets, he now showed himself utterly impracticable. He began by laying hands on all the stores of food in Leiria, though they had been promised to Wellesley. Then he made the absurd and impudent statement that he could only cooperate with his allies if Wellesley would undertake to provide rations for his 6,000 men. This proposal was all the more astounding because he had just been trying to persuade his colleague to move into the inland by the statement that resources of every kind abounded in Estremadura and that the whole British army could easily live upon the countryside. Wellesley's men had now been subsisting for 10 days on biscuit landed by the fleet, and it was ludicrous that he should be asked to take upon his shoulders the whole burden of feeding the Portuguese in their own country. Accordingly, he utterly rejected the proposal, but he insisted that Frere should lend him some cavalry and light troops, and these he promised to maintain. The bulk of the Portuguese, therefore, remained behind at Leiria, their general being left free to take up, if he should choose, his favorite plan of marching on Santarem. But 260 horsemen, the skeletons of 3 old cavalry regiments, a battalion of cazadores, and 3 weak-line regiments were placed at Wellesley's disposition. They amounted to about 2,300 men, according to the Portuguese official figures, but the British commander repeatedly states that he saw no more than 260 horse and 600 infantry, so it is probable that the regiments were somewhat under the estimate given by Frere. They were commanded by Colonel Trant, a British officer in the Portuguese service. Turning once more into the road that skirts the coast, Wellesley marched on the 13th from Leiria and reached Alcobaça on the 14th. Here he got his first news of the French. A brigade under Thomieres had occupied the village till the previous day, and he learnt that General de Laborde, with a weak division, was somewhere in his front, in the direction of Abidos and Ralissa. Junot had received prompt information of the landing of the British in Mondego Bay. On the very day after it had commenced, he was able to send orders to Loyson to abandon his post in front of Badajoz and to march at once to join the main army. Meanwhile, de Laborde was sent out from Lisbon on August 6 to observe, and if possible, contain Wellesley till Junot should have concentrated his whole field army and be ready to fight. He was told to expect Loyson from the direction of Tomar and Santarem, and to join him as soon as was possible. For his rather hazardous task, he was given no more than 5 battalions of infantry and a single regiment of chasseurs à cheval, with 5 guns, not much more than 5,000 men. De Laborde at first thought of making a stand and compelling Wellesley to show his force at Batalha near Alcobaça, where John I had beaten the Spaniards 4.5 centuries ago at the decisive Battle of Aljubarrota. But after examining the position, he found it so much surrounded by woods and so destitute of good points of view that he feared to be enveloped if he committed himself to a fight. Accordingly, he drew back to Ralissa, leaving only a rearguard at Abidos to observe the approach of the British. At the same time, he detached 6 companies of the 4th Swiss to garrison Peniche, thus reducing his available force to 4,350 men. Wellesley, meanwhile, knowing himself to be close to the enemy, advanced steadily but with caution. He left behind his tents and other weighty baggage at Leiria and moved forward with a lightly equipped army to Alcabasa on the 14th, to Caldas on the 15th. On that day, the first shot of the campaign was fired. 4 companies of the 5th Battalion of the 60th and of the 2nd Battalion of the 95th Rifles discovered the French outposts at Brilos in front of Abidos, drove them in, and pursuing furiously for 3 miles, came on the battalion which formed de Laborde's rearguard. This corps turned upon them, checked them with the loss of 2 officers and 27 men killed and wounded, and only retired when General Spencer led up a brigade to save the riflemen. Next morning, the French were discovered to have fallen back no further than Ralisa, where de Laborde had found the position that he had sought in vain at Batalha. The road from Caldas and Abidos towards Torres Vedras and Lisbon passes for some miles over a sandy plain enclosed on either flank by bold hills. The southern limit of the basin is a cross ridge, which connects the other 2. In front of it lies Ralisa, on the side slope of an isolated eminence which overlooks the whole plain. A mile further south, the road passes over the cross ridge by a sort of gorge or defile, on the right hand of which is the village of Columbera, while to its left rear lies that of Zambugera. Though de Laborde had drawn up his men on the hill of Ralisa down in the plain, it was not this advanced position that he intended to hold, but the higher and steeper line of the cross ridge on either side of the defile above Columbera. Here he had a short front, only 3/4 of a mile in length, scarped by precipitous slopes and covered by thickets and brushwood, which served to mask the strength, or rather the weakness, of his division. Discovering de Laborde drawn up on the isolated hill of Ralisa, where both his flanks could easily be turned, the British commander resolved to endeavor to envelop and surround him. He waited on the 16th till the rear of the army had come up, and marched at dawn on the 17th with his whole force, 13,000 British and 0 Portuguese, drawn up in a crescent-shaped formation with the center refused and the wings thrown far forward. On the right, Colonel Trant, with 3 battalions of Portuguese infantry and 50 horse of the same nation, moved along the foot of the western range of heights to turn the Ralisa position by a wide circular movement. On the left, General Ferguson, with his own brigade, that of bows and 6 guns, struck over the hills to get round the eastern flank of the French. In the center, the remainder of the army, 4 brigades of British infantry, 400 cavalry, half English and half Portuguese, with the battalion of cazadores and 12 guns, advanced on a broad front in 2 lines, forming a most magnificent spectacle. They came on slowly but in beautiful order, dressing at intervals to correct the gaps caused by the inequalities of ground, and all converging on the hill of Ralisa. Hill's brigade formed the right, Fane's the left, Nightingale's the center, while Catlin Crawford's 2 battalions and the cazadores acted as the reserve. De Laborde had warned his men to be ready for a sudden rush to the rear the minute that the enveloping movement should grow dangerous. Waiting till the last possible moment, when Fane's riflemen were already engaged with his tirailleurs and Trant and Ferguson were showing on the flanks, he suddenly gave the order for retreat. His men hurried back, easily eluding the snare, and took post on the wooded heights above Columbera, a mile to the rear. Wellesley had to rearrange his troops for an attack on the second position, and half the morning had been wasted to no effect. He resolved, however, to repeat his original maneuver. Trant and the Portuguese once more made a long sweep to the right. Ferguson's column mounted the foothills of the Sierra de Barregda and commenced a toilsome detour to the left. In the center, 2 batteries formed up near a windmill on the northern slope of Ralisa Hill and began to bombard the French position, while Fane's brigade to the left on the main road, and Hill's and Nightingale's to the right, deployed for the attack. Wellesley had not intended to assault the Columbera heights till the turning movements of Trant and Ferguson should be well developed. But contrary to his intention, part of his center pushed forward at once, and when it was engaged, the other troops in the front line were sent up to its aid. The face of the hill was scarred by 4 passes, as Wellesley called them, or rather large ravines, up each of which some of the British troops tried to penetrate. On the extreme right, the light companies of Hill's brigade, supported by the 1st Battalion of the 5th Regiment from the same brigade, delivered their attack up one gully. The second pass, just beyond the village of Columbera, was assayed by the 29th from Nightingale's brigade, with the 9th of Hill's in support. The 82nd went towards the center, while Fane's 2 rifle battalions and the 45th tried the heights far to the left. The 29th Regiment, urged on by the rash courage of its colonel, Lake, attacked some time before any other corps was engaged. It pushed up a narrow, craggy pass, the bed of a dried-up mountain torrent, where in some places only 2 or 3 men abreast could keep their footing. The further that the battalion advanced, the more did the ravine recede into the center of the enemy, and the 29th was soon being fired on from 3 sides. The right wing, which led, at last forced its way to the brow of the hill, and was able to deploy in a more or less imperfect way, and to commence its fire. In front of it were the few companies of the 4th Swiss, some of whom tried to surrender, calling out that they were friends, turning up their musket butts, and rushing in to shake hands with the British. But before the 29th could fully recover its formation, it was fiercely charged from the rear. Some of the French troops on the lower slopes of the position, finding themselves likely to be cut off, formed in a dense mass and rushed straight through the right wing of Colonel Lake's regiment from behind, breaking it, killing its commander and capturing 6 officers and some 30 of its rank and file, whom they took back with them in triumph. The 29th reeled down the slope into a wood, where it reformed on its comparatively intact left wing, and then resumed the fight, aided by the 9th, its supporting regiment. About this moment, the 5th and Fane's rifles made other attacks on the 2 ends of the hostile line, but were at first checked. De Laborde and his brigadier Brenier had only 4 battalions on the ridge, as they had detached 3 companies of the 70th far to their right in the direction in which Ferguson was moving. But they held their ground very gallantly, waiting till the British skirmishers had begun to get a lodgment on the brow, and then charging each detachment as it tried to deploy, and forcing it down to the edge of the wood that covered the lower slopes. 3 assaults were thus repulsed, but the British troops would not be denied. Wellesley wrote that he had never seen more gallant fighting than that of the 9th and the 29th, and after each reverse formed up again and came on once more. After 2 hours of desperate struggles, they made good their lodgment on the crest at several points. Ferguson's troops, though they had lost their way and wasted much time, began to appear on the extreme left, and De Laborde then saw that it was time for him to go. He retired by alternate battalions, 2 in turn holding back the disordered pursuers, while the other 2 doubled to the rear. His regiment of chasseurs à cheval also executed several partial charges against the British skirmishers and lost its commander mortally wounded. The Portuguese cavalry refused to face them. In this way, the French reached the pass behind Zambujera, a mile to the rear, without any great loss. But in passing through this defile, they were forced to club together by the narrowness of the road, were roughly hustled by their pursuers, and lost 3 of their guns and a few prisoners. The rest of the force escaped in some disorder to Casal de Sprega, where Wellesley halted his men, seeing that it was now impossible to catch De Laborde's main body. 2 miles to the rear, the French were rejoined by the 3 companies of the 70th Regiment, which had been detached to the east. They then retreated to Montequique, some 15 miles from Lisbon, where they at last got news of Loyson and Junot. De Laborde had fought a most admirable rearguard action, holding on to the last moment, and escaping by his prompt maneuvers the very serious risk of being enveloped and captured by the forces of the English, who outnumbered him 4-fold. But he had lost 600 men and 3 guns, while his assailants had only suffered to the extent of 474 killed, wounded, and prisoners, nearly half of whom were in the ranks of the 29th. The French flattered themselves that they had somewhat shaken the morale of Wellesley's men by their obstinate resistance, but this was far from being the case. The English had only put 5.5 battalions into the fighting line, and were proud of having turned the enemy out of such a position as that of Columbera without engaging more than 4,600 men. It is doubtful whether De Laborde should have fought at all. He was holding on in the hope that Loyson's division would come up and join him, but this junction was very problematical, as nothing had been heard of that general for many days. By fighting at Columbera, De Laborde risked complete destruction for an inadequate end. It was true that if Loyson was now close at hand, Wellesley's further advance might cut him off from Lisbon. But as a matter of fact, Loyson was still far away. He had reached Santerme on August 13, with his troops so tired by his long march from the Alemtejo that he halted there for 2 days to rest them and allow his stragglers to come up. Marching again on the 16th, He was at Circle, 15 miles from Ralisa to the east, while de Laborde was fighting. He barely heard the distant cannonade and rejoined the rest of the army at Torres Vedras by a route through Cadaval and Quinta de Bugagliera, which crossed his colleague's line of retreat at an acute angle. It is true that if Wellesley had been accurately informed of Loysen's position on the 17th, he could have so maneuvered as to place himself directly between that general and Lisbon on the following day, by seizing the crossroads at Quinta de Bugagliera. In that case, Loysen's division could only have rejoined Junot by a perilous flank march through Villafranca and Sacavem, or by crossing the Tagus and moving along its eastern bank to the heights of Almada opposite the capital. But the English general's object at this moment was not to cut off Loysen, but to pick up a considerable reinforcement, of whose approach he had just heard. On the morning of the 18th, the brigade of General Aclan from Harwich had arrived off the Penish Peninsula, and its advent was reported to Wellesley, with the additional news that of General Anstruther, which had sailed from Ramsgate, was close behind. It was all important to get these 4,000 men ashore. They could not be landed at Penish, whose fort was still in French hands, and the only other anchorage near was that of Porto Novo, at the mouth of the little river Massera, 12 miles south of Ralisa. To cover their disembarkation, Wellesley marched by the coast road through Larinhau and encamped on the heights of Vimiro. This movement allowed Loysen, who moved by the parallel road more inland, to pass the English and reach Torres Vedras. Note to Chapter 2. By far the best English account of Ralisa is that by Carl Leslie of the 29th, in his military journal, which was not printed at the Aberdeen University Press. He corrects Napier on several points. I have also found useful details in the letters, unpublished, of Major Gell, of the same regiment, which were placed at my disposition by Mr. P. Littleton Gell. Leslie and Gell agree that Colonel Lake led on his regiment too fast, contrary to Wellesley's intentions. The narrative of Colonel Leitch of the 295th is also valuable. The accounts of Landscheid of the 20th Light Dragoons, of Colonel Wilkie in Maxwell's Peninsular Sketches, Vol. I, and the anonymous T.S. of the 71st Constable, Edinburgh, 1828, have some useful points. Foy and Thibault, the French narrators of the fight, were not eyewitnesses, like the 6 above-named British writers. Section IV, Chapter 3. Chapter 1005, Iro. Junot much disliked leaving Lisbon. He greatly enjoyed his viceregal state, and was so convinced that to retain the capital was equivalent to dominating the whole of Portugal, that he attached an exaggerated importance to his hold on the place, and was very reluctant to cut down its garrison. But it was clearly necessary to support de Laborde and Loysen, and at last he took his departure. As a preliminary precaution, he resolved to deal a blow at the Alemtejo insurgents, who, emboldened by Loysen's retreat, were creeping nearer to the mouth of the Tagus, and showing themselves opposite Setoval. On August 11, 5 days after de Laborde had marched off, General Kellerman was sent out with 2 battalions and a few dragoons to drive off these hovering bands, a task which he executed with ease, giving them a thorough beating at Alcácer do Sal. Having cleared this flank, Junot evacuated Setoval and his other outlying posts beyond the Tagus, and only retained garrisons at Forts Bugio and Traferia, which command the entrance of the river, and on the heights of Almada, which face Lisbon across the Mar de Palio. He put in a state of defense the old citadel, which crowns the highest of the 7 hills on which the city is built, and established a battalion in each of the suburban villages of Belém and Sacavem, another in Fort San Julian at the mouth of the Tagus, and 2 at Casquez, in the batteries which command the only point where a disembarkation from the side of the Atlantic is barely possible. This excessive precaution was largely due to the fact that a small English convoy of transports, carrying the 3rd Regiment, the Buffs, from Madeira, had been seen off the mouth of the Tagus. The Duke feared that this portended an attempt to throw troops ashore in the immediate vicinity of the capital, when he should have gone off to meet Wellesley. Altogether, Junot left 7 battalions, not less than 6,500 men, in Lisbon and the neighboring forts, a much greater number than was really required, for, as Napoleon afterwards observed, capitals wait, before declaring themselves, for events outside to cast their shadows before. Knowing that a decisive blow given to the English would be the best way to keep the city quiet, the Duke of Abrantes would have been wise to cut down his garrisons round Lisbon to 3,000 men, however great the risk, and take every available man to meet Wellesley. It is probable that his error, which no French general would have committed at a later period of the war, was due to that tendency to despise the fighting power of the British which was prevalent on the continent all through the early years of the century. Not the least of Junot's troubles was the obstinate torpidity of the Russian admiral, Siniavin, whose 6,000 seamen and marines might have taken over the whole charge of Lisbon if only their commander had been willing. The Russian had refused to take part in the war as long as only Portuguese were in the field, on the plea that his master had never declared war on the Prince Regent or recognized the French annexation. But when the British had landed, Junot hoped to move him to action, for there was no doubt that Russia and the United Kingdom were technically at war. The Duke of Abrantes first tried to induce Siniavin to put out from the Tagus, to fall upon scattered British convoys, and to distract the attention of the blockading squadron under Cotton. But the reply that to sally forth into the Atlantic would probably mean destruction in 2 days by the British fleet was too rational to be overruled. Then Junot proposed that Siniavin should at least take charge of the pontoons containing the captive Spanish division of Carafa, but this too was denied him, and he had to leave a battalion of Graindorge's brigade to mount guard on the prisoners. The Russians were perfectly useless to Junot, except in so far as their guns helped to overawe Lisbon and presented a show of force to deter British vessels from trying to force the passage of the forts at the mouth of the Tagus. The fact was that Siniavin was not so much stupid as disaffected. He belonged to the party in Russia which was opposed to France, and he had perhaps received a hint from home that he was not expected to show too much zeal in supporting the projects of Napoleon. On the night of August 15, Junot marched out of Lisbon at the head of his reserve, a very small force consisting of a battalion of the 82nd of the Line, one of the 2 regiments of grenadiers, which he had created by concentrating the grenadier companies of the 18-line battalions in his army, the 3rd Provisional Regiment of Dragoons, a squadron of volunteer cavalry formed by the French inhabitants of Lisbon, and his reserve artillery, 10 guns under General Taville. He also took with him the reserve ammunition train, a large convoy of food, and his military chest containing 1,000,000 of francs in specie. On the morning of the 17th, the troops had reached Villafranca, when a false report that the English were trying to land at Casquez caused them to retrace their steps for some miles and to lose half a day's march. On learning that Lisbon and its neighborhood were quiet, Junot returned to the front, and growing vexed at the slow march of the great convoy which the reserve was escorting, pushed on ahead and joined Loyson at Circle. He heard the distant thunder of the guns at Rolliça in the afternoon, but was too far away to help de Laborde. On the 18th, Loyson and Junot marched southward to Torres Vedras and heard that de Laborde had fallen back so far that he was 10 miles to their rear at Montequique. He only came up to join them next day, and the reserve with its heavy convoy, much hampered by bad country roads in the Monte Junto hills, did not appear till the 20th. Junot had been much exercised in mind by the doubt whether Wellesley would march by the direct road on Lisbon through Torres Vedras and Montequique, or would continue to hug the shore by the longer route that passes by Vimiro and Mafra. Not knowing of the approach of Aclan's and Anstruther's brigades, he was ignorant of the main fact which governed his adversary's movements. But learning on the 20th that the British were still keeping to the coast road, by which they could in one more march turn his position at Torres Vedras, he determined to rush upon them with his united forces and give battle. At the last moment, he resolved to draw a few more men from Lisbon and called up a battalion of the 66th of the Line and another composed of 4 picked companies selected from the other corps of the garrison, a trifling reinforcement of 1,000 or 1,200 men, which arrived just too late for the fight at Vimiro. The organization of the French army had been so much cut up by the numerous garrisons which Junot had thought fit to leave behind him, that although 5 of his 6 infantry brigades were more or less represented in his field army, not one of them was complete. He accordingly recast the whole system and arranged his force in 2 divisions under de Laborde and Loyson, and a reserve brigade of grenadiers under Kellerman. His cavalry, on the other hand, was intact. Every one of the 4 regiments of Margarin's division was present, and over and above them he had the squadron of French volunteers raised in Lisbon. He had also 23 guns. There should have been 26, but de Laborde had lost 3 at Rallasa. The total of men present amounted to 10,300 foot and 0 horse, with 700 artillerymen and men of the military train, or about 13,000 in all. Hearing that Wellesley was stationary in Vimero since the morning of the 19th, Junot determined to attack him at the earliest possible moment. He was ignorant that his adversary's halt was due to the arrival of Anstruther and Acland, but knowing that more troops were expected from the sea, he resolved to fight at once. The reserve and convoy joined him on the morning of the 20th. The same night he marched under cover of the darkness and traversed the 10 miles which separated him from the hostile position. At dawn, he was close under it. But Wellesley, meanwhile, had received his reinforcements and was 4,000 men stronger than the Duke of Abrantes supposed. On the 19th, Anstruther's brigade had accomplished its dangerous disembarkation through the surf that beats upon the sandy shore north of the mouth of the Masera. It had been a tedious business, many boats having been upset and some lives lost. On the afternoon of the 20th, the convoy that brought Acland's brigade was got inshore, and the greater part of the men disembarked in the dusk in the actual mouth of the little river and slept upon the beach. But some of them were still on shipboard on the morning of the 21st and came too late for the battle of that day. While covering this disembarkation, Wellesley had taken up an excellent position on the heights of Vimero, with the sea at his back. The surrounding country was pleasant, good water was forthcoming in abundance, and the neighboring villages provided a considerable quantity of food. The region is both more fertile and better wooded than most of central Portugal. The only fault of the position was that it was one from which retreat would have been very difficult. But confident in himself and his men, and somewhat underestimating the possible maximum of force that Junot could bring against him, Wellesley was thinking of nothing less than of retreat. If he had not been attacked on the 21st, he would himself have pushed on towards the enemy next day. He had now 16,778 British troops, besides Trant's 2,000 Portuguese, and thought himself competent to cope with any force that Junot could collect. Map of the Battle of Vimero. Enlarged Battle of Vimero, August 21, 1808. The position of Vimero consists of a well-marked line of heights sweeping from the north to the southwest and cut through the center by the narrow valley of the river Masera, on which the village of Vimero stands. The southern part of the range, which lies nearest the sea, is especially steep and formidable. The northern part, beyond the Masera, is lower and broader. Along its ridge runs a country road leading northward to Lourinhã. But even here the position is very strong, for a ravine creeps along its eastern foot and acts as a sort of ditch to the broad ridge, or rather plateau, which the British army was holding. Its only accessible side is the north, where it sinks down into a rolling upland beyond the village of Ventosa. In the very center of the position, well in front of the main ridge, just above the village of Vimero, lies an isolated hill, well suited to serve as an outwork or first line of defense. It was partly occupied by vineyards and thickets, partly by open fields, and gave admirable cover for its defenders. This hill Wellesley had chosen as the key of his position. On it were placed the 2 brigades of Fane and Anstruther, 7 battalions in all. The high ridge running from behind it to the sea was held by the brigades of Hill, Bowes, Catlin Crawford, Nightingale, and Acland. That of Ferguson lay behind Vimero, astride of the valley of the Masera. Trant's 4 battalions of Portuguese were near Ferguson, on the lower heights north of Vimero, ready to act as a reserve to Fane and Anstruther. The handful of cavalry, 240 English and Portuguese sabres, were in the low ground on the banks of the Masera, close under Crawford's position. Of the 3 batteries which Wellesley had been able to bring with him, 6 guns were on the projecting height with Anstruther, 8 were on the high mountains south of Vimero, and 4 were with the reserve. A glance at this order of battle shows that Wellesley expected to be attacked from the south, up the valley of the Masera, and that he thought that the enemy's plan would be to force his right center. Little or no provision is made against the plan which Junot actually adopted, that of assaulting the British left center and simultaneously turning their extreme left flank, while leaving the right unmolested. But the whole position was so short, it was less than 3 miles in length, that there was no difficulty in shifting troops rapidly from one end of it to the other, and as the event showed, no risk whatever was run. Wellesley was busy arranging his line of battle, when to his bitter disappointment, he received the news that he was superseded, a calamity which he had been expecting to occur at any moment. Sir Harry Burrard had arrived from England at the tail of a clan's convoy, and was now on board the sloop Brazen in Massera Bay. Sir Arthur at once went off in a boat to greet him and to give him an account of the condition in which affairs stood. Burrard heard him out, and then placed a strong embargo on any further offensive movement. He had learnt that Sir John Moore, with the division from the Baltic, was now off the Portuguese coast, and was resolved not to stir till those troops should have been landed. Being, as it seems, a leisurely sort of man, he resolved to sleep on board his ship for one night more, and to come ashore next morning, a resolve which cost him that chance of commanding a British army in a pitched battle which so many generals have in vain desired. Wellesley went back through the surf charged, for a short 15 hours more, with the destinies of the army of Portugal. The French cavalry had been hovering around Vimiro all through the 20th, and knowing that Junot was not far off, Sir Arthur had taken all precautions against being surprised. General Fane, in charge of the outposts, had pushed pickets of riflemen into the wooded heights that faced the British position on the northern bank of the Massera. Vedettes of the 20th Light Dragoons were thrown out 3 or 4 miles to the front, and especially watched the Tours Vedras road. About midnight, they began to hear the approach of the enemy. The rumbling of his guns and caissons over the wooden bridge of Villafaccia traveled for miles through the still night air. In half an hour, Wellesley was warned that the French were drawing near, and sent the order round all his brigades to be under arms and in line on their designated position an hour before daybreak. But the enemy was late in appearing. Junot had halted on the near side of the bridge of Villafaccia, 4 miles away, to rest his men after their night march, and to allow them to cook their breakfast. It was not till nearly 9 in the morning that dense clouds of dust, rolling along the Tours Vedras road, bore witness to the approach of the French. They were indistinctly visible, among woods and rolling upland, as they advanced with a broad front on each side of the village of Villafaccia, a regiment of cavalry in front, then Loyson on the left, and de Laborde on the right side of the road, finally Kellerman's grenadiers, the reserve of artillery, and the bulk of Margarin's cavalry. The English were surprised to note that the columns showed as masses of dust color, not of the customary dark blue. On account of the hot weather, they had been provided with white linen frocks, and were wearing their uniform coats folded and buckled over their knapsacks. Wellesley had been expecting to see the great column swerve to its left and approach him along the valley of the Massera by Conjados and Sobrero Curvo. But instead of so doing, Junot continued his progress northward till he had completely marched past the English right wing and only fronted and deployed when he had got on a level with Vimiro. After driving off the small pickets of English riflemen who still lay out in the woods a mile in front of Fane's brigade, the French began to form a line of battle whose southern end was opposite Wellesley's center. But at the same time, the cavalry advance guard was noted riding far away to the north, toward Carrasquera and Praganza, and it was clear that infantry were following them. Obviously, there was going to be an attempt to turn the English position at its northern end, on the comparatively gentle slopes along the La Rinhau road. Junot, after reconnoitering the British position in a somewhat perfunctory fashion, had resolved to leave alone the formidable heights occupied by the right wing and to try to storm the low hill in front of Vimiro with his main body, while he turned Wellesley's left with a secondary column. This detachment was composed of the 3rd Provisional Regiment of Dragoons and Brenier's brigade, the same 4 battalions which had fought so handsomely at Rallasa. But the moment that Wellesley had seen that his right flank was safe and that his left was about to be attacked, he rapidly changed his line of battle. Ferguson, from behind Vimiro, started to march north. Behind him followed 3 of the 4 brigades which had occupied the hills above the sea. Only Hill was still left on the crest to the southwest of Vimiro. Bowes, Nightingale, and Acland, 6 battalions in all, taking with them 6 guns, dropped down into the valley of the Masera, crossed it behind Vimiro, and marched along the La Rinhau road parallel with Brenier's movement on the opposite side of the valley. In rear of these troops, and nearer the sea, Catlin Crawford and the Portuguese also moved northward and took up a position near Ribamar, where they covered the flank of the other corps, and were in a good position for preventing any movement of the French on the extreme northwest. Junot caught a glimpse of the extensive transference of troops to the left which his adversary was making, and struck with a sudden fear lest Brenier might be overwhelmed, sent off another brigade, Solignac, of Loyson's division, to support him. He would have been much wiser had he kept these 3 battalions in hand to support his main attack, and merely directed Brenier to demonstrate against the British left without pressing his attack home. His last movement had divided his army into 2 halves, separated from each other by a gap of nearly 2 miles. For the main attack he had only kept 8¼ battalions, 3 regiments of cavalry and 17 guns, while 7 battalions, 1 regiment of cavalry, and 6 guns had gone off on the turning movement. How long their flank march was to be he had not calculated, for not discerning the steepness of the ravine at the foot of the British position, he had not realized that Brenier and Solignac would have to take a vast sweep to the north in order to cross it. As a matter of fact, they got completely out of touch with him, and what was worse, with each other. Their diversion did not begin till the main battle was nearly over. Meanwhile, the French general deployed the 2nd brigades of his 2 divisions, Charlots of Loissons and Thomières of de Laborde's, only 4¼ battalions in all, as a first line for the attack on Vimiro. Kellerman's 4 battalions of grenadiers in a second line were for the moment held back, as was the cavalry and the reserve artillery, but 7 guns went forward with the first line. The French came on in their usual style, a thick line of tirailleurs, supported by battalion columns close in their rear. Fane and Anstruther were very comfortably placed for repelling the attack. The latter had drawn up the 52nd Anth in line on the slope of the hill, partly hidden by a dip in the ground and largely covered by vines and brushwood. The 9th Anad were in open column to the rear, ready to act as a reserve. Fane had got most of the riflemen of the 60th Anth out in front, at the foot of the hill, in a very thick skirmishing line. Only a few companies of them were in reserve, along with the 50th, the famous, dirty half-hundredth, at the head of the slope. In consequence of the order which Junot had adopted, Thomières' 2 battalions were opposed to Fane, and Charlot's brigade to Anstruther on the southern half of the hill. In each quarter the course of the fight was much the same. The French tirailleurs pushed up the slope among the brushwood and vineyards, slowly driving the riflemen before them. Then, as they drew near the crest, the 2 English brigadiers suddenly let loose their formed battalions upon the assailants. There was one fierce volley from the 6 guns on the hill top, and then the 97th charged Charlot's men in front, while the 52nd swerved round and took them in flank. One smashing discharge at 10 paces blew to pieces the heads of the columns of the 32nd And, which crumpled up in hopeless disorder and rolled down to the foot of the hill, pursued by their assailants. A few moments later, Fane dashed the 50th and the reserve companies of his rifles against Thomières' troops and sent them flying down the slope in equal disorder. They could not be rallied till they had got out of musketry range, and the 7 guns which they had brought forward with them were all captured. De Laborde and Charlot were wounded. The commander of the 82nd was killed. Junot's first attack had failed, but his spirit was not yet broken. He called up half his reserve of grenadiers, 2 battalions under Colonel St. Clair, and sent them against the hill on the same point, while the debris of the 2 wrecked brigades were rallied and pushed forward in support. 8 guns under Foy, the historian in after years of the war, were brought out from the artillery reserve and pushed to the front. The second attack, however, failed even more disastrously than the first. The grenadiers, attacking on a narrow front and a single point, were blown to pieces by the converging fire of the 52nd, the 97th, and Fane's 2 rifle battalions, as well as by the battery on the hill, which, having no longer any British skirmishers in front of it, had a free field. It was here, as Wellesley's dispatches show, That shrapnel shell, a recent invention of the British colonel of that name, was first used, and with the most effective results. St. Clair's battalions climbed halfway up the hill, but could do no more, and finally gave way, bearing back with them their half-rallied supports. The fight was rolling down the slope into the pinewood at its foot, when Junot made his last desperate stroke. His only infantry reserve was now the 1st Regiment of Grenadiers, 2 battalions under Colonel Merensin. He resolved to throw them into the fight pour and finir, as he said to his chief of the staff, but they made a finish of it in a way very different from his intention. This time the assailants, led by General Kellerman in person, made not for the front of the hill, but for the gap between it and the heights to the north, trying to turn Fane's flank and to penetrate into the village of Vimiro by coasting round the foot of the higher ground. There were at first no troops directly opposed to the column, but soon the grenadiers found themselves under fire from both flanks. On the southern side, Anstruther took from his reserve the 43rd, which had not yet fired a shot, and threw it into the cemetery of Vimiro, from whence it descended on the left flank of the leading battalion of grenadiers. On the northern side, a new force intervened. General Acland on the heights along the Larinhau road had been acting as the reserve of Wellesley's left wing. He was not needed there, and seeing Kellerman's attack threatening to break in between himself and Anstruther, took action on his own responsibility. Marching a little southward along the ridge, he sent his 2 companies of the 95th Rifles and the light companies of his 2 line battalions to fall on the right flank of the grenadiers. At the same time, he turned upon them the fire of 2 field guns which were in reserve near his brigade. The double flank attack cost Kellerman many men and brought his column to a standstill, but he held his ground for some time, till the 43rd closed in upon him at the eastern end of Vimiro village. Both French and English were in great disorder, the houses and enclosure walls having broken up their formation. There was a furious hand-to-hand fight. Volleys were interchanged at the distance of 5 yards, and both sides used the bayonet freely. At last, the grenadiers gave way and retired sullenly towards their original position. They had lost many men, but so had the 43rd, who from a weak battalion of 700 men had 40 killed and 79 wounded. All along the line, the French were now falling back, and Junot brought up a regiment of dragoons to cover the retreat of the disordered masses. Wellesley now resolved to make use of his handful of cavalry. Close behind Vimiro, there were drawn up the 240 sabres of the 20th Light Dragoons, with 260 Portuguese horsemen in 2 squadrons on their flanks. "Now 20th, now is the time," cried Wellesley, lifting his cocked hat, and Colonel Taylor wheeled his regiment from behind the sheltering hill and dashed at the retreating Frenchmen. The 2 Portuguese squadrons started level with him, but after going a few hundred yards and receiving a shot or 2, they broke, fell into disorder, and finally galloped to the rear amid the hoots of Anstruther's brigade. But the 20th rode at the French dragoons who stood in their path, burst through them, and then plunged among the flying infantry, sabbering them to right and left, and taking many prisoners. They could not be stayed till they had hewn their way through the fugitives, to the place where Junot himself sat watching the rout of his men. The charge had been pushed beyond all reasonable bounds, for the men were mad with excitement and would not halt. But as they rode up the French hill, they were checked by a stone wall, and at the same time charged by the 2 reserve regiments of Margarin's horse. It was a wonder that the headstrong troopers were not annihilated, but the larger part returned in safety to the English lines, leaving behind them their colonel and 20 men slain, 24 wounded, and 11 prisoners. We must now turn to the northern part of the battlefield, where the main stress of the fighting did not begin till the engagement round Vimiro was nearly over. This was the result of the reckless way in which Junot had sent his flanking brigades to attack over unexplored ground. When Brenier reached the point at which he would naturally have wheeled inward to climb the slopes along the Larinhau road, he came upon the deep and rugged valley of Toledo, the steepness of whose slopes he did not realize till he had almost reached its brink. Having guns with him, the French brigadier thought the obstacle impassable and turned northward again in a long sweep by the village of Carrasquera, the 3rd Dragoons still heading his march. In this wide flanking movement, he passed quite out of sight of the British. But Solignac, with the 2nd Brigade which Junot had told off for the northern diversion, was not so cautious. He too came upon the ravine, but instead of turning it, he sought out its least precipitous point and passed it near its head, underneath the farm of Ventosa. Having crossed, he deployed his 3 battalions, brought up his right shoulder, and ascended the gentle slope. By this movement, he was devoting his brigade to destruction. On the hill above, he could see only the thin line of British skirmishers, but hidden behind the crest was the main body of Wellesley's right wing, the 7 battalions of Ferguson, Nightingale, and Bowes. They had long watched the approach of the French and were lying down in battle order. In front were Ferguson's 3 regiments, the 36th, 40th, Anst, and one of Nightingale's, the 82nd. A couple of 100 yards to the rear was the 2nd line, the 29th of Nightingale's brigade, and the 6th and, which formed Bowes' command. Acland and Catlin Crawford were a mile away in different directions, but not too far to have been called in if necessary. When Solignac's men reached the brow of the hill, the 4 British battalions in the front line rose up and marched to meet them. Their long array completely overlapped at both ends the advancing columns and their screen of light troops. At the distance of 100 yards, all the 4 regiments directed a converging volley on the French, which almost swept away the tirailleurs and shook terribly the supporting masses. Then they reloaded and advanced in silence on the enemy, who were shouting, firing irregularly, and endeavoring to deploy, with their officers all in front. For troops in such disorder, the near approach of the majestic 2-deep line of 3,300 bayonets was too much. They wavered and fled northward along the summit of the ridge, carrying with them their commander, Solignac, desperately wounded. The British pursued, halting at intervals to pour a volley into the retreating masses and picking up on the way many prisoners, and also the 3 guns which the enemy had laboriously dragged up the hill. The pursuit was stopped by an unexpected development. General Brenier had heard from afar the heavy musketry fire which told him that his supporting brigade was engaged. He was now on the summit of the heights, having at last accomplished his long flank march. Pushing hastily forward, he came to the edge of a saddleback depression in the ridge and had the spectacle of the fight at his feet. The 36th Anth were engaged in driving the wrecks of Solignac's men back in a northwesterly direction, while the 71st and, halted around the captured guns, were resting and reforming their ranks. Without a moment's hesitation, Brenier threw his 4 battalions upon the 2 regiments that lay beneath him. He had taken them by surprise, attacked diagonally by fresh troops, and charged by the 2 squadrons of dragoons that accompanied the French. They reeled back in some disorder and abandoned the guns that they had taken. But they rallied in a moment and returned to the fight aided by the 29th, the reserve regiment of Nightingale's brigade. There was heavy firing for a moment, but very soon Brenier's troops broke and fled up the slope which they had just descended. Their flight was covered by the dragoons, who suffered severely in holding off the pursuers, losing many officers, among them the young Arighi, a kinsman of the Bonaparte family. Brenier was left on the field wounded and a prisoner, and not only did his men lose the guns which they had just recaptured, but they also left behind the 3 which had accompanied their own column. Their hurried retreat was accelerated by the fire of a half-battery brought up from the reserve, which played upon them with effect till they had plunged down into the ravine and regained their original position on the opposite heights. All the fighting here had been done by Ferguson's and Nightingale's 5 battalions. Bowes' brigade did not fire a shot or lose a man, and Catlin Crawford and the Portuguese were only beginning to approach the scene of action when Brenier's column broke up and fled. The main honors of the fight must be given to the 71st and, who lost respectively 112 men out of the total of 272 casualties suffered in this part of the action. 2.5 hours after the battle began, the French, both in the north and the south of the field, were retiring in confusion. The British were awaiting eagerly the order for a general advance, especially Ferguson, who, with the 36th Anth, had got part of Solignac's brigade pinned into an angle of the hills, from which they could not easily escape when attacked. But instead of the order to advance, there came a prohibition to move, and the French were allowed to withdraw unmolested. The stream of fugitives from Brenier's and Solignac's fight joined that from the center. Then both shook themselves together and formed up in more or less order on the heights. The reserve artillery under Hulot and Prast, Foy had been wounded, kept up a distant and ineffective fire towards the hill of Vimiro, more to put heart into their own infantry by the noise of their guns than in any hope of harming the English. Margarin's cavalry showed a front behind them, and the 2 belated battalions from Lisbon, which arrived about noon, were sent to the front and displayed on the edge of the heights to make some show of force. But the French would not have stood a serious attack. Every single unit of their infantry had been deeply engaged and had suffered a thorough defeat. More than half their guns, 13 out of 23, had been captured. The cavalry was in better case, though 2 of its regiments had suffered severely, yet it could not by itself have resisted the attack of the victorious British. A vigorous push would have sent the whole mass reeling backward, not on Torres Vedras or Lisbon, for these roads would have been barred to them when Wellesley advanced, but on the rugged path over the spurs of the Sierra de Barregda, which leads to Santam. But while the French were striving to rally and to form a new front, the leaden hand of Sir Harry Burrard was laid upon the British army. That leisurely person had only landed on the morning of the 21st, and the battle was in full progress before he rode up from the beach to Vimiro. He had the grace not to interfere with the movements of troops which Wellesley had already ordered, but when the victory was won, and his subordinate rode up to him crying, "Sir Harry, now is your time to advance. The enemy is completely beaten, and we shall be in Lisbon in 3 days," he refused to listen. The army, he said, had done enough for 1 day, and he intended to wait for the arrival of Sir John Moore and the division from the Baltic before making any further move. Greatly disconcerted by this stolid opposition, Wellesley launched forth into argument. The French army, as he pointed out, was now so placed that it had lost control of its line of retreat on Torres Vedras and Lisbon. Hill's intact brigade, and those of Fane and Anstruther, had but to advance a mile or so, and the French were irretrievably cut off from their base of operations. At the same time, the 5 brigades of the left wing, of which those of Bowes and Crawford were absolutely intact, might so hustle and press the retreating enemy that he could never rally. At this moment arrived an aide-de-camp from Ferguson, who begged to be allowed to go on. A column of broken troops, 1,500 to 2,000 strong, had in their confusion got into a hollow, and could be cut off from their main body by a movement in advance of his brigade. The enemy had lost all their artillery, were retiring in the utmost confusion. None of them save the cavalry were regularly formed, and it was his hope that he might be allowed to continue to go forward. Burrard still remained obdurate, though Wellesley pointed out to him that he had 9,000 fresh troops in hand, that every soldier had a day's food cooked in his haversack, that the ammunition reserve was ready to move, and that, with 12 days' provisions in the camp and an ample store of munitions, he had it in his power to march forward both rapidly and with complete security. But all these arguments were of no effect. The slow and cautious Burrard chose to believe that Junot might still have a large and intact reserve, that his cavalry was too dangerous to be meddled with, and that the dispersion of the British brigades, there were more than 3 miles between Hill's extreme right and Ferguson's extreme left, would make a general advance a very dislocated and hazardous business. He utterly refused to listen to any further discussion, and as the French were now in full retreat and disappearing over the eastern horizon, ordered the troops back to camp. They returned with colors flying and bands playing, dragging the captured French guns, and with a considerable column of prisoners in their midst. But everyone, from Generals Spencer and Ferguson down to the youngest private, was utterly puzzled at the tame and inconsequent end to such a glorious day. The losses had been very moderate: 4 officers and men killed, 37 officers and men wounded, 2 officers and 49 men missing. Of the total of 720, no less than 573 were from the 10 battalions of Fane's, Anstruther, S. and Ferguson's brigades. Those of Hill, Bowes, and Catlin Crawford did not return a single casualty. The handful of prisoners were mainly supplied by the 20th Light Dragoons and by the 2 rifle battalions, whose pickets had been driven in at the commencement of the fight. The French losses were very different. Both Foy and Thibault acknowledge a total of 1,800, and this may be taken as a minimum. Of these, some 300 or 400 were unwounded prisoners. De Laborde and 3 brigadier generals, Charlot, Brenier, and Solignac, as well as Colonels Foy and Prost of the artillery, were wounded. 2 battalion commanders were killed. A third and the disabled Brenier were prisoners. Men and officers were alike disheartened. Every single corps present had been engaged. Even the squadron of volunteer cavalry had been in action against Taylor's dragoons. More than half the guns had been lost, and the officers who brought back those that remained asked themselves in wonder how they had ever been permitted to get away. But at least they were unmolested in their retreat, using the 2 battalions that had just come up from Lisbon as his rearguard. Junot retired unharmed, but full of despair, on Torres Vedras. It was not till early on the next morning that the last stragglers of his scattered army drifted in to join the main body. Section IV, Chapter IV. The Convention of Coimbra. For only one single day did the incubus of Burrard rest upon the British army in Portugal, though that day was one on which he succeeded in changing a decisive victory, which might have laid a whole kingdom at his feet, into an ordinary successful defensive action. He had stopped Wellesley's triumphant march at noon on August 21. Early on the morning of the 22nd, Sir Hugh Dalrymple appeared in Massera Bay, disembarked, and took over the command. He naturally began his tenure of control by interviewing his 2 predecessors, whose divergent views as to the situation and its requirements were laid before him. He was an old man and unpracticed in the field. He had only seen war in the wretched Flanders campaign of 1793. His prejudice was in favor of caution, and he was not slow to let it be seen that he regarded Wellesley's actions in the past, and still more his plans for the future, as rash and hazardous. "On the first interview that I had with Sir Hugh Dalrymple," said Wellesley, "at the Court of Inquiry in the following winter, I had reason to believe that I did not possess his confidence, nay more, that he was prejudiced against any opinions which I should give him. The veteran's ill-concealed hostility was, we cannot doubt, mainly due to an unhappy inspiration of Castlereagh, who had sent him a letter bidding him take Sir Arthur Wellesley into his particular confidence, as he had been, for a length of time past, in the closest habits of communication with His Majesty's ministers with respect to the affairs of Spain. He was also directed to make the most prominent use of him which the rules of the service would permit. Such a letter very naturally caused Dalrymple to look upon the young lieutenant general as a sort of emissary from the government, sent to overrule his plans and curb his full power of command. He was inclined, consciously or unconsciously, to entertain a strong prejudice against anything that Wellesley might recommend, and we cannot doubt that the latter, always stiff and haughty, was at this moment in a state of suppressed fury at the foiling of his plans by Burrard on the preceding day. Probably, in his own cold way, he let his indignation appear, and Dalrymple may have been glad of an excuse for repressing him. The plan which Wellesley had drawn up for the conduct of the campaign, and which he now urged upon his chief, is detailed in the proceedings of the Court of Inquiry. He had hoped to get Sir John Moore's division, whose arrival was just reported, sent to Santarem, to cut off any attempt of Junot to escape out of the Lisbon Peninsula by following the road along the right bank of the Tagus. The Portuguese were to be brought up to assist. Meanwhile, the army which had fought at Vimiro was to turn the position of Torres Vedras, on which the enemy had retired, by marching along the sea coast by the route that leads to Mafra. If Junot let them march past him, he would infallibly lose Lisbon, for they could, by forcing the pace, arrive in the capital as soon as he. If he abandoned Torres Vedras and fell back on Mafra or Montequic as soon as he saw them moving, he would have to fight a second battle on the 23rd or 24th, with an army which had been gravely demoralized by the events of Rolliser and Vimiro, and which could not receive much succor from Lisbon. For the populace of that city, when apprised of the defeat of the French, would undoubtedly have burst into insurrection, and would have required for its repression every man of the 5,000 troops who had been left to hold it down. There was a third possibility, that Junot, on hearing that the English were marching past his flank, might have hastened from Torres Vedras to attack their line of march by one of the crossroads, such as that from Torres Vedras to Puente de Rol, which cut down to the Atlantic coast. But Wellesley had convinced himself that this chance would not occur. He reckoned, very rightly, on the exhaustion of the enemy on the day after such a crushing blow as Vimiro. As a matter of fact, On the morning of the 22nd, at the moment when the head of the British column, if it had marched, would have been outflanking their position, Junot and those of his generals who were not hors de combat were sitting in council of war at Torres Vedras, with despair in their souls, and resolving to ask for terms on which to evacuate Portugal. Kellerman was just about to ride into the English lines to open negotiations. The idea of an offensive return by the French was in the head of the cautious Burrard, but not in that of Wellesley, who had made up his mind that they would act in Portugal as they did in Egypt. They tried their strength once in the field, and having failed, they would have continued to retreat till they could have got into safety. I do not believe that any corps could have fallen on the flank of our march on the 23rd. The only course open to the French, in his opinion, was to throw over any idea of holding the capital, withdraw its garrison, and cross the Tagus at Sacavem or Villafranca or Santarem by means of the ships which lay in the river, and the large fleet of barges which is always to be found in and near Lisbon. Having passed the Tagus, they might cut their way through the insurgents of the Alemtejo, disperse the Spanish levies about Elvas and Badajoz, and press north through Estremadura to join Bessieres. This very idea did for a moment flash through the brains of some of Junot's council of war at Torres Vedras, but there lay on their minds, like a nightmare, the remembrance of their awful march through the Estremaduran mountains in the preceding autumn. If journeying unopposed from Ciudad Rodrigo to Lisbon, they had been nearly starved in that wilderness, what would be their fate if they had to cut their way through an insurrection, with the English army hanging on their heels? The most hopeful could only say that perhaps half the army might struggle through to Old Castile. Wellesley's arguments to Dalrymple had no further effect than to induce that general to make up his mind that the troops should march not on the 22nd, but on the 23rd, and not on Mafra but on Torres Vedras. Sir John Moore's division was to be brought down at once to Massera Bay to join the main army and not to be sent, as Wellesley had urged, to Santarem. With the aid of this reinforcement, Dalrymple hoped to be strong enough to force back Junot into Lisbon. The resolve meant fatal delay. Moore did not begin to disembark till August 25, and his last men did not get ashore till August 30. On that day only could Junot have been attacked seriously, and meanwhile he would have obtained 9 days in which to fortify his positions and to place Lisbon in a thorough state of defense. The consequences entailed would have been a long siege, the probable devastation of the Portuguese capital, and the protraction of operations into November and December. Even then, there would still have been Elvas and Almeida to be recaptured. But things were not destined to take this course. Dalrymple was busy drafting his orders for the movement of the next day on Torres Vedras, when an alarm ran through the camp that the French were at hand, and the whole force flew to arms. This rumor was caused by the folly of a Portuguese cavalry officer, whose vedettes had seen French horsemen in the distance. He imagined an army on the move and reported its approach. What he had really seen was General Kellerman, with 2 squadrons of dragoons as his escort, bearing the white flag, and about to propose to the British commander-in-chief the evacuation of Portugal by the French army under a convention. We have already mentioned the fact that on the early morning of the 22nd, Junot had called together at Torres Vedras a council of war composed of all his surviving generals, Loyson, Kellerman, de Laborde, who attended though suffering from 2 severe wounds, Thijbolt, the chief of the staff, Taville, the commander of the artillery, Carl Vincent, the chief engineer, and Trouset, the chief commissary at Lisbon. Junot's spirits were very low. He began by explaining that he had only fought at Vimiro to save the honor of the French arms, not because he hoped for victory, a statement which will not bear investigation in the light of his previous dispatches and letters. The British, he said, were expecting huge reinforcements from the sea. Frere was now moving on Abidos, another Portuguese corps on Santarem. The reports of the state of public opinion in Lisbon were most alarming. Under these circumstances, ought the army to try the fortune of battle a second time, and if it must, what plan should be adopted? If it could not, what alternative remained? When such was the spirit of the leader, it was easy to foresee the replies of his subordinates. The army, they soon resolved, had done its best in the most honorable fashion, but it was not ready for another fight. Indeed, the stragglers had not yet finished pouring into Torres Vedras, and the wearied rearguard which covered them had only reached the defile in front of the town 2 hours after midnight. The army, unmolested as it was, did not get into fighting trim again till 2 days after Vimero. On the 22nd, it was still in a state of complete disorganization. If Dalrymple had marched on Mafra, he would not have found a man in his path. Having resolved that the army was not ready for another battle, the Council of War had 3 alternatives before it: to fall back to cover Lisbon on the positions of Mafra and Montequique, to evacuate Lisbon, cross the Tagus, and make for Elvas, or to try to negotiate with the British. The decision was soon made in favor of the third. Lisbon, without regular fortifications and swarming with a discontented populace, would be a mere snare for the army. The retreat via Elvas on Old Castile would mean the slow but certain destruction of the whole corps, for it was now known that Joseph Bonaparte had evacuated Madrid, and that Burgos was probably the nearest point where a French force was to be found. Not one of the officers present had the heart to make a serious proposal for such a retreat. It only remained to try whether Dalrymple was open to receive an offer. If he could be tempted by the prospect of receiving Lisbon with all its magazines and riches intact, he might allow the French army to return under safe conduct to their own land. Kellerman, who could understand English more or less and was considered a skillful diplomatist, was charged with the negotiations. He rode out of Torres Vedras between 10 and 11 in the morning with his escort, charged with ample powers to treat. As he passed the rearguard in the pass, 4 miles outside the town, he told the officer in command that he was going to visit the English to see if he could get the army out of the mousetrap. By 2 o'clock, Kellerman was conferring with the English commander. He was astonished to find that it was Dalrymple and not Wellesley. The reception that he met was an agreeable surprise to him. Dalrymple showed his pleasure at the broaching of the idea of a convention in the most undisguised fashion. The fact was that he was very glad to avoid the possible dangers of an immediate advance and a second fight. He called in Burrard and Wellesley to the interview, and from his unguarded asides to them, Kellerman soon learnt that Moore had not yet landed, and that till he was assured Dalrymple did not feel safe. This gave the Frenchman a confidence which he had not at first possessed, and he at once assumed an air of self-reliance which he had been far from showing when he rode out of Torres Vedras. Instead of merely trying to save the army at all costs, he began to haggle about details and to speak about the possibility of resuming hostilities, the last thing in the world that he really desired. There was no doubt that a convention by which Portugal and all its fortresses could be recovered without the necessity of firing another shot was an eminently desirable thing. Wellesley did not hesitate a moment in advising his superiors to take the offer. Burrard had given away the certainty of recapturing Lisbon yesterday. Dalrymple, by delaying his advance, had on this very morning sacrificed the second chance, a much less brilliant one, it must be confessed, of ending the campaign by a single blow. If Junot's proposals were rejected and hostilities were resumed, there lay before the British army either a siege of Lisbon, which could not fail to ruin the city, or a long stern chase after the French, if they should resolve to cross the Tagus and march off through the Alemtejo. No doubt it would sound better in the ears of the British public if the surrender or destruction of Junot's army could be reported. But as a matter of practical expediency, the recovery of Lisbon and all its wealth unharmed was worth far more than the capture of a French army at the cost of much time, many lives, and the ruin of the Portuguese capital. The loss of 25,000 soldiers would be nothing to Napoleon, who disposed of more than 500,000 men. The blow to his pride would be almost as great if he lost Portugal by a convention as if he lost it by a capitulation. As a matter of fact, he was much incensed at Junot, and would have dealt hardly with him if Dupont had not drawn off his wrath by failing in an even more disastrous fashion. After hearing what Kellerman had to say, the 3 English generals withdrew into an inner room, and after a very short discussion agreed to treat. They told their visitor that he might have a 48 hours suspension of hostilities at once, and that they would open negotiations on the general base that Junot and his army should be allowed to evacuate Portugal by sea without any of the forms of capitulation, and be returned to their own country on British ships. The details would take much discussion. Meanwhile, they invited Kellerman to dine with them and to settle the main lines of the convention before he returned to his commander. There was a long postprandial debate, which showed that on 2 points there was likely to be trouble, One was the way in which Siniavin's Russian fleet in the Tagus was to be treated. The other was how much the French should be allowed to carry away with them from Portugal. Kellerman said that he asked for no more than their military baggage and equipments, but he seemed to have a large idea of what came under these headings. Meanwhile, the terms of the suspension of hostilities were successfully drafted. The line of the Zizander River was to be fixed as that of demarcation between the two hosts. Neither of them was to occupy Torres Vedras. Dalrymple undertook to get the armistice recognized by Frere and the other Portuguese generals in the field. They were not to advance beyond Leiria and Tama. The garrisons at Elvas, Almeida, Peniche, and elsewhere were to be included in the convention, unless it should turn out that any of them had surrendered before August 25, which, as a matter of fact, they had not. The Russian fleet in the Tagus was to be treated as if in a neutral port. This last clause was much objected to by Wellesley, who found also several minor points in the agreement of which he could not approve. But by the directions of Dalrymple, he signed the suspension of arms after a protest. His superior had told him that it was useless to drive the French to the wall upon points of form. Subsequent negotiations for a definite convention occupied 7 days, from August 23 to 30. On the first-named day, Junot evacuated Torres Vedras, according to the stipulations of the agreement made by Kellerman. He retired to the line of hills behind him, establishing Loyson's division at Mafra and de Labord's at Montequique. Dalrymple, on the other hand, moved his headquarters forward to Ramalhol, a position just north of Torres Vedras and only 9 miles from Vimero. In this respect, he profited less than the French from the suspension of hostilities. It is true that he got leisure to disembark Moore's troops, but Junot gained the much more important advantage of a safe retreat to a good position and of leisure to strengthen himself in it. It must not be supposed, however, that he was in a comfortable situation. Lisbon was seething with suppressed rebellion. The news of French victories, which had been published to quiet the people, had soon been discovered to be nothing more than an impudent fiction. At any moment, an insurrection might have broken out. The garrison and the mob were alike in a state of extreme nervous tension, which took shape on the one side in assassinations, and on the other in wanton firing at every person who approached a sentinel or refused to stand when challenged by a patrol. The negotiations for a definitive convention suffered several checks. At one moment, it seemed likely that the Portuguese army might give trouble. General Frere arrived at Ramalhol in a state of high wrath to protest that he ought to have been made a party to the suspension of hostilities. There was, as Napier remarks, more plausibility than real foundation in his objection, for his motley army had taken no part whatever in the operations that had brought Junot to his knees. But he could make a distinct point when he asked by what authority Dalrymple had given promises as to his neutrality in the agreement with Kellerman, or laid down lines which he was not to pass. Frere was all the bolder because his levies were now being strengthened by the forces from Oporto which the bishop had lately raised, while a small Spanish brigade under the Marquis of Valadares, lent by the Galician junta, had come down as far as Garda. But he contented himself with protests without committing any definite act that might have rendered the convention impossible. A more dangerous source of possible rupture was the view of the situation taken by Sir Charles Cotton, the admiral in command of the British blockading squadron off the mouth of the Tagus. As Wellesley had foreseen, the naval men were determined to secure the possession of the Russian ships of Siniavin. Cotton refused to entertain the proposal that such a force should be allowed a free departure from Lisbon, as if from a neutral port, and should be given a long start before being pursued. He had held the Russians under blockade for many a weary month, and was not going to abandon his hold upon them. Why should the French evacuation of Portugal place Siniavin in a better position than he had ever occupied before? The admiral declared that he saw no reason why the Russians should be included in the convention at all. If there was going to be any agreement made with them, he should conduct it himself, treating directly with Siniavin instead of through a French intermediary. Sir Hugh Dalrymple was forced to report to the French commander these objections of the admiral. It seemed possible for a moment that the difficulty would not be got over, and that war must recommence. Wellesley strongly advised his chief to try the game of bluff, to announce to Junot that operations would be resumed at the end of the stipulated 48 hours, as Sir Charles Cotton had objected to the terms of the armistice, but that he was prepared to take into consideration any new proposals which might be made to him before the interval of 2 days expired. Such a firm policy, he thought, would induce the French to yield the point, all the more because Junot and Siniavin were known to be on very bad terms. But Dalrymple would not accept this plan. He merely reported the admiral's proposals to Junot without any intimation that the resumption of hostilities must result from their rejection. This move placed the power of playing the game of brag in the Frenchman's hands. Seeing that Dalrymple did not seem to desire to break off negotiations, he assumed an indignant tone and began to talk of his determination not to concede an inch, and of the harm that he could do if he were forced to fight. The English might take away the half-drafted convention, he would have none of it. He would defend Lisbon street by street. He would burn as much of it as he could not hold, and it should cost them dear to take from him what remained. At the same time, he made a final proposal to Siniavin that he should put ashore his 6,000 seamen and marines to take part in the defense of Lisbon on the land side. This was only part of the game of bluff, and intended for the benefit of the English rather than of Siniavin, for Junot knew perfectly well, from the latter's previous conduct, that he was bent on playing his own hand, and would not fire a single shot to help the French. Old Junot's desperate language was, in fact, no more than a device to squeeze better terms out of Dalrymple. The actual point on which the argument grew hot was a mere pretext, for the Russian admiral utterly refused to assist the French, and intimated that he should prefer to conclude a separate convention of his own with Sir Charles Cotton. Clearly, it was not worth while for the Duke of Abrantes to risk anything on behalf of such a torpid ally. Accordingly, the convention was reduced to a definitive form between August 27, and Colonel George Murray, the quartermaster general, acted as the British negotiator, while Kellerman continued to represent Junot. The details were settled in Lisbon, where Murray took up his residence, sending back frequent reports to his superior officer at Ramalhole. Dalrymple and Cotton carried their point in that no allusion whatever was made to the Russians in the document. Junot found a salve for his injured pride by remembering that he had slipped a mention of Napoleon as Emperor of the French into the text of the suspension of hostilities. In this, he thought that he had won a great success, for the British government had hitherto refused to recognize any such title and had constantly irritated its adversaries by alluding to the master of the continent as General Bonaparte, or the actual head of the French executive. The terms of the convention need close study. It comprised 22 articles and 3 supplementary paragraphs of addenda. The first article provided that the French should surrender Lisbon and the Portuguese fortresses in their existing condition, without harming or dismantling them. The second and third granted the army of Junot a safe departure by sea in English vessels. They were not to be considered prisoners of war, might take their arms and baggage, and were to be landed at any port between Rochefort and 50 Orient. The fourth, fifth, and sixth articles attempted to define the property which the French might take away, their horses, their guns of French caliber, but not any that they might have found in the Portuguese arsenals, with 60 rounds for each piece, their wagons, their military chest, in short, all their equipment, and all that is comprehended under the name of property of the army. It was found, later on, that these paragraphs had been too loosely worded, and gave much endless occasion for disputes. The next 6 articles settled the manner in which the departing army was to embark, and the order in which each of the strongholds that it evacuated was to be given up to the British. The 13th and 14th articles arranged for the appointment of commissaries by each side to deal with disputed points in the convention, and added the curious clause that, where a doubt arose as to the meaning of any article, it should be explained favorably to the French army. But the 15th, 16th, and 17th articles were the most objectionable part of the convention. It was true that they secured that no more taxes or contributions were to be raised by Junot, and that undischarged fines which he had laid on the Portuguese should be regarded as cancelled. But they also provided that French civilians in Portugal might either depart with the army, or, if they preferred it, might be allowed to remain behind unmolested, and have a year in which to dispose of their property. This might perhaps pass. Not so, however, the ensuing clause, which provided that Portuguese subjects should not be rendered accountable for their political conduct during the French occupation. All who had taken service with the usurping government were to be placed under the protection of the British and to suffer no injury in person or property. They were also to be granted liberty to depart with the French army if they chose. The 5 remaining articles were unimportant. The 18th secured the release of Carafa and the rest of Junot's Spanish prisoners, and provided that in return the few French officers of the army of Portugal, whom the Spaniards had captured at Oporto and Elvas, should be liberated. The 21st permitted Junot to send one of his aides-de-camp directly to France to carry the news of the convention, so that preparations might be made for the reception of the troops. 3 unimportant supplementary articles were added below the signatures of Murray and Kellerman. One stipulated that French civilian prisoners in the hands of the English and Portuguese should be released, another that Junot's army should subsist on its own magazines till it embarked, a third that the British should permit the entry of provisions into Lisbon, now that the convention had been concluded. Such was the celebrated agreement, which was destined to gain a most unhappy notoriety in England under the name of the Convention of Sintra, a designation which it is hard to understand, for it was first sketched at Torres Vedras and was discussed and ratified at Lisbon. The only connection which it had with Sintra was that Dalrymple's dispatch to the British government, enclosing the document in its latest form, was dated from that pleasant spot in the environs of Lisbon. But it would perhaps be pedantic to give any other name to such a well-known document than that under which it has been known for the last 93 years. After a careful investigation of the details of this famous agreement, the conclusion at which the impartial student will probably arrive is that while on the military side it was justifiable, it presented grave political faults. In order to recover Lisbon with its arsenals, its forts and its shipping, all intact, Dalrymple might without serious blame have granted even more to the French. By the convention he saved not only the wealth of the capital and the lives of the troops who must have fallen in storming it, but most important of all time. If he had but known the value of that commodity, he might have been in Madrid at the head of all his British troops by October 1 or even earlier. "I do not know what Sir Hugh proposes to do," wrote Wellesley the morning after the convention was signed, "but if I were in his situation, I would have 20,000 men in Madrid in less than a month from this day." But the importance of time was never realized by the old commander-in-chief. He was superseded long before his army had even moved up to the Portuguese frontier. Looking, therefore, at the convention in the broadest aspect, we hold that its military advantages entirely outweighed those which might have been secured by a prolongation of hostilities. But this conclusion does not mean that there were not points in the military part of the agreement that might have been modified with advantage. It is when we turn to the political section of the convention that we light upon grave faults and mistakes on the part of Dalrymple. The first and foremost was that he signed the document without previously submitting certain portions of it to the Portuguese government. In the 16th and 17th articles, the British general took upon himself to grant certain favors both to French civilians resident in Portugal and to Portuguese subjects who had taken service under Junot, which he had no authority to concede. These were points which concerned not the British army but the Portuguese civil administration, and should not have been decided without a consultation with our allies and a permission from them to make terms on their behalf. The 16th article allowed Frenchmen resident in Lisbon to remain there for a year after the convention, if they did not choose to leave the country with Junot and his troops. To permit subjects of the hostile power to remain in Lisbon for so long was, of course, most distasteful to the Portuguese government, which was naturally desirous of expelling at once, according to the ordinary customs of war, a body of persons many of whom had made themselves the partners and instruments of Junot's peculations, and who for the next 12 months would serve as spies and purveyors of intelligence to the French emperor. Nothing more than the leave to quit Lisbon in Junot's wake should have been secured to them, unless the junta of regency gave its consent. The 17th article is even more objectionable. A considerable portion of the bureaucracy of Portugal had been weak and criminal enough to acquiesce in the French usurpation, and to make themselves the tools of the Duke of Wellington. It was natural that their countrymen should feel deeply indignant with them, and their lot was likely to be so hard that it was but rational and humane to give them leave to quit the kingdom. But considering that they had deserved very ill of the state, it was surely wrong for the British general to promise to take them under his special protection, and to guarantee them against injury to their persons or property. He had no power to grant them an amnesty for their past ill-doing. That could be given only by the Portuguese government. When the latter resumed its ordinary functions at Lisbon, it was absurd that it should be prevented by the Convention from taking into consideration the cases of such of these unpatriotic persons as it might wish to deal with. When therefore Kellerman broached to Dalrymple the 16th and 17th articles, the latter should have refused to accept them without a reference to the junta at Oporto. He might have granted both the French and the Portuguese satellites of Junot a free passage out of Portugal, with such of their goods as they could carry, but more than this he could not rationally concede on his own authority. It was fortunate, therefore, that the practical harm done did not turn out to be very great. Both the aliens and the natives covered by these two clauses were so perfectly aware of their own unpopularity in Lisbon that they absconded almost en masse. The populace of the capital had given them fair warning of what they might expect, for not only were they threatened and insulted in the streets whenever they were out of sight of a French sentry, but unknown hands posted on the walls lists of houses to be sacked and individuals to be hung as soon as Junot's army should have sailed. The watchwords, "Death to the French" and "Death to the traitors," were muttered even under the muzzles of the cannon, which had been trained on all the main streets, to keep down the insurrection for the few days which had to elapse before the embarkation. The invaders, therefore, had to take away with them a very large body of civilian dependents, headed by the Comte de Novian, a French émigré, who, after being hospitably entertained in Lisbon for many years, had shown his gratitude by accepting the post of head of Junot's police, a capacity in which he had much odd business to transact. But besides Articles 16 and 17 of the Convention, there were other clauses to which Dalrymple should not have given his assent without consulting the representatives of his allies. Almeida was being blockaded by a mass of Portuguese militia, and Elvas, a few days after the treaty had been signed, was attacked by a Spanish force sent out from Badajoz by Galuzzo, the Captain-General of Estremadura. No British soldier had yet been seen within 100 miles of either fortress. What was to be done if the generals of the besieging troops refused to abide by an agreement which they had not been asked to sign, and which had not even been laid before their respective governments ere it was definitively ratified? A grave crisis, as we shall find, was created by Dalrymple's neglect to foresee this difficulty. His conduct all through the days of negotiation was very strange. Not only did he make no proper attempt to communicate with the Portuguese authorities, but he actually left his own government uninformed of his proceedings for a fortnight. He failed to send them any dispatch to announce the armistice of August 22, and only forwarded that detailing the convention of August 30 on the 4th day of the succeeding month. Dalrymple's main reason for leaving the Portuguese out of the negotiations was that the junta at Oporto had not yet been formally recognized as the legitimate government of Portugal. Wellesley, no doubt, had conferred with the bishop, given him arms and munitions, procured from him food and draft animals, and asked his advice, but the British ministry had not yet acknowledged the existence of any regular executive in Portugal. This being so, Dalrymple thought himself justified in acting as if there were none in being, and it cannot be denied that thereby he saved himself much present trouble at the cost of future friction. All therefore that he did was to inform the junta's agent at the British headquarters, Juan Pinto de Souza, that he was negotiating with Junot for the evacuation of Lisbon, and that he was open to receive any observations which the junta might make. The same announcement was made to Bernardino Frere, who had ridden over to Ramalho to complain that he and his army were not mentioned in the armistice of August 22. Both Frere and the junta were treated as persons whose opinions it was useful to obtain, not as constituted authorities whose consent to the definitive convention was necessary in order to make it binding. Dalrymple tried to cover himself during the subsequent inquiry by maintaining that the convention was purely military, and concerned the French and English armies alone. But this plea cannot seriously be put forward in face of Articles Roman 15, Roman 16, and Roman 17, all of which are concerned with problems of civil government, which would arise after the French army should have embarked. Each of these articles clearly required the ratification of some proper Portuguese authority to make it valid. Both the Bishop of Oporto and General Frere were deeply wounded by the way in which Dalrymple ignored their status, the prelate more justly than the soldier, for he had done his best to assist the British army, while Frere, by his captious and impracticable behavior, had been more of a hindrance than a help. The bishop charged the representative of the Supreme Junta in London to complain to the British government as to the behavior of their generals, denouncing not only their neglect to make the junta a party to the convention, but also the terms of that document, which were stated to be far too favorable to Junot, owing to Dalrymple's extraordinary delay in apprising the ministry of the details of the treaty. The bishop's excited denunciations of the agreement had currency for nearly a fortnight before anyone in England knew what exactly had been granted to Junot, or how far the junta was justified in its wrath. Section IV, Chapter 5. The French evacuate Portugal. The Convention of Sintra being once signed, the difficulties which were bound to arise from the unwisdom of some of its articles were not long in showing themselves. Indeed, the first fortnight of September turned out to be a very critical time. The Portuguese authorities were furious. Dalrymple found the greatest trouble in preventing the insurgents of the Alemtejo, who had gathered opposite the mouth of the Tagus under the Conde de Castro Marim, from attacking the French detachments in the forts on the left bank. Their commander protested against the convention and actually appealed to Admiral Cotton to repudiate it. Fortunately, he was content to confine his opposition to words. But there was much more trouble at Elvas. The junta of Estremadura did not object to the settlement and liberated the French prisoners who were in its hands, according to the proposal in the 18th article. But Galazzo, the captain general of that province, showed himself much more disobliging. He refused to call off the troops under his lieutenant de Arce, who were beleaguering Elvas, and behaved in the most dictatorial manner within Portuguese territory, raising not only requisitions of food but contributions of money. He even seized, at Campo Mayor, the military chest of the Portuguese general Leite, who commanded the wrecks of the force that had been beaten at Evora by Loyson in July. His detestable behavior had the good effect of throwing the natives of the country on the English side, and Leite welcomed the arrival of troops from Lisbon, which enabled him to protest with effect against the misdoings and plunderings of the Spaniards. De Arce's troops were doing no real good. They only maintained a distant and futile bombardment of the citadel of La Lippe, in which the garrison of Elvas had taken refuge. The French commandant, Giraud de Novelers, laughed their efforts to scorn and refused to listen to the proposals for a capitulation which they kept pressing upon him. In spite of orders from the junta of Seville, bidding him abandon the siege and march for Madrid with his army, Galazzo persisted in his ridiculous proceedings till nearly the end of September. It was only when Dalrymple moved up to the neighborhood, first the 20th Regiment, and then 2 whole brigades under Sir John Hope, that the Captain General drew off his men and retired into Spanish territory. Then Giraud and his garrison, which was mainly composed of the 4th Swiss Regiment, were able to march to Lisbon under British escort and embark for France. They did not sail till October 9, so long had Galazzo's freaks delayed them. The garrison of Almeida departed about the same time. They had maintained themselves without difficulty against the Portuguese insurgents, but duly yielded up the place on the arrival of British troops. They were marched down to Oporto under an escort of 200 men, a force so weak that it nearly led to a disaster. For the mob of Oporto, under the pretext that church plate and other public plunder was being carried off by the French, fell upon them as they were embarking and nearly made an end of them. It required all the exertions of the escort, the Bishop of Oporto, and Sir Robert Wilson, who was then on the spot organizing his well-known Lusitanian Legion, to prevent the populace from boarding the transports and slaying the whole of the French battalion. The baggage of the departing troops was seized and plundered, and they barely succeeded in escaping with their lives. Meanwhile, long before the garrisons of Elvas and Almeida had been brought down to the coast, Junot and the main body of his army had departed. The commander-in-chief himself had sailed on September 13, the 1st Division of his army on the 15th, the rest between that day and the 30th. The last weeks of the French occupation of Lisbon had been most uncomfortable for all parties concerned. The populace was seething with discontent, assassinating isolated soldiers, and threatening a general rising. The French were under arms day and night, with cannon trained down every street and square. Unpopular officers, such as Loyson, could not stir from their quarters without a large escort. Sullen at their defeat, and still more angry at having to abandon the heaps of plunder which they had amassed, the French were in a most disobliging mood in their dealings with the Portuguese and in a less degree with the English. The main source of irritation was the very necessary measures which had to be taken for searching the baggage of the departing army. A commission had been formed, consisting of Kellerman on the one side and General Beresford and Lord Proby on the other, to settle in all disputed cases what was military equipment and legitimate personal property, and what was not. The English commissioners discovered the most astounding hoards of miscellaneous goods among the bags and boxes of the invaders. The conduct of most of the French officers, from the commander-in-chief downwards, was most disgraceful. A few examples may suffice. Junot, by the 21st article of the Convention, had been granted leave to send a single officer to France with news for the Emperor. This officer, his aide-de-camp Lagrave, took with him for his general's private profit the most valuable set of books in the Royal Library of Lisbon, 14 volumes of a manuscript Bible of the 15th century, illustrated with miniatures by the best Florentine artists, a gift to King Emmanuel from one of the Renaissance popes. Junot's widow afterwards sold it to the French government for 85,000 francs. Lagrave, having started before the commissioners had begun to work, got off with his boxes unsearched. But other interesting items were discovered in the baggage of the Duke of Abrantes. One was £5,000 worth of indigo in 53 large chests. Another was a quantity of valuable specimens of natural history from the public museum. General de Laborde was found to be in possession of a large collection of sacred pictures which had adorned Lisbon churches. Scattered through the baggage of many officers was a quantity of church plate, apparently part of the property seized to pay the war contributions which Napoleon had imposed on Portugal. But it had in some mysterious way passed from public into private possession. In the military chest were gold bars to the value of 1,000,000 francs, which had come from the same source. But the paymaster general tried to get them out of the country without paying the numerous accounts owed by his department to private individuals in Lisbon. They were not discharged till this individual, one Thonnelier, had been put under arrest and threatened with detention after the rest of the army should have sailed. Another most scandalous proceeding discovered by the commissioners was that Junot, after the signature of the Convention, had broken open the Deposito Publico, the chest of the Supreme Court of Lisbon, which contained moneys whose rightful ownership was in dispute between private litigants. He took from it coin to the value of £25,000, which was only wrung out of him with the greatest difficulty. Even after a vast amount had been recovered, the French sailed with a military chest containing pay for 3 months ahead for the whole army, though they had entered Portugal penniless. For a general picture of their behavior it may suffice to quote the report of the British commissioners. The conduct of the French has been marked by the most shameful disregard of honor and probity, publicly evincing their intention of departing with their booty and leaving acknowledged debts unpaid. Finally, they only paid what they were obliged to disgorge. Unmindful of every tie of honor or justice, the French army has taken away a considerable sum in its military chest, still leaving its debts unpaid to a very large amount. It was no wonder that the resentment of the Portuguese was so great that the last French who embarked could only get away under the protection of British bayonets, and that many of those who straggled or lingered too long in remote corners of the town lost their lives. The wild fury of the Lisbon mob surprised the British officers who were charged with the embarkation. They knew little of what had been going on in the capital for the last 9 months, and could not understand the mad rage displayed against the garrison. But finally, the last French bayonet disappeared from the streets of Lisbon, and the populace, with no object left on which to vent their fury, turned to illuminations, feasts, and the childish delights of fireworks. They did not show themselves ungrateful to the Army of Liberation. All the British officers who have described the first weeks after the evacuation of Lisbon bear witness to the enthusiasm with which they were received and the good feeling displayed by their allies. It was only in the highest Portuguese quarters that dissatisfaction was rampant. The Bishop of Oporto, General Frere, and the Montero Moor had all suffered what they considered an insult when their consent was not asked to the Convention of Sintra, and made no secret of their anger against Dalrymple. But it does not seem that their feelings affected any large section of the people. The French army embarked for its native soil St. 747 strong. It had entered Portugal in the previous November with a strength of nearly 25,000 and had received during the spring of 1808 some 4,500 recruits. In the month of May, before hostilities began, its full force had been 26,594. Of this total, 90 were under arms at the moment that the convention was signed, 3522 were in hospital, sick or wounded, 916 were prisoners in the hands of the English or the Portuguese. There remain, therefore, some 4,500 men to be accounted for. These, however, were not all dead. More than 500 had deserted and taken service with the British before the embarkation. They came, almost without exception, from the ranks of the 3 foreign battalions which had been serving with Junot, the 1st Hanoverians and the 2nd Anth Swiss. As the total force of these corps had been only 2548, it is clear that about 1 man in 5 deserted. This was natural in the case of the Germans, who were old subjects of George III and most unwilling recruits to the French army, but the equally well-marked defection of the Swiss is very notable. Most of the latter were enlisted for the 5th Battalion of the 60th Rifles, while the Hanoverians joined their countrymen in the ranks of the King's German Legion. The real deficit, then, in Junot's army was about 4,000 men. This represents the total loss of life by the fights of Roliça and Vimiro, by the numerous combats with the Portuguese, by the stragglers cut off during the forced marches of July and August, and by the ordinary mortality in hospital. It must be considered on the whole a very moderate casualty list. Junot's corps, when it re-entered Spain to serve once more under the Emperor, was St. 0 strong. It would have been even a trifle higher in numbers if a transport carrying 2 companies of the 86th Regiment had not foundered at sea, with the loss of every man on board. It is necessary to give some account of the fate of Siniavin's Russian squadron before dismissing the topic of the evacuation of Portugal. The admiral, as we have already had occasion to state, had steadfastly refused to throw in his lot with Junot and to join in the Convention of Sintra. He preferred to make an agreement of his own with Sir Charles Cotton. It was a simple document of 2 articles. The first provided that the 9 sail of the line and 1 frigate, which formed the Russian fleet, should be given up, sent to England, and held as a deposit by His Britannic Majesty, to be restored within 6 months of a peace between Great Britain and Russia. The second was to the effect that Siniavin, his officers and crews, should be sent back to Russia on English ships without being in any way considered prisoners of war or debarred from further service. Admiral Cotton, it is clear, regarded the ships as important and the crews as worthy of small attention. It was profitable to Great Britain to keep down the number of vessels in the power of Napoleon, though now that the Danish fleet was captured and the Spanish fleet transferred to the other side of the balance, there could be no longer any immediate danger of the French taking the offensive at sea. The easy terms of release granted to the personnel of the Russian squadron suggest that the British admiral had determined to reward its commander for his persistent refusal to help Junot. It almost appears that Cotton looked upon Siniavin as a secret friend and treated him accordingly. Milder terms could hardly have been devised. For the moment that the harbor forts of Lisbon were surrendered to the British, the Russians must obviously be made prisoners, since they could not get out of the river. It is probable that the two admirals thoroughly understood each other's mind, and that the Russian was undisguisedly pleased at the disaster of his detested French allies. The most pressing necessity in Portugal, after the French had departed, was the construction of a new national government, for it was clear that the supreme junta at Oporto represented in reality only the northern provinces of the realm and could not be accepted, as its president, the bishop, suggested, as a permanent and legitimate executive for the whole kingdom. Constitutionally speaking, if one may use such a phrase when dealing with a country like Portugal, the only body which possessed a clear title of authority was the Council of Regency, which Prince John had nominated 9 months before, on the eve of his departure for Brazil. But this council had long ceased to act. Its members were dispersed. Several had compromised themselves by submitting to the French and taking office under Junot, and its composition gave no promise of vigorous action for the future. If a choice must be made between the junta at Oporto, which was active and patriotic, though perhaps too much given up to self-assertion and intrigue, and the effete old Regency, there could be no doubt that the former possessed more claims to the confidence of the Portuguese nation and its English allies. But it was not necessary to adopt either alternative in full. Wellesley, who had already got a firm grip upon the outlines of Portuguese politics, advised Dalrymple to invite the old Regency, with the exception of those members who had compromised themselves with the French, to reassemble, and to bring pressure upon them to co-opt to the vacant places the Bishop of Oporto and the other prominent members of the junta. This proposal would have secured legality of form, since the old Regency would theoretically have continued to exist, while introducing new and vigorous elements of undoubted patriotism into the body. But Dalrymple preferred to reinstate, by a proclamation of his own, those members of the Regency who had never wavered in their allegiance to Prince John. He called upon all public bodies and officials in the realm to obey this reconstituted executive. Here was an undoubted mistake. It was wounding to Portuguese pride to see the central governing body of the kingdom created by the edict of an English general. Dalrymple should surely have allowed the regents to apprise the nation, by a proclamation of their own, that they had resumed their former functions. However, they fell in with Wellesley's plans so far as to co-opt the Bishop of Oporto as a colleague, though refusing any places to the rest of his junta. The whole body now consisted of 3 original members: the Conde de Castro Marim, otherwise known as the Montero Moor, Francisco de Cunha and Xavier de Noronha, of 2 persons chosen from a list of possible substitutes, which the Prince Regent had left behind, Jome de Mendonça and General Miguel Forges Coutinho, and of 2 co-opted members, the Bishop and the Conde des Minas, an old nobleman who had shown a very determined spirit in resisting Junot during the days of his power. On the reconstitution of the Regency, the junta of Oporto, with more self-denial than had been expected, dissolved itself. The minor juntas in the Algarve, the Alentejo, and the Trás-os-Montes followed its example, and Portugal was once more in possession of a single executive, whose authority was freely recognized throughout the kingdom. Unfortunately, it turned out to be slow, timid, and divided into cliques, which were always at variance with each other. We have already seen that owing to various causes of delay, of which Galuzzo's preposterous proceedings at Elvas were the most prominent, the last French troops did not quit Portugal till September had expired, and that Junot himself and the main body of his army had only begun to leave on the 15th of that month. It would have been impossible for Dalrymple to advance into Spain till the French had left Lisbon. However urgently his presence might have been required. But it would perhaps have proved feasible to push forward towards the Spanish frontier a considerable part of his army, and to make preparations for the movement of the whole towards Madrid or Salamanca as soon as the evacuation should be complete. Dalrymple, however, was as leisurely as the generals of the old days before the Revolutionary War. He kept his troops cantoned about Lisbon, only pushing forward 2 brigades towards Elvas in order to bring Galuzzo to reason, and dispatching the 6th Regiment as a garrison to Almeida. He seems to have been quite as much interested in the administration of Portugal as in the further prosecution of the war in Spain. We find him much busied in the reconstruction of the Portuguese government and army, reviewing and rearming the Spanish division of Carafa before shipping it off to Catalonia, and spending a great deal of time over the redistribution into brigades and divisions of his army, which had now swelled to something like 35,000 men, by the arrival of Moore's force and certain regiments from Madeira, Gibraltar, and England. He was also engaged in endeavors to organize a proper commissariat for this large body of men, a hard task, for every brigade arrived in the same state of destitution as to means of transport as had those which landed with Wellesley at Mondego Bay on the 1st of August. But in all his actions there was evident a want of vigor and of purposeful resource, which was very distressing to those of his subordinates who were anxious for a rapid and decisive advance towards the main theater of war in Spain. No one felt this more clearly than Wellesley, whose views as to his commander's competence had never changed since that hour on the morning of August 22, when Dalrymple had refused to march on Mafra and had decided to delay his advance till the advent of Moore. Since then, he had offered his advice on several points, and had almost always seen it refused. Dealing with the disputed details of the Convention of Sintra, he had spoken in favor of meeting the French demands with high-handed decision. Hence, he was vexed by Dalrymple's tendency towards weakness and compromise. One of his special grievances was that he had been ordered to sign the armistice of August 22 as representing the British Army, although he had privately protested against its details. His unofficial letters home during the first half of September are full of bitter remarks on the weakness of the policy that had been adopted and the many faults of the convention. Seeing that warlike operations appeared likely to be postponed for an indefinite time, he at last asked and obtained leave to return to England, after declining in somewhat acid terms an offer made to him by Dalrymple that he should go to Madrid, to concert a plan for combined operations with Castaños and the other Spanish generals. In order to be able to perform the important part allotted to him, he wrote, "The person sent should possess the confidence of those who employ him, and be acquainted with their plans, the means by which they hope to carry them into execution, and those by which they intend to enable the Spanish nation to execute that which will be proposed to them. I certainly cannot consider myself as possessing these advantages." Wellesley also refused another and a less tempting offer of a mission to the Asturias, for the purpose of seeing what facilities that province would offer as the base of operations for a British army. He was not a draftsman, he wrote, or a topographical engineer, and he could not pretend to describe in writing the character of such a region. In short, he was set on going home, and would not turn from his purpose. But before leaving Portugal, he wrote two remarkable letters. One was to Sir John Moore, the third in command of the army, telling him that he regarded him as the right person to take charge of the British forces in the Peninsula, and would use every effort with the ministers to get the post secured to him. "It is quite impossible that we can go on as we are now constituted. The commander-in-chief must be changed, and the country and the army naturally turn their eyes to you as their commander." The second and longer was a letter to his patron Castlereagh, in which he laid down his views as to the general state of the war in Spain, and the way in which the British army could be best employed. It is a wonderful document, as he foretells in it all the disasters that were about to befall the Spaniards from their reckless self-confidence. The only real fighting force that they possessed was, he said, the army of Castaños. The rest, with the possible exception of Blake's Galicians, were armies of peasantry, which could not be relied upon to meet the French in the field. Though they might on some occasions fight with success in their own mountains, yet in others 1,000 French with cavalry and artillery will disperse thousands of them. They would not, and indeed could not, leave their native provinces, and no officer could calculate upon them for the carrying out of a great combined operation. How then could the British army of Portugal be best employed to aid such allies? The only efficient plan, Wellesley concludes, would be to place it upon the flank and rear of any French advance to Madrid, by moving it up to the valley of the Douro, and basing it upon Asturias and Galicia. Posted in the kingdom of Leon, with its ports of supply at Gijón, Corunna, and Ferrol, it should co-operate with Blake, and hang upon the right flank of the French army, which was forming upon the line of the Ebro. The result would be to prevent the invaders from moving forward, even perhaps, here Wellesley erred from ignorance of the enemy's numbers, to oblige them to retire towards their own frontier. But Bonaparte could, unless occupied by the affairs of Central Europe, increase his armies in Spain to any extent. The moment that he heard of an English force in the field, he would consider its destruction as his first object, and so multiply his numbers in the peninsula that the British commander would have to give back. There must be a line of retreat open, and that retreat must be the sea. Accordingly, Sir Arthur recommended that the Asturias should be made the ultimate base, and the transports and stores sent to its port of Gijón. This letter was different in its general character from the other reports which Castlereagh was receiving. Most of the correspondence of the Secretary for War could write of nothing but the enthusiastic patriotism of the Spaniards and their enormous resources. They spoke of the French as a dispirited remnant, ready to fly at the first attack behind the line of the Pyrenees. It is therefore greatly to the credit of Castlereagh that he did not hesitate to pin his faith upon Wellesley's intelligence, and to order the execution of the very plan that he recommended. It was practically carried out in the great campaign of Sir John Moore, after the collapse of the Spanish armies had justified every word that Sir Arthur had written about them. Wellesley sailed from Lisbon on September 20 and reached Plymouth on October 4. On his arrival in England, he was met with news of a very mixed character. On the one hand, he was rejoiced to hear that both Dalrymple and Burrard had been recalled, and that Sir John Moore had been placed in command of the British forces in the Peninsula. He wrote at once to the latter to say that there could be no greater satisfaction than to serve under his orders, and that he would return at once to Spain to join him. He would forward with zeal every wish of his new commander. It was also most gratifying to Wellesley to know that the dispatch of September 25, by which Moore was given the command of the army of Portugal, directed him to move into northern Spain and base himself upon the Asturias and Galicia, the very plan which formed the main thesis of the document that we have been discussing. There can be no doubt that Castlereagh had recognized the strategical and political verities that were embodied in Wellesley's letter, and had resolved to adopt the line therein recommended. Section IV, Chapter 6. The Court of Inquiry. There was another and a less pleasant surprise in store for Wellesley when he landed at Plymouth. He learnt that if he himself disliked the armistice of August 22 and the Convention of Sintra, the British public had gone far beyond him and was in a state of frantic rage concerning them. To his anger and amazement, he also learnt that he himself was considered no less responsible for the two agreements than were Dalrymple and Burrard. The fact that the former had told him to set his signature opposite to that of Kellerman on the document signed at Vimero had misled the world into regarding him as the negotiator and framer of the armistice. Every whisperer who disliked the name of Wellesley and Sir Arthur's brother, the Governor-General, had made it very unpopular in certain quarters, was busy propagating the story that of the three generals who had lately commanded in Portugal, each one was as slack and supine as the others. The wave of indignation which swept across England on the receipt of the news of the Convention of Sintra is, at this distance of time, a little hard to understand. Successes had not been so plentiful on the continent during the last 15 years that an agreement which gave back its liberty to a whole kingdom need have been criticized with vindictive minuteness. But the news of Balin had set the public mind on the lookout for further triumphs, and when the dispatches which gave an account of Rolliser and of Vimero had come to hand, there had been a confident expectation that the next news received would be that Junot's army had been scattered or captured, and that Lisbon had been set free. Then came a gap of 13 days, caused by Dalrymple's strange fit of silence. The only intelligence that reached London in this interval was the Bishop of Oporto's letter of protest against the armistice, in which, without giving any definite details about that agreement, he denounced it as insulting to Portugal and unworthy of England. The public was prepared, therefore, to hear that something timid and base had been done when Dalrymple's dispatch of September 3, enclosing the Convention of Sintra, came to hand. It was easy to set forth the terms of that treaty in an odious light. Junot, it was said, had been beaten in the field. He was completely isolated from all the other French armies, and his surrender must have followed in a few days if the British generals had only chosen to press their advantage. Instead of this, They preferred to let him return to France with the whole of his troops and with most of his plunder. He was not even compelled to release a corresponding number of British prisoners in return for the freedom secured to his army. In fact, his position was much better after than before his defeat at Vimero, for the convention granted him a quiet and safe return home with his force intact, while even if he had won some success in battle, the best that he would have been able to secure himself would have been a retreat on northern Spain through the midst of great dangers. Excitable politicians and journalists used the most exaggerated language and compared the convention with that of Cluster 7 and the conduct of the generals who had not pressed the campaign to its logical end, with Admiral Byng's shirking before Minorca. Caricatures were issued showing Dalrymple, Burrard, and Wellesley sporting the white feather or hanging from 3 gibbets as traitors. Nor was Admiral Cotton spared. He was denounced in bitter terms for taking the Russian ships as deposits, when he should have towed them into Spithead as prizes. Moreover, the repatriation of the Russian crews was asserted to be a deadly blow at our unfortunate ally, the King of Sweden. The rage against the convention was not confined to any one class or faction in the state. If some Whigs tried to turn it into the shape of an attack on the government, there were plenty of Tories who joined in the cry, begging their leaders in the ministry to dismiss and punish the 3 unpopular generals. A number of public meetings were held with the object of forcing the hands of the Duke of Portland and his colleagues, but the most prominent part in the agitation was taken by the Corporation of London. Recalling the old days of Wilkes and Beckford, they resolved that the Lord Mayor, with a deputation of sheriffs, aldermen, and common councillors, should present a petition to the king begging him to order an inquiry into this dishonorable and unprecedented transaction, for the discovery and punishment of those by whose misconduct and incapacity the cause of the kingdom and its allies has been so shamelessly sacrificed. Accordingly, such a petition was laid before the king on October 12. Its terms are worth a moment's attention, as they show very clearly the points on which popular indignation had been concentrated. The treaty, it states, is humiliating and degrading, because after a signal victory, by which the enemy appears to have been cut off from all means of succor or escape, we had the sad mortification of seeing the laurels so nobly acquired torn from the brows of our brave soldiers, and terms granted to the enemy disgraceful to the British name. By this ignominious convention, British ships are to convey to France the French army and its plunder, where they will be at liberty immediately to recommence their active operations against us and our allies. And the full recognition of the title and dignity of Emperor of France, while all mention of the government of Portugal is omitted, must be considered as highly disrespectful to the authorities of that country. There was another clause denouncing the sending back of the Russian sailors, but not so much stress was laid on this point. Finally, the king is asked, in justice to the outraged feelings of a brave, injured, and indignant people, whose blood and treasure have been thus expended, to cause the guilty persons to be punished. King George III replied to these flowers of oratory by a short speech, which displays admirably that power of getting an occasional lucid glimpse of the obvious, in which he was by no means deficient. He was fully sensible, he said, of the loyalty and good intentions of the City of London, but he wished the deputation to remember that to pronounce judgment without previous trial and investigation was hardly consonant with the principles of British justice. He was always ready to institute an inquiry when the honor of the British arms was in question, and the interposition of the City of London was not necessary to induce him to set one on foot in this case, when the hopes and expectations of the nation had been so much disappointed. It was not, however, till 17 days later that His Majesty's formal orders for the summoning of a court of inquiry to investigate into the late armistice and convention concluded in Portugal, and all the circumstances connected therewith, were communicated to the Commander-in-Chief. Dalrymple and Burrard, both of whom had now returned to England, were directed to hold themselves in readiness to present themselves before the court, and Wellesley, for the same reason, was directed to abandon his project of going back to the Peninsula in order to serve under Sir John Moore. The members of the celebrated Court of Inquiry, which commenced its sittings on November 14, 1808, were 7 in number, all general officers of great respectability and advanced years, men more likely, for the most part, to sympathize with caution than with daring. The president was Sir David Dundas, the author of a celebrated drill book which had long been the terror of young officers. The other members were Lord Moira, Lord Heathfield, the Earl of Pembroke, and Generals Craig, Sir G. Nugent, and Nichols. Not one of them has left behind a name to be remembered, save indeed Lord Moira, who, as Lord Rawdon in the old American War, had won the victory of Hobkirk's Hill, and who was destined to be the next Viceroy of India and to make the name of Hastings famous for a second time in the East. The court began its sittings on November 14 and did not terminate them till December 22. In the great hall of Chelsea Hospital, where its proceedings were held, there was much warm debate. As the details of the campaign of Portugal were gradually worked out, not only by the cross-examination of Dalrymple, Burrard, and Wellesley, but by that of many of the other officers of rank who had been in Portugal, Spencer, Acland, Ferguson, Lord Burghersh, and others, the points on which the verdict of the court must turn gradually became clear. They were 6 in number. Had Burrard been justified in preventing Wellesley from pursuing the French at the end of the Battle of Vimero? Had Dalrymple erred in refusing to take Wellesley's advice to march on Mafra the next morning? Should Kellerman's offer of an armistice have been accepted on the 22nd, and if so, were the terms granted him too favorable? Lastly, was the Convention of Sintra itself justifiable under the existing circumstances, and were all its articles reasonable and proper? Much evidence was produced for and against each view on every one of these topics. On the first 2, Wellesley practically impeached Burrard and Dalrymple for unwarrantable slackness and timidity. He was so much in love with his own bold plans that his superior's caution appeared to him contemptible. He stood up to them and cross-questioned them with an acidity and a complete want of deference that seemed very reprehensible to military men steeped in the old traditions of unquestioning deference to one's senior officers. Sir Walter Scott, who followed the inquiry with great interest, called him a haughty devil, but expressed his admiration for him at the same moment. It is curious to find that Wellesley showed less anger with Burrard, whose caution on the afternoon of the 21st really wrecked his plan of campaign, than with Dalrymple. The latter had snubbed him on his first arrival, had persistently refused him his confidence, and would not state clearly to the court that the armistice, though it bore Wellesley's name, had not been drawn up or approved in detail by him. Of the numerous minor witnesses who were examined, all who had served at Rallisa and Vimero spoke on Wellesley's side. Spencer and Ferguson were especially strong in their statements. The fact was that they were intensely proud of their 2 fights, and looked upon Burrard as the man who had prevented them from entering Lisbon in triumph after capturing Junot and his whole host. So strong was this feeling that the brigadiers and field officers of the 8 brigades that fought at Vimero had presented Wellesley with a handsome testimonial, a service of plate worth £1,000, as a sort of mark of confidence in him and of protest against those who had stayed his hand. On the other hand, Burrard and Dalrymple urged all the justifications of caution. Each had arrived at a crisis, the details of which could not be properly known to him from sheer want of time to master them. Each acknowledged that Wellesley had vehemently pressed him to strike boldly and promptly, but thought that he had not been justified in doing so till he had made out for himself the exact situation of affairs. Burrard pleaded that Junot might have possessed reserves unknown to him, which might have changed the fortune of the fight if a headlong pursuit had been ordered. Wellesley had told him that none such existed, and this turned out to have been the fact, but he himself had not seen any clear proof of it at the time. Dalrymple went even further and stated that he had considered the whole conduct of the campaign, from the landing in Mondigo Bay till the Battle of Vimero, terribly rash. If he had permitted the army to march on Mafra on the 22nd, the French from Torres Vedras might have taken him in the flank as he passed through a very difficult country, and the most disastrous results might have ensued. He was positive that nothing hazardous ought to have been attempted, and that it was necessary to wait for Sir John Moore's division before pressing the French to extremity. With regard to the armistice and the convention, all the three generals, when defending themselves, agreed that they were wise and justifiable. To clear the French out of Portugal without further fighting, and to recover Lisbon and all its resources intact, were ends so important that it was well worthwhile to sacrifice even the practical certainty of capturing all Junot's army, after a resistance that might have been long and desperate. But as to the wisdom of certain clauses and articles, both in the document of August 22 and that of August 30, there was considerable difference of opinion. Wellesley proved that he had opposed many details of each agreement, and that he was in no way responsible for the final shape taken by them. He only assented to the general proposition that it was right to let the French army depart under a convention, rather than to force it to a capitulation. He considered that Dalrymple had yielded far too much from his unwillingness to drive Junot into a corner. On December 22, the Court of Inquiry issued its report. It was a very cautious and a rather inconclusive document, but its main point was that nothing had been done in Portugal which called for the punishment of any of the parties concerned. On a consideration of all the circumstances, we most humbly submit our opinion that no further military proceeding is necessary, i.e., there was no ground for a court-martial on any one of the three British generals. As to Bird's refusal to pursue the French on the afternoon of Vimero, there were fair military grounds for his decision. The court omitted to say whether the decision itself was right or wrong. It could not pronounce with confidence whether or not a pursuit could have been efficacious. As to the halt on the following day, for which Dalrymple no less than Bird was responsible, under the extraordinary circumstances that two new commanding generals arrived from the ocean and joined the army within the space of 24 hours, it is not surprising that the army was not carried forward until the second day after the action, from the necessity of the generals becoming acquainted with the actual state of things and of their army and proceeding accordingly. Finally, as to the convention, howsoever some of us may differ in our sentiments respecting its fitness in the relative situation of the two armies, it is our unanimous declaration that unquestionable zeal and firmness appear to have been exhibited throughout both by Sir Hugh Dalrymple, Sir Harry Bird, and Sir Arthur Wellesley. There was a special compliment inserted for Wellesley's benefit, to the effect that his whole action, from the landing in Mondego Bay down to the Battle of Vimero, was highly honorable and successful, and such as might have been expected from a distinguished officer. Such a report amounted to a plain acquittal of all the three generals, but it left so much unsaid that the government directed the commander-in-chief to require from the members of the court their decision as to whether the armistice of the 22nd and the convention of the 30th were advisable, and if they were advisable, whether their terms were proper and honorable. On the 27th, the court returned its answer. There was, this time, no unanimous report, but a series of written opinions, for the members of the body differed from each other on many points. As to the armistice, 6 members replied that they approved of it, 1, but he, the most distinguished of the 7, Lord Moira, said that he did not. On the question as to the definitive convention, there was more difference of opinion. Dundas, Lord Heathfield, Craig, and Nugent thought it fair and reasonable. Lord Moira, the Earl of Pembroke, and Nichols considered it as unjustifiable, considering the relative situations of the two armies. The two last-named officers added short explanatory notes to their opinions, while Lord Moira subjoined to his a long and elaborate argument, a document which does not seem in the least to deserve the slighting reference made to it by Napier. It is very sensible in its general drift. Lord Moira contended that, while on August 22 there was no reason why an armistice should not have been concluded, yet the paper drawn up by Kellerman contained clauses that limited unduly the demands which the British commander might make in the subsequent convention. Dalrymple ought, before conceding them, to have reflected that Junot's anxious and hurried offer of terms betokened demoralization. If the French had been pressed, and a confident and haughty answer returned to their envoy, Junot would have accepted any conditions that might be imposed upon him. His army was in such a state of disorder and dismay that it was most unlikely that he would have tried either to burn Lisbon or to retreat across the Alemtejo. Moreover, the contention that the deliverance of Portugal was the one object of the expedition, and that it was duly secured by the convention was a mistake. Lord Moira wished to point out that our armies were sent forth, not only to emancipate Portugal, but also to destroy the forces and lower the prestige of France by every means in their power. By forcing Junot to a capitulation, or by making the terms of the convention more stringent, a much greater blow might have been dealt to Bonaparte's reputation. As an instance of what might have been done, he suggested that some remote and inconvenient landing place, Belle Isle for example, might have been imposed upon the French troops, or they might have been compelled to engage not to serve for some specified time against England and her allies. The Court of Inquiry had thus delivered its last opinion, but the matter of the convention was not even yet at an end. The ministry resolved to inflict a rebuke on Dalrymple, not for his military action, on which they completely accepted the verdict of the 7 generals, but for his political action in allowing the Articles 15, 16, and 17 to be inserted in the convention. These, it will be remembered, were the clauses which conceded certain privileges to the French inhabitants of Lisbon and to the Portuguese who had compromised themselves by taking service under Junot. The Duke of York, as commander-in-chief, was ordered to convey to Dalrymple His Majesty's disapprobation of those articles in the convention in which stipulations were made affecting the interests and feelings of the Spanish and Portuguese nations. It was to be impressed upon Sir Hugh that it was most improper and dangerous to admit into a military convention articles of such a description, which, especially when carelessly and incautiously framed, might lead to the most injurious consequences. Furthermore, Dalrymple was to be gravely censured for his extraordinary delay in not sending the news of the armistice of the 22nd till September 3, whereby great public inconvenience had been caused. It cannot be denied that these rebukes were well deserved. We have already pointed out that the 3 articles to which allusion is made were the only part of the convention for which no defense is possible. It is equally clear that it was the 13 days gap in the information sent home which gave time for the rise and development of the unreasoning popular agitation against the whole agreement made with Junot. As to the verdict of the court, it does substantial justice to the case. There existed fair military reasons for all that Burrard and Dalrymple had done or left undone. In a similar way, fair military reasons can be alleged for most of the main slips and errors committed during any campaign in the Napoleonic War, for Dupont's stay at Andujar, or for Murray's retreat from Tarragona, or for Grouchy's operations on June 17 and 1815. It would be unjust to punish old and respectable generals for mere errors of judgment and inability to rise to the height of the situation. Burrard and Dalrymple had sacrificed the most brilliant possibilities by their torpid caution, after refusing to listen to Wellesley's cogent arguments for bold action. But their conduct had resulted neither from cowardice nor from deliberate perversity. The blame must rest quite as much on the government, which had entrusted the expedition to elderly men unaccustomed to command in the field, as on those men themselves. And as to the details of the armistice and convention, we may well accept Wellesley's verdict that the gains secured by the rescue of Lisbon with all its wealth intact, and by the prompt termination of the campaign, fully justified the resolve not to drive Junot to extremity. But there was an unexpressed corollary to the verdict of the court which the ministry fully realized, and upon which they acted. Burrard and Dalrymple, with their fair military reasons, must never again appear in the field. It was not by such men that Bonaparte would be foiled and Spain emancipated, and so they were relegated to home service and quiet retirement for the rest of their lives. Wellesley, on the other hand, was marked out as a man of energy, resource, and determination, eminently fit to be employed again. Within 4 months of the termination of the proceedings of the Court of Inquiry, he was once more in command of the British Army in the Peninsula. Section 5. The Struggle in Catalonia. Chapter 1. Duhesme's Operations, First Siege of Gerona, June-July 1808. There is still one corner of the Iberian Peninsula whose history, during the eventful summer months of 1808, we have not yet chronicled. The rugged and warlike province of Catalonia had already begun that heroic struggle against its French garrison, which was to endure throughout the whole of the war. Far more than any other section of the Spanish nation, do the Catalans deserve credit for their unswerving patriotism. Nowhere else was the war maintained with such resolution. When the struggle commenced, the French were already masters by treachery of the chief fortresses of the land. The force of Spanish regular troops, which lay within its borders, was insignificant. There was no recognized leader, no general of repute, to head the rising of the province. Yet the attack on the invaders was delivered with a fierceness and a persistent energy that was paralleled in no other quarter of the peninsula. For 6 years, marshal after marshal ravaged the Catalan valleys, sacked the towns, scattered the provincial levies. But not for one moment did the resistance slacken. The invaders could never control a foot of ground beyond the narrow space that was swept by the cannon of their strongholds. The spirit of the race was as unbroken in 1813 as in 1808, and their untiring bands still held out in the hills, ready to strike at the enemy when the least chance was offered. Other provinces had equal or greater advantages than Catalonia for protracted resistance. Biscay, the Asturias, and Galicia were as rugged, Andalusia far more populous, Valencia more fertile and wealthy. But in none of these was the struggle carried on with such a combination of energy and persistence as in the Catalan hills. Perhaps the greatest testimony that can be quoted in behalf of the people of that devoted province is that Napier, bitter critic as he was of all things Spanish, is forced to say a good word for it. The Catalans, he writes, were vain and superstitious, but their courage was higher, their patriotism purer, and their efforts more sustained than those of the rest. The Sarmatines were bold and active in battle, the population of the towns firm, and the juntas apparently disinterested. No one but a careful student of Napier will realize what a handsome testimonial is contained in the somewhat grudging language of this paragraph. What the real credit due to the Catalans was, it will now be our duty to display. It will be remembered that in the month of February, the French General Duhesme had obtained possession of the citadel and forts of Barcelona by a particularly impudent and shameless stratagem. Since that time, he had been lying in the city that he had seized, with his whole force concentrated under his hand. Of the 7,000 French and 0 Italian troops which composed his corps, all were with him save a single battalion of detachments which had been left behind to garrison Figueras, the fortress close to the French frontier, which commands the most important of the 3 roads by which the Principality of Catalonia can be entered. Duhesme believed himself to be entirely secure, for of Spanish regular troops there were barely 6,000 in all scattered through the province, and a third of these were Swiss mercenaries, who, according to the orders of Bonaparte, were to be taken at once into the French service. That there was any serious danger to be feared from the Miquelites of the mountains never entered into the heads of the emperor or his lieutenant. Nor does it seem to have occurred to them that any insurrection which broke out in Catalonia might be immediately supported from the Balearic Isles, where a heavy garrison was always kept, in order to guard against any descent of the British to recover their old stronghold of Port Mahon. If Napoleon had realized in May that the Spanish rising was about to sweep over the whole peninsula, he would not have dared to leave Duhesme with such a small force. But persisting in his original blunder of believing that the troubles which had broken out were merely local and sporadic, he was about to order Duhesme to make large detachments from a corps that was already dangerously weak. The geography of Catalonia, as we have had occasion to relate in an earlier chapter, is rather complicated. Not only is the principality cut off by its mountains from the rest of Spain, it faces towards the sea, while its neighbor Aragon faces towards the Ebro, but it is divided by its numerous cross ranges into a number of isolated valleys, between which communication is very difficult. Its coast plain along the Mediterranean is generally narrow, and often cut across by spurs which run down from the mountains of the inland till they strike the sea. Except on the eastern side of the principality, where it touches Aragon in the direction of Lerida, there is no broad expanse of level ground within its borders. Much the greater part of its surface is upland and mountain. Catalonia may be divided into 4 regions. The first is the district at the foot of the eastern Pyrenees, drained by the Fluvia and the Ter. This narrow corner is called the Amperdam. It contains all the frontier fortresses which protect the province on the side of France. Roses commands the pass along the seashore, Figueras the main road from Perpignan, which runs some 20 miles further inland. A little further south both these roads meet and are blocked by the strong city of Girona, the capital of all this region and its most important strategical point. South of Girona, a cross-range divides the Ampurdum from the coast plain of central Catalonia. The defile through this range is covered by the small fortified town of Hostelrich, but there is an alternative route from Girona to Barcelona along the coast by Blanes and Arenys de Mar. The river basin of central Catalonia is that of the Llobregat, near whose estuary Barcelona stands. Its lower course lies through the level ground along the coast, but its upper waters and those of its tributaries drain a series of highland valleys, difficult of access and divided from each other by considerable chains of hills. All these valleys unite at the foot of the crag of Montserrat, which, crowned by its monastery, overlooks the plain and stands sentinel over the approach to the upland. In the mountains behind Montserrat was the main stronghold of the Catalan insurrection, whose rallying places were the high-lying towns of Manresa, Cardona, Berga, and Solsona. Only 3 practicable roads enter the valleys of the upper Llobregat. One communicates by the line of Manresa and Vich with the Ampurdum. A second goes from Manresa via Cervera to Lerida and ultimately to the plains of Aragon. The third is the high road from Barcelona to Manresa, the main line of approach from the shore to the upland. But there is another route of high importance in this section of Catalonia, that which, starting from Barcelona, avoids the upper valleys, strikes inland by Igualada, crosses the main watershed between the coast and the Ebro Valley below Cervera, and at that place joins the other road from Manresa and the upper Llobregat, and continues on its way to Lerida and the plains of Aragon. This, passing the mountains at the point of least resistance, forms the great trunk road from Barcelona to Madrid. Map of Catalonia. Enlarge Catalonia. The third region of the Principality is the coastland of Tarragona, a district cut off from the coastland of Barcelona by a well-marked cross-ridge, which runs down from the mountains to the sea and reaches the latter near the mouth of the Llobregat. The communication between the 2 maritime districts is by 2 roads, one passing the cross-ridge by the defile of Ordal, the other hugging the beach, and finding its way between the hills and the water's edge by Villanueva de Sitges. The coastland of Tarragona is not drained by a single river of considerable volume, like the Llobregat, but by a number of small streams, such as the Francali and the Gaià, running parallel to each other and at right angles to the coast. Each is separated from the next by a line of hills of moderate height. The southern limit of this region is the Ebro, whose lower course is protected by the strong fortress of Tortosa. Its main line of internal communication is the great coast route from Barcelona to Tarragona, and from Tarragona to the mouth of the Ebro. Its touch with Aragon and central Spain is maintained by a good road from Tarragona by Montblanch to Lerida. The fourth and last region of Catalonia is the inland, which looks not towards the Mediterranean, but to the Ebro and Aragon. It is drained by the Segre, an important stream, which after being joined by its tributaries, the Noguera and the Palersa, falls into the Ebro not far to the south of Lerida. The tracts around that town are flat and fertile, part of the main valley of the Ebro. But the headwaters of the Segre and its affluents flow through narrow and difficult mountain valleys, starting in the highest and wildest region of the Pyrenees. They are very inaccessible and served by no roads suitable for the use of an army. Hence, like the upper valley of the Llobregat, they served as places of refuge for the Catalan insurgents when Lerida and the flat country had been lost. The only place of importance in these highlands is the remote town of Ciudad-Urgell, a medieval fortress near the sources of the Segre, approached by mule paths only and quite lost in the hills. Catalonia, then, is preeminently a mountain land, and one presenting special difficulties to an invader, because it has no central system of roads or valleys, but is divided into so many heterogeneous parts. Though not fertile, it was yet rich, and fairly well peopled when compared with other regions of Spain. Its wealth came not from agriculture, but from commerce and manufactures. Barcelona, a city of 180,000 souls, was the greatest Mediterranean port of Spain. On each side of it, along the coast, are dozens of large fishing villages and small harbor towns, drawing their living from the sea. Of the places which lay farther back from the water, there were many which made an ample profit from their manufactures, for Catalonia was, and still remains, the workshop of Spain. It is the only province of the kingdom where the inhabitants have developed industries on a large scale. Its textile products were especially successful and supplied the whole peninsula. More than any other part of Spain, Catalonia had suffered from the war with England and the continental system. The closure of its ports had told cruelly upon its merchants and manufacturers, who were fully aware that their sufferings were the logical consequence of the French alliance. They had, moreover, a historic grudge against France. After encouraging them to revolt in the 17th century, the Bourbons had then abandoned them to the mercies of the King of the Castilians. In the Great War of the Spanish Succession, Catalonia had taken sides against France and Don Philip, and had proclaimed Charles of Austria its king, not because it loved him, but because it hated the French claimant. Even after the Peace of Utrecht, the Catalans had refused to lay down their arms, and had made a last desperate struggle for provincial independence. It was in these wars that their Miquelites had first made their name famous by their stubborn fighting. These bands were a levy en masse of the population of military age, armed and paid by their parishes, not by the central government, which could be called out whenever the principality was threatened with invasion. From their liability to turn out whenever the alarm bell, Samhain, was rung, they were also known as Sarmatines. The system of the Quinta and the militia ballot, which prevailed in the provinces under the crown of Castile, had never been applied to the Catalans, who gloried in the survival of their ancient military customs. The Sarmatines had been called out in the French War of 1793-5 and had done good service in it, distinguishing themselves far more than the troops of the line which fought on the frontier of the Eastern Pyrenees. The memories of that struggle were still fresh among them, and many of the leaders who had won a name in it were still fit for service. In Catalonia, then, more than in any other corner of Spain, there were all the materials at hand for a vigorous popular insurrection, even though the body of regular troops in the principality was insignificant. The Catalans rose to defend their provincial independence and to recover their capital, which had been seized so shamelessly by the trickery of Duhesme. They did not concern themselves much with what was going on in Aragon and Valencia, or even in Madrid. Their fight with the invader forms an episode complete in itself, a sort of underplot in the great drama of the Peninsular War, which only touches the main struggle at infrequent intervals. It was not affected by the campaigns of Castile, still less had it any noticeable influence on them. It would be equally possible to write the history of the war in Catalonia as a separate treatise, or to compile a general history of the war in which Catalonia was barely mentioned. When the echoes of the cannon of the 2nd of May went rolling round Spain, they stirred up Catalonia no less than the other provinces which lie at a distance from the capital. The phenomena which appeared in the south and the west were repeated here in much the same sequence and at much the same dates as elsewhere. But the rising of the Catalans was greatly handicapped by the fact that their populous and wealthy capital was occupied by 12,000 French troops. Barcelona could not set the example to the smaller places, and for some time the outburst was spasmodic and local. The chief focus of rebellion was Lerida, where an insurrectionary junta was formed on May 29. At Tortosa, the populace rose a few days later and murdered the military governor, Santiago de Guzman, because he had been slow and reluctant to place himself at their head. On June 2, Manresa, in the upper valley of the Llobregat, followed their example, and from it the flame of insurrection spread all over the central upland. In Barcelona itself, there were secret meetings and suspicious gatherings in the streets, on which Duhesme had to keep a watchful eye. But the main preoccupation of the French general was that there were still several thousand Spanish troops in the town who might easily lead the populace in an emeute. He had got rid of one regiment, that of Estremadura, in May. He gave it orders to march to Lerida, where the magistrates and people refused to receive it within their walls, dreading that it might not be ready to join in their projected rising. This was a vain fear, for the corps readily took its part in the insurrection and marched to join Palafox at Saragossa. But there still remained in Barcelona a battalion each of the Spanish and the Walloon Guards and the cavalry regiment of Bourbon, some 2,500 men in all. To Duhesme's intense satisfaction, these troops, instead of keeping together and attacking the French garrison when the news of the revolt reached them, began to desert in small parties. Far from attempting to compel them to stay by their colors, Duhesme winked at their evasion and took no notice of their proceedings, even when a whole squadron of the Bourbon regiment rode off with trumpets sounding and its officers at its head. Within a few days, the greater part of the Spanish troops had vanished, and when Duhesme was directed by his master to disarm them, there were very few left for him to deal with. These scattered remnants of the Guard regiments drifted in small bands all over Catalonia. Some were found at Girona, others at Tarragona, others at Roses. Nearly 400 went to Aragon and fought under Palafox at Epila. Another considerable body joined the Valencian insurgents. But these two strong veteran battalions never were united again, or made to serve as a nucleus for the Catalan levies. Saved from the peril of a rising of the Spanish regiments in Barcelona, Duhesme had still the insurrection of the province on his hands, but he was not left free to deal with it according to his own inspirations. By the last dispatch from Napoleon, which reached him before the communications with Madrid and Bayonne were cut, a plan of campaign was dictated to him. The emperor ordered him to chastise the insurgents of Lerida and Manresa, without ceasing to keep a strong grip on Barcelona and on the line of touch with France through Figueres. But as if this was not enough to occupy his small army of 12,000 or 13,000 men, he was to provide two strong detachments, one of which was to cooperate with Montcy in Valencia and the other with Lefebvre de Snouets in Aragon. A glance at the emperor's instructions is enough to show how entirely he had misconceived the situation, and how thoroughly he had failed to realize that all Spain was up in arms. The first detachment, 4,000 strong, was to march on Lerida and to enter Aragon along the line of the Ebro. It was then to move on Saragossa to join Lefebvre. The second detachment, also 4,000 strong, was to move on Valencia via Tortosa, join Marshal Montcy, and finally occupy the great naval arsenal of Cartagena. With the 5,000 men that remained, Duhesme was to hold down Barcelona and central Catalonia, while keeping open the line of communications with Figueres and Perpignan. Either Duhesme was as blind to the real state of affairs as his master, or he considered that unquestioning obedience was his first duty. He told off the two columns as directed, only cutting down their strength a little, so as not wholly to ungarnish Barcelona. For the Valencian expedition, he told off General Chabran, with the best brigade in his army, 3 veteran French battalions of the 7th Anth of the line. With this force, he sent his single brigade of French cavalry, 2 regiments under General Bessières, the brother of the Duke of Istria. The whole amounted to 2,500 foot and horse. For the attack on Lerida, he had to send out troops of more doubtful value, all foreigners, for there were no more French to be spared. General Schwartz was given 1 Swiss, 2 Neapolitan, and 1 Italian battalion, with no more than a single squadron of cavalry, for his march was to lie over a very mountainous country. His whole force was 3,200 strong. To the general directions given by Napoleon, Duhesme added some supplementary orders of his own. Chabran was to pass by Tarragona, leave a battalion in its citadel, and take as a compensation the 2 battalions of Wimpfen's Swiss regiment, which was to be incorporated in the French army. It was expected that he would get into touch with Marshal Montcy when he should reach Castellan de la Plana. Schwartz, on the other hand, was told to march by the mountain road leading to Manresa in order to punish the inhabitants of that town for their rebellion. He was to find the 0 Francs and to destroy a powder mill which they possessed. He was then to march on Lerida, from which he was to evict the insurrectionary junta. The city was to pay a heavy war contribution and to receive a garrison of 500 men. With the rest of his brigade, Schwartz was to join the French forces before Saragossa, not later than June 19. Schwartz started from Barcelona on June 4. A tempest forced him to wait for a day at Martorell in the coast plain, but on the 6th he reached the pass of Bruch, at whose foot the roads from Igualada and from Manresa join. Here he met with opposition. The news of his approach had spread all up the valley of the Llobregat, and the Sarmatines of the upland towns were hurrying forward to hold the defile, by which the high road from Barcelona climbs into the upper country. At the moment when the invaders, marching in the most careless fashion, were making their way up the hill, only the levy of Manresa was in position. They were a mere handful, 300 or 400 at most, and many were destitute of muskets. But from the cover of a pinewood, they boldly opened fire upon the head of Schwartz's column. Surprised to find himself attacked, the French general deployed a battalion and drove the Sarmatines out of their position. They retired in great disorder up the hill towards Manresa. Schwartz followed them with caution, under the idea that they must be the vanguard of a larger force, and that there were probably regular troops in support, further along the defile. In this he was wrong, but the retreating Manresans received reinforcements a few miles behind the place of the first skirmish. They were joined by the levies of San Pedro and other villages of the upper Llobregat, marching forward to the sound of the single drum that was to be found in the upland. The peasants ensconced themselves in the rocks and bushes on either side of the road, and again offered battle. Schwartz took their opposition much too seriously, extended a long front of tirailleurs against them, but did not push his attack home. Soon other bands of Sarmatines from the direction of Igualada began to gather round his left flank, and it seemed to him that he would soon be surrounded and cut off from his line of communications with Barcelona. His regiments were raw and not of the best quality. The Neapolitans who composed more than half his force passed, and with reason, as the worst troops in Europe. He himself was a cavalry officer who had never held independent command before, and was wholly unversed in mountain warfare. Reflecting that the afternoon was far spent, that he was still 12 miles from Manresa, and that the whole countryside was on the move against him, he resolved to abandon his expedition. Instead of hurling his 4 battalions upon the Sarmatines, who must have been scattered to the winds if attacked by such superior numbers, he drew back, formed his men in a great square, with the cavalry and guns in the middle, and began a retreat across the more open parts of the defile. The Spaniards followed, pressing in the screen of tirailleurs by which the square was covered, and taking easy shots into the solid mass behind them. After 6 miles of marching under fire, Schwartz's Swiss and Italians were growing somewhat demoralized, for nothing could be more harassing to raw and unwilling troops than such a retreat. At last, they found their way blocked by the village of Esparreguera, where the inhabitants barricaded the streets and opened a hot fire upon the front face of the square. Seeing his men hesitate and break their ranks, Schwartz hastily bade them scatter right and left and pass round the village without attempting to storm it. This device succeeded, but when the two halves of the column reunited beyond Esparreguera, they were in such disorder that there was no means of stopping them. The whole streamed into Martorell in a confused mass at nightfall, after a retreat whose incidents remind the military reader, in every detail, of the rout of the British troops in the march to Lexington, on the first day of the old American War of 1775. When he reached the plains, Schwartz was able to retire unharmed to Barcelona, having saved 3 of his 4 guns and lost no very large proportion of his men. But he had suffered the disgrace of being worsted by inferior numbers of undisciplined peasantry, and brought his troops back in a state of demoralization, which was very discouraging to the rest of the garrison of the Catalonian capital. Duhesme, instead of taking him to task, fully approved of his retreat, on the ground that if he had pushed on for Manresa and Lerida, he would probably have lost his whole brigade. Realizing at last the true strength of the insurrection, and learning that the Sarmate was sounding in every village, and that the peasantry were flocking together in thousands, Duhesme determined to concentrate his whole force, and sent orders to Chabrun to abandon his Valencian expedition and return at once to Barcelona. He was probably quite right in his resolve, though Chabrun's retreat was the determining fact that ruined Moncey's campaign in the province south of the Ebro. The emperor had sketched out the whole plan of operations on false premises, and when the new military situation had developed itself, it would have been absurd for his lieutenants to carry out his original orders in blind and servile obedience. Chabrun's column had reached Tarragona when it received Duhesme's letters of recall. It had started on June 4 and found the coastlands still quiet, the insurrection not having yet spread downwards from the hills. On arriving at Tarragona, Chabrun took possession of the citadel and issued orders to the 2 battalions of Wimpfen's Swiss regiment, which formed the garrison of the place, to prepare to march with him against Valencia. The Swiss officers showed no alacrity in falling in with this plan. They were not animated by the patriotic fury which had carried away the rest of the Spanish regular troops into the insurgent camp. On the other hand, they felt no enthusiasm at the idea of joining the French in an attack on their late employers. They were deferring obedience to the orders of the French general on various futile pleas, when the news of Schwarz's defeat at Bruch reached Tarragona. Directed to return in haste and to rejoin Duhesme, General Chabron marched off on June 9, leaving Wimpfen's mercenaries behind. They would not follow him, and declared in favor of the insurgent junta at Lerida the moment that his back was turned. The retreating French column had to brush aside several considerable bands of Sarmatines, which tried to arrest its progress, for the coastland had taken arms after the combat of Bruch, and its levies hoped to treat Chabron as their compatriots of the upland had treated Schwarz. But the three veteran French battalions were of tougher material than the Neapolitans and Italians who had been routed on the 6th, and successfully cut their way back to Barcelona. They were aided by the unwisdom of the insurgents, who, instead of trying to defend the difficult defile of Ordal, came down into the plain. When they attacked Chabron at Vendrell and Arbos, they were charged by his cavalry and scattered to the winds with heavy loss. The French, when the actions were over, sacked with every circumstance of brutality all the villages which lay along their path. On June 11, they got into touch with Duhesme's outposts, and on the 12th re-entered Barcelona. The whole of the army of the Eastern Pyrenees was now reunited under its commander's hand, and Duhesme thought himself strong enough to punish the peasantry of the Upper Llobregat for their victory at Bruch. On the 14th, Chabron, with his own brigade, and the Swiss and Italians of Schwarz, marched from Martorell to assault once more the pass which the uplanders had defended so well 8 days before. But the woods and rocks of Bruch were now manned by many thousands of Sarmatines. All central Catalonia had sent its levies thither, and they were supported by 400 regulars from Lerida and 4 pieces of artillery. After feeling the position and directing against it at least one serious attack, Chabron drew back and refused to press on the action, apparently influenced by the manifest reluctance of Schwarz's troops to advance, no less than by the strength of the ground. After losing nearly 400 men, he retired to the plain and marched back to Barcelona. Duhesme had a more pressing business in hand than the chastisement of the mountaineers of the Upper Llobregat. He had now learnt, by the fact that couriers from France had ceased to arrive, that his communications with Figueras and Upper Catalonia had been cut, and it was absolutely necessary that they should be reopened. This was to prove a harder task than he imagined. The Sarmatines were now up in every valley as far as the French frontier. They had driven into the citadel of Figueras the weak battalion of detachments that had been left to hold that town, and some of the bolder spirits were feeling their way through the Pyrenean recesses to commence raids on Roussillon. Such alarm was felt at Perpignan that the general commanding the district had begun to call out the National Guards, for he had no regulars at his disposal save a few hundred men of details and detachments, who were waiting to go forward to join their regiments in Duhesme's corps. But all this was unknown at Barcelona, and it was with very little conception of the difficulties before him that Duhesme resolved to march on Girona and reopen the main road to France. He told off for this service 1/2 of the infantry battalions which composed his army, the Italian division of Lecce, consisting of the brigades of Schwarz and of Miloswitz, the latter of which had hitherto remained in garrison at Barcelona, and had not taken part in the futile attacks on the defile of Bruch. He also took with him nearly the whole of his cavalry, 4 French and 3 Italian squadrons of cuirassiers and chasseurs, and a battery of 8 guns. This gave him a formidable force of 5,900 men, about half of the total strength of his corps when the losses suffered at Bruch and elsewhere are deducted. Duhesme had resolved to march on Girona by the comparatively easy road along the sea-coast, rather than by the alternative route which passes further inland by the valley of the Bessos and the town of Hostelrich. Even in the lowland, however, he found the Sarmatines prepared to oppose him. At the castle of Monget, only 6 miles outside Barcelona, he met the first Swar, 0 or 9,000 strong. They had procured a few guns, which they had mounted so as to sweep the road and lay in disorderly masses along the crest of a rising ground. Duhesme, amusing them in front by a false attack, sent a strong column to turn their right flank. Seeing themselves likely to be enveloped, the peasants fled after a short skirmish, in which they suffered considerable loss. Pushing onward, Duhesme arrived that same afternoon at the large open town of Mataro, a place of 20,000 souls given over to the manufacture of glass and cotton goods. The populace had hastily barricaded the outlets of the streets with carts and piles of furniture, and discharged 2 or 3 cannon against the approaching enemy. But Milo Switz's Italian brigade easily burst through the feeble defenses and took Mataro by storm. Its attempt at resistance was considered by Duhesme to justify its sack, and he granted the plunder of the town to his men, who only moved on the next day after having thoroughly robbed every dwelling of its portable goods and murdered a considerable number of the inhabitants. The French army of Catalonia was the most motley and undisciplined force of all the imperial hosts in Spain, and for that reason it was by far the most cruel and brutal in its behavior to the natives, who had not as yet justified any such treatment by their manner of conducting the war. Any ferocity which they showed from this time onward was a well-deserved revenge for what they had suffered. Leaving Mataro on the 18th, Duhesme arrived before Girona on the 20th, after burning most of the villages on the road, in revenge for the constant molestation which he suffered from the Sarmatines. He found the city placed in a state of defense, so far as was possible in the case of an old-fashioned fortress called upon to stand a siege at 10 days' notice. There was a small regular garrison, the Irish regiment of Ultonia, under its 2 lieutenant colonels, O'Donovan and O'Daly, but this corps only count bayonets. In addition, there were a few trained artillerymen and the armed citizens of the town, not more than 2,000 in all, for Girona had but 14,000 inhabitants. The place lies on either side of the small stream of the Onia, just above its confluence with the river Ter. On the south bank is the main part of the town, straggling up the side of a steep hill, which is crowned at its eastern end by an ancient citadel, known like those of several other Catalonian towns by the name of Montjuïc. Further westward, along the crest of this hill, lie 3 other forts, those of the Constable, Queen Anne, and the Capuchins. These, like the citadel, are detached works, not connected by any line of wall, but only by a ditch. The town, which is completely commanded by the 4 forts, has no protection on the south side of the Onia, but a medieval wall, destitute of a ditch and not more than 20 feet high. But on the other side of the river, the northern suburb, known as the Mercadal, having no line of outlying heights to protect it, had been fortified in the style of Vauban with a regular front of 5 bastions, though like the fortifications of the city, it was without a ditch. Duhesme had no battering train, and his force of 5,900 men was insufficient to invest the whole circumference of the city of Girona and its forts. But like Monsi before Valencia, he was resolved to make an attempt to storm the city by escalade or by battering in its gates. He left alone the citadel and the line of works on the hill, only sending a single battalion to demonstrate against the fort of the Capuchins. His real attack was directed against the sole point where the old enceinte of the city is not fully protected by the forts, the gate of the Carmen, on the very brink of the Onia. In no very honorable spirit, he sent in one of his aides-de-camp with a white flag to demand the surrender of Girona, and while that officer was conferring with the governor and the local junta, suddenly launched his column of assault against the gate, hoping to catch the Spaniards off their guard. The attack was a failure. The heavy guns from the forts above silenced the French field artillery, which tried to batter in the gate. Then Duhesme sent forward a storming party, with artillerymen at its head bearing petards with which to blow open the entrance. But the heavy musketry fire from the walls laid low the head of the column, and the rest swerved and fell back to get under cover. A feeble demonstration beyond the Onia against the bastions of Santa Clara and San Francisco had not even the desired effect of distracting the attention of the defenders of the Carmen Gate. Seeing his attack foiled, Duhesme sent in at dusk a second flag of truce, inviting the junta of Girona to send out deputies to confer with him on certain points, which he was desirous of submitting to them. The Catalans were simple enough to comply with his offer, they would have been wiser to avoid all negotiations with such an enemy. For this, parley was only intended to cover a second assault. Seeing that he could not hope to batter his way into the place by means of his light field artillery, Duhesme was preparing a great escalade under cover of the night. The point which he chose for it was the bastion of Santa Clara, on the center of the low front of the Mercadal, beyond the Oña. He collected a quantity of ladders from the neighboring villages and told off for the assault the 3 battalions of the brigade of Schwartz. At 10 o'clock, the Italians crept up beneath the ramparts, where the citizens on guard do not seem to have kept a good lookout, and delivered their attack. But these raw troops, moving in the darkness, made many mistakes. The chief one was that many of the ladder party went astray among the watercourses and field walls, so that the provision of ladders proved insufficient. The garrison of the bastion, however, had been taken completely by surprise, and allowed the head of the column to escalade the 20-foot wall with no more hindrance than a few musket shots. The Neapolitan Colonel Ambrosio and the leading files had actually mounted and driven back the citizens to the gorge of the bastion, when there arrived reinforcements. A company of the regiment of Ultonia, which charged with the bayonet, drove the Italians back and hurled them over the rampart. An Irish lieutenant, Thomas Magrath, and a Carmelite friar seized and overturned the ladders, at the cost of the life of the former. When the garrison began firing down into the mass of assailants crowded at the foot of the wall, and the neighboring bastion commenced to discharge a flanking fire of artillery, the Italians broke and fled. A second attempt at an escalade, made 2 hours later at another bastion, failed even more lamentably, for the garrison were on the alert and detected the assailants before they drew near the walls. Convinced that he was too weak to take Gerona without siege artillery, Duhesme broke up his camp and fled under cover of the night, marking his retreat by a third insincere attempt to open negotiations with the garrison. He hastily made off by the same road by which he had come and returned to Barcelona by forced marches, dropping on the way one of his Italian brigades at Mataro. In the whole expedition, he had lost 700 men. So ended the first attempt on Gerona, to the great credit of its gallant defenders, and more especially to that of the weak Irish regiment which had borne the brunt of the fighting. Duhesme's whole campaign bore a singular resemblance to that which Moncey was making at the same moment in Valencia, and like it, was wrecked on the initial blunder of supposing that Spanish towns, defended by a population in a high state of patriotic enthusiasm, could be carried by escalade without any proper preparation by artillery. French generals soon got to know their adversaries better. The same levies that could be easily scattered in the open field were formidable under cover of stone walls. On returning to Barcelona, Duhesme found that the insurgents of central Catalonia had drawn close to the capital in his absence. 8,000 or 10,000 Sarmatines had come down to the line of the Llobregat, had broken its bridges, had entrenched themselves opposite its fords, and were preparing to blockade Barcelona. They had brought up a considerable number of guns taken from the batteries on the coast, which had so long kept watch upon the English. But of regular troops there were only a few present, a mixed body of 400 men from Lerida and some small remnants of the old Spanish garrison of Barcelona. The command seems to have been held by Juan Bagot, a lawyer of Lerida, who had been named colonel of Miquelets by the junta of his native town. Duhesme was determined not to be deprived of his hold on the coast plain by this tumultuary army. On the 30th, he sallied out from Barcelona with Goulas's French brigade and 3 of Leccai's Italian battalions, accompanied by the cuirassiers of Bessières. Though the line of the Llobregat is marked by steep banks, and though a considerable number of guns were mounted behind it, the position was too long and too much exposed to be capable of defense by undisciplined bands of mountaineers. While the Italians menaced its front, Goulas and Bessières forded the river and turned the flank of the Catalans. Chased out from the villages of Sant Boi and Molins de Rei by a sweeping charge, they were pursued across the plain, stripped of all their artillery, and forced to take refuge in their old positions along the edge of the mountains of Montserrat, after losing a considerable number of men. Less successful was another stroke against the insurgents, which Duhesme endeavored to deal 5 days later. General Chabran, with the Italian brigade that had been left at Mataro, a regiment of French cavalry and a field battery moved out to clear the hills above the coast and to sweep the valley of the Bessos. He had before him the Sarmatines of the regions about Vich, Hostelrich, and Santa Coloma, under Francisco Milans, a half-pay lieutenant colonel who had been placed at their head by the local junta. Chabran forced his way for some distance inland till he reached Granollers, always harassed but never seriously attacked by the insurgents. Milans, who showed all through his career a real genius for guerrilla warfare, had ordered his levies never to stand when pressed, but to hang about the enemy's line of march, cut off his pickets and scouting parties, and fall upon the baggage train which trailed at the rear of his column. These tactics were perfectly successful. Having reached Granollers after a most toilsome march, Chabran refused to push further among the mountains, turned back, and retreated to Mataro, accompanied home by the Sarmatines, who pursued him to the very outskirts of the town and cut off his stragglers and many of his baggage animals. The moment that the Catalan insurrection grew serious, Duhesme had sent repeated appeals for help to the emperor. The land route to Perpignan being cut, he had to use small vessels which put out to sea at night, risked capture by the English ships lying off the coast, and when fortunate reached the harbors of Cagliari or Port Vendors, just beyond the Pyrenees. Napoleon looked upon the Catalonian war as a very small matter, but he was fully resolved that Duhesme must be succored. Accordingly, he determined to concentrate a division at Perpignan, but he refused to allot to it any of his veteran French troops. He swept together from the southern Alps and Piedmont a most heterogeneous body of 7,000 or 8,000 men, even worse in quality than the motley army which he had entrusted to Duhesme. The command was entrusted to a capable officer, General Reille, one of the emperor's aides-de-camp, who was told to advance and relieve Figueres, after which he was to stretch out his hand to Duhesme, who would push northward to meet him. His improvised army consisted of 2 battalions of recruits just levied in the lately annexed Duchy of Tuscany, and constituting the nucleus of a new regiment with the number 113, of a battalion of National Guards, some mobilized gendarmerie, a battalion of the Legion of Reserve of the Alps, from Grenoble, 5 battalions of detachments, and the single battalion which formed the contingent of the little Republic of the Valley. The cavalry comprised 2 squadrons of Tuscan dragoons and 2 escadrons de marque of French cuirassiers and chasseurs. There seemed to have been no more than 2 batteries of artillery allotted to the force. Reille was informed that other troops from Italy would ultimately arrive at Perpignan, but that they were not to be expected till the end of July or the beginning of August. For the relief of Figueres and the opening up of communications with Duhesme, he must depend on his own forces. Traveling with commendable rapidity, Reille arrived at Perpignan on July 3. Of all the detachments that were marching to join him, he found that nothing had yet reached the frontier but the local National Guards and Gendarmerie, the 2 Tuscan battalions, a company of the 2nd Swiss Regiment, and artillerymen enough to serve a couple of guns. With no more than the Tuscans and the Swiss, less than 1,600 men in all, he marched on Figueres on July 5, dispersing on the way some bands of Sarmatines who tried to oppose him at the passage of the Muga. He threw a convoy into the place and strengthened its garrison, but could do no more, for all the country beyond Figueres was up in arms, and his raw Italian recruits could hardly be kept to their colors. Indeed, he was forced to make them march in solid columns whenever he moved them, for when ordered to deploy, they always fell into disorder and tried to make off to the rear. But by July 11, Reille had begun to receive many of the drafts and detachments which the emperor was pouring into Perpignan, and having now 3,000 or 4,000 men disposable, he resolved to strike a blow at Roses, the small seaport town which blocks the coast road from Perpignan to Barcelona. Marching through the plains of the Ampurdam, he reached his objective, an insignificant place with a dilapidated outer entrenchment and a citadel of some small strength. It was defended by no more than 400 miquelites and had but 5 guns on its land front. But the little garrison showed a bold face, and when Reille proceeded to invest Roses, he found himself attacked from the rear by 4,000 or 5,000 Sarmatines levied by Don Juan Claros, a retired infantry captain who had called to arms the peasantry of the coast. They beset the besiegers so fiercely that Ryle resolved to abandon the investment, a determination which was assisted by the sight of a British line-of-battle ship landing Marines to strengthen the garrison. Accordingly, he cut his way back to Figueres on the 12th, harassed all the way by the bands of Claros, who killed or took no less than 200 of his men. Rosas was to defy capture for some months more, for Ryle's next effort was, by his master's direction, devoted to a more important object, the clearing of the great road from Perpignan to Barcelona and the opening up of communications with Duhesme. Section 5, Chapter 2. The struggle in Catalonia, July-August 1808, the Second Siege of Zaragoza. For the first 6 weeks of the war in Catalonia, Duhesme and Ryle had been opposed only by the gallant Sarmatines. Of the handful of regular troops who had been stationed in the Principality when the insurrection broke out, the greater part had drifted off to the Siege of Zaragoza or to the struggle in the south. Only the Irish regiment at Gerona and certain fragments of the disbanded battalions of the Guards from Barcelona had aided the peasantry in resisting the invader. The success of the Catalans in hemming in Duhesme and checking Ryle's advance is all the more notable when we reflect that their levies had not been guided by any central organization, nor placed under the command of any single general. The junta at Lerida had done little more than issue proclamations and serve out to the Sarmatines the moderate amount of munitions of war that was at its disposition. It had indeed drawn out a scheme for the raising of a provincial army. 40 tercios of Miquelets, each 1,000 strong, were to be levied and kept permanently in the field. But this scheme existed only on paper, and there were no means of officering or arming such a mass of men. Even as late as August 1, there were only 6,000 of them embodied in organized corps. The mass of the men of military age was still at their own firesides, prepared to turn out at the sound of the Sarmatin, whenever a French column appeared in their neighborhood, but not ready to keep the field for more than a few days, or to transfer their service to the more distant regions of the Principality. The direction of these irregular bands was still in the hands of local leaders like Claros, Malans, and Bagot, who aided each other in a sufficiently loyal fashion when they had the chance, but did not obey any single commander-in-chief or act on any settled military plan. Their successes had been due to their own untutored intelligence and courage, not to the carrying out of any regular policy. This period of patriotic anarchy was now drawing to an end. Regular troops were beginning to appear on the scene in considerable numbers, and the direction of the military resources of Catalonia was about to be confided to their generals. The change was not all for the better. During the whole struggle, the Spaniards showed themselves admirable insurgents, but indifferent soldiers. After one more short but brilliant period of success, the balance of fortune was about to turn against the Catalans, and a long series of disasters was to try, but never to subdue, their indomitable and persevering courage. We have already shown that the only body of regular troops available for the succor of Catalonia was the corps of 10,000 men which lay in the Balearic Islands. That these 13 battalions of veterans had not yet been thrown ashore in the Principality was mainly due to the overcaution of the aged General Vives, the Captain General at Palma, to whom the charge of the garrisons of Majorca and Minorca was committed. He had a deeply rooted idea that if he left Port Mahon unguarded, the English would find some excuse for once more making themselves masters of that ancient stronghold, where the Union Jack had waved for the greater part of the 18th century. Even the transparent honesty of Lord Collingwood, the veteran admiral of the Mediterranean fleet, could not reassure him. It was only when strong pressure was applied to him by his second-in-command, the Marquis del Palacio, governor of Minorca, and when he had received the most explicit pledges from Collingwood concerning the disinterested views of Great Britain, that he consented to disgarnish Port Mahon. His mind was only finally made up when the Aragonese and Catalan battalions of his army burst out into open mutiny, threatening to seize shipping and transport themselves to the mainland without his leave, if any further delay was made. A fortnight later, Vives permitted Del Palacio, with the greater part of the Balearic garrisons, to set sail for the seat of war. The Aragonese regiment landed near Tortosa and marched for Saragossa, but the bulk of the expeditionary force, nearly 5,000 strong, was put ashore in Catalonia between July 19 and. Meanwhile, affairs in the Principality had taken a new turn. Duhesme had remained quiet for 6 days after Chabran's check at Granollers, though his position at Barcelona grew daily more uncomfortable, owing to the constant activity of the Sarmatines. But when he learnt that Rial's vanguard had reached Figueras, and that he might expect ere long to be aided by a whole division of fresh troops from the north, he resolved to renew his attack on Girona, the fortress which so completely blocked his communications with France. Sending messages by sea to bid his colleague meet him under the walls of that place, he sallied out from Barcelona on July 10 with the larger half of his army. This time, he took with him the French brigades of Gulas and Nicolas only, leaving Barcelona to the care of Lecce and the foreign troops. He felt that the situation was too grave for him to trust the fate of Catalonia to the steadiness of Lombard or Neapolitan regiments. So leaving 4 Italian and 1 Swiss battalion, 3,500 men in all, in the Barcelona forts, he marched for Girona with 7 French battalions, a regiment of Italian cavalry, and 22 guns, of which 10 were heavy siege artillery. At Mataro he picked up Chabran, who had been resting there since his check at Granollers on July 4, and incorporated with his expedition the Italian battalions which that officer had with him, as well as a regiment of French cavalry. This gave him a total force of some 7,000 men, yet his march was slow and difficult. Malans with the Sarmatines of the upland was always hanging upon his left flank, and Lord Cochrane, with 2 British frigates, followed him along the coast, bombarding his columns whenever the road came within cannon shot of the sea. At Arons de Mar, Duhesme halted for no less than 5 days, either from sheer indecision as to the advisability of proceeding with his project, or because he was waiting for definite news of Rial. At last, he made up his mind. 2 routes meet at Arons, the main chaussee from Barcelona to Girona via Tordera, and a crossroad which seeks the same end by a detour through the small hill fortress of Hostelrich. The 3 battalions of Gulas's brigade were sent by this latter path, with orders to endeavor to seize the place if they could. The main column, with the battering train, followed the high road. Gulas found Hostelrich too strong for him. It was garrisoned by 500 Miquelites under Manuel O'Sullivan, a captain of the regiment of Ultonia, who gallantly held their own against an attempt at escalade. The French brigadier thereupon abandoned the attack, crossed the mountains, and joined his chief before Girona on July 22. Duhesme, meanwhile, had been harassed for 3 days by the Sarmatines of Malans, and though he always drove them off in the end, had lost much of his baggage and an appreciable number of men before he reached the banks of the Tur. On the day after he was rejoined by Gulas, he forced the passage of that river and took post before Girona. On the next morning, he was rejoiced to meet with the vanguard of Rial's division descending from the north. That general had started from Figueras 2 days before, with all the fractions of his motley force that had reached the front, 2 Tuscan battalions, the Swiss from the Valais, 3 French bataillons de Marque, the 2 provisional battalions of Perpignan, and some other improvised units, with a total strength of some 6,500 men. He established his headquarters at Puente Mayor to the north of the city, on the right bank of the Tur, while Duhesme placed his at Santa Eugenia on the left bank. There were good and easy communications between them by means of 2 fords, and the bridge of Salt, a little further from Girona, was also available. 13,000 men seemed enough to make an end of an old-fashioned fortress like Girona, held by a garrison which down to the first day of the siege counted no more than 400 regular troops, that same Irish regiment of Ultonia which had stood out against Duhesme's first attack in June. It was fortunate for the defenders that at the very moment of the arrival of the French, they received a powerful reinforcement. The light infantry regiment, named the 2nd Volunteers of Barcelona, 1,300 strong, entered the city on the night of July 22, slipping between the heads of Duhesme's and Rial's columns. This corps had formed part of the garrison of Minorca. Instead of being landed at Tarragona with the rest of Del Palacio's troops, it was dropped at San Feliu, the nearest port on the coast to Girona, and had just time to reach that place before its investment was completed. Duhesme had resolved to avoid for the future the fruitless attempts at escalade, which had cost him so many men during his first siege of Gerona, and to proceed by the regular rules of politicks. He had with him a battering train more than sufficient to wreck the ancient walls of the city. Accordingly, he opened a secondary attack on the lower town on the left of the Onia, but turned the greater part of his attention to the citadel of Montjuich. If this work, which from its lofty hill commands the whole city, were once mastered, the place could not hold out for a day longer. By this arrangement, the charge of the main attack fell to Ryle, and Duhesme himself undertook only the demonstration against the Mercadal. The French began by establishing themselves on the lower slopes of the tableland, of which Montjuich occupies the culminating point. They found shelter in 3 ruined towers, which the garrison was too weak to occupy, and raised near them 3 batteries with 6 heavy guns and 2 howitzers, which battered the citadel, and also played upon certain parts of the town wall near the gate of San Pedro. The batteries in Duhesme's section of the siege lines consisted only of mortars and howitzers, which shelled and several times set fire to the Mercadal, but could make no attempt to open breaches in its walls. The siege approaches of the French before Gerona were conducted with an astonishing slowness. It was not till 16 days after they had established themselves on the slopes round Montjuich that they began to batter it in a serious fashion. This delay was partly due to the steepness of the ground up which the guns had to be dragged, partly to the necessity for sending to Figueras for extra artillery material, which could only be brought slowly and under heavy escort to the banks of the Tur. But Duhesme's slackness and the want of skill displayed by his engineer officers were responsible for the greater portion of the delay. Moreover, the investment of Gerona was so badly managed that not only did the garrison keep up a regular communication at night with the chiefs of the Sarmatines who lay out on the hills to the west, but convoys repeatedly left and entered the town in the dark, without meeting a single French picket or patrol. This delay of a fortnight in pressing the attack on Gerona led to 2 important results. The first was that the news of the capitulation of Balen reached both camps, producing grave discouragement in the one and a disposition for bold action in the other. The second was that Del Palacio and the troops from Minorca had time granted to them to prepare for interference in the siege. The Marquis had landed at Tarragona on July 23, with all his division, save the regiment sent to St. Feliu and the Aragonese battalion, which had been directed on Tortosa. Immediately on his arrival, the insurrectionary junta of Catalonia transferred itself from Lerida to Tarragona and elected Del Palacio Captain General of the Principality. Thus, a real central authority was established in the province, and a single military direction could at last be given to its armies. The new Captain General was well-intentioned and full of patriotism, but no great strategist. His plan was to press Barcelona with the bulk of his regular forces, so that Lecce might be compelled to call for instant help from Duhesme, while a small column under the Conde de Caldagues was to march on Gerona, not so much with the hope of raising the siege, as to aid the Sarmatines of the Amperdam in harassing the investing force and throwing succors into the city. Accordingly, the main body of Del Palacio's army, the regiments of Soria, Granada, and Bourbon, with Wimpfen's 2 Swiss battalions from Tarragona, marched on the Llobregat, drove in Lecce's outposts, and confined him to the immediate environs of Barcelona. The Sarmatines came to give help in thousands, and a cordon of investment was established at a very short distance from the great city. On the seaside, Lord Cochrane, with the Imperieuse and Cambrian frigates, kept up a strict blockade, so that Lecce, with his insufficient and not too trustworthy garrison of 3,500 Swiss and Italian troops, was in a most uncomfortable position. If it had not been that Barcelona was completely commanded by the impregnable citadel of Montjuich, he could not have maintained his hold on the large and turbulent city. His last outpost was destroyed on July 31. This was the strong castle of Monget, 6 miles out on the coast road from Barcelona to Mataro. It was held by a company of Neapolitans, 150 men with 7 guns, attacked on the land side by 800 Miquelites under Francisco Barcelo, and from the sea by the broadside of the Imperieuse, the Italian officer in command surrendered to Lord Cochrane, in order to save his men from massacre by the Catalans. Cochrane then blew up the castle and destroyed the narrow coast road on each side of it by cuttings and explosions, so that there was no longer any practicable route for guns, horses, or wagons along the shore. Thus hemmed in, Lecky began to send to Duhesme, by various secret channels, appeals for instant aid, and reports painting his situation in gloomy but not much exaggerated colors. He asserted that the Sarmatines were pushing their incursions to within 600 yards of his advanced posts, and that there were now 30,000 Catalans in arms around him. If he had saw 0, he would have been within the limits of fact. On August 6, the Captain General, after carefully arranging his troops in the positions round Barcelona, sent off Caldagues to harass Duhesme in the north. This enterprising brigadier general was given no more than 4 companies of regulars, 3 guns, and 0 miquelites from the Lerida district under their colonel, Juan Bagot. Marching by the mountain road that goes by Hostelrich and picking up many recruits on the way, he established himself on the 14th at Casella, in the hills that lie between Girona and the sea. Here he was met by all the Sarmatines of northern Catalonia, under their daring leaders, Milans and Claros. The investment of Girona was so badly managed that when the news of Caldagues' approach was received, 2 colonels, O'Donovan of the Ultonia Regiment and La Valletta of the Barcelona Volunteers, were able to penetrate the French lines and to confer with the commander of the Army of Succor. These 2 officers were really conducting the defense, for the titular governor, Bolivar, seems to have been a nonentity who exercised no influence on the course of events. At a council of war which they attended, it was resolved to try a stroke which was far bolder than anything that the Captain General had contemplated when he sent Caldagues northward. The relieving force was to attack from the rear Rile's troops on the heights before Montjuich, while at the same time every man that could be spared from the garrison was to be flung on the breaching batteries from the front. Duhesme's army in the plain beyond the Onia was to be left alone. It was hoped that the whole business would be over before he could arrive at the spot where the fate of battle was to be decided. There were somewhat over 8,000 men disposable for the attack. 1,000 regulars and 400 miquelites were to sally out of Girona. Caldagues could bring up 7,000 more, all raw levies except the 4 companies of old troops that he had brought from Tarragona. He had also 5 field guns. As Duhesme and Ryle ha 0 men, of who 200 were cavalry, it was a daring experiment to attack them, even though their forces were distributed along an extensive line of investment. A bold and confident general, placed in Duhesme's position, would not have waited to be attacked in his trenches. The moment that he heard of the approach of Caldagues, he would have drawn off half his battalions from the siege and have gone out to meet the relieving army before it could get within striking distance of Girona. But Duhesme was not in the mood for adventurous strokes. He was chilled in his ardor by the news of the disaster of Balen. He was worried by Lecky's gloomy reports, and he had been pondering for some days whether it would not be well to raise the siege and march off to save Barcelona. But the ravages which his bombardment was producing in the beleaguered city, and the fact that a breach was beginning to be visible in the walls of Montjuich, induced him to remain before the place, hoping that it might fall within the next few days. If this was his determination, he should at least have made preparations to receive Caldagues, but no attempt whatever appears to have been made to resist an attack from without. On the morning of August 16, the Spaniards struck their blow. Between 9 and 10 o'clock in the morning, the 1,400 men of the garrison deployed from behind the cover of the citadel and charged down upon the trenches and batteries of the besiegers. They completely swept away the battalion of the 5th Legion of Reserve, which was furnishing the guard of the trenches, captured the siege guns, and set fire to the fascines of the batteries. Then pushing on, they drove off the Swiss battalion of the Valais and the 2 Tuscan battalions of the 113th Regiment, pressing them downhill towards Ryle's headquarters at Puente Maya. The French general rallied them upon the 1st Regiment de Marche, which formed his reserve at this point of the line, and mounting the slope, retook some of the works which had been lost. But at this moment Caldagues' whole army appeared upon the heights, pressing forward in 4 columns with great confidence. The sight of these multitudes checked Ryle, who hastily drew back, evacuated Puente Maya, and withdrew to the other bank of the Tur. Duhesme, on his side, abandoned all his outlying positions and concentrated his whole force in front of the village of Santa Eugenia. The Catalans were wise enough not to descend into the plain, where Duhesme's cavalry and guns would have had a free hand. Caldagues refrained from passing the Tur and merely drew up his army on the slopes above Puente Mayor, ready to receive battle. But the expected attack never came. Duhesme held back all the afternoon and then fled away under cover of the darkness. His losses in the fighting on the hills had not been heavy, 75 killed and wounded, but his spirit was broken. He would not risk an assault on such a strong position with his motley and somewhat demoralized army. For a moment he thought of leading his whole force back to Rile's base at Figueras, but the reflection that in this case Lecce would probably be destroyed and he himself be made responsible for the loss of Barcelona by the emperor deterred him from such a cowardly move. Bidding Rile take the northern road and keep open the communications with France, he drew off the rest of his army to the south to rejoin his Italian comrades. The move was made with some panic and precipitation. The remaining siege guns were buried in a perfunctory fashion and some stores destroyed. Then Duhesme marched away over the mountains, pursued by the Sarmatines of Milans, while Rile retired across the plains of the Amperdam and had a fairly easy journey to Figueras. Claros, who tried to harass his retreat, never dared to close in upon him in the open country, fearing his cavalry and guns. Far more toilsome was the lot of Duhesme's column, which had to march for 20 miles through very broken ground, chased by the levies of Milans, to whom the whole district was familiar. When he reached the sea at Malgrat, he found that his troubles were only growing worse. The Sarmatines hung on his right flank, while Lord Cochrane's frigate, the Imperieuse, followed him on the left hand, giving him a broadside whenever his march lay within cannon shot of the beach. Moreover, the peasants had been cutting and blasting away the road under Cochrane's direction, and at each point where one of these obstructions had been made, it was necessary to drag the guns and wagons of the column across almost impassable hillsides. Finding that he was making no appreciable progress and that his men were growing utterly demoralized, Duhesme at last took a desperate step. He blew up his ammunition, burnt his baggage, cast his field guns into the sea, and fled away by hill tracks parallel with the shore. After long skirmishing with the Sarmatines, he reached Mongat, where Lecce came out to his aid with 1,000 men and a battery, all that could be spared from the depleted garrison of Barcelona. There the Catalans stayed their pursuit, and Duhesme's harassed battalions poured back into the city, sick of mountain warfare, half-starved, and carrying with them nothing but what they brought in on their backs. As a fighting force for offensive operations, they were useless for some weeks, and all that their general could do was to hold for foraging purposes as much of the open ground about Barcelona as he could manage to retain. Nothing more could be essayed till Napoleon should vouchsafe to send heavy reinforcements to Catalonia for the purpose of reopening the severed communications with France. Two obvious criticisms on these operations in the month of August must be made. The first is that Del Palacio might probably have destroyed Duhesme's whole army if, instead of sending out his Lieutenant Caldagues with a handful of regulars and 0 Miquelites, he had marched on Girona with his entire force, the 5,000 old troops from Port Man and the whole of the local levies of central Catalonia. Lecce was so weak in Barcelona that a few thousand Sarmatines could have kept him in check, for he dared not ungarnish the city. If the Captain General had thrown every man into the struggle at Girona, it seems certain that Duhesme must either have been annihilated or have fled away with Rile to Figueras, abandoning Barcelona to its inevitable fate. The second comment is equally obvious. Duhesme's generalship was even worse than that of Del Palacio. Since the Spaniards came against him, not with the whole army of Catalonia, but with a mere detachment of 7,000 Sarmatines, he should have formed a covering force of 5,000 men, and have fallen upon them while they were still at some distance from Girona. Instead of doing this, he allowed them to encamp for 3 days unmolested at Casella, a village no more than 5 miles distant from Rile's outposts. There they concerted their operations with the garrison and fell upon the investing force at the moment that suited them best. It is the extraordinary apathy or neglect displayed by Duhesme that justifies Caldagues's bold stroke at the French lines. Finding the enemy so torpid, he might well venture an assault upon them without incurring the charge of rashness of which Napier finds him guilty. In other circumstances, it would have been mad for the Spaniard, who had no more than 7,000 Sarmatines, to attack a French army 13,000 strong. But seeing Duhesme so utterly negligent, and his army strung out on a long front of investment, without any covering force, Caldagues was quite justified in making the experiment which turned out so successfully. Duhesme tried to extenuate his fault by giving out that he had been about to abandon the siege even before he was attacked, and that he had orders from Bayonne authorizing such a step. But we may be permitted to join his successor St. Cyr in doubting both the original intention and the imperial authorization. There is at least no trace of it in the correspondence of Napoleon, who as late as August 23, 7 days after the fight outside Girona, was under the impression that Reille's division alone might suffice to capture the city, though he was prepared, if necessary, to support him with other troops. On the 17th of the same month, the day on which Duhesme began his disastrous retreat on Barcelona, Napoleon had already made up his mind to supersede him, and had directed St. Cyr, with 2 fresh divisions, to take post at Perpignan. But in the orders given to the new commander in Catalonia, there is no sign that the emperor had acquiesced in the raising of the siege of Girona, though it may perhaps be deduced from a later dispatch that he had not disapproved of the strengthening of Lecai's garrison at Barcelona by the withdrawal of Chabron's division from the Liga. Meanwhile, Napoleon had recognized that even with Reille's reinforcements, Catalonia was not adequately garrisoned, and on August 10 had direct, 0 fresh troops upon the principality. These, moreover, were not the mere sweepings of his dépots, like Reille's men, but consisted of 2 strong divisions of old troops. Sauham's was composed of 10 French battalions from Lombardy, Peninsular of 10,000 men of the best corps of the army of the Kingdom of Italy. A little later, the emperor resolved to send 1 division more, Germans this time, to Catalonia. Instead of the 13,000 men whom he had originally thought sufficient for the subjugation of the province, he had now set aside more than 40,000 for the task, and this did not prove to be 1 man too many. No better testimonial could be given to the gallant Sarmatines than that they had forced the enemy to detach so large a force against them. Nor could any better proof be given of the emperor's fundamental misconception of the Spanish problem in May and June than the fact that he had so long been under the impression that Duhesme's original divisions would be enough to subdue the rugged and warlike Catalan principality. Before Sauhem, Peninsular, and the rest could arrive on the scene, many weeks must elapse, and meanwhile we must turn back to the main course of the war in central Spain, where the condition of affairs had been profoundly modified by the results of the capitulation of Bayonne. Section 6. The Consequences of Bayonne. Chapter 1. The French Retreat to the Ebro. While dealing with the operations of the French armies in the various provinces of Spain, we have observed that at every point the arrival of the news of Dupont's disaster at Bayonne produced notable results. It was this unexpected intelligence that drove the intrusive king out of Madrid within a week of his arrival, and ere the ceremonial of his proclamation had been completed. It brought back Bessières from the Esla to the Arlanzon and raised the siege of Saragossa. Knowing of it, Junot summoned his council of war at Torres Vedras with a sinking heart, and Duhesme lacked the confidence to try the ordeal of battle before Girona. Beyond the Pyrenees, its influence was no less marked. Napoleon had imagined that the victory of Rio Seco had practically decided the fate of the peninsula, and at the moment of Bayonne was turning his attention to Austria rather than to Spain. On July 25, 5 days after Dupont had laid down his arms, he was meditating the reinforcement of his army in Germany and drafting orders that directed the garrisons of northern France on Mainz and Strasbourg. To a mind thus preoccupied, the news of the disaster in Andalusia came like a thunderclap. So far was the Spanish trouble from an end that it was assuming an aspect of primary importance. If Austria was really intending mischief, it was clear that the emperor would have two great continental wars on his hands at the same moment, a misfortune that had never yet befallen him. It was already beginning to be borne in upon him that the treachery at Bayonne had been a blunder as well as a crime. Hence came the wild rage that bursts out in the letters written upon the days following that on which the news of Bayonne reached him at Bordeaux. "Has there ever, since the world began," wrote Bonaparte to Clarke, his minister of war, "been such a stupid, cowardly, idiotic business as this? Behold Mack and Hohenlohe justified. Dupont's own dispatch shows that all that has occurred is the result of his own inconceivable folly. The loss of 20,000 picked men, who have disappeared without even inflicting any considerable loss on the enemy, will necessarily have the worst moral influence on the Spanish nation. Its effect on European politics will prevent me from going to Spain myself. I wish to know at once what tribunal ought to try these generals, and what penalty the law can inflict on them for such a crime." A similar strain runs through his first letter to his brother Joseph after the receipt of the news, "Dupont has soiled our banners. What folly and what baseness! The English will lay hands on his army. Such events make it necessary for me to go to Paris, for Germany, Poland, Italy, and all are tied up in the same knot. It pains me grievously that I cannot be with you in the midst of my soldiers." In other letters, the capitulation is a terrible catastrophe, a horrible affair, for the cowards capitulated to save their baggage, and, of course, a machination paid for with English gold. These imbeciles are to suffer on the scaffold the penalty of this great national crime. The emperor did well to be angry, for the shock of Bayonne was indeed felt to every end of Europe. But he should have blamed his own Machiavellian brain that conceived the plot of Bayonne, and his own overweening confidence that launched Dupont with 20,000 half-trained conscripts, not, as he wrote to Clarke, with vingt mille hommes d'élite et choices, on the hazardous Andalusian enterprise. Meanwhile he had to face the situation. Within a few hours of the moment when Villautrys placed Dupont's dispatch in his hands, he had so far got over the first spasms of his wrath that he was able to dictate a general plan for the reconcentration of his armies. We have compared the French forces in Spain to a broad wedge, of which the point, directed against the heart of the insurrection, was formed by the 3 divisions of Dupont's corps. This point had now been broken off, but the emperor, still clinging to the idea of the wedge, wished to preserve Madrid and to form in and about it a new army fit for offensive operations. With this force, he would strike at the insurgents of Andalusia and Valencia when they marched on the capital, while Bessières in the valley of the Douro and Verdier in the valley of the Ebro was still to preserve a forward position and shield the army of the center from the flank attacks of the Galicians and the Aragonese. The troops left around Madrid at the moment of the disaster of Bayonne were parts of the 3 divisions of Moncey's corps, one of Dupont's, and the brigade which had escorted Joseph Napoleon from Burgos, together with 3,000 horse, a total of about 23,000 men. Bonaparte judged that this was not enough to resist the combined attack of Castaños and of the Valencians and Murcians of Saint March and Lamas. Accordingly, he intended that Bessières should lend the king 2 brigades of infantry, a deduction from his force, which would compel him to fall back from Leon into Old Castile, and that Verdier should spare a brigade from the army in front of Saragossa, though it was none too strong for the task. Before it, 6 battalions from the reserve at Bayonne were to make a forced march to Madrid to join the king. Thus reinforced up to 35,000 men, the corps at Madrid would be able, as the emperor supposed, to make head against any combination of Spanish troops that could possibly be brought against it. But all these arrangements were futile. Bonaparte at Bordeaux was separated from his brother at the Retiro by so many miles that his orders were grown stale before they reached their destination. His scheme was made out on August 2, but on the preceding day, King Joseph and his whole army had evacuated Madrid. The terror of Bayonne was upon them, and they were expecting every moment to find themselves attacked by Castaños, who was, as a matter of fact, celebrating triumphal feasts at Seville. With a haste that turned out to be altogether unnecessary, Moncey's corps, escorting the king, his court, and his long train of Spanish refugees, crossed the Samosira and did not halt till they reached Aranda de Duero in the plains of Old Castile. Napoleon was forced to make other plans in view of this retreat, whose moral consequences were hardly inferior in importance to those of Dupont's capitulation. For both the Spanish nation and the courts of Europe looked upon the evacuation of Madrid as marking the complete downfall of Napoleon's policy and portending a speedy retirement of the invaders behind the Pyrenees. It is certain that if the spirit of Joseph and his advisors had been unbroken, they might have clung to the capital till the reinforcements which the emperor was hurrying to their aid had arrived. It is probable that the 35,000 men, of whom Savary and Moncey could then have disposed, might have held Castaños in check till the army from the Rhine had time to come up. Yet there is every excuse for the behavior of the French commanders, for they could not possibly have known that the Spaniards would move with such astonishing slowness, or that they would refrain from hurling every available man on Madrid. And as a matter of fact, the evacuation of the capital turned out in the end to be advantageous to Napoleon, for it inspired his adversaries with a foolish self-confidence which proved their ruin. If they had been forced to fight hard in New Castile, they would have been obliged to throw much more energy into the struggle, and could not have slackened their efforts under the false impression that the French were absconding in dismay to Bayonne. When Bonaparte learnt that his brother had fled from Madrid and crossed the passes into Old Castile, he was forced to draw out a wholly different scheme from that which he had sketched on August 2. The king, he wrote, with Moncey's corps, must take post at Aranda, where the Douro is crossed by the high road from France to Madrid. His army should be strengthened to a force of 30,000 men. Meanwhile, Bessieres and Verdier must protect his flanks. The former, with 15,000 men, should take Valladolid as his headquarters and guard against any attempt of Blake to resume the offensive. As to Verdier, since he had been instructed to abandon the Siege of Zaragoza, a grave blunder, he must be drawn back as far as Tudela on the Middle Ebro. From that point, he would easily be able to contain the tumultuary army of Palafox. If the Spaniards showed signs of pressing in on any part of the front, the king, Verdier, or Bessieres, as the case might demand, must not hang back, but endeavor to shatter the vanguard of any advancing force by a bold stroke. At all costs, the war must not be waged in a timid style. In short, to adopt a well-known military axiom, the best defensive would be a vigorous local offensive. Meanwhile, it should be known that enormous reinforcements were in march from the Rhine and the Elbe. This was indubitably correct, for on August 5 the 1st Anth Corps of the Grand Army and 2 divisions of heavy cavalry had been sent their orders to break up from their garrisons and set out for Spain. The Viceroy of Italy and the princes of the Confederation of the Rhine had also been directed to send large contingents to the Peninsula. The troops from Italy were to move on Perpignan and strengthen the army of Catalonia. Those from the German states were to march on Bayonne and join the main army. Somewhat later, the emperor directed still further masses of men to be drawn off from Germany, namely Marshal Mortier with the 5th Corps and 2 more divisions of dragoons, while the whole of the Imperial Guard came down from Paris on the same errand. There were still nearly 100,000 of the old army left in Spain, and the reinforcements would amount to 130,000 more, a force which, when united, would far surpass both in numbers and in quality any army that the Spaniards would be able to get together in the course of the next 2 months. It was from Rochefort, and on August 5 that Napoleon sent off his orders to his brother to stay his retreat at Aranda de Duero and to keep Bessieres at Valladolid and Verdier at Tudela. Once more, the distances of space and time were too much for him. Before the dispatch from Rochefort came to hand, Joseph and Savary had already abandoned Aranda. They left it on the 6th, and by the 9th were at Burgos. At that city, they were met by Bessieres, who, according to the king's orders, had fallen back from the Esla to the Arlanzon. Napoleon's elaborate scheme for the maintenance of the line of the Douro had thus fallen through, as completely as his earlier plan for the defense of Madrid. Seeing that his orders were clearly out of date, Moncey and Bessieres agreed that they might be disregarded. The next line suitable for an army acting on the defensive was that of the Ebro, and to the banks of that river the dispirited army of France now withdrew. The headquarters were established at Miranda. The troops of Bessieres and Moncey were massed at that place and at Logroño, with a strong detachment across the Ebro at Pancorbo and some cavalry lying out as far as Burgos. Verdier's army, after finally raising the Siege of Saragossa, fell back on Milagro, the point where the Aragon falls into the Ebro. Thus some 70,000 men were concentrated on a comparatively short and compact front, covering the two great roads which lead to France by Vitoria and by Pamplona. Against any frontal attack from the direction of Madrid, the position was very strong. But a glance at the map shows that the flanks were not properly protected. There was nothing to prevent Blake from turning the extreme right by an advance into Biscay, or to prevent Palafox from turning the extreme left by a march on Pamplona via Tafalla or Sangsa. If either of these moves were made by a powerful force, the army on the Ebro would be compelled either to abandon its positions in order to go in pursuit, or else to leave them occupied by a detachment insufficient to resist a serious attack along the line of the high road from Madrid. Both those operations were ultimately taken in hand by the Spaniards, but it was at too late an hour, when the reinforcements from Germany had begun to arrive, and when ample means were at the disposal of the French generals for repulsing flank attacks, without drawing off men from the line of the Ebro. The astounding slowness of the Spaniards and the lamentable want of union between the commanders of the various provincial armies ruined any chance that there might have been of success. The troops of King Joseph were safely installed in their defensive positions by August 15. On that day, the leading columns of the Spanish army had only just arrived at Madrid. It was not till a month later that the number of troops brought forward to the line of the Ebro approached the total strength of the host of the intrusive king. The offensive operations of Blake and Palafox did not commence till the second half of September, when the columns of the Grand Army were already drawing near to the Pyrenees, and all possible chance of success had long gone by. They were not developed till October, when the counterstroke of the French was fully prepared. From August 15 down to the day of the Battle of Zaragoza, October 31, there are 2 months and a half of wasted time, during which the Spaniards did nothing more than stir up an ineffectual rising in Biscay and gradually push to the front scattered corps, whose total did not amount to much more than 100,000 men. The troops of Bonaparte, on the other hand, now under the orders of Jourdan, who arrived at Miranda on August 25, had little to do but to ward off the feeble attempts to cut their communications in Biscay and to incorporate, brigade by brigade, the numerous reinforcements which kept marching in from Bayonne. For even ere the 3 veteran corps from Germany came to hand, there was a continuous stream of troops pouring across the Pyrenees. Most important, perhaps, of all the arrivals was that of Marshal Ney, the toughest and most resolute of all the Emperor's fighting men, who brought with him a spirit of enterprise and confidence which had long been wanting in the army of Spain. Section 6, Chapter 2. Creation of the Junta General. On August 1, Madrid had seen the last of the French, yet it was not till the 13th that the Spanish troops appeared before the gates of the capital. Even then, it was not the victorious army of Andalusia which presented itself, but only the Valencian corps of Lamas, a mere division of 8,000 men, which would not have dared to push forward, had it not known that Joseph Bonaparte and all his train were now far on their way towards the Ebro. During the 13 days which elapsed between his departure and the arrival of the Valencians, there was a curious interregnum in Madrid. It took some time to convince the populace and the local authorities that the hated invaders were really gone, and that they were once more their own masters. Nothing reflects the state of public opinion better than the Madrid Gazette. Down to August 1, it shows the hand of a French editor. His Majesty means King Joseph, and all the foreign intelligence is colored with French views. On August 2, the foreign influence begins to disappear, and we note a very cautious and tentative proclamation by the old Council of Castile. That effete body, shorn by the French of most of its prominent members, had repeatedly yielded to the orders of Murat and Savary. It had carried out many decrees of the new executive, yet it had never actually recognized the legality of King Joseph's succession. Indeed, at the last moment it had striven, by feeble methods of evasion and delay, to avoid committing itself to this final step. But we may guess that, had there been no Balin, the council would finally have made up its mind to swallow the pill if, we may use once more Murat's characteristic phrase. However, the flight of Joseph had saved it from being forced to range itself on the side of the traitors, and its members were able to stay behind in Madrid without fearing for their necks. In their first manifesto, there is not a word that could have offended Savary if he had returned the next day. It preaches the necessity of calm, order, and quiet. No one must stir up mobs, compromise the public safety, or vex his respectable neighbors. The rest of the paper on this, and the 2 following days, is filled up with essays on geography and political economy, lists of servants seeking places, and colorless foreign news many weeks old. Such piteous stuff was not likely to keep the people quiet. On August 4, a mob assembled, broke open the house of Don Luis Viguri, one of Gaudi's old confidants, murdered him, and dragged his body through the streets. Fearing that they too might be considered afrancesados, the council published a second proclamation of the most abject kind. The melancholy instance of insubordination of the previous day causes them intolerable sorrow and is unlikely to tend to public felicity. The loyal and generous citizens ought to wait for the working of the law and its ministers, and not to take the execution of justice into their own hands. The clergy, the local officials, every employer of labor, every father of a family, are begged to help to maintain peace and order. Then comes a page of notices of new books and a short paper on the ethics of emigration. Of Ferdinand VII or Joseph I, of politics domestic or foreign, there is not a word. 2 days later, the council at last makes up its mind, and after a week of most uncomfortable sitting on the fence, suddenly bursts out into an address to the honorable and generous people of the capital of Spain, in the highest strain of patriotism. Our loved king is in chains, but his loyal subjects have risen in his name. Our gallant armies have achieved triumphs over the invincibles of Marengo, Austerlitz, and Jena. All Europe stands surprised at their rapid victories. These fellow citizens of ours, crowned with the laurels of success, will soon be with us. Meanwhile, the council must beg the patriotic citizens of Madrid to abstain from riot and murder, and to turn their energies into more useful channels. Let them prostrate themselves before the altar in grateful thanks to God, and make preparations to receive and embrace the oncoming bands of liberators. Domestic intelligence becomes for the future a list of French atrocities, and of sometimes apocryphal victories in the remoter corners of Spain. Foreign intelligence is served up with an English rather than a French flavor. The arsenal of Valovich is shipping scores of cannon and thousands of muskets for the use of the brave Spaniards. The treasures of Great Britain are to be poured into the hands of the insurrectionary juntas, and so forth. All this comes a little late. The good intentions of the council would have been more clear if they had been expressed on August 2 instead of August 7, when the French were still at Buitrago, rather than when they were far away beyond Aranda de Duero. It is really astonishing to find that the council made a bid for power and attempted to assume the pose of a senate of warm-hearted patriots after all its base servility to Murat and Savary during the last 6 months. Its president, Don Arias Mon y Velard, actually had the audacity to write a circular note to the various provincial juntas of Spain, proposing that, as a single central government must obviously be established, they should send representatives to Madrid to concert with the council on means of defense, and lend it the aid of their influence and authority. That such a discredited body should attempt to assume a kind of presidential authority over the local juntas who had raised and directed the insurrection was absurd. The replies which were returned were of the most uncompromising kind. The Galician junta taunted the council with having been the most active instrument of the usurper. Palafox, speaking for Aragon, wrote that it was a corporation which had not done its duty. The active and ambitious junta of Seville wished to accuse the council, before the face of the Spanish people, of having subverted the fundamental laws of the realm, of having given the enemy every facility for seizing the domination of Spain, of having lost all legal authority and become null and void, and of being suspected of deliberate treason of the most atrocious sort possible. The Valencians voted that no public body of any kind ought to enter into correspondence with the Council of Castile or come to any understanding with it. All these rebuffs to the council were well deserved, and it is clear that the provincial juntas were entirely justified in their action. But it is to be feared that there lay at the bottom of their hearts not merely honest indignation at the impudent proposal that had been laid before them, but a not unnatural desire to cling as long as possible to their existing power and authority. In many of the provinces, there was shown a most unworthy and unwise reluctance to proceed at once to the construction of a single governing body for Spain, even when the proposal was put forward not by a discredited corporation like the Council, but by men of undoubted patriotism. The credit of starting a serious agitation for the erection of a supreme junta must be given to the Murcians, whose counsels were guided by the old statesman Florida Blanca, a survivor from the days of Charles III. As far back as June 22, they had issued a proclamation setting forth the evils of provincial particularism and advocating the establishment of a central government. None of the other juntas ventured openly to oppose this laudable design, and some of them did their best to further it. But there were others who clung to power and were determined to surrender it at as late a date as they could manage. The Junta of Seville was far the worst. That body, as we have had occasion to mention in another place, was largely in the hands of intriguers and had put forth unjustifiable claims to domination in the whole southern part of the realm, even usurping the title of Supreme Junta of Spain and the Indies. In their desire for self-aggrandizement, they took most unjustifiable steps. They suppressed Florida Blanca's Murcian proclamation, lest it might stir up an agitation in Andalusia in behalf of the establishment of a central government. But this was a comparatively venial sin. Their worst act was to stay the march of Castaños on Madrid after Bailén. The pretext used was that they wished to welcome the victorious general and his army with triumphal entries and feasts of rejoicing, things entirely out of place, so long as the French were still holding the capital of the realm. To his own entire dissatisfaction, Castaños was dragged back to Seville, there to display the captured guns and flags of the French, and to be received with salvos fired by patriotic ladies who had learnt the drill of the artillerymen. But he soon found to his disgust that the junta was really aiming at the employment of his troops not for national purposes, but for their own aggrandizement. They wished to speak with 40,000 men at their back, and were most reluctant to let the army pass the Sierra Morena, lest it should get out of their control. Their most iniquitous design was to overawe by armed force their neighbors, the Junta of Granada, who refused to recognize them as a central authority for Andalusia, and had given their assent to the Murcian proposal for the prompt formation of a national government. They were actually issuing orders for a division to march against the Granadans, when Castaños, though a man of mild and conciliatory manners, burst out in wrath at the council board. Springing up from his chair and smiting the table a resounding blow, he exclaimed, "Who is the man that dares bid the troops march without my leave? Away with all provincial differences. I am the general of the Spanish nation, I am in command of an honorable army, and we are not going to allow anyone to stir up civil war." Conscious that the regiments would follow the victor of Bailén and refuse obedience to mere civilians, the junta dropped their suicidal project, but they turned all their energy into devising pretexts for delaying the march of the army on Madrid. Their selfishness was undisguised. When Castaños begged for leave to march on the capital without further delay, the Conde de Tilly, the most intriguing spirit among all the politicians of Seville, responded with the simple question, "And what then will become of us?" He then moved that the Junta of Andalusia should concern itself with Andalusia and Portugal alone, and not interfere in what went on beyond the Sierra Morena. This proposal was a little too strong even for the narrow-minded particularists of the junta, but though they let Castaños go, they contrived excuses for delaying the march of the greater part of his army. He did not get to Madrid till August 23, more than a month after Bailén, and then brought with him only the single division of La Peña, about 7,000 strong. The other three divisions, those of Redaing, Jones, and Coupigny, did not cross the Sierra Morena for many weeks after, and some of the troops had not even left Andalusia at the moment when the French resumed offensive operations in October. On various specious pretenses, the junta detained many regiments at Seville and Cadiz, giving out that they were to form the nucleus of a new army of reserve. which was still a mere skeleton 3 months after Balen had been fought. If we compare the Andalusian army list of November with that of July, we find that only 7 new battalions had joined the army of Castaños in time to fight on the Ebro. It is true that a new division had been also raised in Granada and sent to Catalonia under General Redang, but this was due to the energy of the junta of that small kingdom, which was far more active than that of Seville. Andalusia had 0 men under arms in July and no more than 50,000 at the beginning of November, though the junta had promised to have at least 30 reserve battalions ready before the end of the autumn, and had received from England enormous stores of muskets and clothing for their equipment. In the northern parts of Spain, there was almost as much confusion, particularism, and selfishness as in the south. The main sources of trouble were the rivalry of the juntas of Asturias and Galicia, and the extravagant claims of the aged and imbecile Cuesta in virtue of his position as Captain General of Castile. It will be remembered that in June insurrectionary juntas had been established at Leon and Valladolid, the former purporting to represent the Kingdom of Leon, the latter the Kingdom of Old Castile. Each had been under the thumb of Cuesta, who looked upon them as nothing more than committees established under his authority for the civil government of the provinces of the Douro. But the disaster of Medina de Rio Seco destroyed both the power and the credit of the Captain General. Flying before the French, the juntas took refuge in Galicia, where they settled down at Ponferrada for a few days, and then moved to Lugo, whither the junta of Galicia came out to meet them. The 3 bodies, joining in common session, chose as their president Don Antonio Valdez, the bailiff of the Knights of Malta, who was one of the representatives of Castile. They claimed to be recognized as the supreme civil government of northern Spain, but their position was weakened by 2 mischances. The Asturian junta refused to have anything to do with them, and persisted in remaining sovereign within the borders of its own principality. Even more vexatious was the conduct of Cuesta. Though he was wandering in the mountains with only 3,000 or 4,000 raw levies, the wrecks of Rio Seco, he refused to recognize any authority in the 3 federated juntas, and pretended to revoke by his proclamation any powers vested in those of Castile and Leon. The fact was that he knew that they would lend support to his military rival Blake, and not to himself. He feigned to regard the captains general and the old audiencias, or provincial tribunals, as the sole legitimate powers left in the kingdom, and to consider the juntas as irregular assemblies destitute of any valid authority. In what a scandalous form he translated his theories into action, we shall soon see. Meanwhile, he refused to cooperate with the troops of Galicia, and made no attempt to follow the retreating French. All his efforts were directed to increasing the numbers of the mass of raw levies, which he called the Army of Castile. But from the whole of the provinces over which he claimed authority, he had only succeeded in scraping together 12,000 men by the middle of September, though as far as population went, they represented nearly a sixth of the people of Spain. The want of any central executive for directing the armies of the patriots had the most disastrous results. By September, Castaños and Lamas had not more than 20,000 men at Madrid. Galuzzo's army of Estremadura, which ought to have joined them long before, was still employed in its futile siege of Elvas. Cuesta was hanging back in Castile, as jealous of Castaños as he had been of Blake. The only armies which were in touch with the French were Palafox's troops on the Ebro and the Valencian division of Saint March, which the junta of Valencia, showing more patriotism than most of their colleagues, had pushed up to Saragossa to aid the Aragonese. Blake, with the powerful army of Galicia, had descended to Astorga when Bessières retreated to Burgos. But from Astorga, he advanced most cautiously, always clinging to the southern slope of the Cantabrian hills in order to avoid the plains, where the cavalry of the French would have a free hand. It was not till September 10 that he had concentrated his main body at Reynosa, near the sources of the Ebro, where he was at last near enough to the front to be able to commence operations. The whole month of August, it is not too much to say, was lost for military purposes because Spain had not succeeded in furnishing itself with a central government or a commander-in-chief. It had been wasted in constitutional debates of the most futile kind. To everyone, except to certain of the more selfish members of the juntas, It was clear that a way must be found out of the existing anarchy. 3 courses seemed possible. One was to appoint a regent or a small council of regency and to entrust to him or to them the conduct of affairs. The second was to summon the Cortes, the old national parliament of Spain. The third was to establish a new sort of central government, by inducing each of the existing juntas to send deputies with full powers of representation to sit together as a supreme central junta for the whole realm. The project of appointing a regent had at first many advocates. It occurred to both Castaños and Palafox, and each, as it chanced, pitched upon the same individual as most worthy of the post. This was the Archduke Charles of Austria, the sole general in Europe who had won a military reputation of the first class while contending with the French. He would have been an excellent choice if only he could have been secured. But it did not take much reflection to see that, if Austria allowed her greatest captain to accept such a post, she would involve herself in instant war with Bonaparte, and if such a war broke out, the Archduke would be wanted on the Danube rather than upon the Ebro. There was no other name likely to command general confidence. Some spoke of the Cardinal Archbishop of Toledo, the last prince of the Spanish royal house who remained in the realm. But he was an insignificant and incapable person, and much discredited by his dallyings with Murat in the days before the insurrection had begun. Clearly, he would be no more than a puppet, worked by some astute person behind the viceregal throne. Other names suggested were those of the young Dom Pedro of Portugal, son of the Prince Regent John, and of Prince Leopold, the son of Ferdinand IV of Sicily. The former was a grandson, the latter a nephew of Charles IV. Both therefore were near to the throne, but both were foreigners, young, untried in matters of state, and utterly unknown to the Spaniards. Dom Pedro's claims were not strongly pushed, but the Sicilian court made a strenuous attempt to forward those of Prince Leopold. Their ambassador in London tried to enlist the support of the English government for him, but Canning and Castlereagh were anxious to avoid any appearance of dictating orders to Spain and firmly refused to countenance the project. Before their reply came to hand, King Ferdinand, or rather that old intriguer, his spouse, and her son-in-law, the Duke of Orleans, sent the prince to Gibraltar on a man-of-war which they had obtained from Mr. Drummond, the British minister at Palermo. By lending his aid to the plan, this unwise diplomat almost succeeded in compromising his government. But most fortunately, our representatives in Spain nipped in the bud this intrigue, which could not have failed to embroil them with the juntas, none of whom had the least love for the Sicilian house. When the Thunderer arrived at Gibraltar, Sir Hugh Dalrymple, then just on the eve of starting for Portugal, refused to allow the prince to land or to distribute the proclamations which he had prepared. These were the work of Leopold's brother-in-law, Louis Philippe of Orleans, who had accompanied him from Palermo with the design of fishing in troubled waters, a craft of which he was to show himself in later days a past master. If Leopold should become regent, Orleans intended to be the power behind the throne. Dalrymple detained the 2 princes at Gibraltar, and when he was gone, Lord Collingwood took the same attitude of hostile neutrality. Tired of detention, Louis Philippe, after a few days, sailed for London, in the vain hope of melting the hearts of the British cabinet. The Sicilian prince lingered some time, protesting against the fashion in which he was treated, and holding secret colloquies with deputations which came to him from many quarters, in which the junta of Seville was detested. But there was no real party in his favor. What benefit could come to Spain from the election of a youth of 19, whose very name was unknown to the people, and who could help them neither with men nor with money, neither with the statesmanship that comes from experience, nor with the military capacity that must be developed on the battlefield? After remaining long enough in Spanish waters to lose all his illusions, Prince Leopold returned to his mother in Sicily. There had never been any foundation for a persistent rumor that he was to be made co-regent, along with the Cardinal Archbishop of Toledo and the Conde de Montijo. Not even the least intelligent members of the juntas would have consented to hand over the rule of Spain to this strange triumvirate, an imbecile, a boy, and a turbulent intriguer. There was about as much chance that another vain project might be carried out, an invitation to General Dumouriez to take command of all the Spanish armies. Yet this plan too was seriously brought forward. The Frenchmen would not have been unwilling, but the Spanish officers, flushed with their recent successes, were not the kind of people to welcome a foreign leader, and one whose last military exploit had been to desert his own army and go over to the enemy. Much more specious, at first sight, than any project for the establishment of a regency was the proposal mooted in many quarters for the summoning of the Cortes, whose name recalled so many ancient memories and was connected with the days of constitutional freedom in the Middle Ages. But not only had the Cortes been obscured by the long spell of autocracy under the Habsburg and Bourbon kings, but it was by its very constitution unsuited to represent a nation seeking for a new and vigorous executive. It was full of medieval anomalies. For example, the Asturias had never been represented in it, but had possessed, like Wales in the 14th and 15th centuries, separate governmental machinery of its own. This might have been altered without much difficulty, but it was more fatal that the distribution of seats in the lower estates represented an archaic survival. Many decayed towns in Castile sent members to the Cortes, while on the other hand, the warlike and populous province of Galicia had only one single vote. To rearrange the representation on a rational basis would take so long and cause so much provincial jealousy that it was recognized as practically impossible. There remained, therefore, only the third plan for creating a supreme government in Spain, that which proposed that the various existing juntas should each send deputies to some convenient spot, and that the union of these representatives should constitute a central authority for the whole realm. This scheme was not so clearly constitutional as the summoning of the Cortes would have been, nor did it provide for real unity of direction in so complete a way as would have been secured by the appointment of a single regent. But it had the practical advantage of conciliating the various provincial juntas. Though they sacrificed their local sovereignty, they obtained at least the power of nominating their own masters. In each of them, the more active and ambitious members hoped that they might secure for themselves the places of delegates to the new Supreme Assembly. Accordingly, the juntas were induced, one after another, to consent to the scheme. Public opinion ran so strongly in favor of unity, and the existing administrative chaos was so clearly undesirable, that it was impossible to protest against the creation of a supreme central junta. Some of the provinces, notably Murcia, Valencia, and Granada, showed a patriotic spirit of self-abnegation and favored the project from the first. Even Galicia and Seville, where the spirit of particularism was strongest, dared not openly resist the movement. There were malcontents who suggested that a federal constitution was preferable to a centralized one, and that it would suffice for the provinces to bind themselves together by treaties of alliance, instead of handing themselves over to a newly created executive. But even in Aragon, where federal union with Castile seemed more attractive to many than complete incorporation, the obvious necessity for common military action determined the situation. Every province of Spain at last adhered to the project for constructing a supreme central junta. Even the narrow-minded politicians at Seville had to assume an attitude of hearty consent. But their reluctance peeped out in the suggestion which they made that the junta should meet, not at Madrid, but at Ciudad Real or Almagro in La Mancha, places convenient to themselves, but obscure and remote in the eyes of inhabitants of Asturias or Galicia. Their aversion to Madrid was partly caused by its remoteness from their own borders, but much more by jealousy of the Council of Castile, which still hung together and exercised local authority in the capital. Other juntas showed their aversion for the council in the same way, and ultimately the place selected for the gathering of the new government was the royal residence of Aranjuez, which stands to Madrid much as du Versailles or Windsor to Paris and London. This choice was an obvious mistake. The central government of a country loses in dignity when it does not reside in the national capital. It seems to distrust its own power or its legality when it exiles itself from its proper abode. At the best, it casts a slur on the inhabitants of the capital by refusing to trust itself among them. Madrid, it is true, is not to Spain what Paris is to France or London to England. It is a comparatively modern place, pitched upon by Philip II as the seat of his court, but destitute of ancient memories. Nevertheless, it was at least infinitely superior to Aranjuez as a meeting place. On geographical or strategical grounds, they are so close that no advantage accrues to one that does not belong to the other. But for political reasons, the capital was distinctly preferable to the almost suburban palace. If the existence of the Council of Castile so much disturbed the junta, it would have been quite possible to dissolve that discredited body. No one would have made any serious effort in its favor, even in the city of its abode. Section 6, Chapter 3. The Junta General in Session. The provincial juntas, when once they had consented to sacrifice their local sovereignty, made no great delay in forwarding their representatives to the chosen meeting place at Aranjuez. The number of deputies whom they sent to the Supreme Central Junta was 35, 17 provincial juntas each contributing 2, and the Canary Islands 1. The Biscayan provinces, still wholly in the possession of the French, had no local body to speak for them and could not therefore choose deputies. The number thus arrived at was not a very convenient one. 35 is too few for a parliament and too many for an executive government. Moreover, proportional representation was not secured. Navarre and the Balearic Islands were given too much weight by having 2 members each. Andalusia, having 8 deputies for its 4 juntas of Seville, Jaén, Granada, and Cordova, was overrepresented when compared with Galicia, Aragon, and Catalonia, which had each no more than 2. The quality of the delegates was very various. Among the most notable were the ex-ministers Florida Blanca and Jovellanos, who represented respectively the better sides of the conservative and the liberal parties of Spain, if we may use such terms. The former, trained in the school of benevolent despotism under Charles III, was a good specimen of the 18th century statesman of the old sort, polite, experienced, energetic, a ripe scholar, and an able diplomat. But he was 80 years old and failing in health, and his return to active politics killed him in a few months. Jovellanos, a somewhat younger man, belonged in spirit to the end rather than the middle of the 18th century, and was imbued with the ideas of liberty and constitutional government, which were afloat all over Europe in the early days of the French Revolution. He represented modern liberalism in the shape which it took in Spain. For this reason, he had suffered many things at the hands of God, and emerged from a long period of imprisonment and obscurity to take his place in the councils of the nation. Unhappily, he was to find that his ideas were still those of a minority, and that bureaucracy and obscurantism were deeply rooted in Spain. Of the other members of the Supreme Junta, the bailiff Valdez and Francisco Palafox, fresh from his brother's triumphs at Saragossa, were perhaps the best known. Among the rest, we note a considerable number of clergy, 2 archbishops, a prior, and 3 canons, but not more than might have been expected in a country where the church was so powerful. Military men were not so strongly represented, being only 5 in number, and 3 of these were militia colonels. The rest were mainly local notables, grandees, marquises, and counts predominated over mere commoners. Some of them were blind particularists, and a few, like the disreputable Conde de Tilly, were intriguers with doubtful antecedents. The whole body represented Spain well enough, but Spain with her weaknesses as well as her strong points. It was not a very promising instrument with which to achieve the liberation of the Peninsula or to resist the greatest general in Europe. Considered as a government of national defense, it had far too little military knowledge. A haphazard assembly of priests, politicians, and grandees is not adapted for the conduct of a war of independence. Hence came the incredible blindness which led it to refuse to appoint a single commander-in-chief, and the obstinacy with which it buried itself in constitutional debates of the most futile sort when Napoleon was thundering at the gates of Spain. The meeting of the Supreme Junta was fixed for September 25, but long ere that date came round, the military situation was assuming new developments. The first modification in the state of affairs was caused by the abortive attempt of the Basque provinces to free themselves. The news of Bailen had caused as great a stir in the northern mountains as in the south or the east of Spain. But Biscay, Guipuzcoa, and Alava had considerable French garrisons, and the retreat of Joseph Bonaparte to the Ebro only increased the number of enemies in their immediate neighborhood. It would have been no less patriotic than prudent for these provinces to delay their insurrection till it had some chance of proving useful to the general scheme of operations for the expulsion of the French from Spain. If they could have waited till Blake and Castaños had reached the Ebro and then have taken arms, they might have raised a most dangerous distraction in the rear of the French and have prevented them from turning all their forces against the regular armies. But it was mad to rise when Blake was still at Astorga and Castaños had not yet reached Madrid. It could not have been expected that the local patriots should understand this, but grave blame falls on those who ought to have known better. The Duke of Infantado, who was acting under Blake, and Colonel Doyle, the English representative at that general's headquarters, did their best to precipitate the outbreak in Biscay. They promised the Biscayan leaders that a division from Asturias should come to their aid, and that English arms and ammunition should be poured into their harbors. At the first word of encouragement, all Biscay took arms. A great mass of insurgents collected at Bilbao, and smaller bands appeared along the line of the mountains, even as far as Valcarlos on the very frontier of France. But no external aid came to them. The Asturians, averse to every proposal that came from Galicia, did not move outside their own provincial boundary, and no other Spanish army was within striking distance. Bessieres was able, at his leisure, to detach General Merlin with 3,000 men to fall on Bilbao. This brigade proved enough to deal with the main body of the Biscayan insurgents, who after a creditable fight were dispersed with heavy loss, 1,200 killed, according to the French commander's dispatch. Bilbao was taken and sacked, and English vessels bringing, now that it was too late, 5,000 stand of arms for the insurgents, narrowly escaped capture in its harbor. All along the line of the Basque Hills, there was hanging and shooting of the leaders of the abortive rising. The only result of this ill-advised move was that Bessieres was warned of the danger in his rear, and kept a vigilant eye for the future on the coastland. The Biscayans, as was natural, were much discouraged at the way in which they had been left in the lurch by their fellow countrymen, and at the inefficacy of their own unaided efforts. They were loath to rise a second time. It was not till 20 days had passed since the fall of Bilbao that the first attempts at combined action were made by the Spanish generals. On September 5, there met at Madrid a council of war, composed of Castaños, Cuesta, the Valencian general Lamas, and the representatives of Blake and Palafox, the Duke of Infantado and Calvo de Rosas, Intendant General of the Army of Aragon. These officers met with much suppressed jealousy and suspicion of each other. The Duke had his eye on Cuesta, in accordance with the instructions of Blake. Castaños and Cuesta were at daggers drawn, for the old Captain General had just proposed a coup d'etat against the junta to the Andalusian, and had been repulsed with scorn. The representative of the Army of Aragon had been charged to see that no one was put above the head of Palafox. When the meeting opened, Cuesta proposed that it should appoint a single general to direct all the forces of Spain. The others demurred. Cuesta was much their senior in the army list, and they imagined, probably with truth, that he would claim the post of commander-in-chief for himself, in spite of the memories of Cabazon and Rio Seco. They refused to listen to his arguments, though it was certain that unity of command was in every way desirable. Nor was any disposition shown to raise Castaños to supreme authority, though this was the obvious step to take, as he was the only general of Spain who had won a great battle in the open field. But personal and provincial jealousy stood in the way, and Castaños himself, though not without ambition, was destitute of the arts of cajolery, and made no attempt to push his own candidature for the post of commander-in-chief. Perhaps he hoped that the Supreme Junta would do him justice ere long, and refrained for that reason from self-assertion before his colleagues. Nothing, therefore, was settled on September 5, save a plan for common operations against the French on the Ebro. Like all schemes that are formed from a compromise between the views of several men, this was not a very brilliant strategical effort. Instead of providing for a bold stroke with the whole Spanish army, at some point on the long line between Burgos and Milagro, it merely brought the insurgent forces in. Half a dozen separate columns face to face with the enemy. Blake, with his own army and the Asturians, was to be asked to concentrate near Reynosa at the sources of the Ebro and to endeavor to turn Bessieres, flank, and penetrate into Biscay. He would have 30,000 men, or more, but not a single complete regiment of cavalry. Next to him, Cuesta was to operate against the front of Bessieres' corps, with his army of Castile, 8,000 or 9,000 raw levies backed by about 1,000 horse. He undertook to make Burgo de Osma his point of starting. More to the east, Castaños was to gather at Soria the 4 divisions of the army of Andalusia, but at present he had only that of La Peña in hand. The junta of Seville was detaining the rest. Still more to the right, Lamas with his 8,000 Valencians and Murcians was to march on Tudela. Lastly, Palafox, with the army of Aragon and the Valencian division of Saint March, was to keep north of the Ebro and turn the left flank of Moncey's corps by way of Sangsa. He could bring about 25,000 men into line, but there were not more than 5 or 6 regular battalions among them. The rest were recent levies. When the army of Estremadura should come up, it was still about Elvas and Badajoz. It was to join Castaños, and it was hoped that the English forces from Portugal might also be directed on the same point. But meanwhile only 75,000 men were available in the first line, and this force, spread along the whole front from Reynosa to Sangsa, and acting on wide external lines, was not likely to make much impression on the French. The numbers of the invaders were considerably greater than those of the Patriot armies. Jourdan had 0 men by September 1 and was being reinforced every day by fresh battalions, though the 3 corps from Germany were still far off. Before the Spaniards could move, he appreciably outnumbered them, and he had the inestimable advantage of holding a comparatively short front, and of being able to concentrate on any point with far greater rapidity than was possible to his adversaries. Even had they thrown all their forces on one single point, the French, always using the interior lines, could have got together in a very short time. The only weak point, indeed, in the French position was that Bessieres' vanguard at Burgos was too far forward and in some peril of being enveloped between Blake and Cuesta. But this detachment, as we shall see, was ere long drawn back to the Ebro. Before the campaign began, the Spaniards obtained one notable advantage, the removal of Cuesta from command, owing to his own incredible arrogance and folly. It will be remembered that he regarded the juntas of Leon and Castile as recalcitrant subordinates of his own, and had declared all their acts null and void. When they proceeded, like the other juntas, to elect representatives for the meeting at Aranjuez, he waited till the deputies of Leon were passing near his camp, and then suddenly descended upon them. Don Antonio Valdez, the bailiff of the Maltese Knights, and the Viscount de Quintanilla were arrested by his troopers and shut up in the castle of Segovia. He announced that they should be tried by court-martial for failing in obedience to their captain general. This astonishing act of presumption drew down on him the wrath of the Supreme Junta, which was naturally eager to protect its members from the interference of the military arm. Almost its first act on assembling was to order him to appear at Aranjuez and to suspend him from command. Cuesta would have liked to resist, but knowing that his own army was weak and that Blake and Castaños were his bitter enemies, he had to yield. He came to Aranjuez and was superseded by General Eguia. Valdez and Quintanilla were immediately released and took their seats in the Supreme Junta. It was the constant influx into Spain of French troops which contributed in the most serious way to frighten the Spanish court. Junot had entered Lisbon en no, and the news that he had mastered the place without firing a shot had reached the emperor early in December. But long before, on the 22nd of November, the French reserves, hitherto known as the Second Corps of Observation of the Gironde, which had been collected at Bayonne in November, crossed the Spanish frontier. They consisted of 25,000 men, nearly all recently levied conscripts under General Dupont. The Treaty of Fontainebleau had contained a clause providing that, if the English tried to defend Portugal by landing troops, Napoleon might send 0 men to aid Junot after giving due notice to the King of Spain. Instead of waiting to hear how the First Corps had fared, or apprising his ally of his intention to dispatch Dupont's corps across the frontier, the Emperor merely ordered it to cross the Bidasoa without sending any information to Madrid. The fact was that whether the preliminary conditions stated in the treaty, an English descent on Portugal, did or did not take place, Bonaparte was determined to carry out his design. A month later, the Spaniards heard, to their growing alarm, that yet a third army corps had come across the border. This was the Corps of Observation of the Ocean Coast, which had been hastily organized under Marshal Moncey at Bordeaux and pushed on to Bayonne when Dupont's troops moved forward. It was 30,000 strong, but mainly composed of conscript battalions of the levy of 1808, which had been raised by anticipation in the previous spring, while the Russian war was still in progress. On the 8th of January, this army began to pass the Pyrenees, occupying all the chief towns of Biscay and Navarre, while Dupont's divisions pressed on and cantoned themselves in Burgos, Valladolid, and the other chief cities of Old Castile. They made no further advance towards Portugal, where Junot clearly did not require their aid. The Spanish government was terror-stricken at the unexpected appearance of more than 60,000 French troops on the road to Madrid. If anything more was required to cause suspicion, it was the news that still more corps of observation were being formed at Bordeaux and Poitiers. What legitimate reason could there possibly be for the direction of such masses of troops on northern Spain? But any thought of resistance was far from the mind of God and the king. Their first plan was to propitiate Napoleon by making the same request which had brought the Prince of the Asturias into such trouble in October, that the hand of a princess of the House of Bonaparte might be granted to the heir of the Spanish throne. The emperor was making an ostentatious tour in Italy while his forces were overrunning the provinces of his ally, as if the occupation of Castile and Biscay were no affair of his. His most important act in November was to evict from Florence the ruling sovereign, the King of Etruria, and the regent, his mother, thus annexing the last surviving Bourbon state save Spain to the French crown. He wrote polite but meaningless letters to Madrid, making no allusion to the boon asked by Charles IV. The fact was that Napoleon could now treat Ferdinand as damaged goods. He was, by his father's own avowal, no more than a pardoned parricide, and it suited the policy of the emperor to regard him as a convicted criminal who had played away his rights of succession. If Napoleon visited his brother Lucien at Mantua, it was not, as was thought at the time, with any real intention of persuading him to give his daughter to the craven suitor offered her, but in order to tempt her father to accept the crown of Portugal, even perhaps that of Spain. But Lucien, who always refused to fall in with Napoleon's family policy, showed no gratitude for the offer of a thorny throne in the Iberian Peninsula, and not without reason, for one of the details of the bargain was to be that he should divorce a wife to whom he was fondly attached. It was only after returning from Italy in January that the emperor deigned to answer the King of Spain's letter, now 2 months old, in precise terms. He did not object to the principle of the alliance, but doubted if he could give any daughter of his house to a son dishonored by his own father's declaration. This reply was not very reassuring to God and his master, and worse was to follow. In the end of January, the Moniteur, which the emperor always used as a means for ventilating schemes which were before long to take shape in fact, began a systematic course of abusing the Prince of the Peace as a bad minister and a false friend. More troops kept pouring across the Pyrenees without any ostensible reason, and now it was not only at the western passes that they began to appear, but also on the eastern roads which lead from Roussillon into Catalonia and Valencia. These provinces are so remote from Portugal that it was clear that the army which was collecting opposite them could not be destined for Lisbon. But on February 10, 1808, 14,000 men, half French, half Italians under General Duhesme, began to drift into Catalonia and to work their way down towards its capital, Barcelona. A sidelight on the meaning of this development was given by Izquierdo, Gaudi's agent at Paris, who now kept sending his master very disquieting reports. French ministers had begun to sound him as to the way in which Spain would take a proposal for the cession to France of Catalonia and part of Biscay in return for central Portugal. King Charles would probably be asked ere long to give up these ancient and loyal provinces, and to do so would mean the outbreak of a revolution all over Spain. In the middle of February, Napoleon finally threw off the mask and frankly displayed himself as a robber in his allies' abode. On the 16th of the month began that infamous seizure by surprise of the Spanish frontier fortresses, which would pass for the most odious act of the emperor's whole career if the kidnapping at Peon were not to follow. The movement started at Pampeluna. French troops were quartered in the lower town, while a Spanish garrison held, as was natural, the citadel. One cold morning, a large party of French soldiers congregated about the gate of the fortress, without arms, and pretended to be amusing themselves with snowballing while waiting for a distribution of rations. At a given signal, many of them, as if beaten in the mock contest, rushed in at the gate, pursued by the rest. The first men knocked down the unsuspecting sentinels and seized the muskets of the guards stacked in the arms racks of the guardroom. Then a company of grenadiers, who had been hidden in a neighboring house, suddenly ran in at the gate, followed by a whole battalion which had been at drill a few hundred yards away. The Spanish garrison, taken utterly by surprise and unarmed, were hustled out of their quarters and turned into the town. A high-spirited prince would have declared war at once, whatever the odds against him, on receiving such an insulting blow. But this was not to be expected from persons like God and Charles IV. Accordingly, they exposed themselves to the continuation of these odious tricks. On February 29, General Lecay, the officer commanding the French troops which were passing through Barcelona, ordered a review of his division before, as he said, its approaching departure for the south. After some evolutions, he marched it through the city and past the gate of the citadel. When this point was reached, he suddenly bade the leading company wheel to the left and enter the fortress. Before the Spaniards understood what was happening, several thousand of their allies were inside the place, and by the evening the rightful owners, who carried their opposition no further than noisy protestations, had been evicted. A few days later, the two remaining frontier fortresses of Spain, San Sebastian at the Atlantic end of the Pyrenees, and Figueres at the great pass along the Mediterranean coast, suffered the same fate. The former place was surrendered by its governor when threatened with an actual assault, which orders from Madrid forbade him to resist. Figueres, on the other hand, was seized by a coup de main, similar to that at Pampeluna. 200 French soldiers, having obtained entrance within the walls on a futile pretext, suddenly seized the gates and admitted a whole regiment, which turned out the Spanish garrison. It would be hard, if not impossible, to find in the whole of modern history any incident approaching, in cynical effrontery and mean cunning, to these first hostile acts of the French on the territory of their allies. The net result was to leave the two chief fortresses, on each of the main entries into Spain from France, completely in the power of the emperor. God and his employers were driven into wild alarm by these acts of open hostility. The favorite, in his memoirs, tells us that he thought, for a moment, of responding by a declaration of war, but that the old king replied that Napoleon could not be intending treachery because he had just sent him 12 fine coach horses and several polite letters. In face of his master's reluctance, he tells us that he temporized for some days more. The story is highly improbable. Charles had no will save God and would have done whatever he was told. It is much more likely that the reluctance to take a bold resolve was the favorite's own. When the French troops still continued to draw nearer to Madrid, Gade could only bethink himself of a plan for absconding. He proposed to the king and queen that they should leave Madrid and take refuge in Seville in order to place themselves as far as possible from the French armies. Behind this move was a scheme for a much longer voyage. It seems that he proposed that the court should follow the example of the regent of Portugal and fly to America. At Mexico or Buenos Aires, they would at least be safe from Bonaparte. To protect the first stage of the flight, the troops in Portugal were directed to slip away from Junot and mass in Estremadura. The garrison of Madrid was drawn to Aranjuez, the palace where the court lay in February and March, and was to act as its escort to Seville. It is certain that nothing would have suited Napoleon's plans better than that Charles IV should abscond and leave his throne derelict. It would have given the maximum of advantage with the minimum of odium. It is possible that the emperor was working precisely with the object of frightening Gade into flight. If so, his scheme was foiled, because he forgot that he had to deal not only with the contemptible court, but with the suspicious and revengeful Spanish nation. In March, the people intervened, and their outbreak put quite a different face upon affairs. Meanwhile, the emperor was launching a new figure upon the stage. On February 26, his brother-in-law, Joachim Murat, the new Grand Duke of Berg, appeared at Bayonne with the title of Lieutenant of the Emperor and a commission to take command of all the French forces in Spain. On March 10, he crossed the Bidasoa and assumed possession of his post. Murat's character is well known. It was not very complicated. He was a headstrong, unscrupulous soldier, with a genius for heading a cavalry charge on a large scale and an unbounded ambition. He was at present meditating on thrones and kingdoms. Berg seemed a small thing to this son of a Gascon innkeeper, and ever since his brothers-in-law Joseph, Louis, and Jerome Bonaparte had become kings, he was determined to climb up to be their equal. It has frequently been asserted that Murat was at this moment dreaming of the Spanish crown. He was certainly aware that the emperor was plotting against the Bourbons, and the military movements which he had been directed to carry out were sufficient in themselves to indicate more or less his brother-in-law's intentions. Yet on the whole, it is probable that he had not received more than half-confidences from his august relative. His dispatches are full of murmurs that he was being kept in the dark, and that he could not act with full confidence for want of explicit directions. Napoleon had certainly promised him promotion if the Spanish affair came to a successful end, but it is probable that Murat understood that he was not to be rewarded with the crown of Charles Roman IV. Perhaps Portugal, or Holland, or Naples, if one of the emperor's brothers should pass on to Madrid, was spoken of as his reward. Certainly there was enough at stake to make him eager to carry out whatever Bonaparte ordered. In his cheerful self-confidence, he imagined himself quite capable of playing the part of a Machiavelli and of edging the old king out of the country by threats and hints. But if grapeshot was required, he was equally ready to administer an unsparing dose. With a kingdom in view, he could be utterly unscrupulous. On March 13, Murat arrived at Burgos and issued a strange proclamation bidding his army treat the estimable Spanish nation as friends, for the emperor sought only the good and happiness of Spain. The curious phrase could only suggest that unless he gave this warning, his troops would have treated their allies as enemies. The scandalous pillage committed by many regiments during February and March quite justified the suspicion. The approach of Murat scared Gade into immediate action, all the more because a new corps d'armée, more than 30,000 strong, under Marshal Bessières, was already commencing to cross the Pyrenees, bringing up the total of French troops in the Peninsula to more than 100,000 men. He ordered the departure of the king and his escort, the Madrid garrison, for Seville on March 18. This brought matters to a head. It was regarded as the commencement of the projected flight to America, of which rumors were already floating round the court and capital. A despotic government, which never takes the people into its confidence, must always expect to have its actions interpreted in the most unfavorable light. Except Gade's personal adherents, there was not a soul in Madrid who did not believe that the favorite was acting in collusion with Napoleon and deliberately betraying his sovereign and his country. It was by his consent, they thought, that the French had crossed the Pyrenees, had seized Pamplona and Barcelona, and were now marching on the capital. They were far from imagining that of all the persons in the game, he was the greatest dupe, and that the recent developments of Napoleon's policy had reduced him to despair. It was correct enough to attribute the present miserable situation of the realm to Gade's policy, but only because his servility to Bonaparte had tempted the latter to see how far he could go, and because his maladministration had brought the army so low that it was no longer capable of defending the fatherland. Men did well to be angry with the Prince of the Peace, but they should have cursed him as a timid, incompetent fool, not as a deliberate traitor. But upstarts who guide the policy of a great realm for their private profit must naturally expect to be misrepresented, and there can be no doubt that the Spaniards judged God to be a willing helper in the ruin of his master and his country. Aranjuez, ordinarily a quiet little place, was now crowded with the hangers-on of the court, the garrison of Madrid, and a throng of anxious and distraught inhabitants of the capital. Some had come out to avoid the advancing French, some to learn the latest news of the king's intentions, others with the deliberate intention of attacking the favorite. Among the latter were the few friends of the Prince of the Asturias, and a much greater number who sympathized with his unhappy lot and had not gauged his miserable disposition. It is probable that as things stood, it was really the best move to send the king to Seville or even to America, and to commence open resistance to the French when the royal person should be in safety. But the crowd could see nothing but deliberate treason in the proposal. They waited only for the confirmation of the news of the departure of the court before breaking out into violence. Portrait illustration. Don Manuel God, Prince of the Peace. At the age of 25. On the night of the 17th of March, Gaudet was actually commencing the evacuation of Aranjuez by sending off his most precious possession, the too celebrated Donna Josefa Tudo, under cover of the dark. The party which was escorting her fell into the midst of a knot of midnight loiterers who were watching the palace. There was a scuffle, a pistol was fired, and as if by a prearranged plan, crowds poured out into the streets. The cry went round that Gaudet was carrying off the king and queen, and a general rush was made to his house. There were guards before it, but they refused to fire on the mob, of which no small proportion was composed of soldiers who had broken out of their barracks without leave. In a moment the doors were battered down, and the assailants poured into the mansion, hunting for the favorite. They could not find him, and in their disappointment smashed all his works of art and burnt his magnificent furniture. Then they flocked to the palace, in which they suspected that he had taken refuge, calling for his head. The king and queen, in deadly terror, besought their ill-used son to save them, by propitiating the mob, who would listen to his voice if to no other. Then came the hour of Ferdinand's triumph. Stepping out onto the balcony, he announced to the crowd that the king was much displeased with the Prince of the Peace, and had determined to dismiss him from office. The throng at once dispersed with loud cheers. Next morning, in fact, a royal decree was issued, declaring Gaudet relieved of all his posts and duties and banished from the court. Without the favorite at their elbow, Charles and his queen seemed perfectly helpless. The proclamation was received at first with satisfaction, but the people still hung about the palace and kept calling for the king, who had to come out several times and salute them. It began to look like a scene from the beginning of the French Revolution. There was already much talk in the crowd of the benefit that would ensue to Spain if the Prince of the Asturias, with whose sufferings everyone had sympathized, were to be entrusted with some part in the governance of the realm. His partisans openly spoke of the abdication of the old king as a desirable possibility. Next day the rioting commenced again, owing to the reappearance of Gaudet. He had lain concealed for 36 hours beneath a heap of mats, in a hiding place contrived under the rafters of his mansion, but hunger at last drove him out, and when he thought that the coast was clear, he slipped down and tried to get away. In spite of his mantle and slouched hat, he was recognized almost at once, and would have been pulled to pieces by the crowd if he had not been saved by a detachment of the royal guard, who carried him off a prisoner to the palace. The news that he was trapped brought thousands of rioters under the royal windows, shouting for his instant trial and execution. The imbecile king could not be convinced that he was himself safe, and the queen, who usually displayed more courage, seemed paralyzed by her fears for Gaudet even more than for herself. This was the lucky hour of the Prince of the Asturias. Urged on by his secret advisers, he suggested abdication to his father, promising that he would disperse the mob and save the favorite's life. The silly old man accepted the proposal with alacrity and drew up a short document of 12 lines, to the effect that his many bodily infirmities made it hard for him to support any longer the heavy weight of the administration of the realm, and that he had decided to remove to some more temperate clime, there to enjoy the peace of private life. After serious deliberation, he had resolved to abdicate in favor of his natural heir, and wished that Don Ferdinand should at once be received as king in all the provinces of the Spanish crown. That this free and spontaneous abdication should be immediately published was to be the duty of the Council of Castile. Section I, Chapter 5. The Treachery at Bayonne. The news of the abdication of Charles IV was received with universal joy. The rioters of Aranjuez dispersed after saluting the new sovereign, and allowed Gaudet to be taken off, without further trouble, to the castle of Villaviciosa. Madrid, though Murat was now almost at its gates, gave itself up to feasts and processions, after having first sacked the palaces of the Prince of the Peace and some of his unpopular relations and partisans. Completely ignorant of the personal character of Ferdinand VII, the Spaniards attributed to him all the virtues and graces and blindly expected the commencement of a golden age, as if the son of Charles IV and Maria Luisa was likely to be a genius and a hero. Looking at the general situation of affairs, there can be no doubt that the wisest course for the young king to have taken would have been to concentrate his army, put his person in safety, and ask Napoleon to speak out and formulate his intentions. Instead of taking this, the only manly course, Ferdinand resolved to throw himself on the emperor's mercy, as if the fall of Garde had been Napoleon's object and not the conquest of Spain. Although Murat had actually arrived at Madrid on March 23 with a great body of cavalry and 0 foot, the king entered the city next day and practically put himself in the hands of the invader. He wrote a fulsome letter to Napoleon assuring him of his devotion and begging once more for the hand of a princess of his house. His reception in Madrid by the French ought to have undeceived him at once. The ambassador Beauharnais, alone among the foreign ministers, refrained from acknowledging him as king. Murat was equally recalcitrant, and moreover most rude and disobliging in his language and behavior. The fact was that the Grand Duke had supposed that he was entering Madrid in order to chase out Garde and rule in his stead. The popular explosion, which had swept away the favorite and the old king and substituted for them a young and popular monarch, had foiled his design. He did not know how Bonaparte would take the new situation, and meanwhile was surly and discourteous. But he was determined that there should at least be grounds provided for a breach with Ferdinand if the emperor should resolve to go on with his original plan. Accordingly, he not only refused to acknowledge the new king's title, but hastened to put himself in secret communication with the dethroned sovereigns. They were only too eager to meet him halfway, and Maria Luisa especially was half-mad with rage at her son's success. At first she and her husband thought of nothing but escaping from Spain. They begged Murat to pass on to the emperor letters in which they asked to be permitted to buy a little estate in France, where they might enjoy his protection during their declining years. But they begged also that the poor Prince of the Peace, who lies in a dungeon covered with wounds and contusions and in danger of death, might be saved and allowed to join them, so that we may all live together in some healthy spot far from intrigues and state business. Murat saw that the angry old queen might be utilized to discredit her son, and promised to send on everything to Napoleon. At the first word of encouragement given by the Grand Duke's agent, de Munthian, Maria Luisa began to cover many sheets with abuse of her son. He is false to the core, he has no natural affection, he is hard-hearted and nowise inclined to clemency. He has been directed by villains and will do anything that ambition suggests. He makes promises, but does not always keep them. Again, she writes, "From my son we have nothing to expect but outrages and persecution. He has commenced by forgery, and he will go on manufacturing evidence to prove that the Prince of the Peace, that innocent and affectionate friend of the Emperor, the Duke of Berg, and every Frenchman, may appear a criminal in the eyes of the Spanish people and of Napoleon himself. Do not believe a word that he says, for our enemies have the power and means to make any falsehood seem true." In another letter, she says that the riots of Aranjuez were no genuine explosion of popular wrath, but a deliberate plot got up by her son, who spent countless sums on debauching the soldiery and importing ruffians from Madrid. He gave the signal for the outburst himself by putting a lamp in his window at a fixed hour, and so forth. Finding the queen in this state of mind, Murat saw his way to dealing a deadly blow at Ferdinand. With his counsel and consent, Charles IV was induced to draw up and send to Bonaparte a formal protest against his abdication. He was made to declare that his resignation had not been voluntary, but imposed on him by force and threats. And so he throws himself into the arms of the great monarch who has been his ally, and puts himself at his disposition wholly and for every purpose. This document placed in Napoleon's hands the precise weapon which he required to crush King Ferdinand. If the emperor chose to take it seriously, He could declare the new monarch a usurper, almost a parricide, the legality of whose accession had been vitiated by force and fraud. As a matter of fact, Bonaparte's mind had long been made up. The revolution of Aranjuez had been a surprise and a disappointment to him. His designs against Spain were made infinitely more difficult of realization thereby. While he had only the weak and unpopular government of God and Charles IV to deal with, he had fancied that the game was in his hands. It had been more than probable that the Prince of the Peace would take fright and carry off the King and Queen to America, in which case he would, as it were, find Spain left derelict. If, however, the emigration did not take place, and it became necessary to lay hands on Charles and his favorite, Napoleon calculated that the Spaniards would be more pleased to be rid of God than angry to see force employed against him. He was so profoundly ignorant of the character of the nation that he imagined that a few high-sounding proclamations and promises of liberal reforms would induce them to accept from his hands any new sovereign whom he chose to nominate. It was clear that the accession of a young and popular king would make matters far more difficult. It was no longer possible to pose as the deliverer of Spain from the shameful predominance of God. Any move against Ferdinand must bear the character of an open assault on the national independence of the kingdom. But Bonaparte had gone too far to recede. He had not moved 0 men across the Pyrenees and seized Pamplona and Barcelona merely in order that his troops might assist at the coronation ceremonies of another Bourbon king. In spite of all difficulties, he was resolved to persevere in his iniquitous plan. He would not recognize the new monarch, but would sweep him away and put in his place some member of his own family. But his chosen instrument was not to be Murat, but one of the Bonapartes. He knew too well the Duke of Berg's restless spirit and overweening ambition to trust him with so great a charge as Spain. And he was right. With only Naples at his back, Joachim was powerful enough to do his master grave harm in 1814. The tool was to be one of his own brothers. It was on the night of March 26 that the news of the abdication of Charles IV reached him. On the morning of the 27th, he wrote to Amsterdam offering Louis Bonaparte the chance of exchanging the Dutch for the Spanish crown. The proposal was made in the most casual form. You say that the climate of Holland does not suit you. Besides, the country is too thoroughly ruined to rise again. Give me a categorical answer. If I nominate you King of Spain, will you take the offer? Can I count on you? Louis very wisely refused the proffered crown, but his weaker brother Joseph, tired of Naples and its brigands, made no scruples when the same proposal was laid before him. This letter to Louis of Holland, having been written on the first news of the events at Aranjuez, and 4 days before Murat began to send in his own plans and the letters of protest from the King and Queen of Spain, it is clear that the Emperor had never any intention of recognizing Ferdinand, and was only playing with him during the month that followed. It was not in mere caution that Beauharnais, the ambassador, and Murat, the military representative of France, were bidden never to address the new sovereign as king, but as Prince of the Asturias, and to act as if Charles IV was still legally reigning until they should have specific directions from Paris. This state of semi-suspended relations lasted for a fortnight, from Ferdinand's arrival in Madrid on March 24, down to his departure from it on Ypres. They were very uncomfortable weeks for the new king, who grew more alarmed as each day passed without a letter from Paris ratifying his title, while French troops continued to pour into Madrid till some 35,000 were assembled in it and its suburbs. A very few days after his accession, Ferdinand was informed that it was probable that Napoleon was intending a visit to Madrid and was at any rate coming as far as Bayonne. He immediately sent off his eldest brother Don Carlos, the hero of the unhappy wars of 1830–40, to compliment his patron and, if necessary, to receive him at the frontier. 2 days later, there appeared in Madrid a new French emissary, General Savary, afterwards Duke of Rovigo, who purported to come as Bonaparte's harbinger, charged with the duty of preparing Madrid for his arrival. He carried the farce so far that he asked for a palace for the emperor's residence, produced trunks of his private luggage, and began to refurnish the apartments granted him. That he bore secret orders from Murat we know from the latter's dispatches, but this was only half his task. Napoleon had confided to him verbal instructions to lure Ferdinand to come out to meet him in the north of Spain, among the French armies massed in Biscay and Navarre, if possible even to get him to Bayonne on French soil. In his St. Helena memoirs, Napoleon denies this, and Savary in his autobiography also states that he did not act the part of tempter or make any promises to the young king. The journey to Bayonne, he says, was a silly inspiration of Ferdinand's own, but neither Bonaparte nor Savary are witnesses whom one would believe on their most solemn oath. The former we know well. The latter had been one of the persons most implicated in the shocking murder of the Duc d'Enghien. When we find the Spanish witnesses, who conversed with Savary during his short stay in Madrid, agreeing that the general promised that Napoleon would recognize Ferdinand as king, give him an imperial princess as wife, and take him into favor, we need not doubt them. It is not disputed that Savary, unlike Murat and Beauharnais, regularly addressed his victim by the royal title, and it is certain that he started in his company and acted as his keeper during the journey. The move that he at first proposed was not a long one. The general said that according to his advices, the emperor must be due at Burgos on Ypres. It would be time enough to start to meet him on the 10th. Burgos lies well inside the frontiers of Castile, and if it was packed with French troops, so was Madrid. One place was no more dangerous than the other. Exactly how far the perjuries of Savary went, or how far he was apprised of his master's final intentions, we cannot tell, but it is certain that on Ypres he set out from Madrid in the king's company. With them went Escocquiz, Ferdinand's clerical confidant, Cevallos the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and half a dozen dukes and marquises chosen from among the king's old partisans. To administer affairs in his absence, Ferdinand nominated a junta or council of regency with his uncle Don Antonio, a simple and very silly old man, at its head. On reaching Burgos on Ypres, the party found masses of French troops but no signs of Napoleon. Savary appeared vexed, said that his calculation must have been wrong, and got the king to go forward 2 more stages as far as Vitoria at the southern foot of the Pyrenees. Here Ferdinand received a note from his brother Don Carlos, whom he had sent ahead, saying that Bonaparte had been lingering at Bordeaux and was not expected at Bayonne till the 15th. Ferdinand, always timid and suspicious, was getting restive. He had nothing on paper to assure him of Napoleon's intentions and began to suspect Savary's blandishments. The latter doubted for a moment whether he should not have the court seized by the French garrison of Vitoria, but finally resolved to endeavor to get a letter from his master, which would suffice to lure Ferdinand across the frontier. He was entrusted with a petition of the same cast that Napoleon had been in the habit of receiving from his would-be client, full of servile loyalty and demands for the much-desired Bonaparte princess. The 4 days during which Savary was absent, while the royal party remained at Vitoria, were a period of harassing doubt to Ferdinand. He was visited by all manner of persons who besought him not to go on, and especially by Spaniards lately arrived from Paris, who detailed all the disquieting rumors which they had heard at the French court. Some besought him to disguise himself and escape by night from the 4,000 troops of the Imperial Guard who garrisoned Vitoria. Others pointed out that the Spanish troops in Bilbao, which was still unoccupied by the French, might be brought down by crossroads and assume charge of the king's person halfway between Vitoria and the frontier, in spite of the 600 French cavalry which escorted the cavalcade. Guarded by his own men, Ferdinand might retire into the hills of Biscay, but to adopt either of the courses proposed to him would have compelled the king to come to an open breach with Bonaparte, and for this he had not sufficient courage, as long as there was the slightest chance of getting safely through his troubles by mere servility. On Ypres, Savary reappeared with the expected communication from Bayonne. It was certainly one of the strangest epistles that one sovereign ever wrote to another, and one of the most characteristic products of Napoleon's pen. It was addressed to the Prince of the Asturias, not to the King of Spain, which was an ominous preface. But on the other hand, the emperor distinctly stated that he wished to conciliate his friend in every way, and to find occasion to give him proofs of his affection and perfect esteem. He added that the marriage of your Royal Highness to a French princess seems conformable to the interests of my people, and likely to forge new links of union between myself and the House of Bourbon. The core of the whole was the explicit statement that, if the abdication of King Charles was spontaneous and not forced on him by the riot at Aranjuez, I shall have no difficulty in recognizing your Royal Highness as King of Spain. On these details, I wish to converse with your Royal Highness. This was a double-edged saying. Napoleon had in his pocket Charles's protest, complaining that the abdication had been forced upon him by fears for his personal safety, but Ferdinand was not aware of the fact. Indeed, he so little realized his parent's state of mind that he had written to him before quitting Madrid in the most friendly terms. If he had fathomed the meaning of Napoleon's carefully constructed sentence, he would have fled for his life to the mountains. These were the main clauses of Napoleon's letter, but they are embedded in a quantity of turgid verbiage, in which we are only uncertain whether the hypocrisy or the bad taste is the more offensive. How perilous is it for kings to permit their subjects to seek justice for themselves by deeds of blood? I pray God that your Royal Highness may not experience this for yourself someday. It is not for the interest of Spain that the Prince of the Peace should be hunted down. He is allied by marriage to the royal house and has governed the realm for many years. He has no friends now, but if your Royal Highness were to fall into similar disgrace, you would have no more friends than he. You cannot touch him without touching your parents. You have no rights to the crown save those which your mother has transmitted to you. If in trying the prince you smirch her honor, you are destroying your own rights. You have no power to bring him to judgment. His evil deeds are hidden behind the throne. O wretched humanity, weakness and error such is our device. But all can be hushed up. Turn the prince out of Spain, and I will give him an asylum in France. In the next paragraph, Napoleon tells Ferdinand that he should never have written to him in the preceding autumn without his father's knowledge, in that your Royal Highness was culpable. But I flatter myself that I contributed by my remonstrances in securing a happy end to the affair. Of the Escurial. Finally, Ferdinand might assure himself that he should have from his ally precisely the same treatment that his father had always experienced, which again is a double-edged saying, if we take into consideration the history of the relations of Charles Roman IV and France. The king and his confidant Escaquez read and reread this curious document without coming to any certain conclusion. Probably they thought, as would anyone else who did not know the emperor thoroughly, that the meeting at Bayonne would open with a scolding and end with some tiresome concessions, but that Ferdinand's title would be recognized. Savary's commentary was reassuring. Spanish witnesses say that he exclaimed, "I am ready to have my head taken off if, within a quarter of an hour of your Majesty's arrival at Bayonne, the Emperor has not saluted you as King of Spain and the Indies. The whole negotiation will not take 3 days, and your Majesty will be back in Spain in a moment." On Ypres, therefore, the royal party set out amid the groans of the populace of Vittoria, who tried to hold back the horses and to cut the traces of the king's coach. On the 20th, they reached Bayonne. Napoleon entertained them at dinner, but would not talk politics. After the meal, they were sent home to the not very spacious or magnificent lodgings prepared for them. An hour later, the shameless Savary presented himself at the door, with the astounding message that the emperor had thought matters over, and had come to the conclusion that the best thing for Spain would be that the House of Bourbon should cease to reign, and that a French prince should take their place. A prompt acquiescence in the bargain should be rewarded by the gift of the kingdom of Etruria, which had just been taken from Ferdinand's widowed sister and her young son. The possibility of such an outrage had never occurred to the young king and his counselors. When something of the kind had been suggested to them at Vittoria, they had cried out that it was insulting to the honor of the greatest hero of the age to dream that he could be plotting treachery. And now, too late, they learnt the stuff of which heroes were made. Even with Savary's words ringing in their ears, they could not believe that they had heard aright. It must be some mere threat, intended to frighten them before negotiations began. Probably it meant that Spain would have to cede some American colonies or some Catalonian frontier districts. Next morning, therefore, Ferdinand sent his minister Cevallos to plead his cause. Napoleon refused to bargain or compromise. He wanted nothing, he said, but a prompt resignation of his rights by the Prince of the Asturias. There was nothing left to haggle about. It was gradually borne in upon Ferdinand that the emperor meant what he had said. But though timid, he was obstinate, and nothing like an abdication could be got out of him. He merely continued to send to Napoleon one agent after another, first the minister Cevallos, then his tutor and confidant Escaquiz, then Don Pedro Labrador, a councillor of state, all charged with professions of his great readiness to do anything, short of resigning the Spanish throne, which might satisfy his captor. Cevallos and Escaquiz have left long narratives of their fruitless embassies. That of the latter is especially interesting. He was admitted to a long conference with Bonaparte, in which he plied every argument to induce him to leave Ferdinand on the throne, after marrying him to a French princess and exacting from him every possible guarantee of fidelity. The emperor was ready to listen to every remonstrance, but would not move from his projects. He laughed at the idea that Spain would rise in arms and give him trouble. "Countries full of monks like yours," he said, "are easy to subjugate. There may be some riots, but the Spaniards will quiet down when they see that I offer them the integrity of the boundaries of the monarchy, a liberal constitution, and the preservation of their religion and their national customs." When such were Napoleon's ideas, it was useless to argue with him. But Ferdinand refused to understand this, and kept reiterating all sorts of impracticable offers of concession and subservience, while refusing to do the one thing which the emperor required of him. Napoleon, much irritated at the refusal of such a poor creature to bow to his will, has left a sketch of him during these trying days. "The Prince of the Asturias," he wrote, "is very stupid, very malicious, a very great hater of France. He is a thoroughly uninteresting person, so dull that I cannot get a word out of him. Whatever one says to him, he makes no reply. Whether I scold him or whether I coax him, his face never moves. After studying him, you can sum him up in a single word: he is a sulky fellow." The sessions of that body had begun on September 25. 24 members out of the designated 35 had assembled on that day, and after a solemn religious ceremony had reproclaimed Ferdinand VII and elected Florida Blanca as their president. They then proceeded to nominate a cabinet chosen entirely from outside their own body. Don Pedro Cevallos was to be Minister of Foreign Affairs. He had served Ferdinand VII in that capacity, but had smirched his reputation by his submission to Bonaparte after the treachery at Bayonne. However, his ingenious justification of his conduct and his early desertion of King Joseph were allowed to serve as an adequate defense. Don Antonio Escaño was Minister of Marine, Don Benito Hermida Minister of Justice, Don Francisco de Saavedra Minister of the Interior. The most important place of all, that of Minister of War, was given to an utterly unknown person, General Antonio Cornell, instead of to any of the officers who had distinguished themselves during the recent campaigns. He was to be aided by a Supreme Council of War, consisting of 6 members of the junta, 3 of whom were civilians without any military knowledge whatever. No intention of appointing a commander-in-chief was shown, and the Minister of War corresponded directly with all the generals in charge of the provincial armies. Nothing could have been more ill-judged. From the want of a single hand at the helm, all the oncoming operations were doomed to inevitable failure. The supreme direction was nominally entrusted to the obscure war minister and his councillors. Really it lay with the generals in the field, who obeyed orders from headquarters only just as much as they chose. Each played his own game, and the result was disaster. A glance at the subjects, which were discussed by the members of the junta during its first weeks of session, suffices to show the short-sightedness of their policy and their utter inability to grasp the situation. They should have remembered that they were a government of national defense, whose main duty was the expulsion of the French from the soil of Spain. But military subjects furnished the smallest portion of their subjects of debate. They published indeed a manifesto to the effect that they intended to levy an army of 500,000 foot and 0 horse, a much greater force than Spain in her most flourishing days could have raised or maintained. But this paper army was never seen in the field. Less than a third of the number were under arms at the moment in December, when the junta had to fly from Aranjuez before the advancing legions of Napoleon. Nor was it likely that a great army could be raised, equipped, and disciplined, while the central government was devoting the greater part of its attention to futilities. The most cruel comment on its work lies in the fact that its troops were ill-furnished, badly armed, and half-starved, at the moment when the provinces were doing their best to provide equipment, and every port in Spain was gorged with cannon, muskets, munitions, and stores sent from England, a great part of them destined to fall into the hands of the French. Partly from want of experience, but still more from want of energy, the junta failed to use the national enthusiasm and the considerable resources placed at its disposal. When we look at the main topics of its debates, we begin to understand its failures. A good deal of time was spent in voting honorary distinctions to its own members. The president was to be addressed as His Highness. The junta, as a corporation, was Its Majesty, if we may use the ludicrous phrase. Each member became His Excellency and received the liberal salary of 120,000 reals, £1,200, besides the right of wearing on his breast a gold plaque with an embossed representation of the Eastern and Western hemispheres. There was a good deal of dispensing of places and patronage in the army and the civil service among relatives and dependencies of their excellencies, but not more perhaps than happens in other countries in wartime when a new government comes in. At least, the changes led to the getting rid of a good many of Godey's old bureaucrats. The real fault of the junta lay in its readiness to fall into factions and fight over constitutional questions that should have been relegated to times of peace. Among the 35 members of the junta, a clear majority were, like their president, Floridablanca, Spaniards of the old school, whose ideas of government were those of the autocratic sort that had prevailed under Alberoni and Charles III. They looked upon all innovations as tinged with the poison of the French Revolution and savoring of Jacobinism and infidelity. On the other hand, there was a powerful minority, headed by Jovellanos and including Martin de Garay, the secretary of the junta, the Marquis of Campo Sagrado, Valdez, Calvo de Rosas, and others, who held more modern views and hoped that the main result of the war would be to make Spain a constitutional monarchy of the English type. How far this dream was from realization was shown by the fact that among the first measures passed through the Supreme Junta were ordinances allowing the Jesuits, expelled long since by Charles III, to return to Spain, recreating the office of Inquisitor General and suspending the liberty of the press. Such measures filled the liberal section in the junta with despair by showing the narrow and reactionary views of the majority. But the greater part of the time spent in session by Its Majesty was wasted on purely constitutional questions. Firstly, there was a long polemic with the Council of Castile, whose hatred for the junta took the form of starting doubts as to the legality of its constitution. It suggested that all constitutional precedents were against a body so numerous as 35 persons taking charge of the governance of the realm. Former councils of regency had been composed of 3 or 5 members only, and there was no legal authority for breaking the rule. The councils suggested that the only way out of the difficulty would be to call the Cortes, and that assembly would at once supersede the authority of the Supreme Junta. Instead of arguing with the Council of Castile, the new government would have done well to arrest or disperse that effete and disloyal body, but it chose instead to indulge in a war of manifestos and proclamations which led to nothing. To find the supreme government consenting to argue about its own legality was not reassuring to the nation. Moreover, Jovellanos and his followers spent much time in impressing on their colleagues that it was their duty to appoint a regency and to cut down their own unwieldy numbers, as well as to provide machinery for the summoning of the Cortes at some not too distant date. To be reminded that they were no permanent corporation, but a temporary committee dressed in a little brief authority, was most unpleasant to the majority. They discussed from every point of view the question of the regency and the Cortes, but would not yield up their own supremacy. Indeed, they proposed to begin legislation on a very wide basis for the reform of the Constitution, business which should rather have been left to the Cortes, and which was particularly inappropriate to the moment when Napoleon was crossing the Pyrenees. The great manifesto of the junta sets forth its intentions very clearly. The knowledge and illustration of our ancient and constitutional laws, the changes which altered circumstances render necessary in their re-establishment, the reforms necessary in civil, criminal, and commercial codes, projects for improving public education, a system of regulated economy for the collection and distribution of the public revenue, are the subjects for the investigation of wise and thoughtful men. The junta will form different committees, each entrusted with a particular department, to whom all writings on matters of government and administration may be addressed. The exertions of each contributing to give a just direction to the public mind, the government will be enabled to establish the internal happiness of Spain. From another official document, we learn that among the most grave and urgent objects of the attention of the central junta will be the encouragement of agriculture, the arts, commerce, and navigation. Clearly nothing could be more inappropriate and absurd than that this government of national defense should turn its attention to subjects such as the reform of national education or the encouragement of the arts. It is equally certain that if it should propose to consider the changes necessary in our ancient laws, it would be going beyond its competence, for such business belonged only to a permanent and properly constituted National Assembly, such as the Cortes. This was not the time for constitutional debates, nor was the central junta the body that should have started them. All their energies should have been devoted to the war. But misled as to the situation by the long quiescence of the French army on the Ebro, they turned their minds to every topic that should have been avoided, and neglected the single one that should always have been before their eyes. It was in vain that Calvo de Rosas, the Aragonese deputy, and a few more tried to keep their colleagues to the point. The majority fell to debating on the subjects on which the despotic and the liberal theories of government clash, and spent themselves on discussions that were as heated as they were futile. Meanwhile, the time that should have been turned to account was slipping away, and the army was not being reinforced. A glance at the field states of the Spanish troops, comparing those of August 1 with those of November 1, sufficiently proves this. The provinces which had been recovered by the retreat of the French to the Ebro were not doing their duty. The wide and populous regions of Old Castile and Leon had sent 4,600 men to Rio Seco in July. In October, they had less than 12,000 under arms. From New Castile, there seemed to have been raised nothing more than 4 battalions of Madrid volunteers, a weak cavalry regiment, and 2 battalions of Cazadores de Cuenca and Toreadores de Castilla. At any rate, no troops, but these are to be found recorded in the lists of the armies that fought in October, November, and December 1808. Even allowing that New Castile may have supplied recruits to its own corps of embodied militia serving with the Andalusian army, it is clear that, with a population of 1,200,000 souls, it ought to have done much more in raising new regiments. And this was the district in whose very midst the junta was sitting. What little was done in Madrid seems to have been mainly the result of private enterprise. The Gazette for October is full of voluntary donations of horses, saddlery, and money for the equipment of a corps of dragoons for the army of Old Castile, and of similar gifts received by Calvo de Rosas for the army of Aragon. But there are no signs of requisitions by the government for the purpose of raising an army of New Castile, which could certainly have been done. The kingdom with its 5 provinces ought to have given 40,000 men instead of 4,000. For Asturias, with only 370,000 souls, had raised 0. Aragon, with 650,000, had placed no less than 32,000 levies in the field, and Estremadura, with 420,000, had sent to the front 12,000 men by October, while keeping 10,000 more of undrilled recruits in its depots. New Castile, as we have already had occasion to remark, had 200,000 inhabitants, and yet had only added to its original 5 battalions of militia, 6 more of volunteers, and a single regiment of horse, at the moment when Napoleon's armies came flooding across the Ebro. The central junta's authority in Andalusia or Galicia was much limited by the survival of the ambitious local juntas. But in Leon and the 2 Castiles there was, when once Cuesta had been got out of the way, no rival power in the field. No one was to blame but the central government if the full resources of those regions were not utilized in September, October, and November. The English representatives at Madrid saw all this and did their best to stir up the junta, but it was not likely that mere foreigners would succeed, where Castaños and the other more energetic Spanish officers had failed. Already in October, the situation appeared most unpromising. We have made repeated representations, wrote Mr. Stewart, the British minister, and I have given in paper after paper to obtain something like promptitude and vigor. But though loaded with fair promises in the commencement, we scarcely quit the members of the junta before their attention is absorbed in petty pursuits and in wrangling, which impedes even the simplest arrangements necessary for the interior government of the country. In short, we are doing what we can, not what we wish, and I assure you we have infamous tools to work with. Exactly the same impression is produced by a study of the dispatches of Lord William Bentinck, our military representative at Madrid, and of the diary of Sir Charles Vaughan, who carefully attended and followed the debates of the Central Junta at Aranjuez. It was clear to any dispassionate observer that time was being wasted, and that the best was not being done with the available material. This was all the more inexcusable because the nation was thoroughly in earnest and prepared to make any sacrifices. The voluntary contributions made both by provinces and by individuals were astounding when the poverty of Spain is taken into consideration. It was the energy and will to use them on the part of the leaders that was wanting. Moreover, England was pouring in supplies of all sorts. Before November 16, she had sent at least 122,000 muskets and other military equipment of all kinds to the value of several £100,000. Before the same date, she had forward $725,000 in hard cash, and Mr. Freer, the newly appointed minister, brought another $1 million to Corunna. Instead of utilizing every possible resource, the government went on debating about things unessential, as if the war had been ended at Baylen. It would neither conduct the new campaign itself, nor appoint a single commander-in-chief to conduct it in its behalf. With absolute truth, Colonel Graham wrote from the headquarters of the Army of the Centre that the miserable system established by the junta was at the bottom of all misfortunes. I pitied poor Castaños and poor Spain, and came away disgusted to the greatest degree. Section 6, Chapter IV. An episode in the Baltic. It will be remembered that one of Napoleon's preliminary measures in his long campaign against the freedom of Spain had been the removal of the flower of her army to the shores of the Baltic. In the spring of 1807, the Marquis of La Romana, with 14 battalions of infantry and 5 regiments of cavalry, all completed to war strength, had marched for Hamburg. After wintering in the Hanseatic towns, Mecklenburg, and Swedish Pomerania, this corps had been moved up early in 1808 into Denmark. It is clear that there was no military object in placing it there. The Danish fleet was gone, carried off by Lord Cathcart's expedition in the previous September, and there was no probability that the English would return for a second visit, when they had completely executed their plan for destroying the naval resources of Denmark. France and Sweden, it is true, were still at war, but King Gustavus was so much occupied by the defensive struggle against the Russians in Finland that it was unlikely that he would detach troops for an objectless expedition against the Danes. On the other hand, the Anglo-Swedish fleet was so completely dominant in the Baltic and the Sound that there was no possibility of launching an expedition from Denmark against southern Sweden. Even between the various islands at the mouth of the Baltic, where the water distances are very short, troops could only be moved at night, and with infinite precautions against being surprised on the passage by English frigates. Gothenburg and the other harbors of southwestern Sweden served as convenient ports of call to the British squadron told off for the observation of the Kattegat, the Two Belts, and the Sound. Nothing could be done against Sweden, unless indeed a frost of exceptional severity might close the waterway between Zealand and Scania. Even then, an attempt to make a dash at Helsingborg or Malmö would involve so many difficulties and dangers that few generals would have cared to risk it. La Romana's corps formed part of an army under Marshal Bernadotte, whose sphere of command extended all over the southwestern shores of the Baltic, and whose headquarters were sometimes at Schleswig and sometimes at Lübeck or Stralsund. He had considerable French and Dutch contingents, but the bulk of his force consisted of 30,000 Danes. In preparation for Napoleon's scheme against the Spanish Bourbons, La Romana's forces had been carefully scattered between Jutland and the Danish Isles, so that there was no large central body concentrated under the Marquis's own hand. The garrisons of the Spanish regiments were interspersed between those of Danish troops, so that it would be difficult to get them together. In March 1808, when the emperor had at last shown his hand by the treacherous seizure of Pamplona, Barcelona, and Figueras, the troops of La Romana were cantoned as follows. 6 battalions were in the island of Zeeland, mainly in and about the old royal residence of Roskilde. 4 battalions and 2 cavalry regiments were in Funen, the central island of the Danish group, and with them La Romana himself, whose headquarters were at Nyborg. 1 battalion lay in the island of Langeland, close to the south coast of Funen. In the mainland of Jutland were 3 cavalry regiments and 3 battalions of infantry, quartered in the little towns at the southern end of the Kattegat, Fredericia, Aarhus, and Randers. In Zeeland, the 4,000 Spaniards were under the eyes of the main Danish army of observation against Sweden. In Funen, La Romana's 4,500 horse and foot were cantoned in small detachments, while a solid body of 3,000 Danes garrisoned Odense in the center of the island, separating the Spanish regiments one from another. In Langeland, along with the Catalonian Light Battalion, were a company of French grenadiers and about 800 Danes. The troops in Jutland were mixed up with a brigade of Dutch light cavalry and some Danish infantry. Napoleon's own Provident Eye had been roving round Denmark, and he had himself given the orders for the dislocation of the Spanish corps in the fashion that seemed best calculated to make any common action impossible. To keep them in good temper, he had recently raised the pay of the officers and announced his intention of decorating La Romana with the Grand Cross of the Legion of Honor. Bernadotte, by his desire, displayed the greatest confidence in his auxiliaries and took a troop of the cavalry regiment Del Rey as his personal escort while moving about in Denmark. In spite of all this, the Marquis and his officers began to grow uneasy in April 1808, for the stream of dispatches and letters from Spain, which had been reaching them very regularly during the winter, began to dry up in the spring. When the first communication from the new ministry of Ferdinand Roman VII reached La Romana, he found that it contained a complaint that the home government had received no reports from the expeditionary force since January, and that 15 separate dispatches sent to him from Madrid had failed to get any answer. The fact was that Napoleon had been systematically intercepting every document which the war minister at one end of the line and the Marquis at the other had been committing to the French post. The last dispatch had only come to hand because such an important announcement as that of the accession of King Ferdinand had been sent by the hands of a Spanish officer, whom Bonaparte or Fouché had not thought proper to arrest, though they had intercepted so much official correspondence. The emperor himself had sent orders to Bernadotte that the news of the revolution at Aranjuez should be kept as long as possible from the Marquis and his troops. And so it came to pass that only a very few days after the events of March 19 became known in Denmark, there followed the deplorable intelligence of the treachery of Bayonne and of the Madrid insurrection of May 2. These tidings produced the same feelings in Nyborg and Fredericia that they had caused at Seville or Corunna. But on the shores of the Baltic, further north than any Spanish troops had ever been before, the Expeditionary Corps felt itself helpless and surrounded by enemies. Yet as Joseph O'Donnell, then one of La Romana's staff, observed, the more they tried to persuade us that Spain was tranquil and had settled down to enjoy an age of felicity under Napoleon, the more clearly did we foresee the scenes of blood, strife, and disaster which were to follow these incredible events. On June 24, there reached Nyborg the intelligence which showed the whole of Napoleon's schemes completed. It was announced to La Romana that Joseph Bonaparte had been proclaimed King of Spain, and he was ordered to transmit the news to his troops, and to inform them in general orders that they were now serving a new master. The only commentary on this astonishing information which the Spanish officers could procure consisted of the nauseous banalities of the Monitor concerning the regeneration of Spain. A very few days later, the first ray of hope shone upon the humbled and disheartened general. One of the earliest ideas of the British government, on hearing of the Spanish insurrection, had been to open communications with the troops in Denmark. Castaños, in his first interview with the governor of Gibraltar, had expressed his opinion that they would strike a blow for liberty if only they were given the chance. The fleet of Sir Richard Cates so completely commanded the Baltic that it would be possible to rescue the Spanish expeditionary force, if only it were willing and able to cut its way to the coast. But it was necessary to find out whether the Marquis was ready to risk his neck in such an enterprise, and whether he could depend on the loyalty of his troops. To settle this all-important question, some agent must be found who would undertake to penetrate to La Romana's headquarters, a task of the most uninviting kind, for it was quite uncertain whether the Spaniard would eagerly join in the plan, or whether he would make up his mind to espouse the cause of Napoleon and hand over his visitor to the French police. To find a man who knew the continent well enough to move about without detection, and who would take the risk of placing himself at La Romana's mercy in case his offers were refused, did not seem easy. But the right person was pitched upon by Sir Arthur Wellesley just before he sailed for Portugal. He recommended to Canning a Roman Catholic priest of the name of James Robertson. This enterprising ecclesiastic was a Scot who had spent most of his life in a monastery at Ratisbon, but had lately come to England and was acting as tutor in the house of an English Catholic peer. He had some time before offered himself to Wellesley as a man who knew Germany well and was prepared to run risks in making himself useful to the government. Under the belief that the Spaniards were still quartered in the Hanse Towns and Holstein, Canning sent for Robertson and asked him whether he would undertake this dangerous mission to northern Germany. The priest accepted the offer and was dispatched to Heligoland, where Mr. Mackenzie, the British agent in this lately seized island, found him a place on board a smuggling vessel bound for the mouth of the Weser. He was safely landed near Bremerhaven and made his way to Hamburg, only to find that the Spaniards had been moved northward into the Danish Isles. This made the mission more dangerous, as Robertson knew neither the country nor the language. But he disguised himself as a German commercial traveler and laid in a stock of chocolate and cigars, things which were very rare in the north, as along with other colonial produce they were proscribed by the continental system and could only be got from smugglers. It was known that the Spanish officers felt deeply their privation of the two luxuries most dear to their frugal race, so that it seemed very natural that a dealer in such goods should attempt to find a market among them. Getting to Nyborg without much difficulty, the priest took his fate in his hands and introduced himself to La Romana with a box of cigars under one arm and a dozen packets of chocolate under the other. When they were alone, he threw himself on the Marquis's confidence, owning that he was a priest and a British subject, not a German or a commercial traveler. The Spaniard was at first suspicious and silent, thinking that he had to deal with an agent provocateur of the French government who was trying to make him show his hand. Robertson had no written vouchers for his mission. They would have been too dangerous, but had been given some verbal credentials by Canning, which soon convinced La Romana of his good faith. The Marquis then owned that he was disgusted with his position and felt sure that Napoleon had plotted the ruin of Spain, though what exactly had happened at Bayonne he had not yet been able to ascertain. Robertson next laid before him Canning's offer that if the expeditionary force could be concentrated and got to the coast, the Baltic fleet should pick it up and see that it was landed at Minorca, Gibraltar, the Canaries, in South America, or at any point in Spain that the Marquis might select. La Romana asked for a night to talk the matter over with his staff, and next day gave his full consent to the plan, bidding the priest pass the word on to Sir Richard Keats and discover the earliest day on which transports could be got ready to carry off his men. Robertson tried to communicate with a British frigate which was hovering off the coast of Funen, but was arrested by Danish militiamen while signaling to the ship from a lonely point on the beach. His purpose was almost discovered, and he only escaped by a series of ingenious lies to the militia colonel before whom he was taken by his captors. Moving further south, he again tried to get in touch with Sir Richard Keats, and this time succeeded. The news was passed to London, and transports were prepared for the deliverance of the Spaniards. Canning also sent to Funen an agent of the Asturian junta, who would be able to give his countrymen full news of the insurrection that had taken place in June. Meanwhile, La Romana had sounded his subordinates and found them all eager to join in the plan of evasion, save Kindelan, the brigadier general commanding the troops in Jutland, who showed such unpatriotic views that the officer sent to confer with him dropped the topic without revealing his commission. The plan which the Marquis had formed was rather ingenious. Bernadotte was about to go round the garrisons in his command on a tour of inspection. It was agreed that under the pretext of holding a grand field day for his benefit, all the scattered Spanish troops in Funen should be concentrated at Nyborg. The regiments in Zeeland and Jutland were to join them, when the arrival of the British fleet should be reported, by seizing the Danish small craft in the harbours nearest to them and crossing over the two belts to join their commander. An unfortunate contretemps, however, interfered to prevent the full execution of the scheme. Orders came from Paris that all the Spanish troops were to swear allegiance to Joseph Bonaparte, each corps parading at its headquarters for the purpose on July 30 or 31. This news caused grave disorders among the subordinate officers and the men, who were of course in complete ignorance of the plan for evasion. La Romana and his councillors held that the ceremony had better be gone through. To swear under compulsion was not perjury, and to refuse would draw down on the Spanish corps overwhelming numbers of Danes and French, so that the whole scheme for escape would miscarry. Accordingly, the troops in Jutland and Funen went through the ceremony in a more or less farcical way. In some cases, the men are said to have substituted the name Ferdinand for the name Joseph in their oath, while the officers took no notice of this rather startling variation. But in Zeeland things went otherwise. The two infantry regiments of Guadalajara and Asturias, when paraded and told to take the oath, burst out into mutiny, drove off those of their own officers who tried to restrain them, killed the aide-de-camp of the French General Frérien, who was presiding at the ceremony, and threatened to march on Copenhagen. Next day they were surrounded by masses of Danish troops, forced to surrender, disarmed, and put in confinement in small bodies at various points in the island. This startling news revealed to Bernadotte the true state of feeling in the Spanish army, and he wrote to La Romana to announce that he was about to visit the Danish Isles in order to inquire into the matter. Fortunately, there came at the same moment news from England that the time for escape was at hand. On August 4, only 3 days after the mutiny at Roskilde, the brigantine Mosquito, having on board Rafael Lobo, the emissary of the Asturian deputies, reached the Baltic and communicated by night with some of the Spanish officers on the island of Langeland. The British fleet had sailed, and the time for action had arrived. Accordingly, La Romana gave the word to the officers in each garrison to whom the secret had been entrusted. On August 7, the troops in Funen concentrated and seized the port of Nyborg. The Danes were completely taken by surprise, and no resistance was made save by a gallant and obstinate naval officer commanding a brig in the harbor. He fired on the Spaniards and would not yield till an English frigate and 5 gunboats ran into the port and battered his vessel to pieces. On August 8, the troops in Jutland struck their blow. The infantry regiment of Zamora at Fredericia seized a number of fishing vessels and ferried itself over into Funen with no difficulty. General Kinderlan, the only traitor in the camp, had been kept from all knowledge of what was to happen. When he saw his troops on the move and received an explanatory note from La Romana putting him in possession of the state of affairs, he feigned compliance in the plan, but disguised himself and fled to the nearest French cantonment, where he gave enemy a full account of the startling news. The cavalry regiments Infante and Del Rey had the same luck as their comrades of Zamora. They seized boats at Aarhus and, abandoning their horses, got across unopposed to Funen. Their comrades of the regiment of Algarve were less lucky. They were delayed for some time by the indecision of their aged and imbecile colonel. When Costa, their senior captain, took command and marched them from Horsens towards the port of Fredericia, it was now too late. A brigade of Dutch hussars, warned by Kinderlan, beset them on the way and took them all prisoners. Costa, seeing that the responsibility would fall on his head, blew out his brains at the moment of surrender. Romana had concentrated in Funen nearly 8,000 men, and was so strong that the Danish general at Odense, in the center of the island, dared not meddle with him. On August 9, 10, and he passed his troops over to the smaller island of Langeland, where the regiment of Catalonia had already disarmed the Danish garrison and seized the batteries. Here he was safe, for Langeland was far out to sea, and he was now protected from the Danes by the English warships which were beginning to gather on the spot. A few isolated men from Zealand, about 150 in all, succeeded in joining the main body, having escaped from their guards and seized fishing boats. But these were all that got away from the regiments of Asturias and Guadalajara, the mutineers of July 31. For 10 days, Langeland was crammed with 9,000 Spanish troops, waiting anxiously for the expected British squadron. On the 21st, however, Admiral Keats appeared, with 3 sail of the line and several smaller craft. On these, and on small Danish vessels, the whole army was hastily embarked. They reached Gothenburg in Sweden on August 27 and found their 37 large transports sent from England for their accommodation. After a long voyage, they reached the Spanish coast in safety, and the whole expeditionary corps of the north, now 9,000 strong, was concentrated at Santander by October 11. The infantry was sent to take part in the second campaign of General Blake. The dismounted cavalry were ordered to move to Estremadura and there to provide themselves with horses. La Romana himself was called to Madrid to interview the junta, so that his troops went to the front under the charge of his second in command, the Count of San Roman, to take part in the bloody fight of Espinosa. Section 7. Napoleon's invasion of Spain. Chapter 1. French and Spanish preparations. While the Supreme Junta was expending its energy on discussing the relative merits of benevolent despotism and representative government, and while Castaños fretted and fumed for the moving up of reinforcements that never arrived, the French emperor was getting ready to strike. It took many weeks for the veteran divisions from Glasgow and Erfurt, from Bayreuth and Berlin, to traverse the whole breadth of the French Empire and reach the Pyrenees. While they were trailing across the Rhineland and the plains of France, well-ferted and fed at every important town, their master employed the time of waiting in strengthening his political hold on Central Europe. We have seen that he was seriously alarmed at the possibility of an Austrian war, and alluded to it in his confidential letters to his kinsfolk. But the court of Vienna was slow to stir, and as August and September slipped by without any definite move on the Danube, Bonaparte began to hope that he was to be spared the dangerous problem of waging 2 European wars at the same time. Meanwhile, he assumed an arrogant and blustering tone with the Austrian government, warning them that though he was withdrawing 100,000 men from Germany, he should replace them with new levies and was still strong enough to hold his own. Metternich gave prudent and evasive answers, and no immediate signs of a rupture could be discerned. But to make matters sure, the emperor hastened to invite his ally, the Emperor Alexander of Russia, to meet him at Erfurt. The ostensible object of the conference was to make a final effort to induce the British government to accept terms of peace. Its real meaning was that Bonaparte wished to reassure himself concerning the Tsar's intentions, and to see whether he could rely upon the support of Russia in the event of a new Austrian war. There is no need to go into the details of the meeting, September 27 to October 14, of the gathering of 4 vassal kings and a score of minor princes of the Confederation of the Rhine to do homage to their master, of the feasts and plays and reviews. Suffice it to say that Napoleon got what he wanted, a definite promise from the Tsar of an offensive and defensive alliance against all enemies whatsoever. A special mention of Austria was made in the 10th clause of the new treaty. In return, Alexander obtained leave to carry out his designs against Finland and the Danubian principalities. His ally was only too glad to see him involved in any enterprise that would distract his attention from Central Europe. The Emperor Francis II hastened to disarm the suspicions of Napoleon by sending to Erfurt an envoy charged with all manner of pacific declarations. They were accepted, but the acceptance was accompanied by a message of scarcely concealed threats, which must have touched the court of Vienna to the quick. Strong in his Russian alliance, Bonaparte chose rather to bully than to cajole the prince who, by the strangest of chances, was destined within 18 months to become his father-in-law. The quiet reception given to his hectoring dispatches showed that, for the present at least, nothing need be feared from the side of Austria. The emperor's whole attention could be turned towards Spain. After telling off a few more regiments for service beyond the Pyrenees, and giving leave to the princes of the Confederation of the Rhine to demobilize their armies, he left Erfurt and came rushing back across Germany and France to Paris. He stayed there 10 days and then started for Bayonne, where he arrived on the 20th day after the termination of the conference. Meanwhile, the ostensible purpose of that meeting had been carried out by the forwarding to the King of England of a joint note in which France and Russia offered him peace on the basis of Eudipasites. It was a vague and grandiloquent document, obviously intended for the eye of the public rather than for that of the old king. The two emperors expatiated on the horrors of war and on the vast changes made of late in the map of Europe. Unless peace were made, there might be greater changes still, and all to the disadvantage of the English nation. The continental system was working untold misery, and the cessation of hostilities would be equally advantageous to Great Britain and to her enemies. King George should listen to the voice of humanity and assure the happiness of Europe by consenting to a general pacification. Though well aware of the hollowness of these protestations, which were only intended to throw on England the odium of continuing the war, the British cabinet took them into serious consideration. The replies to the two powers were carefully kept separate and were written not in the name of the king, for the personal appeal to him was merely a theatrical device, but in that of the ministry. To Russia, a very polite answer was returned, but the question on which the possibility of peace rested was brought straight to the front. Would France acknowledge the existing government of Spain as a power with which she was prepared to treat? Canning, who drafted the dispatch, was perfectly well aware that nothing was further from the emperor's thoughts, and could not keep himself from adding an ironical clause, to the effect that Napoleon had so often spoken of late of his regard for the dignity and welfare of the Spanish people that it could not be doubted that he would consent. The late transactions at Bayonne, whose principles were as unjust as their example was dangerous to all legitimate sovereigns, must clearly have been carried through without his concurrence or approbation. The reply to France was still more uncompromising. The king, it said, was desirous for peace on honorable terms. The miserable condition of the continent to which allusion had been made was not due to his policy. A system devised for the destruction of British commerce had recoiled on its authors and their instruments. But the distress even of his enemies was no source of pleasure to the king, and he would treat at once if the representatives of Sweden, Portugal, Sicily, and Spain were admitted to take part in the negotiations. It was to be specially stipulated that the central junta of government at Madrid was to be a party to any treaty of peace. The two British notes brought the replies from St. Petersburg and Paris that Canning expected. Count Romanzoff, writing for the Tsar, could only state that his master had acknowledged Joseph Bonaparte as King of Spain and could not recognize the existence of any other legal authority in that kingdom. But if this point, the only really important one, could be got over, the Russian government was ready to treat on a basis of Eudipasites or any other just and honorable terms. The French reply was, as was natural, couched in very different language. Napoleon had been irritated by Canning's sarcastic allusions to the failure of the continental system. He thought the tone of the British note most improper and insulting. It comes from the same pen which the English ministry employs to fabricate the swarm of libels with which it inundates the continent. Such language is despicable and unworthy of the imperial attention. Considering the offensive and bullying tone which Bonaparte was wont to use to other powers, his note written to Austria a few days before was a fair example of it. He had little reason to be indignant at the epigrams of the English minister. Yet the latter might perhaps have done well to keep his pen under control and to forget that he was not writing for the anti-Jacobin, but composing an official document. Even though Napoleon's offer was hollow and insincere, it should have been met with dry courtesy rather than with humorous irony. Of course, Bonaparte refused to treat the Spaniards as a free and equal belligerent power. He had declared his brother King of Spain and had now reached that pitch of blind autolatry in which he regarded his own fiat as the sole source of legality. In common honor, England could not abandon the insurgents. For the emperor to allow his brothers claimed to be ignored was equally impossible. In his present state of mind, he would have regarded such a concession to the enemy as an acknowledgement of disgraceful defeat. It was obvious that the war must go on, and when the emperor suggested that England might treat with him without stipulating for the admission of the junta as a party to the negotiations, he must have been perfectly well aware that he was proposing a dishonorable move, which the Ministry of Portland could not possibly make. His suggestions as to a separate treaty with England on the basis of iudi possidetis were futile. He intended that they should be declined, and declined they were. But he had succeeded in his end of posing before the French nation and the European powers as a lover of peace, foiled in his devices by the unbending arrogance of Great Britain. This was all that he had desired, and so far his machinations attained their object. Long before the English replies had been sent off to Champagny and Romanzoff, the much-delayed campaign on the Ebro had commenced. All through the months of August and September, the French had behaved as if their adversaries were acting on proper military principles and might be expected to throw their whole force on the true objective point. Jourdan and his colleagues had no reason to foresee that the Spanish government would launch out into the hideous series of blunders which, as a matter of fact, were committed, that no commander-in-chief would be appointed, that the victorious troops of Balen would be held back for weeks in Andalusia, that no strenuous effort would be made to raise new armies in Leon and the two Castiles, were chances that seemed so improbable that King Joseph and his advisers did not take them into consideration. They expected that the Spaniards would mass the armies of Andalusia, Estremadura, Castile, and Aragon, and endeavor to turn their left flank on the side of Sanxa and Pampeluna, or that, the other rational course, they would send the Asturians, the Andalusians, and the Castilians to join Blake, and debouch down the line of the upper Ebro, from Reynosa on to Vitoria and Miranda. In the first case, 70,000, and in the latter case, 80,000 men would be flung against one flank of the French position, and it would be necessary to concentrate in hot haste in order to hold them back. But as a matter of fact, the Spanish forces did not even come up to the front for many weeks, and when they did appear it was, as we have seen, not in the form of one great army concentrated for a stroke on a single point, but as a number of weak and isolated columns, each threatening a different part of the long line that lay along the Ebro from Miranda to Milagro. When feeble demonstrations were made against so many separate sections of his front, Jourdan supposed that they were skillful feints, intended to cover some serious attack on a weak spot, and acted accordingly, holding back till the enemy should develop his real plan, and refusing to commit himself meanwhile to offensive operations on a serious scale. It must be confessed that the chaotic and inconsequent movements of the Spaniards bore, to the eye of the observer from the outside, something like the appearance of a deep plan. On August 27, the Conde de Montijo, with a column of the Aragonese army, felt his way up the Ebro as far as the bridge of Alfaro, nearly opposite the extreme left flank of the French at Milagro. When attacked by Lefebvre de Snoets at the head of a few cavalry and a horse battery, the Spanish general refused to stand and retreated on Tudela. Marshal Moncey then pressed him with an infantry division, but Montijo again gave back. The French thought that this move must be a mere diversion, intended to attract their attention to the side of Aragon, for Montijo had acted with such extreme feebleness that it was unnatural to suppose that he was making anything but a feint. They were quite wrong, however. Palafox had told the Count to push as far up the Ebro as he could, without any thought of favoring operations by Blake or Castaños, the former of whom was at this moment not far in front of Astorga, while the latter was still at Madrid. Montijo had given way simply because his troops were raw levies, and because there were no supports behind him nearer than Saragossa. It was to no effect, therefore, that King Joseph, after the fighting in front of Alfaro and Tudela, moved his reserves up the river to Miranda, thinking that the real attack must be coming from that side. There was no real attack intended, for the enemy had not as yet brought any considerable force up to the front. It was not till nearly 3 weeks later that the Spaniards made another offensive move. This time Blake was the assailant. On September 10, he had at last concentrated the greater part of his army at Reynosa, the center of roads at the source of the Ebro, of which we have already had to speak on several occasions. he had with him 4 divisions of the army of Galicia, as well as a vanguard brigade and a reserve brigade of picked troops from the same quarter. Close behind him were 8,000 Asturians under General Acevedo. The whole came to 32,000 men, but there were no more than 400 cavalry with the corps, a fact which made Blake very anxious to keep to the mountains and to avoid the plains of Old Castile. He had left behind him in Galicia and about Astorga more than 10,000 men of new levies, not yet fit to take the field. There were also some 9,000 Asturians in similar case, held back within the limits of their own principality. In the elaborate plan of operations, which had been sketched out at Madrid on September 5, it will be remembered that Blake's army was intended to cooperate with those of Castaños and of Eguía. But he paid no attention whatever to the promises which his representative, Infantado, had made in his name, and executed an entirely different movement. There was no commander-in-chief to compel him to act in unison with his colleagues. The Castilian and Extremaduran armies were not ready, and Castaños had as yet only a feeble vanguard facing the enemy on the central Ebro, his rear divisions being still far back, on the road from Andalusia. Blake neither asked for nor received any assistance whatever from his colleagues, and set out in the most light-hearted way to attack 70,000 French, with his 32,000 Galicians and Asturians. His plan was to threaten Burgos with a small portion of his army, while with the main body he marched on Bilbao in order to rouse Biscay to a second revolt, and to turn the right flank of the French along the seashore. Accordingly, he sent his vanguard and reserve brigades towards Burgos by the road that passes by Oña and Briviesa, while with 4 complete divisions he moved on Bilbao. On the 20th, his leading column turned out of that town General Munthian, who was in garrison there with a weak brigade of details and detachments. Here at last, as it seemed to Joseph Bonaparte and to Jourdan, was the long-expected main attack of the Spaniards. Accordingly, they concentrated to their right, with the object of meeting it. Bessières evacuated Burgos and drew back to the line of the upper Ebro. He there replaced the king's reserve and the incomplete corps that was forming at Miranda and Vitoria under the command of Marshal Ney. Thus these troops became available for operations in Biscay. Ney, with 2 small infantry divisions, marched on Bilbao by way of Durango. Joseph, with the reserve, followed him. But when the marshal reached the Biscayan capital, the division of Blake's army, which had occupied it for the last 6 days, retired and took up a defensive attitude in the hills above Valmaster, 20 miles to the west. Here it was joined by a 2nd division of the Galician army and stood fast in a very difficult country abounding in strong positions. Ney therefore held back, unwilling to attack a force that might be 30,000 strong, for all that he knew, with the 10,000 men that he had brought. Clearly he must wait for King Joseph and the reserve, in case he should find that Blake's whole army was in front of him. But the king and his corps failed to appear. Bessières had sent to inform him that Blake, far from having moved his whole army onto Bilbao, had still got the bulk of it in positions from which he could march down the Ebro and attack Miranda and Vitoria. This was to a certain extent true, for the 1st and 2nd divisions of the Galician army were now at Villarcayo, on the southern side of the Cantabrian hills, a spot from which they could march either northward to Bilbao or eastward to Miranda. Moreover, Blake's reserve and vanguard brigades were still about Frias and Oña, whither they had been pushed before the French evacuated Burgos. Bessières, therefore, had much to say in favor of his view that the point of danger was in the Ebro Valley and not in Biscay. King Joseph, convinced by his arguments, left Ney unreinforced and took post with the 6,000 men of the Central Reserve at Vitoria. His conclusion that Bilbao was not the true objective of the Spaniards was soon confirmed by other movements of the enemy. The feeble columns of Castaños were at last showing on the central Ebro, and Palafox was on the move on the side of Aragon. Under the idea that all Blake's Biscayan expedition had been no more than a feint and a diversion, and that the real blow would be struck on the Ebro, Jourdan and the king now directed Ney to come back from Bilbao and to take up his old positions. The marshal obeyed. Leaving General Merlin with 3,000 men in the Biscayan capital, he returned with 7,000 bayonets to La Guardia on the borders of Alava and Navarre. His old headquarters at Logroño, beyond the Ebro, had been occupied by the head of one of Castaños's columns. He did not attack this force, but merely encamped opposite it on the northern bank of the river. Map of part of northern Spain. In large part of northern Spain. It is now time to review the position and forces of the Spanish armies, which were at last up in the fighting line. Blake's 32,000 Asturians and Galicians were divided into two masses at Valmaesta and Villarcayo, on the two sides of the Cantabrian hills. They were within 3 marches of each other, and the whole could be turned either against Biscay or against Vitoria, as the opportunity might demand. But between Blake and the central divisions of the Spanish army there was a vast gap. This, at a later period of the campaign, was filled up by bringing forward the 12,000 men of the Extremaduran army to Burgos, but this force, insufficient as it was for the purpose, had not reached the front. In the middle of October, it had not even arrived at Madrid. There seems to have been at Burgos nothing more than a detached battalion or two, which had occupied the place when Bessières drew back towards the Ebro. Of all the Spanish forces, the nearest organized corps on Blake's right consisted of the main body of this same army of Castile. This division, for it was no more, consisted of about 10,000 or 11,000 men. It contained a few regular corps, regiment of Cantabria, a battalion of grenadiers, the Leon militia, which had been lent to it by the army of Andalusia, and 12 raw Leonese and Castilian battalions of the new levy which Cuesta had raised. There were also some 800 cavalry with it. The commander was now Pignatelli, for Eguia, who had originally been told off to the post, had fallen sick. This small and inefficient force was at Logroño on the central Ebro, having taken possession of that place when it was evacuated by Marshal Ney in the last week of September. A little further down the river lay the 2nd Division of the Army of Andalusia, which, under the orders of Coupigny, had taken a creditable part in the Battle of Bailén. Released by the Junta of Seville in September, it had at last gone forward and joined Castaños. But it was somewhat changed in composition, for 3 of its original 14 battalions had been withdrawn and sent to Catalonia, while 3 new Andalusian corps had replaced them. Its commander was now General Grimarest, Coupigny having been told off to another sphere of duty. The division numbered about 6,000 bayonets, with 400 or 500 cavalry and a single battery. It occupied Ladosa on the north bank of the Ebro, some 12 miles downstream from Logroño. Quite close to its right there lay at Calahorra the 4th Division of the Army of Andalusia, under La Peña, a somewhat stronger force, about 7,500 foot, with 400 horse and 2 batteries. The only remaining division of Castaños, Army of the Centre, consisted of the Murcian and Valencian Corps under Lamas. This had entered Madrid, 0 strong on August 13, but one of its regiments had been left behind at Aranjuez to guard the junta. It now consisted of no more than 7,000 men and lay at Tudela in close touch with La Peña's Andalusians. The total, therefore, of Castaños' army in the second half of October did not amount to more than 31,000 foot and 0 horse. The first Anad divisions of the Andalusian army, long detained beyond the Morna by the Junta of Seville, were but just commencing to arrive at Madrid. Of their 15,000 men, less than half reached the front in November, in time to take their share in the rout of Tudela. Even these were not yet at Castaños' disposition in October. The right wing of the Spanish army of the Ebro consisted of the raw and half-organized masses composing the army of Aragon. Palafox had succeeded in getting together a great body of men from that loyal province, but he had not been able to form them into a force fit to take the field. Owing to the way in which Aragon had been stripped of regular troops before the commencement of the war, there was no solid body round which the new levies could be organized, and no supply of trained officers to drill or discipline the thousands of eager recruits. It would seem that in all no less than 32,000 were raised, but no force in any degree approaching these numbers took the field. Every village and every mountain valley had contributed its partida or its company, but with the best of wills Palafox had not yet succeeded in incorporating all these small and scattered units into regiments and brigades. Many of them had not even been armed. Very few had been properly clothed and equipped. Nevertheless, no fewer than 39 battalions in a state of greater or less organization were in existence by the end of October. They varied in strength to the most extraordinary degree. Many were no more than 300 strong, one or two were enormous, and ran up to 1,300 or 1,400 bayonets. Of the whole 39 battalions, only 3 belonged to the old regular army, and these corps, whose total numbers only reach 350 men, had been largely diluted with raw recruits. Of the remainder, some belonged to the tercios who had taken arms in June and had served through the first siege of Saragossa, but a large number had only been raised after Verdier had retired from before the city in August. It would seem that the total of Palafox's Aragonese who went to the front for the campaign of October and November was about 12,000 men. The rest were left behind at Saragossa, being not yet organized or equipped for field service. But Palafox had also in his army troops which did not belong to his native kingdom. These were the Mercians and Valencians of St. March and Aunay, who after taking part in the campaign against Moncy had not marched with Lamas to Madrid, but had turned off to aid in raising the siege of Saragossa. St. March had brought with him 14 battalions and a cavalry regiment. Aunay had with him 3 more infantry corps. The total of their force reached 200 bayonets and sabres. Adding these to the best of his own Aragonese levies, Palafox sent out 23,000 men. Of these, only about 800 were cavalry. A force such as this, backed by the mass of unorganized levies at Saragossa, was barely sufficient to maintain a defensive position on the frontiers of Aragon. But the junta, with great unwisdom, came to the conclusion that Palafox was strong enough not only to hold his own against the French in his immediate front, but to spare some troops to reinforce the army of Catalonia. By their orders, he told off 6 battalions, some 4,000 men, who were placed under the command of his brother, the Marquis of Lazen, and dispatched to Lerida with the object of aiding the Captain General of Catalonia to besiege Duhesme in Barcelona. Nor was this the only force that was drawn off from the main theater of the war in order to take part in helping the Catalans, who had hitherto proved quite strong enough to help themselves. The junta directed Redaing, the victor of Bailén, to take command of all the Granadan troops in the army of Andalusia and lead them to Tortosa with the object of joining Lazen. With Redaing there marched nearly 15,000 men. To raise this force, all the regiments belonging to the Kingdom of Granada had been drafted out from the 1st and divisions of Castaño's army, which were thus mutilated before they reached the Ebro. To those comparatively veteran troops were added 8 new battalions of raw levies, the regiments of Baza, Almeria, Loxa, and Santa Fe. Starting on their long march from Granada on October 8, the head of Redaing's column had only reached Murcia on October 22, and was thus hopelessly distant from any point where it could have been useful when the campaign began. Nor was this the last detachment which the junta directed on Catalonia. It sent thither part of the prisoners from Lisbon, whom the Convention of Sintra had delivered, 3,500 of the men who had once formed the division of Carafa. Laguna, who now held the command, landed from English transports at La Rapita near Tortosa on October 25 and marched from thence on Tarragona. It is safe to say that of these 23,000 men transferred to Catalonia from Aragon, Granada, and Portugal, every man ought to have been pushed forward to help Castaños on the Ebro, and not distracted to the side issue at Barcelona. It was mad to send them thither when the main force facing Jordan and King Joseph did not yet amount to 75,000 men. Catalonia, with such small aid as the Balearic Islands could give, was strong enough to defend herself against the motley hordes of Duhesme and Ryle. At the moment when the feeble offensive of Castaños and Palafox began on the line of the Ebro, the French had some 65,000 men ranged opposite them, while a reserve of 10,000 was formed at Bayonne, and the leading columns of the Grand Army from Germany were only 10 or 12 marches away. Napoleon had, by a decree issued on September 7, recast the form of his army of Spain. It was in the future to consist of 7 army corps. The 1st, 4th, and 8th were to be composed of old divisions from the Rhine and the Elbe. Of the forces already on the spot Bessieres, troops were to form the 2nd Corps, Moncy's the 3rd, the still incomplete divisions under Ney the 6th. The army of Catalonia, where St. Cyr was superseding Ryle, formed the 7th Corps. Junot's army from Portugal, when it once more appeared upon the scene, made the 8th, but in September Napoleon did not yet know of its fate, and it only received its number and its place in the host at a much later date. Many alterations of detail were made in the brigades and divisions that formed the new 2nd Anad Corps. All the bataillons de marque were abolished, and their men drafted into the old regiments. The 15 provisional regiments, which had composed the whole of Moncey's and a considerable part of Bessieres' strength, were taken into the regular establishment of the army and renumbered as the 114th, 120th of the line and the 33rd Leger, 2 provisional regiments being told off to form each of the new bodies. There was a certain amount of shifting of units, but in the main, the brigades and divisions of these 2 corps remained intact. On or about October 8-10, Bessieres lay at Miranda and Murguia, guarding against any possible descent of Blake from Villarcayo upon the upper Ebro. Ney was at La Guardia, facing Pignatelli's Castilians, who occupied his old headquarters at Logroño. Moncey had thrown back his left to guard against a possible descent of Palafox upon Navarre, and was behind the line of the river Aragon, with his right at Estella, his center at Falses and Tafila, and his left facing Sangsa, where it was opposed by the advanced division of the army of Palafox under Onay. For the Captain General of Aragon, pleased with a plan proposed to him by Colonel Doyle, the English military attaché in his camp, had resolved to make a long-turning movement under the roots of the Pyrenees, exactly parallel to that which Blake was executing at the other end of the line. With this object, he sent out from Saragossa, on September 29, Onay with a division of Aragonese, strengthened by a few Murcian and Valencian battalions, and numbering some 9,000 bayonets. This detachment, marching in a leisurely way, reached Sangsa on the upper Aragon, but there stopped short, on getting information that Moncey's corps lay before it in some strength. Palafox then sent up in support a 2nd division, St. March's Murcians and Valencians, who advanced to Egea and there halted. There was considerable bickering all through the second half of October on this line, but Sangsa remained in the hands of the Spaniards, Moncey being too much distracted by the movements of Castaños in the direction of Tudela to dare to concentrate his whole force for a blow at St. March and Onay. The latter, on the other hand, had realized that if they pressed further forward towards Pampeluna, as their commander-in-chief had originally intended, they would leave Moncey so much in their rear that he could cut them off both from Saragossa and from the army of the center. Here then matters had come to a deadlock, but the position was all in favor of the French, who lay compactly in the center, while Onay and St. March were separated from Castaños by a gap of 60 miles, and Blake on the other wing was about 70, as the crow flies, from the army of Castile. Section 7, Chapter 2. The preliminary fighting, arrival of Napoleon. By the middle of October, the French and Spanish armies were in presence of each other along the whole line of the Ebro, and it seemed certain that one or other of them must at last take the offensive. Both were still in expectation of reinforcements, but those which the Spaniards could expect to receive within the next few weeks were comparatively unimportant, while their adversaries knew that more than 100,000 men from Germany were due at Bayonne in the last days of October. Clearly it was for Castaños and his colleagues to make a move now or never. The wasted months of August and September could not be recalled, but there was still time to attack Bessieres, Ney, and Moncey before the arrival of the Emperor and the 3 veteran corps from the Elbe. Matters lay thus when the Spanish generals resolved on a perfectly new and wildly impracticable scheme. Castaños had come to the conclusion, a thoroughly sound one, that his 34,000 men were too few to make a frontal attack on the French on the line between Miranda and Calahorra. He left Madrid on October 13, deeply chagrined to find that the Central Junta had no intention of making him commander-in-chief. Instead of being able to issue orders to the other generals, he must meet them on equal terms and endeavor to cajole them into adopting a common plan of operations. Accordingly, he rode to Saragossa to visit Palafox, and after long and not very friendly converse drew out a new plan. The army of the center was to shift itself down the Ebro, leaving the troops of Pignatelli, the army of Castile, and of Grimarest, the 2nd Andalusian Division, to contain Ney and Bessieres. The rest were to concentrate at Tudela, where they were to be joined by as many battalions of the Aragonese levies at Saragossa as could take the field. With some 25,000 or 30,000 men at the highest estimate, Castaños and Palafox were to fall upon Moncey's flank at the bridge of Caparosa. Meanwhile, Onay and Saint March, with the advanced divisions of the army of Aragon, were to break up from Sangsa, march round Pampeluna by the foothills of the Pyrenees, and place themselves across the road to France. Moncey was thus to be surrounded, and a second Balin was to ensue. Indeed, if Blake could be persuaded to push forward once more to Bilbao, and thence into Guipuzcoa, the whole army of King Joseph, as it was hoped, he might be cut off and made prisoners. 80,000 men, according to this strange scheme, starting from bases 200 miles apart, were to surround 0 French in a most difficult mountain country. Meanwhile, the enormous gap between Blake's right and Castaños' left was to remain wholly unguarded, for the army of Estremadura was still in the far distance, while nothing was to be left opposite Bessieres and Ney save Pignatelli's disorderly army of Castile and Grimarest's 6,000 Andalusians. But before the scheme for the cutting off of Moncey had even begun to be carried out, Castaños and Palafox had a rude awakening. They were themselves attacked by the army which they were so confidently proposing to surround. King Joseph, emboldened by the long delay of his adversaries in advancing, had several times discussed with Jourdan, Bessieres, and Ney schemes for taking the offensive. Indeed, he had sketched out in September no less than 5 separate plans for bringing the enemy to an action, and it is probable that he might have tried one of them if he had been allowed a free hand. Napoleon, however, having determined to come to Spain in person, put an embargo on any comprehensive scheme for an advance on Madrid, and restricted his brother to minor operations. But there was nothing in the emperor's instructions which forbade a blow on a small scale if the Spaniards should grow too daring. There was now a good excuse for such a move, for both Pignatelli and Grimarest had been trespassing beyond the Ebro. They seemed to have moved forward quite contrary to the intentions of Castaños, who at this moment was proposing to refuse battle with his left and center, and to draw the bulk of his army southward to Tudela. But his 2 divisional generals pushed so far forward that they at last drew upon themselves most undesired attentions from the French marshals. Pignatelli had thrown troops across the Ebro to Viana. Grimarest had pushed detachments still further forward into Navarre, to Mendavia, Sesma, and Lerin. Joseph and Jourdan resolved to drive back these outlying posts and to find out what was behind them. About 25,000 men were put in movement against the 16,000 Spaniards who had so rashly crossed the river. Moncey marched against Grimarest with 2 divisions. Ney, with a similar force, fell upon Pignatelli, while Bessieres sent a division down the southern bank of the Ebro by Haro and Brianz to threaten the line of retreat of the army of Castile across the bridge of Logroño. Against such forces, the Spaniards could do nothing. On the 25th, Ney marched on Viana and drove in Pignatelli's advanced guard. On the following day, he opened a fierce cannonade upon Logroño from across the river, while at the same time Bonnet's division, sent by Bessieres, marched upon the town from the hither side of the Ebro. Pignatelli was a craven, and his Castilian levies proved to be the worst of all the material which the Spaniards had brought to the front. General and army vanished in the night, without even stopping to blow up the great bridge, though they had mined it and laid the train in due form. Ney's officers crossing at dawn found all prepared, except the sappers who should have applied the match. Neither Ney nor Bonnet got in touch with the flying horde, but in sheer panic Pignatelli abandoned his guns by the roadside and did not stop till he had joined Castaños at Cintronigo near Tudela. His hurried retreat was wholly unnecessary, for the French did not move beyond Logroño, and Castaños was able to send out next morning a brigade which picked up the deserted guns and brought them in without molestation. Rightly indignant, the commander-in-chief removed Pignatelli from his post and distributed his demoralized battalions among the divisions of Grimarest, La Peña, and Lamas, leaving in separate existence only a single brigade of 6 battalions under Cartagel, which mainly consisted of the few regular battalions that had been lent to Pignatelli to stiffen his raw levies. Thus, the army of Castile ceased to exist. On the same day that the Castilians were routed by Ney, the 2nd Andalusian Division was severely handled by Montcy. When that marshal advanced against Lerin and Sesma with the divisions of Morlot and Maurice Mathieu, Grimarest withdrew beyond the Ebro, abandoning by some oversight his vanguard. This force, commanded by a resolute officer, Colonel Kreuzmergen, was enveloped at Lerin by the division of Morlot. The colonel shut himself up in the medieval castle of that town and defended himself for 2 days in hopes that he might be succored. But his chief had fled beyond the river and could not be induced to return by any appeals. On October 27, Kreuzmergen had to surrender after 2/3 of his troops had been killed or wounded. Their obstinate defense was the more creditable because they were all new levies, consisting of a single Andalusian battalion, Tiradores de Cadiz, and a few Catalan volunteers. Marshal Montcy then occupied Ladosa and its bridge, but made no attempt to follow Grimarest, who was able to rejoin his chief without further loss. Castaños was greatly disturbed by the vigorous offensive movement of Ney and Montcy. Seeing the French so strong and so confident, he was struck with sudden qualms as to the advisability of the movement on Caparosa and Pampeluna, which he and Palafox had agreed to carry out. He proposed to his colleague that they should drop their plan for surrounding Montcy and attempt no more than an attack on his flanks at Caparosa and Sangsa. Meanwhile, he concentrated the greater part of his army at Calahorra and Tudela. The initiative had passed to the French, and if Ney and Montcy did not seize the opportunity for an advance against the army of the center, it was merely because they knew that Napoleon was now close at hand. He reached Bayonne 4 days later and would not wish them to attempt anything decisive without his orders. Meanwhile, there arrived from Madrid a deputation from the Supreme Junta, consisting of Francisco Palafox, the younger brother of the Captain General of Coupigny, Reding's colleague at the victory of Bailén, and the intriguing Conde de Montijo. The junta were indignant that Castaños had not made bricks without straw. Though they had not given him any appreciable reinforcements, they had expected him to attack the French and win a great victory beyond the Ebro. Conscious that the deputies came to him in no friendly spirit, Castaños nevertheless received them with all respect and laid before them the difficulties of his situation. Joseph Palafox came up from Saragossa to join the conference, and after a long and stormy meeting, this was the conference which so disgusted Colonel Graham, it was decided to resume offensive operations. The idea was a mad one. For 6 days before the Council of War was held, 2 French army corps, those of Victor and Lefebvre, had crossed the Bidasoa and entered Spain. There were now 110,000 instead of 65,000 enemies in front of the Spanish armies. Moreover, and this was still more important, Napoleon himself had reached Bayonne on November 3. Nevertheless, it was resolved once more to push forward and fall upon Montcy. Castaños was to leave 1 division at Calahorra and to bring the rest of his army over the Ebro to attack the bridge of Caparosa. Onay and Saint March were to come down from Sangsa to cooperate with him. Joseph Palafox was to bring up the Aragonese reserves from Saragossa. The only sign of prudence that appeared was that the Council of War agreed not to commence the attack on Montcy till they had learnt how Blake and the army of Galicia were faring in Biscay. For that general had, as they knew, commenced some days before his second advance on Bilbao. Since the armies on the central Ebro hung back, it was in the distant region on the coast that the first important collision between the Spaniards and the French reinforcements from Germany was to take place. For a fortnight more, there was comparative quiet in front of Tudela and Caparosa. Meanwhile, Castaños, prostrated by an attack of the gout, took to his bed, and the army of the center was abandoned for a few days to the tender mercies of the deputation from Madrid. There is a strange contrast when we turn from the study of the rash and inconsiderate plans of the Spanish generals to mark the movements of Napoleon. The emperor had left Erfurt on October 14. On the 19th, he had reached Paris, where he stayed for 10 days, busied not only with the logistics of moving the columns of the Grand Army across France, but with all manner of administrative work. He had also to arrange the details of the conscription. Though he had raised in 1807 the enormous mass of new levies of which we had to speak in an earlier chapter, he now asked for 140,000 men more. Of these, 80,000 were to be drawn from the classes of 18069, which had already contributed so heavily to the army. The balance was to be taken from the class of 1810, whose members were still 15 months below the legal age. From these multitudes of young soldiers, every regiment of the army of Spain was to be brought up to full strength, but the majority were destined to reinforce the depleted armies of Germany and Italy, which had been thinned of veterans for the Peninsular War. On October 25, Bonaparte presided at the opening of the Legislative Assembly and made a characteristic harangue to its members. He painted the situation of the empire in the most roseate colors. The sight of this great French family, once torn apart by differences of opinion and domestic hatreds, but now so tranquil, prosperous, and united, had sensibly touched his soul. To be happy himself, he only required the assurance that France also was happy. Law, finance, the church, every branch of the state seemed in the most flourishing condition. The empire was strong in its alliances with Russia, the Confederation of the Rhine, Denmark, Switzerland, and Naples. Great Britain, it was true, had landed some troops in the peninsula and stirred up insurrections there. But this was a blessing in disguise. The Providence which had so constantly protected the arms of France had deigned to strike the English ministry with blindness, and to induce them to present an army on the continent where it was doomed to inevitable destruction. In a few days, the emperor would place himself at the head of his troops, and with the aid of God, would crown in Madrid the true king of Spain and plant his eagles on the forts of Lisbon. 4 days later, Bonaparte quitted Paris, and passing hastily through Orleans and Bordeaux, reached Bayonne at 3 o'clock in the morning of November 3. The corps of Victor and Lefebvre, with 2 divisions of dragoons, were several days ahead of him and had already crossed the Bidassoa. The Imperial Guard and the divisions destined for Ney, as well as a great mass of cavalry, were just converging on the frontier. Mortier's corps was not very far off. Junot's army from Portugal had already landed at Quiberon and Rochefort and was being directed on Bordeaux. All the machinery for the great blow was now ready. Napoleon profoundly despised the Spanish army and the Spanish generals. His correspondence is full of contemptuous allusions to them. Ever since he served at Toulon, he knew them for the worst troops in Europe. Nothing could be so bad as the Spaniards. They are mere rabble. 6,000 French can beat 20,000 of them. The whole Spanish army could not turn 15,000 good troops out of a position that had been properly occupied. Nevertheless, he had determined to run no risks. The second Peninsular campaign must not end like the first, in a fiasco and a humiliating retreat. It was for this reason that the emperor had massed more than 250,000 good troops against the tumultuary levies of the junta, a force which, in his private opinion, was far more than enough to sweep the whole of his adversaries into the sea before the year 1808 should have run out. Any expedition in which he himself took part must, for the sake of his prestige, be conducted from beginning to end in a series of spectacular triumphs. It was better to use a larger army than was absolutely necessary in order to make his blows sufficiently heavy and to get the Spanish business over as rapidly as possible. If the whole peninsula were overrun in a few months, and resistance had been completely beaten down ere the winter was over, there would be no chance of that intervention on the part of Austria, which was the only danger on the political horizon. Napoleon, therefore, drew out his plans not merely for a triumphant advance on Madrid, but for the complete annihilation of the Spanish armies on the Ebro and in Biscay. From a careful study of the dispatches of his lieutenants, he had realized the existence of the great gap in the direction of Burgos between the armies of Blake and of Castaños. His plan of campaign, stated shortly, was to burst in through this gap so as to separate the Spanish armies on his left and right, and then to wheel troops outwards in both directions so as to surround and annihilate them. Both Blake and Palafox were, at this moment, playing the game that he most desired. The further that the former pressed onward into Biscay, the nearer that the latter drew to the roots of the Pyrenees, the more did they expose themselves to being encompassed by great masses of troops breaking out from Burgos and Logroño to fall upon their flank and rear. When the emperor drew up his scheme, he knew that Blake was in front of Zornoza, and that the bulk of the army of Aragon was at Sangsa. Meanwhile, the French advanced divisions were in possession of Miranda, Logroño, and Ladosa, the three chief passages over the upper Ebro. A glance at the map is sufficient to show that the moment that the emperor and his reserves reached Vitoria, the Spanish armies were in the most perilous position. It would suffice to order a march on Burgos on the one hand and on Tudela on the other, and then the troops of Aragon and Galicia would not merely be cut off from any possible retreat on Madrid, but run grave danger of annihilation. A further advance of the French would probably thrust the one against the Pyrenees and roll the other into the Bay of Biscay. For this reason, it was the emperor's wish that his lieutenants should refrain from attacking Blake and Palafox till he himself was ready to march on Burgos. For any premature advance against the Spaniards might force them to retreat from their dangerous advanced positions and fall back, the one on Reynosa, the other on Saragossa, where they would be much less exposed. The distribution of the Grand Army was to be as follows. Lefebvre with the 4th Corps was to present himself in front of Blake between Durango and Zornoza, and to hold him fast without pressing him. Moncey with the 3rd Corps, in a similar way, was to contain Palafox and Castaños from his posts at Ladosa, Caparosa, and Tafalla. Meanwhile, Victor, with the newly arrived Corps, was to endeavor to get into Blake's rear by the road Vitoria, Murguia, or Junia. The main body of the army, consisting of the troops of Bessieres and Ney, King Joseph's Reserve, the Imperial Guard, and 4 divisions of cavalry, was to march on Burgos. Napoleon knew that there was no large body of Spaniards in that place. He expected to find their Pignatelli's army of Castile, but this force, as we have seen, had ceased to exist, having been drafted with ignominy into the ranks of the army of Andalusia. As a matter of fact, Burgos was now occupied by a new force from the second line, the long-expected army of Estremadura, some 12,000 strong, which had at last come up from Madrid and taken its place at the front. But Napoleon's reasoning still held good. Any Spanish army that might chance to be at Burgos must be overwhelmed by the enormous mass of troops that was about to be hurled upon it. The moment that it was disposed of, Ney with the 6th Corps was to wheel to the east and march by Aranda and Soria, so as to place himself between Castaños and Palafox and Madrid. Then he would turn their flank at Tarazona and Tudela, and in conjunction with Moncey, drive them northward against the Pyrenees. In a similar way, upon the other flank, the 2nd Corps was to wheel to the northwest and march from Burgos on Reynosa, there to intercept Blake, if he had not already been cut off by Victor's shorter turning movement. Meanwhile, the emperor with the rest of his army, followed by the new reserves, Mortier's Corps, and other troops, which were due from France, would march straight from Burgos on Madrid, force the defiles of the Samosira and Guadarrama, and seize the Spanish capital. He was well aware that there would be no serious hostile force in front of him, since the armies of Blake, Palafox, and Castaños were all provided for. He does not seem to have known of the army of Estremadura, or to have had any idea that the English forces from Portugal might conceivably be on their way to cover Madrid. There is no mention of Sir John Moore and his host in the imperial dispatches till December 5. All being ready, Bonaparte rode out of Bayonne on November 4, having stayed there only 36 hours. Before leaving, he had received one vexatious piece of news. Lefebvre, in direct disobedience to his orders, had attacked Blake on October 31 and forced him back beyond Bilbao. This made the plan for the cutting off of the army of Galicia a little more difficult, since the Spaniards were now 40 miles further back and not nearly so much exposed as they had been hitherto. But it was still not impossible that Victor might succeed in circumventing them and forcing them into the Bay of Biscay. It is impossible to withhold our admiration from the Emperor's simple yet all-embracing plan of operations. It is true that the campaign was made more easy by the fact that he was dealing with raw and undisciplined armies and inexpert generals. It is also clear that he rightly reckoned on having 2 men in the field against everyone whom the Spaniards could produce. But the excellence of a scheme is not to be judged merely by the difficulties in its way, and military genius can be displayed in dealing with an easy as well as with a dangerous problem. Half a dozen other plans for conducting the invasion of Spain might have been drawn up, but it is impossible to see that any better one could have been constructed. In its main lines, it was carried out with complete success. The armies of the junta were scattered to the winds, and Madrid fell almost without a blow. It was only when the capital had been occupied, and the troops of Blake and Belvedere, of Castaños and Palafox, were flying devious over half the provinces of Spain, that the difficulties of the Peninsular War began to develop themselves. Napoleon had never before had any experience of the character of guerrilla warfare, or the kind of resistance that can be offered by a proud and revengeful nation which has made up its mind never to submit to the conqueror. In his complete ignorance of Spain and the Spaniards, he imagined that he had a very simple campaign to conduct. The subjugation of the peninsula was to him an ordinary military problem, like the invasion of Lombardy or of Prussia, and he went forth in cheerful confidence to plant the eagles of France on the forts of Lisbon, and to drive the Britannic leopard from the soil of the peninsula, which it defiles by its presence. But the last chapter of this story was to be told not at Lisbon but at Toulouse, and the beneficent Providence, which had deigned to strike the British ministry with such blindness that they had been induced to send an army to the continent, had other designs than Bonaparte supposed. Section 7, Chapter 3. The Misfortunes of Joachim Blake, Zornoza and Espinosa de los Montros. The campaign of November 1808 was fought out upon 3 separate theaters of war, though every movement of the French armies which engaged in it formed part of a single plan, and was properly linked to the operations which were progressing upon other sections of the front. The working out of Napoleon's great scheme, therefore, must be dealt with under 3 heads: the destruction of Blake's army of the left in the northwest, the rout of the armies of Andalusia and Aragon upon the banks of the Ebro, and the central advance of the Emperor upon Burgos and Madrid, which completed the plan. We must first deal with the misfortunes of Blake and his Galician host, both on chronological grounds. It was he who first felt the weight of the French arms, and also because Napoleon rightly attached more importance to the destruction of this, the most formidable of the Spanish armies, than to the other operations which he was carrying out at the same moment. It will be remembered that after his first abortive expedition against Bilbao and his retreat before Ney, Blake had fallen back to Valmesta. Finding that he was not pursued, he drew up to that point the divisions which he had hitherto kept in the upper valley of the Ebro, and prepared to advance again, this time with his whole army massed for a bold stroke. On October 11, he again marched into Biscay and drove out of Bilbao the division of General Merlin, which Ney had left behind him to hold the line of the Nervion. On the 12th, this small force fell back on Zornoza and Durango and halted at the latter place, after having been reinforced from King Joseph's reserve at Vitoria. Verdier headed the succors, which consisted of 3 battalions of the Imperial Guard, 2 battalions of the 118th Regiment, 2 battalions of Joseph's own Royal Guards, and the 36th Regiment, which had just come up from France. When strengthened by these 7,000 men, Merlin considered himself able to make a stand, and took up a strong position in front of Durango, the important point at which the roads from Bayonne and from Vitoria to Bilbao meet. When committing himself to his second expedition into Biscay, Blake was not wholly unaware of the dangers of the steppe, though he failed to realize them at their full value, since, in common with the other Spanish generals, he greatly underrated the strength of the French army on the Ebro. He intended to carry out his original plan of cutting off Bessières and King Joseph from their retreat on Bayonne by forcing the position of Durango and seizing the high road at Bergara, but he was aware that an advance to that point had its dangers. As long as his divisions had lain in or about Villarcayo and Valmesta, he had a perfectly clear line of retreat westward in the event of a disaster. But the moment that he pushed forward beyond Bilbao, he could be attacked in flank and rear by any troops whom the king might send up from the valley of the Ebro, by the 2 mountain roads which run from Vitoria to the Biscayan capital. One of these is the main route from Vitoria to Bilbao via Murguia and Orduña. The other is a more obscure and difficult path, which leads across the rough watershed from Vitoria by Villarreal and Villaro to Bilbao. Aware of the fact that he might be assailed by either of these 2 passes, Blake told off a strong covering force to hold them. Half of Acevedo's Asturian division, 4,000 strong, was placed at Orduña. The other half, with the whole of Martinengo's 2nd Division of Galicia, 8,500 bayonets in all, took its post in the direction of Valero. These detachments were eminently justifiable, but they had the unfortunate result of enfeebling the main force that remained available for the stroke at the French in front of Durango. For that operation, Blake could only count on his 1st, 3rd, and 9th divisions, as well as the vanguard and reserve brigades, a total of 18,000 men. Blake had seized Bilbao on October 11. It is astonishing, therefore, to find that he made no forward movement till the 24th. By this sluggishness, he sacrificed his chance of crushing Merlin before he could be reinforced, and what was far worse, allowed the leading columns of the Grand Army to reach Oran. If he had pressed forward on the 12th or 13th, they would still have been many marches away, trailing across Guyenne and Gascony. Having once put his hand to such a dangerous maneuver as that of pushing between the French flank and the Northern Sea, Blake was most unwise to leave the enemy time to divine his object and to concentrate against him. A rapid stroke at Durango and Bergara, so as to cut the great highroad to France in the rear of Bessieres, was his only chance. Such an attempt would probably have landed him in ultimate disaster, for the enemy, even before the Grand Army arrived, were far more numerous than he supposed. He had valued them at 40,000 men, while they were really 64,000 strong. But having framed the plan, he should at least have made a strenuous attempt to carry it out. It is possible to explain, but not to excuse his delay. His army was not equipped for a winter campaign, and the snow was beginning to lie on the upper slopes of the Cantabrian hills and the Pyrenees. While he was vainly trying to obtain greatcoats and shoes for his somewhat tattered army from the central junta or the English, and while he was accumulating stores in Bilbao, the days slipped by with fatal rapidity. It was not till October 24 that he at last moved forward from Bilbao and committed himself to the now hopeless task of clearing the way to Durango and Bergara. On that day, his advanced guard drove Merlin's outlying posts from their positions and came face to face with the French main body, drawn out on the hillsides of Baquijano, a few miles in front of Durango. The enemy expected him to attack next day, but he had just received confused notices from the peasantry to the effect that enormous reinforcements had reached Oran and San Sebastian, and were within supporting distance of the comparatively small force with which he had hitherto been dealing. This information threw him back into the condition of doubt and hesitation from which he had for a moment emerged, and he proceeded to halt for another full week in front of the Durango position. Yet it was clear that there were only two rational alternatives before him. One was to attack Merlin and Verdier before they could draw succor from the newly arrived corps. The other was to fall back at once to a position in which he could not be enveloped and outflanked, i.e. to retire behind Bilbao, holding that town with nothing more than a small detachment which could easily get away if attacked. But Blake did nothing and waited in the supremely dangerous post of Zornoza in front of Durango till the enemy fell upon him at his leisure. The troops whose arrival at Oran had been reported consisted of the two leading divisions of the 4th Corps, that of Lefebvre, and of the whole of the 1st Corps, that of Victor. The former, arriving as early as October 18, only 7 days after Blake captured Bilbao, marched westward and replaced Merlin and Verdier in the Durango position. The troops of these two generals were directed by King Joseph to rejoin their proper commanders when relieved, so Verdier led the guards back to the Central Reserve, while Merlin reported himself to Ney at La Guardia. To compensate Lefebvre for their departure, and for the non-arrival of his 3rd Division, that of Valence, which still lay far to the rear, Vilat's division of the 1st Corps was sent to Durango. Marshal Victor himself, with his other 2 divisions, took the road to Vitoria, and from thence, at the king's orders, transferred himself to Murguia, on the crossroad over the mountains to Bilbao. Here he was in a position to strike at Blake's rear, after driving off the 4,000 men of Acevedo's Asturian division, who, as it will be remembered, had been told off by the Spanish general to cover this road. King Joseph, inclining for once to a bold stroke, wished to push Victor across the hills on to Bilbao, while Lefebvre should advance along the high road and drive Blake into the trap. Bessieres at the same moment might move a division by Orduña and Oquendo and place himself at Valmaster, which Blake would have to pass if he escaped from Victor at Bilbao. This plan was eminently sound, for there was no doubt that the two marshals, who had at their disposal some 35,000 men, could easily have brushed out of their way the two divisions under Acevedo and Martinengo, which Blake had left behind him in the passes. Nothing could have prevented them from seizing Bilbao and Valmaster, and the Spanish army would have been surrounded and captured. At the best, some part of it might have escaped along the coast road to Santander. If its commander detected ere it was too late the full danger of his position. This scheme, however, was not carried out. Bessieres, Victor, and Ney showed themselves opposed to it. Napoleon had announced that he intended ere long to appear in person, and that he did not wish to have matters hurried before his arrival. His obsequious lieutenants refused to concur in any great general movement which might not win his approval. Victor, in particular, urged that he had been ordered to have the whole of the First Corps concentrated at Vitoria, and that if he marched northward into Biscay, he would be violating his master's express command. Joseph and Jourdan, therefore, resolved to defer the execution of their plan for the annihilation of Blake, and sent orders to Lefebvre to maintain his defensive position at Durango and make no forward movement. In so doing, they were acting exactly as the emperor desired. They had forgotten, however, to reckon with the personal ambition of the old Duke of Danzig. Lefebvre, in spite of his many campaigns, had never before had the chance of fighting on his own account a pitched battle of the first class. The Spanish army had been lying before him for a week doing nothing, its commander being evidently afraid to attack. Its force was not very great. Indeed, it was outnumbered by that of the Marshal, whose 3 divisions counted not less than 21,000 bayonets. Noting with the eye of an old soldier Blake's indecision and obvious timidity, he could not resist the temptation of falling upon him. Notwithstanding the king's orders, he resolved to strike, covering his disobedience by a futile excuse to the effect that he had observed preparations for taking the offensive on the part of the enemy, and that his outposts had been attacked. Blake's army lay before him, posted in 3 lines, with the village of Zornoza to its rear. In front, on a range of comparatively low hills, was the vanguard brigade, drawn up across the road with the 1st Division of Galicia to its left, on somewhat higher ground. They were supported by the 3rd and 9th Divisions, while the reserve brigade occupied the houses of Zornoza to the rear of all. There were only 6 guns with the army, as Blake had sent the rest of his artillery to the rear when advancing into the mountains. This single battery lay with the vanguard on the lower heights. The whole amounted to 19,000 men, a slight reinforcement having just come to hand by the arrival of the 1st Catalonian Light Infantry, the advanced guard of La Romana's army from the Baltic. That general, having landed at Santander on October 11, had reorganized his force as the 5th Division of the Army of Galicia and sent it forward under his senior brigadier, the Conde de San Roman. But only the single Catalonian battalion had passed Bilbao at the moment when Lefebvre delivered his attack. The plan of the Marshal's advance was quite simple. The division of Vilat drove in the front line of the Spanish right, and then spread itself out on a long front threatening to turn Blake's flank. That of Sebastiani, formed in a single dense column, marched along the high road at the bottom of the valley to pierce the Spanish center. Meanwhile, Level's Germans attacked the left wing of the enemy, the 1st Division of the Army of Galicia. A dense fog, a common phenomenon in the Pyrenees in the late autumn, hid the advance of the French, so that they were close upon the front line of Blake's army before they were observed. The first line was easily driven in, but the whole army rallied on the heights of San Martin and stood at bay. Lefebvre cannonaded them for some time without meeting with any reply, for Blake had hurried off his single battery to the rear when his first line gave way. Then the Marshal sent in the 10 battalions of the division of Sebastiani, who completely cut through the Spanish center and left the 2 wings in isolated and dangerous positions. Without waiting for further developments, Blake gave way and ordered a retreat on Bilbao and Valmaster. His intact wing divisions covered the retreat, and though badly beaten, he got away with very small loss, no more than 300 killed and wounded, and about the same number of prisoners. The French casualties were insignificant, not amounting in all to more than 200 men. The whole combat, indeed, though 40,000 men were on the field, was very short and not at all costly. The fact was that Blake had been surprised and had given way at the first push, without making a serious attempt to defend himself. His sending away the guns at the very commencement of the action makes it sufficiently clear that he did not hope for ultimate success and was already contemplating a retreat on Bilbao. His army, if properly handled, could have made a much more creditable fight. In fact, it was tactically beaten rather than defeated by force of arms. It made its retreat in very fair order and was irritated rather than cowed by the check which it had received. English eyewitnesses vouch for the steadiness and good spirit shown by the troops. Immediately after giving orders for a general retreat behind the river Nervion, Blake had sent dispatches to the two divisions of Acevedo and Martinengo, which were covering his flank against a possible turning movement from the valley of the Ebro. They were told to save themselves by falling back at once to Bilbao and joining the main army in its retreat. The part of the Asturian division which lay at Orduña succeeded in carrying out this order, but the remainder of Acevedo's men and the whole of those of Martinengo, some 8,000 bayonets in all, were at Valero, a point higher up in the mountains, on a much more difficult road and closer to the French. They received Blake's dispatch too late, and on pushing down the northern side of the pass which they had been holding, they learnt at Miraval's, only 10 miles from Bilbao, that the latter town was in the hands of the French. Blake had evacuated it on the early morning of November 1, and Lefebvre had occupied it on the same night. Urging his pursuit some way beyond Bilbao in the hope of overtaking Blake, the Duke pushed as far as Valmesta, but even here the Galician army would make no stand, but fell back still further westward to Nava. Seeing that he could not reach his adversary, Lefebvre left the division of Vilat at Valmesta to observe Blake, and returned with those of Sebastiani and Level to Bilbao, to feed and rest his men in the town, after 4 days of marching in the mountains with very insufficient supplies. This was a very dangerous step, for Blake had been outmaneuvered rather than beaten, and was still far too strong to be contained by a mere 7,000 men. When therefore Acevedo and his column drew near to Bilbao, they learnt that 13,000 French troops blocked their road towards Blake. They drew back a little up the pass, keeping very quiet, and very fortunately failed to attract the attention of Lefebvre, who thought at the most that there were some bands of stragglers in the mountains on his left. But their situation was still most uncomfortable, for their rearguard began to report that French troops were pushing up from Vitoria and entering the southern end of the defile in which they were blocked. King Joseph had been much vexed to hear of Lefebvre's disobedience to his orders at Zornoza, but wishing to draw what profit he could from the victory, sent Victor up the Murguia-Orduña road, with orders to cut in upon the line of Blake's retreat. This the Duke of Belluno failed to accomplish, on account of the rapidity with which the Spanish army had retired. But reaching Amurio, a few miles beyond Orduña, he came upon the flank of Acevedo's column, whose head was blocked at Miraval's, 10 miles further north, by the presence of Lefebvre at Bilbao. If either marshal had realized the situation, the 8,000 Spaniards, caught in a defile without lateral issues, must have surrendered en masse. But Victor had only one division with him, the other was far behind, and imagining that he had chanced upon the whole of Blake's army, he came to a dead stop, while Lefebvre, not yet aware of Victor's approach, did not move at all. Acevedo wisely kept quiet and tried to slip across Victor's front towards Orancha and the river Salcedon. Meanwhile, the news of his situation reached Blake. That general was never wanting in personal courage, and had been deeply distressed to hear that his flanking detachment had been cut off. Realizing Acevedo's danger, he resolved to make a sudden, offensive return against Lefebvre, and to endeavor to clear for a moment the road from Miraval's to Valmesta, by which his subordinate could escape. On the night of November 4, he concentrated his whole army, which had now been raised to 24,000 men by the arrival of the main body of La Romana's division from Santander. At dawn on the 5th, he fell upon the enemy in his front, by the two roads on each side of the river Salcedon, sending one division and the vanguard brigade to attack Valmesta, and two and the reserve brigade by Orancha along the southern bank of the stream. Villatte had been holding both these paths, but on seeing the heavy forces deployed against him, he withdrew from Orancha and concentrated at Valmeister. This left the path clear for Acevedo, who escaped along the hillsides without being molested by Victor's advanced guard and got into communication with his chief. The inactivity of Victor is inexplicable. When he saw the Asturian division pushing hastily across his front, he should have attacked it at all costs. But though he heard plainly the cannonade of Villatte's fight with Blake at Valmeister, he held back and finally retired on Orduña when Acevedo had got out of sight. His only excuse was that he had heard the distant roar of battle die down and concluded therefore that Villatte, who, as he supposed, might be supported by the whole of Lefebvre's corps, must have been victorious. As a matter of fact, the isolated French division had almost suffered the fate that should have befallen the Asturians. Driven out of Valmeister by Blake, it was falling back on Guines when it came across Acevedo's men marching on the opposite side of the Salcedon to join their comrades. Thereupon the Asturian general threw some of his men across the stream to intercept the retiring column. Villatte formed his troops in a solid mass and broke through, but left behind him one gun, an 8-pounder, many of his baggage wagons and prisoners. That he escaped at all is a fine testimony to his resolution and his capable handling of his troops, for he had been most wantonly exposed to destruction by Victor's timidity and Lefebvre's carelessness. On hearing of Villatte's desperate situation, the Duke of Danzig had realized the consequences of his unjustifiable retreat to Bilbao, and marched up in hot haste with the divisions of Sebastiani and Level. He was relieved to find that Villatte had extricated himself and resolved to punish Blake for his unexpected offensive move. But he was unable to do his adversary much harm. The Galician general had only advanced in order to save Acevedo and did not intend to engage in any serious fighting. When Lefebvre moved forward, he found that the Spaniards would not stand. Blake had pushed out 2 flanking divisions to turn the position at Guines, onto which Villatte had fallen back and had his main body placed in front of it. But when Lefebvre advanced, the whole Galician army fell back, only fighting 2 rearguard actions on November 7, in which they suffered small loss. On the next day, there was a more serious engagement of the same sort at Valmeister, to which the Galicians had withdrawn on the previous night. The troops with which Blake covered his retreat were hustled out of the town with the loss of 150 killed and wounded and missing. In his dispatches, the Spanish general explains that he retreated not because he could not have made a better resistance, but because he had used up all his provisions and was prevented by the bad weather and the state of the roads from drawing further supplies from Santander and Reynosa, the 2 nearest points at which they could be procured. For western Biscay had been eaten bare by the large forces that had been crossing and recrossing it during the last 2 months, and was absolutely incapable of feeding the army for a single day. The men, too, were in a wretched condition, not only from hunger but from bad equipment. Hardly any of them had received great coats, their shoes were worn out, and sickness was very prevalent. An appreciable number of the raw Galician and Asturian levies deserted during the miserable retreat from Guines and Valmeister to Espinosa de los Monteros, the next point on the Bilbainosa road at which Blake stood at bay. When he reached that place, he was short of some 6,000 men, less from losses in battle than from wholesale straggling. Moreover, he was for the moment deprived of the aid of the greater part of one of his divisions. This was the 4th Galician Division, that of General Carbajal. It had formed the extreme left of the army and had lain nearest to the sea during the fighting about Guines and Valmeister. Cut off from the main body, a large portion of it had retreated by the coast road towards Santander, and only a fraction of it had rejoined the commander-in-chief. The total of Blake's forces would have been nearly 40,000 if his army had been still at the strength with which each corps started on the campaign. But for its decisive battle, he had no more than 23,000 in hand. Beyond Valmeister, he had been pursued no longer by Lefebvre, but by Victor. The latter, soundly rebuked by the emperor for his inactivity on November 5, had advanced again from Orduña, had picked up the division of Villatte, which properly belonged to his corps, and had then taken the lead in pressing Blake. Lefebvre reduced to his original force. The 13,000 men of Sebastiani and Level followed as far as the end of the defile of El Baron, and then turned off by a flanking road which reaches the upper valley of the Ebro at Medina de Palma. He intended to strike at Villarcayo and Reynosa, and to intercept Blake's retreat at one of these two points. If he arrived there before the Galicians, who would be delayed by the necessity of fighting continual rearguard actions with Victor, he hoped that the whole of the Spanish army might be surrounded and captured. Map of Battle of Espinosa. Enlarged Battle of Espinosa, November 11, 1808. In this expectation he was disappointed, for matters came to a head before he was near enough to exercise any influence on the approaching battle. On November 10, Blake turned to bay. His rearguard, composed of the troops from the Baltic, had been so much harassed and detained by the incessant attacks of Victor's leading division that its commander, the Conde de San Roman, sent to the general to ask for aid. Unless supported by more troops, he would be surrounded and cut off. Tempted by the strong defensive position in front of the picturesque old town of Espinosa de los Monteros, Blake directed the rearguard to take post there, and brought up the whole of the rest of his army into line with them. At this point the highroad along the river Truba, after passing through a small plain, the Campo de Pedrova, reaches a defile almost blocked by the little town of Espinosa, for steep hills descending from each flank narrow the breadth of the passage to half a mile. Here Blake occupied a semicircular position of considerable strength. The troops of San Roman took post at its southern end, on a hill above the high road and close to the river's edge. The line was prolonged to the north of them, across the narrow space of level ground, by the vanguard brigade, Mendizábal, and the 3rd Division, Riquelme. Where the ground begins to rise again lay the 1st Division, Figueroa, and on the extreme left, far to the north, the Asturians of Acevedo occupied a lofty ridge called Las Peñucas. Here they were so strongly placed that it seemed unlikely that they could either be turned or dislodged by a frontal attack. The rest of the army formed a second line. The reserve brigade, Mahi, was in the rear of the center, in the suburb of Espinosa. The 2nd Division, Martinengo, and the small remains of the 4th Division lay behind San Roman, near the Truba, to support the right wing along the line of the high road. The whole amounted to something between 22,000 and 0 men, but there were only 6 guns with the army, the same light battery which had fought at Zornoza. They were posted on the right center, with Mendizábal's brigade, in a position from which they could sweep the level ground in front of Espinosa. Blake also called up to his aid the one outlying force that was within reach, a brigade under General Malaspina, which lay at Villarcayo, guarding the depot which had been there established. But these 2,500 men and the 6 guns which they had with them were prevented, as we shall see, from reaching the field. The position of Espinosa was most defensible. Its projecting wings were each strong, and its center, drawn far back, could not prudently be attacked as long as the flanking heights were in the hands of the Spaniards. But the pursuing French were under the impression that the Galician army was so thoroughly demoralized and worn out by hunger and cold that it would not stand. Victor had with him the infantry of his own corps, some 21,000 strong. Vilat's division, which led the pursuit, dashed at the enemy as soon as it came upon the field. 6 battalions drew up opposite the Spanish center to contain any sally that it might make, while the other 6 swerved to the left and made a desperate attack on the division from the Baltic, which held the heights immediately above the banks of the Truba. San Roman's troops, the pick of the Spanish army, made a fine defense, and after 2 hours of hard fighting, retained their position. At this moment, it was about 3 o'clock in the short winter afternoon. Victor himself came on the scene, bringing with him his other 2 divisions, the 22 battalions of Ruffin and Lapis. The marshal was anxious to vindicate himself from the charge of slackness which his master had made against him for his conduct on November 5, and pushed his men hastily to the front. 9 fresh battalions, a brigade of Ruffins and a regiment of Lapis's division, attacked again the heights from which Vilat had been repulsed. There followed a very fierce fight, and Blake only succeeded in holding his ground by bringing up to the aid of the regiments from the Baltic the whole of his 3rd Division and part of his 2nd. At dusk, the heights were still in Spanish hands, and Victor's corps was obliged to draw back into the woods at the foot of the position. This engagement was most creditable to Blake's army. The lie of the ground was in their favor, but considering their fatigue and semi-starvation, they did very well in repulsing equal numbers of the best French troops. They were aided by the reckless manner in which Villatte and Victor attacked. It was not consonant with true military principles that the van should commit itself to a desperate fight before the main body came up, or that a strong position should be assailed without the least attempt at a preliminary reconnaissance. Next day the Marshal, taught caution by his repulse, resumed the action in a more scientific fashion. He came to the conclusion that Blake would have been induced by the battle of the previous day to strengthen his right, and in this he was perfectly correct. The Spaniard had shifted all his reserves towards the high road and the banks of the Truba, expecting to be attacked on the same ground as on the previous day. But Victor, making no more than a demonstration on this point, sent the greater part of Lepis's division to attack the extreme left of Blake's line, the Asturian troops who held the high ridge to the north of Espinosa. Here the position was very strong, but the troops were not equal in quality to the veteran battalions from the Baltic. When the French pressed up the hill covered by a thick cloud of skirmishers, the Asturians fell into disorder. Their general, Acevedo, and his brigadiers, Quiros and Valdez, were all struck down while trying to lead forward their wavering troops. Finally, the whole division gave way and fled down the back of the hill towards Espinosa. Their rout left the enemy in possession of the high ground, which completely commanded the Spanish center, and General Mason, who had led the attack, fully used his advantage. He fell upon the Galician 1st Division from the flank, while at the same moment Victor ordered his entire line to advance and assailed the whole of Blake's front. Such an assault could not fail, and the Spaniards gave way in all directions and escaped by fording the Truba and flying over the hillsides towards Reynosa. They had to abandon their 6 guns and the whole of their baggage, which lay parked behind Espinosa. The losses in killed and wounded were not very heavy. Indeed, many more were hurt in the hard fighting of November 10 than in the rout of November 11. It is probable that the whole of the Spanish casualties did not exceed 0 men, nor were many prisoners captured, for formed troops cannot pursue fugitives who have broken their ranks and taken to the hills. The main loss to Blake's army came from straggling and desertion after the battle, for the routed battalions, when once scattered over the face of the country, did not easily rally to their colors. When Blake reassembled his force at Reynosa, he could only show some 12,000 half-starved men out of the 23,000 who had stood in line at Espinosa. The loss in battle had fallen most heavily on the division from the Baltic. Their commander, San Roman, with about 1,000 of his men, had fallen in their very creditable struggle on the first day of the fight. Victor's triumph had not been bloodless. In the repulse of the 10th, the 15 battalions which had tried to storm the heights had all suffered appreciable losses. The total of French casualties on the 2 days cannot have fallen below 1,000 killed and wounded. To complete the story of Blake's retreat, it is only necessary to mention that the detached brigade under Malaspina, which he had called up from Villarcayo to Espinosa, was never able to rejoin. On its way, it fell in with Marshal Lefebvre's corps, marching to outflank the retreat of the Galician army. Attacked by Sebastiani's division, Malaspina had to turn off and make a hasty and isolated retreat, sacrificing his 6 guns. The driving away of his small force was the only practical work done in this part of the campaign by the 4th Corps. Its long turning movement was rendered useless by Blake's rapid retreat across its front to Reynosa. Section 7, Chapter IV. Napoleon crosses the Ebro, the route of GAMONAL, SOULT's pursuit of Blake. After resting for only 36 hours at Bayonne, the Emperor, as we have already seen, pushed on to Vittoria, where he arrived on November 6. He found in and about that ancient city the bulk of the Imperial Guard, his brother Joseph's reserves, the light cavalry of Beaumont and Franceschi, and the heavy cavalry of Latter Marburg and Milhaud. The divisions of Marchand and Bisson, which were to complete the Corps of Ney, were close behind him, so that he had under his hand a mass of at least 40,000 men. The 2nd Corps, which Bessieres had so long commanded, was in front of him at Pancorbo, just beyond the Ebro. Victor and Lefebvre, very busy with Blake, lay on his right hand with some 35,000 men. The troops which had hitherto been under Ney, with Moncey's Third Corps, were on his right, the former at Logronio, the latter at Caparosa and Ladosa. They were in close touch with the armies of Castaños and Palafox. All was ready for the great stroke, and on the day of his arrival, the emperor gave orders for the general advance, bidding Bessieres, whose corps formed his vanguard, to march at once on Burgos and sweep out of it whatever troops he might find in his front. Napoleon imagined that the force in this section of the Spanish line would turn out to be Pignatelli's army of Castile, but that very untrustworthy body had ceased to exist and had been drafted into the ranks of the army of Andalusia. It was really with the newly arrived army of Estremadura that the Second Corps had to deal. Everything seemed to promise a successful issue to the emperor's plan. The enemy had only a trifling force in front of him at Burgos. Palafox and Castaños were still holding their dangerous advanced positions at Sangsa and Calahorra. Blake was being pursued by Victor, while Lefebvre was marching to intercept him. The only contretemps that had occurred was the temporary check to Villat's division on November 5, which had been caused by the carelessness of the Duke of Danzig and the unaccountable timidity of the Duke of Belluno. But by the 7th, their mistakes had been repaired, and Blake was once more on the run, with both marshals in full cry behind him. The emperor found time to send to each of them a letter of bitter rebuke, but told them to push on and catch up the army of Galicia at all hazards. Upon Moncey, on the other hand, he imposed the duty of keeping absolutely quiet in his present position. His share in the game would only begin when Castaños and Palafox should have been turned and enveloped by troops detached from the central mass of the army. The total stay of the emperor in Vitoria covered parts of 4 days. All this time, he was anxiously expecting decisive news from Victor and Lefebvre, but it had not yet arrived when he set forth. He waited also in vain for the news that Bessieres had occupied Burgos, but that marshal did not show the decision and dash which Napoleon expected from him. Finding that there was infantry in the place, he would not risk an action without his master's presence, and merely contented himself with pushing back the Spanish outposts and extending his cavalry on both flanks. It is possible that his slackness was due to chagrin on receiving the intelligence that he was about to be superseded in command of the Second Corps by Soult, whom the emperor had summoned out of Germany and who was due at the front on the 9th. Bessieres was to be compensated by being given the command of the reserve cavalry of the army, 5 splendid divisions of dragoons, of which 4 were already on the Ebro. But this post, which would always keep him at the emperor's heels, was probably less attractive to him than the more independent position of chief of a corps complete in all arms. He was probably loth to leave the divisions with which he had won the victory of Medina de Rio Seco. Be this as it may, he was told to attack Burgos on the 6th, and on the 9th he had not yet done so. On the morning of that day Soult arrived, alone and on a jaded post-horse, having outridden even his aide-de-camp, who did not join him till 24 hours later. He at once took over command of the Second Corps and proceeded next day to carry out the emperor's orders by attacking the enemy. The supersession of Bessieres was not the only change which was made during the few days while the emperor lay at Vitoria. He rearranged the internal organization of several of the corps, altered the brigading of that of Moncey, and turned over to other corps most of the troops which had hitherto served under Ney, leaving to that marshal little more than the 2 newly arrived divisions from Germany, those of Lagrange and Marchand. The troops destined for the march on Burgos counted some 70,000 men, but only the Second Corps and the cavalry of Milhaud and Franceschi were in the front line. These 18,000 bayonets and 500 sabres were amply sufficient for the task. Behind followed 14 battalions of the Imperial Guard and the cavalry of that corps, the 2 divisions of Ney's 6th Corps, the division of Dissals from King Joseph's reserve, and 2.5 divisions of reserve cavalry, an enormous mass of troops, of which nearly 20,000 were veteran cavalry from Germany, a force invaluable for the sweeping of the great plains of Old Castile. When we turn to enumerate the forces opposed to the emperor at Burgos, The disproportion between the two armies appears ludicrous. Down to November 6, the only Spanish troops in that ancient city consisted of 2 battalions, one from the reserves of the army of Galicia, the other from the army of Castile. They number 600 men and had 4 guns with them. If Bessieres had attacked on the 6th, he would have found no more than this miserable detachment to oppose him. But on November 7, there arrived from Madrid the 1st Division of the army of Estremadura under the Conde de Belvedere, 4,000 foot and horse, with 12 guns. On the next day there came up the greater part of the 2nd Division of the same army, about 3,000 infantry and 2 regiments of hussars. On the 10th, therefore, when Soult attacked, Belvedere, who took the command as the senior general present, had about 8,600 bayonets, 1,100 sabres, and 16 guns under his orders. Down to November 2, the army of Estremadura had been commanded by Don Joseph Galazo, captain general of that province, the officer who had given so much trouble to Dalrymple by his refusal to desist from the futile siege of Elvas. He had been repeatedly ordered to bring his army up to Madrid, but did not arrive till the end of October. On the 29th of that month, he marched for Burgos, his 3 divisions, 13,000 men in all, following each other at intervals of a day. But on November 2, he received orders to lay down his command and return to Aranjuez, to answer some charges brought against him by the Supreme Junta. No successor was nominated to replace him, and hence the conduct of the army fell into the hands of the Conde de Belvedere, the chief of the 1st Division, a rash and headstrong young aristocrat with no military experience whatever. His family influence had made him a general at an age when he might reasonably have expected to lead a company, and he found himself by chance the interim commander of an army. Hence came the astonishing series of blunders that led to the combat of Gamonal. Belvedere's army was still incomplete, for his 3rd Division had only reached Lerma, 30 miles back on the Madrid road, when the French cavalry came forward and began to press in his outposts. Clearly a crisis was at hand, and the Count had to consider how he would face it. Isolated with 10,000 men on the edge of the great plain of Old Castile, and with an enemy of unknown strength in front of him, he should have been cautious. If he attempted a stand, he should at least have taken advantage of the ancient fortifications of Burgos and the broken ground near the city. But with the most cheerful disregard of common military precautions, the Count marched out of Burgos, advanced a few miles, and drew up his army across the high road in front of the village of Gamonal. He was in an open plain, his right flank ill covered by the river Arlanzon, which was fordable in many places, his left completely in the air, near the village of Vellimer. In front of the line was a large wood, which the road bisects. It gave the enemy every facility for masking his movements till the last moment. Belvedere had ranged his 2 Estramaduran batteries on the center. He had 6 battalions in his first line, including 2 of the Royal Guards, both very weak, with a cavalry regiment on each flank. His second line was formed of 4 battalions, 2 of them Galician, 2 more battalions, the 4 Galician guns, and his 3rd Cavalry Regiment were coming up from the rear, and had not yet taken their post in the second line when the short and sudden battle was fought and lost. Soult came on the scene during the hours of the morning, with the light cavalry division of Lazel deployed in his front. Then followed the dragoons of Milhaud and 3 infantry divisions of the 2nd Corps, Mouton in front, then Merle, then Bonnet bringing up the rear. When he came upon the Spaniards, arrayed on either side of the road, the marshal was able, with a single glance, to recognize the weakness of their numbers and their position. He did not hesitate for a moment, and rapidly formed his line of battle, under cover of the wood which lay between the 2 armies. Milhaud's division of dragoons rode southward and formed up on the banks of the Arlanzon, facing the Spanish right. Lazel's 4 regiments of light cavalry composed the French center. The 12 battalions of Mouton's division deployed on the left, and advanced through the wood, preceded by a crowd of tirailleurs. There was no need to wait for Merle and Bonnet, who were still some way to the rear. The engagement opened by a discharge of the 2 Spanish batteries, directed at those of Mouton's men who were advancing across the comparatively open ground on each side of the high road. But they had hardly time to fire 3 or 4 salvos before the enemy was upon them. The 7 regiments of cavalry, which formed the left and center of the French army, had delivered a smashing charge at the infantry opposed to them in the plain. The regiment of Spanish hussars, which covered their flank, was swept away like chaff before the wind, and the unfortunate Extremaduran and Galician battalions had not even time to throw themselves into squares before this torrent of nearly 5,000 horsemen swept over them. They received the attack in line, with a wavering, ill-directed fire which did not stop the enemy for a moment. 5 battalions were ridden down in the twinkling of an eye, their colors were all taken, and half the men were hewn down or made prisoners. The remnant fled in disorder towards Burgos. Then Milhaud's dragoons continued the pursuit, while Lazel's chasseurs swerved inwards and fell upon the flank of the surviving half of Belvedere's army. At the same moment, the infantry of Mouton attacked them vigorously from the front. The inevitable result was the complete rout and dispersion of the whole. Only the battalion of Walloon Guards succeeded in forming square and going off the field in some order. The rest broke their ranks and poured into Burgos in a stream of fugitives similar to that which was already rushing through the streets from the other wing. The 16 Spanish guns were all captured on the spot, those of the second line before they had been unlimbered or fired a single shot. Belvedere, who was rash and incompetent but no coward, made 2 desperate attempts to rally his troops, one at the bridge of the Arlanzon, the other outside the city, but his men would not halt for a moment. Their only concern was to get clear of the baggage train which was blocking the road in the transpontine suburb. A little further on, the fugitives met the belated battalions of Valencia and Zafra, which had been 4 or 5 miles from the field when the battle was lost. The commander-in-chief tried to form them across the road and to rally the broken troops upon them, but they cried treason, pretended that their cartridge boxes were empty, broke their ranks, and headed the flight. Ere night they had reached Lerma, 30 miles to the rear, where the 3rd Division of Estremadura had just arrived. Napoleon was probably using less than his customary exaggeration when he declared in his bulletin that he had won the combat of Gamonal at the cost of 15 killed and 50 wounded. It is at any rate unlikely that his total of casualties exceeded the figure of 200. The army of Estremadura, on the other hand, had suffered terribly, considering that its whole right wing had been ridden down by cavalry, and that the pursuit had been urged across an open plain for 9 miles. It may well have lost the 2,500 killed and wounded, and the 900 prisoners spoken of by the more moderate French narrators of the fight. It is certain that it left behind 12 of the 24 regimental standards which it carried to the field, and every one of its guns. The French army celebrated its not very glorious victory in the usual fashion by sacking Burgos with every attendant circumstances of misconduct. They were so much out of hand that the house next to that, in which the emperor had taken up his quarters for the night, was pillaged and set on fire, so that he had to shift hastily into another street. The night of the 10th was devoted to plunder, but on the following morning Bonaparte resumed without delay the execution of his great plan and hurried out to the south the heavy masses of cavalry which were to sweep the plains of Old Castile. Lazel's division pushed on to Lerma, from which the shattered remnants of the army of Belvedere hastily retired. Milhaud's dragoons were directed on Peninsular, Francesca's light cavalry more to the west, along the banks of the Erbel and the Audre. Nowhere save at Lerma was a single Spanish soldier seen, but it is said that some of Milhaud's flying parties obtained vague information of the advance of Sir John Moore's English army beyond the frontier of Portugal. His vanguard was reported to be at Toro, an utter mistake, for the expeditionary force had not really passed Salamanca on the day when the rumor was transmitted to the emperor. There is no sign in his dispatches of any serious expectation of a possible British diversion. On the same day on which the cavalry poured down into the plains of Castile, the emperor began also to execute the great flanking movements which were to circumvent the armies of Blake and Castaños, and to drive the one into the Bay of Biscay and the other against the Pyrenees. On the afternoon of the 11th Soult, with the 3 divisions of Mouton, Merle, and Bonnet, and Debelle's cavalry brigade, was directed to make forced marches upon Reynosa, by the hilly road that passes by Erbel and Aleros. It was hoped that he might reach Reynosa before Blake, whose retreat towards the west was being closely pressed by Victor and Lefebvre. If he failed to catch the army of Galicia, the marshal was to push on across the mountains and occupy the important harbor town of Santander, where it was known that British stores had been landed in great quantities. Milhaud was to cooperate in this movement by sending from Peninsular one of his brigades of dragoons to cut the road from Reynosa to Saldana, by which the emperor considered it likely that Blake would send off his heavy baggage and guns when he heard of Soult's approach. 2 days after dispatching Soult to the northwest, the emperor gave orders for the other great turning movement, which was destined to cut off the army of Castaños. On the 13th, Marshal Ney, with one division of his own corps, that of Marchand, and with the 4 regiments of Dessalles from the Central Reserve, together with the light cavalry of Beaumont, had marched from Burgos in the wake of Lazel's advance. On the 16th, he reached Aranda de Duero, and having halted there for 2 days, was then directed to turn off from the high road to Madrid, and march by Osma and Soria so as to fall upon the rear of Castaños, who is still reported to be in the neighborhood of Tudela. If he could succeed in placing himself at Tarazona before the enemy moved, the emperor considered that the fate of the Spanish army of the center was sealed. While the movements of Soult and Ney were developing, Napoleon remained at Burgos. He stayed there in all for 10 days, while his army passed by, each corps that arrived pressing forward along the high road to Madrid by Lerma as far as Aranda. His advance on the Spanish capital was not to begin till he was certain how Blake and Castaños had fared, and whether there was any considerable body of the enemy interposed between him and the point at which he was about to strike. Meanwhile, his correspondence shows a feverish activity devoted to subjects of the most varied kind. A good many hours were devoted to drawing up a scheme for the restoration of the citadel of Burgos. It was the emperor's own brain which planned the fortifications that proved such an obstacle to Wellington 4 years later, in September 1812. It was in these days also that Napoleon dictated the last reply sent to Canning with regard to the peace negotiations that had been started at Erfurt. At the same moment, he was commenting on the Code Napoleon, organizing the Grand Duchy of Berg, ordering the assembly of Neapolitan troops for a descent on Sicily, regulating the University of Pisa, and drawing up notes on the internal government of Spain for the benefit of his brother Joseph. But the most characteristic of all his actions was a huge piece of commandeering of private property. Burgos was the great distributing center for the wool trade of Spain. Here lay the warehouses of the flock masters, who owned the great herds of merino sheep that feed upon the central plateaus of Castile. There were 20,000 bales of wool in the city, not government stores, but purely private accumulations. The emperor seized it all and sold it in France, gloating over the fact that it was worth more than 15 million francs. Neither of the flanking expeditions which the emperor sent out quite fulfilled his expectations, but that of Soult was worked far more successfully than that of Ney. The Duke of Dalmatia's corps marched 60 miles over bad Spanish roads in 3 days, a great feat for infantry, and reached Kenduelas close to Reynosa on November 13. If Blake had not already been flying for his life before Victor, he must have been intercepted. But he had made such headlong speed that he had already reached Reynosa only 24 hours after his defeat at Espinosa. He had hoped to refit and reorganize his army by means of the vast accumulation of stores collected there, for he had left both Victor and Lefebvre far behind, and calculated on getting several days' rest. His first act was to begin to evacuate his artillery, baggage, and wounded on to Leon by the road of Aguilar del Campo and Saldana. He intended to follow with the infantry, but on the morning of November 14, Soult's advanced cavalry came upon the flank of the great slow-moving convoy and captured a considerable part of it. The Asturian general, Acevedo, lying wounded in his carriage, was slain, it is said, by de Belle's dragoons, along with many other unfortunates. Much of the artillery and all the baggage was taken. The news of this disaster showed Blake that his only road into the plain was cut. No retreat on Leon was any longer possible. At the same moment, the approach of Victor along the Espinosa road and of Lefebvre along the Villarcayo road was reported to him. It seemed as if he was doomed to destruction or capture, for all the practicable roads were cut, and the army, though a little heartened up by 2 days of regular rations at Reynosa, was in the most disorganized condition. But making a desperate appeal to the patriotism of his men, Blake abandoned all his stores, all his wheeled vehicles, even his horses, and struck up by a wild mountain track into the heart of the Asturian hills. He went by the gorge of Cabuaniga, along the rocky edge of the Saja torrent, and finally reached the sea near Santillana. This forced march was accomplished in 2 days of drenching rain, and without food of any kind, save a few chestnuts and heads of maize, obtained in the villages of this remote upland. If anything was needed to make Blake's misery complete, it was to be met, at Renedo, by the news that he was superseded by La Romana, who came with a commission from the junta to take command of the army of Galicia. After the receipt of the intelligence of Zornoza, the government had disgraced the Irish general and given his place to the worthy Marquis. But the latter did not assume the command for some days, and it was left to Blake to get his army out of the terrible straits in which it now lay. On nearing the coast, he obtained a little more food for his men from the English vessels that had escaped from Santander, waited for his stragglers to come up, and when he had 0 men collected, resumed his march. He sent the wrecks of the Asturian division back to their own province, but resolved to return with the rest of his army to the southern side of the Cantabrian mountains, so as to cover the direct road from Burgos to Galicia. He had quite shaken off his pursuers, and had nothing to fear save physical difficulties in his retreat. But these were severe enough to try the best troops, and Blake's men, underfed, destitute of greatcoats and shoes, and harassed by endless marching, were in a piteous state. Although they had not thrown away their muskets, very few had a dry cartridge left in their boxes. An English officer who accompanied them described them as a half-starved and straggling mob, without officers, and all mixed in utter confusion. The snow was now lying deep on the mountains, and the road back to the plains of Leon by Pots and Pedrosa was almost as bare and rough as that by which the troops had saved themselves from the snare at Reynosa. Nevertheless, Blake's miserable army straggled over the defile across the Peñas de Europa, reached the upper valley of the Esla, and at last got a few days of rest in cantonments around Leon. Here La Romana took up the command, and by December 4 was at the head of 15,000 men. This total was only reached by the junction of outlying troops, for there had come into Leon a few detachments from the rear, and that part of the artillery and its escort which had escaped Soult's cavalry at Aguilar del Campo. Of Blake's original force, even after stragglers had come up, there were not 10,000 left. That so many survived is astonishing when we consider the awful march that they had accomplished. Between November 1 and they had trudged for 300 miles over some of the roughest country in Europe, had crossed the watershed of the Cantabrian mountains twice by mere mule tracks, wading through rain and snow for the greater part of the time, for the weather had been abominable. For mere physical difficulty, this retreat far exceeded Moore's celebrated march to Corunna, but it is fair to remember that Blake had shaken off his pursuers at Reynosa, while the English general was chased by an active enemy from first to last. While the unhappy army of Galicia was working out its salvation over these rough paths, Soult's corps had fared comparatively well. On reaching Reynosa on November 14, the Duke of Dalmatia had come into possession of an enormous mass of plunder, the whole of the stores and munitions of Blake's army. Among the trophies were no less than 15,000 new English muskets and 35 unhorsed field guns. The food secured maintained the Second Corps for many days. It included, as an appreciative French consumer informs us, an enormous consignment of excellent Cheshire cheese, newly landed at Santander. At Reynosa, Soult's arrival was followed by that of Victor and Lefebvre, who rode in at the head of their corps the day after the place had been occupied. There was no longer any chance of catching Blake, and the assembly of 50,000 men in this quarter was clearly unnecessary. The Emperor sent orders to Victor to march on Burgos and join the main army, and to Lefebvre to drop down into the plains as far as Carrion, from whence he could threaten Benavent and Leon. Soult, whose men were much less exhausted than those of the other 2 corps, was charged with the occupation of Santander and the pursuit of Blake. He marched by the high road to the sea, just in time to see 17 British ships laden with munitions of war sailing out of the harbor. But he captured, nevertheless, a large quantity of valuable stores, which were too heavy to be removed in a hurry. The Marshal left Bonnet's division at Santander, with orders to clear the surrounding district and to keep open the road to Burgos. With the rest of his troops, he he marched eastward along the coast, trying to get information about Blake's movements. At San Vicente de la Barquera, he came upon the wrecks of the Asturian division which Blake had left behind him when he turned south again into the mountains. They fled in disorder the moment that they were attacked, and the principality seemed exposed without any defense to the marshal's advance. But Soult did not intend to lose touch with his master or to embark on any unauthorized expedition. When he learnt that the Galician army had returned to the plains, he followed their example and crossed the Cantabrian mountains by a track over the Sierras Albas from Pats to Cervera, almost as impracticable as the parallel defile over which Blake had escaped. Coming down on to the upper valley of the Pisuerga, he reached Saldana, where he was again in close communication with Lefebvre. Blake and his army might now be considered as being out of the game. They were so dispersed and demoralized that they required no more attention. But there was as yet no news of Ney, who had been sent to execute the turning movement against Castaños, which corresponded to the one that Soult had carried out against the Galicians. Meanwhile, more troops continued to come up to Burgos, ready for the emperor's great central march on Madrid. King Joseph and his guards had arrived there as early as the 12th. Victor came down from Reynosa on the 21st, and on the same day appeared the division of dragoons commanded by Lahousse. The belated corps of Mortier and Junot were reported to be nearing Bayonne. Both generals received orders to march on Burgos after equipping their men for a serious winter campaign. Independent of the large bodies of men which were still kept out on the two flanks under Soult and Lefebvre, Moncey and Ney, there would soon be 100,000 bayonets and sabres ready for the decisive blow at the Spanish capital. Section 7, Chapter 5. TUDLA. Having narrated the misfortunes of Blake and of Belvedere, we must now turn to the eastern end of the Spanish line, where Castaños and Palafox had been enjoying a brief and treacherous interval of safety, while their friends were being hunted over the Cantabrian mountains and the plains of Old Castile. From October 26-27, the days when Ney and Moncey drove Castaños, advanced troops back over the Ebro, down to November 21, the French in Navarre made no further movement. We have seen that it was essential to Napoleon's plan of campaign that the armies of Andalusia and Aragon should be left unmolested in the dangerous advanced position which they were occupying, till measures should have been taken to cut them off from Madrid and to drive them back against the routes of the Pyrenees. The emperor had left opposite to them the whole of Moncey's corps, one division of Ney's corps, that of Lagrange, and the cavalry of Colbert and Dijon, in all about 27,000 bayonets and 500 sabres. They had strict orders to act merely as a containing force, to repel any attack that the Spaniards might make on the line of the Ebro or the Aragon, but not to advance till they should receive the orders from headquarters. The initiative, therefore, had passed back to the Spanish generals. It was open to them to advance once more against the enemy if they chose to be so foolish. Their troops were in very bad order for an offensive campaign. Many of them, like Blake's men, had never received greatcoats or winter clothing, and were facing the November frosts and the incessant rain with the light linen garments in which they had marched up from the south. An English observer, who passed through the camps of Palafox and Castaños at this moment, reports that while the regulars and the Valencian troops seemed fairly well clad, the Aragonese, the Castilians, and the Murcians were suffering terribly from exposure. The Murcians, in especial, were shivering in light linen shirts and pantaloons, with nothing but a striped poncho to cover them against the rain. Hence came a terrible epidemic of dysentery, which thinned the ranks when once the autumn began to melt into winter. The armies of Castaños and Palafox should have 0 men at least when the fighting at last began. It seems doubtful whether they actually could put much over 40,000 into the field. Castaños claims that at Tudela, his own army of the center had only 26,000 men in line, and the Aragonese about 16,000. It is probable that the figures are almost correct. Nevertheless, the generals assumed the responsibility of ordering a general advance. We have shown in an earlier chapter that after the arrival of the 3 deputies from Madrid and the stormy council of war at Tudela on November 5, a new plan of offensive operations was adopted. It was not quite so mad as the scheme that had been drafted in October, for seizing the passes of the Pyrenees and surrounding the whole French army. Castaños and Palafox, it will be remembered, were to mass the bulk of their forces between Tudela and Caparosa, cross the Aragon, and deliver a frontal attack upon the scattered fractions of the corps of Montcy at Peralta, Falces, and Ladosa. There would have been something to say for this plan if it had been proposed in September or early in October, but on November 5 it was hopeless, for it ignored the fact that 80,000 French troops had entered Biscay and Navarre since the middle of October, and that Napoleon himself had reached Vitoria. To advance now was to run into the lion's mouth. The armies of Andalusia and Aragon were just beginning to concentrate when, on November 8, a dispatch came in from Blake announcing his disaster at Zornoza and his hurried retreat beyond Bilbao. The same day, there arrived a correct report of the arrival of the Emperor and great masses of French troops at Vitoria, with an inaccurate addition to the effect that they were being directed on Logroño and Ladosa, as if about to cross the central Ebro and fall upon the left flank of the army of Andalusia. Castaños, in his vindication, published to explain and defend his movements during this campaign, stated that his first impulse was to march by Logroño and Haro to meet the enemy, or to hasten by Agreda and Soria to interpose himself between the Emperor and Madrid. But on second thoughts, he resolved that it was more necessary to endeavor to beat the French in his immediate front, and that it would be better to persevere in the plan, drawn up on November 5, for a blow at Montcy. A sharp thrust delivered on this point would distract the attention of the Emperor from Blake and draw him off the direct road to Madrid. Meanwhile, however, on November 11 Castaños fell ill and took to his bed at Cintronigo. While he was thus disabled, the deputy Francisco Palafox took the astounding step of issuing orders in his own name to the divisional generals, both of the Andalusian and the Aragonese armies. Nothing like this had been seen since the days in the French Revolutionary War, when the representatives on mission used to overrule the commands of the unhappy generals of the Republic. Before the concentration of the armies was complete, the deputy ordered the assumption of the offensive at all points in the line. He directed Onay, whom he incorrectly supposed to be already at Caparosa, to attack Montcy at once, bade Grimarest, with the 2nd Andalusian Division, to cross the Ebro at Calahorra, La Peña to threaten Milagro, and Cartagel, with a small flanking brigade, to demonstrate against the French troops who lay at Logroño. These orders produced utter confusion, for some of the generals obeyed, while others sent the answer that they would not move without the permission of their proper chiefs, Castaños and Joseph Palafox. The former got his first notice of the deputy's presumptuous action by letters from La Peña, delivered to his bedside, in which he was asked whether he had given his sanction to the project for crossing the Ebro. As a matter of fact, only Grimarest and Cartagel moved. The former was sharply repulsed at the fords opposite Calahorra. The latter, more fortunate, skirmished with Lagrange's division in front of Logroño without coming to any harm. It was now 3 days since the Emperor had routed Belvedere at Gamonal and entered Burgos, and 2 days since Blake had been beaten at Espinosa. The conduct of the generals who had charge of the last intact army that Spain possessed seems all the more insane when we reflect on the general condition of affairs. For on the 14th, the mad advance, which Francisco Palafox advocated, was resumed, Castaños on his sick bed not having had sufficient energy to lay an embargo on the moving forward of his own troops. On the 14th, Onay arrived at Caparosa and drove out of it Montcy's advanced posts, while Grimarest and La Peña received new instructions to push up the Ebro and attack Ladosa, which Onay was at the same moment to assail from the other side of the stream. Thus the great river was to be placed between the two halves of the army, which had no communication except by the bridge of Tudela, far to the rear of both. This seems rather a hazardous undertaking, wrote Graham in his diary, affording the enemy an opportunity of attacking on whichever side of the river he chooses with superior force. But the only thing that prevented it from being attempted was the sudden refusal of Onay to advance beyond Caparosa unless he were provided with 50,000 rations of biscuit and reinforced at once with 6,000 bayonets from the army of the center. As if the situation were not already sufficiently complicated, Castaños had on the preceding day received unofficial intelligence from Madrid, to the effect that the central junta had determined to depose him, and to appoint the Marquis of La Romana general-in-chief of the Army of the Centre, as well as of the Army of Galicia. This really made little difference, as the Marquis was at this moment with Blake's corps. He had joined it at Renedo on the 15th, so that he could not issue any orders for the troops on the Ebro, from whom he was separated by the whole French army. Castaños remained at the head of the Andalusians till he was formally superseded, and it was he who was destined to fight the great battle that was now impending. It is hard to say what might have happened had the French held back for a few days more. For now, at the last moment, Joseph Palafox suddenly harked back to his old plan for an advance on Pampeluna and the routes of the Pyrenees, and proposed to Castaños that the whole of the Andalusian army, save La Peña's division, should assist him. Castaños and Coupigny strongly opposed this mad idea and submitted an entirely different scheme to the Captain General of Aragon, inviting him to bring all his forces to Calahorra and to join the army of the Centre in taking up a defensive position behind the Ebro. The two plans were being hotly debated when news arrived which proved decisive. The French were at last on the move, and their columns were pouring out of Logroño and Ladosa along the southern bank of the Ebro, heading for Calahorra and Tudela. On the same day, a messenger arrived from the Bishop of Osma, bearing the intelligence that a French corps, he called it that of Dessalles, but it was really Ney, had marched up the headwaters of the Douro to Olmazan, and was heading for Soria and Agreda with the obvious intention of falling upon the rear of the army of the Centre. If Castaños remained for a moment longer at Calahorra, he would clearly be caught between the two French armies. He should have retired at once in the direction of Saragossa before Ney could reach him, but instead he took the dangerous half-measure of falling back only as far as the line Tudela-Tarazona. This was a safer position than that of Calahorra-Arnedo, but still sufficiently perilous, for the enveloping corps from the south could still reach his rear by a long turning movement through Zalon and Borja. Map of the Battle of Tudela. Enlarged Battle of Tudela, November 23, 1808. If the position from Tudela, on the banks of the Ebro, to Tarazona, at the foot of the Sierra de Monquio, was to be held, the army of Castaños needed strong reinforcements, for the line was 10 miles long, and there were but 26,000 men to occupy it. The army of Aragon must be brought up also, and Castaños wrote at once to Onay at Caparosa, inviting him to hasten to cross the Ebro and occupy Tudela and its immediate vicinity. The dispatch reached the Irish general late on the afternoon of the 21st, but he refused to obey without the permission of his own commander, Joseph Palafox. Thus the night of November 21-22 was lost, but next morning the Aragonese Captain General appeared from Saragossa and met Castaños and Coupigny. They besought him to bid Onay join the army of the Centre, but at first he refused, even when the forward march of Moncey and the flanking movement of Ney had been explained to him. He still clung to his wild proposal for a blow at Pampeluna, talking, says Colonel Graham, such nonsense as under the present circumstances ought only to have come from a madman. But at the last moment he yielded, and at noon on the 22nd wrote orders to Onay to bring his 2 divisions to Tudela, and to form up on the right of the army of Andalusia. When the Aragonese host at last got under way, the hour was so late that darkness was falling before the bridge of Tudela was passed. Onay then had an unhappy inspiration. He ordered his men to defer the crossing of the Ebro till the following morning, and to cook and encamp on the northern bank. Half of the line, which Castaños intended to hold next day, was still ungarnished with troops when the dawn broke, and soon it was discovered that the French were close at hand. The approaching enemy were not, as Castaños and Palafox supposed, under the command of Moncey and Ney. The latter was carrying out his turning movement by Soria. The former was for the moment superseded. The emperor regarded the Duke of Conegliano as somewhat slow and overcautious, and for the sudden and smashing blow which he had planned had chosen another instrument. This was Marshal Lannes, who had crossed the Pyrenees with the Grand Army, but had been detained for a fortnight at Vittoria by an accident. His horse had fallen with him over a precipice, and he had been so bruised and shaken that his life was despaired of. It appears that the celebrated surgeon Larry cured him by the strange device of sewing up his battered frame in the skin of a newly flayed sheep. By November 20, he was again fit for service and set out from Logroño with Lagrange's division of Ney's corps, Colbert's light cavalry, and Digen's dragoons. Moncey joined him by the bridge of Ladosa, bringing his whole corps, 4 divisions of infantry and 1 of cavalry. The protection of Navarre had been handed over to General Bisson, the governor of Pampeluna. Lannes met with no opposition whatever in his march to Tudela and easily reached Alfaro on the 22nd. Here he learnt that the Spaniards were awaiting him beyond the river Quails, drawn up on a very long front between Tudela and Tarazona. On the morning of the 23rd, he came in sight of them and deployed for an attack. The state of utter disorder in which the enemy lay gave the best auguries for the success of the imperial arms. Castaños had placed the troops under his immediate command at Tarazona and Cascante, which were destined to form the left and center of his position. The remainder of it, from Cascante to Tudela, was allotted to the Aragonese and to the Murcian division of the army of Andalusia, which had been across the Ebro in Onay's company and was now returning with him. Till they came up, Castaños had only under his hand 2 complete divisions of his army of the center, and some small fragments of 2 others. The complete divisions were those of Grimarest, No. 2, and La Peña, No. 4, each of which had been increased in numbers, but not in efficiency, by having allotted to it some of the battalions of the army of Castile, which had been dissolved for its bad conduct at Logroño on October 26. There had at last begun to arrive at the front a considerable part of the other 2 Andalusian divisions, which had first been detained beyond the Sierra Morna by the Junta of Seville, and then kept some time in Madrid to complete their equipment. 2 battalions of these belated troops had at last appeared on October 30, and 10 more had since come up. But the bulk of the 1st Anna divisions was still absent, and no more than 5,500 men from them had been added to Castaños' army. The mixed brigade formed from these late arrivals seems to have been under General Villarrezo of the 1st Division. The whole force amounted to about 28,000 men, of who 0 were horsemen, for the army of Andalusia was stronger in the cavalry arm than any other of the Spanish hosts. But of these the Murcian and Valencian division of Roca, formerly that of Lamas, was with Onay and had not yet reached the field, while 5 battalions from the dissolved Castilian army were far away on the left in the mountains of Soria, whither Castaños had detached them under General Cartaugel, with orders to observe the French corps which was coming up on his rear. The other half of the Spanish army consisted of the missing division of the army of the center, that of Roca, and the 2 divisions belonging to Palafox, those of Onay and Saint March, the former composed mainly of Aragonese, the latter almost entirely of Valencian troops. None of the Aragonese reserves from the great camp at Saragossa had yet come upon the scene. But the 2 divisions in the field were very strong. They must have had at least 17,000 men in their ranks. On November 1, they were more than 18,000 strong, and 2 months after, when they had passed through the disaster of Tudela and had endured 10 days of the murderous siege of Saragossa, they still show 0 bayonets. We cannot calculate them at less than 17,000 men for the Battle of November 23. On the other hand, there were hardly 600 cavalry in the whole corps. It would appear then that Castaños must have had some 45,000 men in line between Tarazona and Tudela when Lannes came up against him. The French marshal, on the other hand, had about 34,000. On the difference in quality between the 2 armies, we have no need to dilate. Even the 2 divisions of the conscripts of 1807, which served in Moncey's corps, were old soldiers compared to the armies of Aragon and Castile, or a great part of that of Andalusia. Moreover, as in all the earlier battles of the Peninsular War, the Spaniards were hopelessly outmatched in the cavalry arm. There was no force that could stop the 4,500 or 5,000 horsemen of Colbert, Digen, and Wautier. The position Tudela, Tarazona, which Castaños intended to hold, is of enormous length, about 10.5 miles in all. Clearly 45,000 men in the close order that prevailed in the early 19th century were inadequate to hold it all in proper strength. Yet if the points on which the French were about to attack could be ascertained in good time, the distances were not so great, but that the army could concentrate on any portion of the line within 3 hours. But to make this practicable, it was necessary firstly that Castaños should keep in close touch with the enemy by means of his cavalry. He had quite enough for the purpose. And secondly, that he should have all his men massed at suitable points, from which they could march out to the designated fighting ground at short notice. The Spanish troops were, now as always, so slow at maneuvering that the experiment would be a dangerous one. But this was the only way in which the chosen position could possibly be held. The ground was not unfavorable. It consisted of a line of gentle hills along the south bank of the River Quails, which commanded a good view over the rolling plain across which the French had to advance. On the extreme right was the town of Tudela, covered by a bold hill, the Cerro de Santa Barbara, which overhangs the Ebro. Thence 2 long ridges, the hills of Santa Quiteria and Cabizo Mala, extend for some 2.5 miles in a well-marked line. This section formed the right of the position. From the left of the Cabizo Mala, as far as the little town of Cascante, 4 miles, the ground is less favorable. Indeed, it is fairly flat, and the line is indicated mainly by the Quails and its irrigation cuts, behind which the Spanish center was to form. From Cascante westward, as far as Tarazona, a distance of 4 miles or a little over, the position is better marked, a spur of the Sierra de Monquio coming down in a gentle slope all along the southern bank of the Little Quails. The center, between the Cabizo Mala and Cascante, was obviously the weak point in the position, as the only obstacle to the enemy's advance was the river, which was fordable by all arms at every point along this dangerous 4 miles. The disaster which Castaños was to suffer may be ascribed to 2 mistakes, one of which was entirely within his own control, while the other was due to the stupidity of Onet. With 3,000 cavalry in hand, the commander-in-chief ought to have known of every movement of the French for many hours before they drew near to the position. It would then have been in his power to concentrate on those parts of the line where the attack was about to be delivered. But instead of sending out his horse 10 miles to the front, Castaños kept them with the infantry, and the first notice of the approach of Lannes was only given when, at 9 in the morning, a regiment of Watier's cavalry rode right up to the town of Tudela, driving in the outposts and causing great confusion. To the second cause of disaster we have already had occasion to allude. On the night of the 22nd, Onet had, contrary to his orders, encamped north of the Ebro. His 17,000 men began to defile over the bridge next morning in a leisurely fashion, and were still only making their way to their designated positions when Lannes attacked. In fact, the Spanish line of battle was never formed as had been planned. The various brigades of the army of Aragon were hurried one after another onto the heights southwest of Tudela, but entirely without system or order. The lower ground to the left of the Cabizo Mala was never occupied at all, and remained as a gap in the center of the line all through the battle. Lannes, who was aware that the Spaniards were intending to fight at Tudela, had marched at dawn from his camps in front of Alfaro in 2 columns. One, composed of Moncey's corps, with Watier's cavalry at its head, came by the high road near the Ebro. The other, composed of the 2 independent cavalry brigades of Colbert and Dijon and of Lagrange's division, was more to the west, and headed for Cascante. The marshal had no intention of attacking the left of the Spanish line in the direction of Tarazona, which he left entirely to itself. He met not a single Spanish vedette till Watier's cavalry ran into the pickets immediately outside Tudela. Castaños was in the town, engaged in hurrying the march of the Aragonese troops across the great bridge of the Ebro, when the fusillade broke out. The unexpected sound of musketry threw the troops into great excitement, for they were jammed in the narrow medieval lanes of Tudela when the sounds of battle came rolling down from the Cerro de Santa Barbara. The commander-in-chief himself was caught between 2 regiments and could not push his way out to the field for some time. But the men were quite ready to fight, and hurried to the front as fast as they were able. Roca's Valencian division, the 5th of the Andalusian army, had been the first to cross the Ebro. It was pushed up to the Cerro de Santa Barbara and reached its summit just in time to beat off the leading brigade, one from Morlot's division, which was ascending the hill from the other side. St. March's battalions, who had crossed the bridge next after Roca, were fortunate enough to be able to deploy and occupy the hill of Santa Quiteria before they were attacked. But Onay's Aragonese and Mercians were less lucky. They only succeeded in seizing the Cabizo-Mala ridge after driving off the skirmishers of Maurice Mathieu's French division, which had come up next in succession to Morlat and was just preparing to mount the slope. But the position was just saved, and the army of Aragon was by 10 o'clock formed up along the hills, with its right overhanging the Ebro and its left, quite in the air, established on the Cabizo-Mala. The front was somewhat over 2 miles in length and quite defensible, but the troops were in great disorder after their hurried march, and the generals were appalled to find that the army of the center had not moved up to join them, and that there was a gap of 3 miles between the Cabizo-Mala and the nearest of the Andalusian divisions. Castaños perceived this fact and rode off too late to bring up La Peña from Cascante to fill the void. Palafox was not on the field. He had gone off at daybreak, still in high dudgeon that his scheme for an attack by Pampeluna had been overruled, and was far on the road to Saragossa. It is clear that Lannes' first attack was unpremeditated and ill-arranged. He had been tempted to strike when his vanguard only had come up, because he saw the Spanish position half empty and the Aragonese divisions struggling up in disorder to occupy it. Hence came his first check, but the preliminary skirmish had revealed to him the existence of the fatal gap between the two Spanish armies, and he was now ready to utilize it. While Castaños was riding for Cascante, the divisions of Musnier, Grandjean, and Lagrange were coming upon the field, and Lannes was preparing for a second and more serious attack. Meanwhile, the fortune of the day was being settled on the left. When the army of Lannes appeared in the plain, La Peña at Cascante should have marched at once towards the Aragonese, and Grimarest and Villarrizo from Tarazona should have moved on Cascante to replace La Peña's division at that place. Neither of them stirred, though the situation was obvious, and though they presently received orders from Castaños to close in to their right. La Peña was the most guilty, for the whole battlefield was under his eye. He would not move because he had before him Digens and Colbert's cavalry, and was afraid to march across their front in the open plain, protected only by the shallow quails. He had 0 or 9,000 Andalusian and Castilian infantry and 500 horse, but allowed himself to be neutralized by 2 brigades of dragoons. All that he did in response to the summons to move eastward was to send 2 battalions to occupy the hamlet of Urzante, a mile to his right. There was still a space of 3 miles between him and Saint March. This scandalous and cowardly inaction is in keeping with the man's later career. It was he who, in 1811, betrayed Graham at Barossa and fled back into safety instead of stopping to assist his allies. On this occasion, he lay for 4 hours motionless, while he watched the French forming up for a second attack on the army of Aragon. Cowed by the 3,000 dragoons in his front, he made no attempt to march on the Cabizo-Mala to Onay's assistance. Grimarest's conduct was almost equally bad. He was further from the scene of fighting and could not, like La Peña, see the field, but it is sufficient to say that he received Castaños' order to march on Cascante at noon, and that he did not reach that place, 4 miles distant, till dusk. The commander-in-chief himself was most unlucky. He started for Cascante about noon, intending to force his divisional generals to draw near the battlefield. But as he was crossing the gap between Onay and La Peña, he was sighted by some French cavalry who were cautiously pushing forward through the unoccupied ground. He and his staff were chased far to the rear by this reconnoitering party, and only shook them off by riding hard and scattering among the olive groves. Unable to reach Cascante, he was returning towards Tudela when he received a hasty note from General Roca to the effect that the right wing of the army had been broken and the heights of Santa Barbara lost. When his 3 belated divisions had appeared, Lannes had drawn up his army in 2 lines and flung the bulk of it against the Aragonese, leaving only Colbert's and Digens' dragoons and the single division of Lagrange to look after La Peña and the rest of the army of Andalusia. Instead of sending forward fresh troops, Lannes brought up to the charge for a second time the regiments of Maurice Mathieu and Morlat. Behind the latter Musnier deployed, behind the former Grandjean, but neither of these divisions, as it turned out, was to fire a shot or to lose a man. While Morlot with his 6 battalions once more attacked the heights above the city, Maurice Matthew with his 12 attempted both to push back Onay and to turn his flank by way of the Cabizo Mala. After a short but well-contested struggle, both these attacks succeeded. Morlot, though his leading brigade suffered heavily, obtained a lodgment on top of the Cerro de Santa Barbara by pushing a battalion up a lateral ravine, which had been left unwatched on account of its difficulty. Others followed, and Roca's division broke, poured down the hill into Tudela, and fled away by the Saragossa road. Almost at the same moment, Onay's troops were beaten off the Cabizo Mala by Maurice Matthew, who had succeeded in slipping a battalion and a cavalry regiment round their left flank, on the side of the fatal gap. Seeing the line of the Aragonese reeling back, General Lefebvre de Snoets, to whom Lannes had given the chief command of his cavalry, charged with 3 regiments of Wattier's division at the very center of the hostile army. He burst through between Onay and St. March's troops, and then wheeling outward attacked both in flank. This assault was decisive. The whole mass dispersed among the olive groves, irrigation cuts, and stone fences which cover the plain to the south of Tudela. A few battalions kept their ranks and formed a sort of rearguard, but the main part of Roca, St. March's, and Onay's levies fled straight before them till the dusk fell, and far into the night. Some of them got to Saragossa next day, though the distance was over 50 miles. Meanwhile, La Peña's futile operations in front of Cascante had gone on all through the afternoon. He had at first nothing but cavalry in front of him, but about 3 o'clock Lagrange's division, which had been the last to arrive on the field of all the French army, appeared in his direction. Its leading brigade marched into the gap, wheeled to its right, and drove out of Azante the 2 isolated battalions which La Peña had placed there in the morning. They made a gallant resistance, but had to yield to superior numbers and to fall back on the main body at Cascante. Here they found not only La Peña, but also Grimarest and Villarrizo's mixed brigade, for these officers had at last deigned to obey Castaño's orders and to close in to the right. There was now an imposing mass of troops collected in this quarter, at least 18,000 foot and 0 horse, but they allowed themselves to be contained by Lagrange's single division and Digen's dragoons. Colbert, with the rest of the cavalry, had ridden through the gap and gone off in pursuit of the Aragonese. The remaining hour of daylight was spent in futile skirmishing with Lagrange, and after dark La Peña and Grimarest retired unmolested to Borja, by the road which skirts the foot of the Sierra de Monquio. They were only disturbed by a panic caused by the blowing up of the reserve ammunition of the army of the center. Some of the troops took the explosion for a sudden discharge of French artillery, broke their ranks, and were with difficulty reassembled. It is impossible to speak too strongly of the shameful slackness and timidity of La Peña and his colleagues. If they had been tried for cowardice and shot after the manner of Admiral Byng, they would not have received more than their deserts. That 20,000 men, including the greater part of the victors of Bailén, should assist, from a distance of 4 miles only, at the rout of their comrades of the army of Aragon, was the most deplorable incident of all this unhappy campaign. From the astounding way in which the Andalusian army had been mishandled, it resulted that practically no loss, 200 killed and wounded at the most, was suffered in this quarter, and the troops marched off with their artillery and wagons, after blowing up their reserve ammunition and abandoning their heavy baggage in their camps. The Aragonese had, of course, fared very differently. They lost 26 guns, apparently all that they had brought to the field, over 1,000 prisoners, and at least 3,000 killed and wounded. That the casualties were not more numerous was due to the fact that the plain to the south of Tudela was covered with olive groves and irrigation cuts, which checked the French cavalry and facilitated the flight of the fugitives. Lannes, it is clear, did not entirely fulfill Napoleon's expectations. He did not take full advantage of the gap between Onay and La Peña and wasted much force in frontal attacks which might have been avoided. If he had thrust 2 divisions and all his horse between the fractions of the Spanish army, before ordering the second attack of Maurice Matthew and Morlot, the victory would have been far more decisive and less costly. The loss of the 3rd Corps was 44 killed and wounded. That of Lagrange's division and the dragoons has not been preserved, but can have been but small, probably less than 100 in all, though Lagrange himself received a severe hurt in the arm. The only regiment that suffered heavily was the 117th of Morlot's division, which, in turning Roca off the Cerro de Santa Barbara, lost 303 killed and wounded, more than half the total casualties of the Third Corps. Lannes had carried out indifferently well the part of the Emperor's great plan that had been entrusted to him, but this, as we have seen, was only half of the game. When Castaños and the Aragonese were routed, they ought to have found Marshal Ney at their backs, intercepting their retreat on Saragossa or Madrid. As a matter of fact, he was more than 50 miles away on the day of the battle, and arrived with a tardiness which made his flanking march entirely futile. The orders for him to march from Aranda on Soria and Tarazona had been issued on November 18, and he had been warned that Lannes would deliver his blow on the 22nd. But Ney did not receive his instructions till the 19th, and only set out on the 20th. When once he was upon the move, he made tremendous marches, for on the 21st he had reached Olmazan, more than 60 miles from his starting point. By dusk on the 22nd, he had pushed on to Soria, where he halted for 48 hours on account of the utter exhaustion of his troops. He had pushed them forward no less than 78 miles in 3 days, a rate which cannot be kept up. Hence he was obliged to let them spend the 23rd and 24th in Soria. At dawn on the 25th, they set out again and executed another terrible march. It is 30 miles from Soria to Agreda, in the heart of the Sierra de Moncio, where the 6th Corps slept on that night, and every foot of the way was over villainous mountain roads. Hence Ney only reached Tarazona early on the 26th, 3 days after the battle, yet it cannot be said that he had been slow. He had covered miles in 6.5 days, even when the halt at Soria is included. This is very fair marching for infantry, when the difficulties of the country are considered. Napoleon ungenerously ascribed the escape of Castaños to the fact that Ney had allowed himself to be imposed upon by the Spaniards, and rested for the 22nd and 23rd at Soria, because he chose to imagine that the enemy had 0 men and other follies. If he had reached Agreda on the 23rd, according to my orders, not a man would have escaped. But as Marshal Jourdan very truly remarks in his memoirs, calculating the distance from Aranda to Tarazona via Soria, one easily sees that even if Ney had given no rest to his troops, it would have been impossible for him to arrive before the afternoon of the 24th, that is to say, 24 hours after the battle. It is not he who should be reproached, but the Emperor, who ought to have started him from Aranda 2 days earlier. Blind admirers of Bonaparte have endeavored to make out a case against Ney, by accusing him of having stopped at Soria for 3 days in order to pillage it, which he did not, though he made a requisition of shoes and cloth for greatcoats from the municipality. If he is really to blame, it is rather for having worked his men so hard on the 20th to the 22nd that they were not fit to march on the 23rd. He had taken them 78 miles on those 3 days, with the natural result that they were dead beat. If he had contented himself with doing 16 or 18 miles a day, he would have reached Soria on the 23rd, but his men would have been comparatively fresh and could have moved on next morning. Even then, he would have been late for the battle, as Jourdan clearly shows. The fact was that the Emperor asked an impossibility of him when he expected him to cover 121 miles in 4 days, with artillery and baggage and a difficult mountain range to climb. Meanwhile, the routed forces of Onay, Roca, and Saint March joined at Malin and retreated along the high road to Saragossa, accompanied for part of the way by Castaños, while those of La Peña, Grimarest, and Villarizo marched by Borja to La Almunia on the Zalan, where their general-in-chief joined them and directed them to take the road to Madrid, not that which led to the Aragonese capital. On the night of the 25th, the army of Andalusia, minus the greater part of the wrecks of Roca's division, was concentrated at Calatayud, not much reduced in numbers, but already suffering from hunger, all their stores having been lost at Cascante and Tarazona, and inclined to be mutinous. The incredible mismanagement at Tudela was put down to treachery, and the men were much inclined to disobey their chiefs. It was at this unhappy moment that Castaños received a dispatch from the Central Junta, dated November 21, which authorized him to incorporate the divisions of Onay and Saint March with the army of Andalusia, leaving only the Aragonese under the control of Palafox. This order, if given a month earlier, would have saved an enormous amount of wrangling and mismanagement. But it was now too late. These divisions had retired on Saragossa, and the enemy having interposed between them and Castaños, the authorization remained perforce a dead letter. Lannes had directed Maurice Mathieu, with the divisions of Lagrange and Musnier, to follow the Andalusians by Borja, while Morlot and Grandjean pursued the Aragonese on the road of Malin. The chase does not seem to have been very hotly urged, but on each road a certain number of stragglers were picked up. Ney, reaching Borja on the 26th with the head of his column, found himself in the rear of Maurice Mathieu and committed to the pursuit of Castaños. Their vanguard reached Calatead on the 27th and learnt that the army of the centre had evacuated that city on the same morning and was pressing towards Madrid with the intention of taking part in the defence of the capital. Ney, taking with him Lagrange's infantry and Digen's and Colbert's cavalry from the troops which fought at Tudela, and adding them to the 2 divisions of Marchand and Dessalles, which had formed his turning column, urged the pursuit as fast as he was able. Twice he came up with the Spanish army. On each occasion Castaños sacrificed his rearguard, which made a long stand and was terribly mauled, while he pushed ahead with his main body. At this cost the army was saved, but it arrived in New Castile half-starved and exhausted, and almost as much demoralized as if it had been beaten in a pitched battle. A few days later, many of the battalions burst into open mutiny when they were ordered to retire into the mountains of Cuenca. But at least they had escaped from Ney by rapid marching and still preserved the form and semblance of an army.